everybody. Welcome along to Brands Hatch for the IndyCar 500, the 8-hour, 20-minute race, 500 minutes for the EnduroKAs. The cars already heading off on their formation lap. It was dry for all of yesterday with the qualifying that took place. However, it was rather wet overnight, to say the least, which means the circuit is damp this morning, and therefore the cars are going to have 2 formation laps, 46 cars on the grid. Mark Werrell and Chris Dawes joining you in commentary throughout the course of the day. I think we're going to guide you through the grid straight away because there's a lot to get through as the cars head round on their 2 formation laps that they will have. So with the qualifying having taken place in dry conditions, these 2 formation laps will give the drivers the opportunity to get used to what it looks like in a slightly damp and wet Brands Hatch, still with a chunk of standing water in the places, particularly on the lower parts of the circuit. So Octane Junkies and Adam Smith starts from pole position with alongside it's IP Racing and Daniel Sylvester. Row 2 of the grid, turn 7, Callum McDougall and Napa Racing. Nick Tandy, Le Mans race winner, will start. Row 3 will be Ferguson Motorsports' Lee Deegan alongside Axiometrics' Chris Wetherall. As we move on to the 4th row of the grid, it's the second of the IP Racing cars, and it's Justin Roberts that has Automech Sam May alongside. And on row 5, it's the second of the Automech Motorsport cars. Following up to them on the outside of row number 5 is GM Performance, last year's winners. Misty Racing and Adam Bonham are there on row number 6 alongside 114, which is KM Racing. And as we move on to row number 7, it is Luke Reed for Wolf Motorsport alongside the first of the Ferguson Motorsport cars. Shine Automotive's Chris Pryor lines up the inside of row 8 alongside KPR's Michael O'Brien. And then it's Purple Sector Racing that have Wingat Racing alongside on row number 9. Onto the 10th row of the grid, and on the inside of that 10th row, it's pristine condition with Davis Markusson's Marussia Motorsport sitting alongside. Adrian Clark, who is a Brands Hatch employee, lines up on the inside of row number 11 for LDR Performance alongside the second of the Misty Racing cars. And it's Sukaru, Tristan Judge, that lines up alongside the first of the Semprini cars, Semprini Juniors, on that row of the grid. As we move on to row number 13, it's Row Rage Racing alongside Graves Motorsports' Alex Solly. Burton Power and the second of the Wolf Motorsport cars, Patrick McCarthy, line up on row number 14 with Race Logic and KNF on row number 15. As we head on to row number 16, it's Touring Car with David Hornsey alongside VPEX, which is going to be started by Dendy. And then as we move on to row number 17, it's DKMS LDR Performance alongside Chameleons, Mike Buell. Row number 18 sees TTL Racing alongside the final car, I think, from LDR Performance Tuning. We've got something like 4 cars in the entry list for this weekend. And row number 19, we've got a lot of rows to get through still. We might not get through them all. It's Castrol Racing alongside the car that sits alongside them is the number 16 car, which is going to be M&D Racing. Calamity are on row number 20 alongside 3 Amigos. Row number 21, it's the 56 car, which is next up, which is going to be Hard and Enthusiastic alongside MSVT Racing and Hannah Chapman. And then as we move through to the final few rows of the grid, Semprini Racing, AFK, and then it's Covershaw and Carmel that line up at the tail end of the grid. Huge grid to get through, Chris Dawes. A lot of racing to get through, but it's going to be fun.
I applaud you there, mate. You took a run up, you got through it just in time. Fantastic. I mean, the entertainment, and we've got this added element now, Mark, where this is very different conditions to what we saw for them yesterday. So this could be a sort of a messy opener to this for them. They've got to be very cautious, haven't they?
Yes, absolutely. Last time we had an entry list like this, 47 cars a couple of years ago, 2 of them ended up in the gravel trap on the first lap at Paddock Hill Bend and were out of the race. So let's hope that it's a bit cleaner this time through. So it is Octane Junkies and Adam Smith, car number 111, the red and the black car that start from pole position. Alongside is IP Racing and Daniel Sylvester. And as the lights go out, away they go. It doesn't look like it's a bad start from Callum McDougall at the wheel of the turn 7 car. Is he going to slot through into second place as they get towards Paddock Hill Bend? Well, he's trying to, but Daniel Sylvester has got other ideas and is trying to brave it out around the outside as they leave the corner. But everybody, I think, treading somewhat gingerly through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, and it looks as though for the moment, whilst the tail end of the field is still only at the top of Paddock Hill Bend, everybody has made it through the first corner.
Yeah, the start kind of got split in 2 there, didn't it? But they were in their corridor, so that was tidy. We've got 3 wide heading up towards Druids for the first time, but down towards Graham Hill Bend they plunge, and already Octane Junkies, the 111 car, they're the ones that decided they weren't going to go cautious, and they've managed to actually break the toe already.
I did spot that there's one car that started from the pit lane and has therefore stayed well and truly out of harm's way, and is only now just heading round through Druids, whilst the leading pack are through Surtees and McLaren for the first time. But you're absolutely right. Adam Smith and Octane Junkies, former winners of this race back in 2020, leading the way at this stage. Callum McDougall in second place, looking for that wider line through clearways to try and see whether the less polished tarmac just gives him a little bit more adhesion in these tricky conditions. So they sit there in second place. It is the number 36 car of IP Racing that are there in third place at the moment, Daniel Sylvester, and fourth at the moment is 736 Ferguson Racing, and that's Lee Deegan, who is there in fourth place. Nick Tandy, Porsche factory driver, completes the top 5 at the moment, and Axiometrics number 18, Chris Wetherill, is there in sixth.
And I think we're getting an insight into why this is so entertaining, genuinely massively entertaining, is that you could sit there and go, this is an 8-hour, 20-minute race. You don't need to be making down-dare lunges in this opening sequence. You can't win a race on the opening lap, but you can certainly lose it. However, the thing is that there's a lot about momentum, isn't there, for these cars? And if you've got the momentum that's about to start carrying you past the car, you've got to go for it.
It's all about momentum in these cars. You get them a little bit sideways, and all of a sudden you start to scrub the speed again. And the difficult thing is when you get them sideways, you know, front-wheel drive car, you put your foot flat to the floor to pull it out the skid. Well, you've only got 80 power strokes to start with, 90 power strokes, so it's not easy once they get sideways to power them out because you're already using all of that in the first place. But look at the lead advantage that Octane Junkies have. They really have opened up the gap between themselves and the chasing pack that sit behind. Best of the squabbles at the moment is probably for third position, IP Racing and Daniel Sylvester coming under pressure from Lee Deegan, and as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, just behind them also we've got Nick Tandy is coming under the cosh as well, is he not?
Yes.
We've got our first one into the gravel, I'm afraid, and it's number 44 that's gone off, and that is the Graves Motorsport car that's gone off and into the gravel trap. And I think was that Alex Solly that was scheduled to have started that car. Can't quite remember who was scheduled to have started that car, but let's have a quick look. It was
Taylor.
Right, you've got there before me because it keeps dropping down the entry list.
It's on here. Yeah, and they pushed well done to the Orange Army. That stops us having to go safety car. They've done an incredible job. They've pushed that car out of the gravel. I guess that's a benefit, Mark. They're also not the heaviest things, are they? So they were able to hoik it out of the kitty litter. Yeah, a ding in the left-hand door of that one. Whether that one was there at the start of the race or not, I don't know. But at least, yeah, the car is out of harm's way. We've also, by the look of things, I think just got the yellow flags being withdrawn now, so everybody can be back to overtaking where they wish again once more. So Adam Smith leading the way by 3.5 seconds at the end of 2 laps of racing. Over the start-finish line comes the squabble for third at the moment, and Daniel Sylvester under attack from Lee Deegan. You've also got Nick Tandy, who is fighting tooth and nail with car number 734. That's Joe Ferguson. Well, that car, number 734, the all-black car, came from what was 14th position on the grid. We've only done 3 laps, and it's up into 6th position, fighting for 5th. Fair shout, and that's even after it was even higher, wasn't it? Because it was just passed by Nick Tandy, although it's back past it again, that black car. So some fantastic fighting on. And yes, that is the Nick Tandy some of you may know about. He's done all right in motorsport so far, hasn't he? Yeah, Nick is a Le Mans winner, factory Porsche driver, went away and started racing for Corvette this year, but he's back with Porsche in the new Daytona prototype hybrid era that is introduced for the Rolex 24, so he'll be out there racing in Daytona in a few weeks' time. And again, former winner of this, the inaugural. Look how sideways Joe Ferguson was there at the wheel of 734. The inaugural race for this one, it was JTR, or Joe Tandy Racing, as it was, his late brother, Lewis Selby, Nick Tandy, Elliot Mason, who are all in this car today, that won the 2019 edition of this race. Yeah, I think they fancy giving it another go, don't they? We've actually got 3 of cars with a similar livery to those, the Napa cars, and 2 of them are sort of surrounding a pair of cars that are having a great fight amongst themselves. You see him plunge down the hill from Paddock Hill Bend, and Tandy and I thought he was having a sneaky snifter towards the inside, but he's actually switched it towards the outside, and he's now the one that's going to try and go around the outside of Joe Ferguson. Thinks better of it, tries to make sure he maintains that momentum all the way through Druids. But look at this quartet of cars, absolutely thoroughly amazing entertainment. Nick Tandy, 24-hour Le Mans, 24-hour Spa, 24-hour Nürburgring, 24 hours of Daytona, and 3 times winner of 12 hours of Sebring as well. I think that's not a bad CV, that one, Mark. No, it's certainly got a very good CV. There's a lot of drivers out there that have had very successful careers. What have you got? Sorry, I only saw this out the window. Joe Ferguson has just suddenly got past 1, 2, and we got very sideways one of the Napa cars. Is the 36 car that was in 3rd place when came across the line last time. That's a good couple of places down. and but has managed to get the speed back up again in that car.
Well, that's Nick Tandy that's gone back through and ahead. So Daniel Sylvester has dropped to the tail end of that little field Nick Tandy picks them off. And that means then that it's now Nick Tandy from Lee Deegan from Daniel Sylvester, who had that squirrely and slidey moment. All of this is playing beautifully into the hands of both Adam Smith, who leads the way for Octane Junkies at the wheel of car number 111, and number 14 car of Callum McDougall, who's there in second position, the Caterham dealer from Yorkshire, from Tockwith up in North Yorkshire. Third at the moment is Joe Ferguson at the wheel of 734, having come from, remember, what did I say, 14th position on the grid. And then you've got Nick Tandy, followed by Lee Deegan, followed by the second of the Napa-backed cars, the number 36 IP Racing car.
Yeah, already you can see that it's very easy to gain and lose a good sort of 2 or 3 places in the blink of an eye. But I guess the point being is that if you're one of those ones that does lose those 2 to 3 places, is just wash it off, be patient, because you know you can be the one that's on the receiving end of that change and be making up those 2 or 3 places. And it is so early. They're settled in, Mark. I've got somebody's off on the grass. I think there must have been a bit of contact over at McLaren's on the cut through, because one's trying to regain the track. One was like a bucking Bronco rejoining, but thankfully it's the number 40 car who started that one. Was that Michael O'Brien that started that one?
No, it wasn't. It was Carl Patman that started that one.
Okay, fine.
And the other car that was off was the number 64, which is one of the Auto Motorsport cars. And that's another car that's now going to drop way down through the order. That car was started by Reece Kello, I believe.
Yeah, and that seemed, I mean, it's just coming across the line now. So that looks as if, whether it's the driver just getting back into the zone again, because it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with the car, but certainly was taking it very, very steady there. I mean, it's not going to be the last time, is it? 172 spun at Druids as well, apparently, according to...
That's Misty Racing.
Ah, OK, yes, of course. That's the silver one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you to John Creeks that's out there, and he caught that one. I think we're going to miss a lot of spins with this many cars, aren't we? So much going on around the circuit. But I was about to say, ironically there, Mark, is that considering how different, you can see the spray still coming off the tarmac there was none of this yesterday. It was completely dry. They're qualifying, therefore, completely in the dry. Suddenly come out on this. They're taking to it very, very well, aren't they?
They are. The difficulty is, of course, no drivers had any wet running at all yesterday, which means that whilst these drivers got a couple of formation laps to get used to it, only at a slow speed, every other driver that then gets into it has no experience. They're straight in when we get to the pit stops. They are straight in onto whatever conditions are thrown at them then, which, as you were suggesting, are likely to get better throughout the course of the day. So we might end up with a dry track later on. But for the moment, this time of year, it's going to take a while to dry. And, of course, even when the tarmac dries, make a small mistake and touch that grass, you're going to be off for the rest of the day.
And without question on that, because that grass isn't going to dry, Mark, is it? Because we, on our drives in, we were talking about the fact that there were some massive, massive puddles out on the roads out there. So the grass is going to be saturated. Just step on it slightly, and it's just going to accelerate you across it even quicker. And they need to be mindful. Look at that trip by the 128 car there, Nick Tandy. That hasn't worked so well for him, though, has it? Because it looks like Deegan's going to have a little peek up the inside.
And as I say, that's all about you scrub a tiny bit of speed in these cars, and all of a sudden you find yourself under pressure. And Nick Tandy, with all of his experience, it still got away from him slightly there, but he's got maybe a bit more momentum down the straight, heading in towards a braking area. Lee Deegan's going to try and brave it out, but thinks better of it and tucks himself back behind the former Le Mans winner again, and finds himself under pressure also from Joe Ferguson that sits behind. Now, those two cars, I think, will work together, so because they're both Ferguson Motorsport cars, so the 736 and the 734, both being run by the same team. What they won't really want to do is squabble and hold each other up. What they will want to do, without question, is work together and see whether they could just stay at the front, and that's all you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite incredible, wasn't it? It looked that it was a prime example of what you'd been telling me all about as someone who's even raced these cars. We've got yellow flags. Oh, and there's several spinning off at the end of the Cooper Straight. That's interesting. Maybe just some avoiding action. And that's the second place car that's on the grass, isn't it, Mark?
I thought it was. I thought it looked like Callum McDougall that had the problem and skidded himself across the grass. So he is now in the process of recovering. So that shuffled the order. The other car that had the problem was car number 114 that's now in the process of recovering. That is KM Racing. And that's the car that would have been started by... the car would have been started by Andrew Malpass, who set the fastest time for that car in qualifying.
Yeah, and I'm watching out of our commentary box here, seeing how long it takes to get off the grass there, Mark. It's quite incredible. But yeah, you were explaining about how, we saw Nick Tandy just lose that momentum, just scrubbing just ever so slightly wide. It never looked like he was going to lose it fully, did it? But it just rubbed off the momentum that suddenly Deegan was up the inside, and it looked like that was signed, sealed and delivered. But in fairness, he just kept his foot in all the way down the straight, managed to hold on to that outside line, which is probably a little bit better now, and was therefore able to just drag it around the outside and maintain that position. So you have to have an awful lot of patience in these things and not beat yourself up in an instant.
That little incident, it's done in a flash in a second. There's just a bit of arm twirling to catch it. And the reason you lose the time is because the wheel isn't rotating as it usually would. You're getting sideways with it, so the wheel is still rotating forwards but is skidding sideways across the tarmac, which means that you end up with a larger contact patch and more friction. Off and into the gravel, I'm afraid. We have lost one, and this time it is number 4 that is off, which is Touring Car, and that's the number 4 car that was started by David Hornsey. That is, it said David Hornsey. It says Chris Hornsey on the entry list, but it says D. Hornsey. Chris Horsey. It says D. Horsey on there, doesn't it?
It does, actually, yeah.
So either way, it's in the gravel trap, which begs the question as to whether that's going to be done by localised yellow flags or whether that is going to be extracted under our first safety car. So Callum McDougall has got his head down. He had that spin going through Surtees and up towards McLaren, which dropped him from 2nd down to 6th. Well, he's now seen the red mist because he's just set the fastest lap of the race as Callum McDougall, 1:09.335, and that's the way to respond after a problem, isn't it?
I think it is. That does show that he was rather frustrated, especially as I think what happened is that he came round and was it the 114 car that was stuck on the grass in the middle of that bowl round there, and just sort of went off almost in sympathy and took a good while to recover it back on. Rejoined, frustrated that through no fault of his own he's lost that fabulous 2nd place, and as you say, down to 6th in the number 14. And yes, he's done all right. What's that, 1:09.335? That's over a quarter of a second quicker than anybody else. Yeah, we're not going safety car for the moment. I'm looking out of the window and I can see Ian, who's the safety car driver, has still got his coat on. He's not got his crash helmet on at the moment, so don't think we'll be going safety car to extract this number 4 car out of the gravel trap. The difficult thing, Chris, when you end up in the situation that the number 4 car is, of course, it's been in the gravel for, what, a lap, 2 laps now? Yeah. It's going to take another couple of laps to get it out, and the penalty for getting towed out of the gravel is 3-lap penalty. Oh, wow. So you lose, not just the laps that you lose whilst you're stuck there, you will get 3-lap penalty for needing to be hoiked out of the gravel as well. It does. Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like they're getting ready down into the safety car there just at the point that it comes out as a flag. The safety car itself is not quite ready to go out. They had that sort of just sorting a couple of bits and pieces, but it's going to be heading out there now. The marshals tried desperately to push that car out of the gravel, didn't they? But it wasn't possible, and they therefore have retreated, the Orange Army, to a bit of safety, and they're going to send the safety car out to use a vehicle to drag it out. Yeah, I noticed we got 2 safety cars, actually. One of them I could see wasn't ready. The other one is ready, so I hadn't spotted. We got 2 safety cars down there ready to go. So our first safety car of the day. Now, on the basis of that we are only 20 minutes into this race, I don't expect anybody to do anything at all unless someone throws a real curveball and wants to do something unusual. But I would really just expect everybody to remain out there, just to continue round behind the safety car. They'll have a quick chat to the team because, as we mentioned yesterday, a lot of these cars have pit-to-crew radios, and therefore they can communicate with the team as to what's happening out there. Some of that information might be vital as to how the circuit has evolved in the first 20 minutes, Chris. What the driver thinks it might do by the time their stint ends and by the time the next driver gets in. Yeah, I mean, and I'm looking around at some of the key parts of the circuit. A dry-ing line, I think is fair to say. Dry-ing, if you look down at Graham
drier
Hill.
Than the rest, yes, but still greasy and not nice.
Very much so. I mean, there's an interesting part for this, is that normally in these situations when you've got a wet circuit, is that what you have is quite literally a dry-ing line, and you then have this evolution of the circuit where if you step off of that now drying to dry line, that'll still be greasy and you suddenly spat out at the circuit furniture. But the fact that we've had, frankly, most of this race 3-4 wide at a lot of the circuit from these wonderful cars, it's probably all going to dry largely at the same time. And as I say, it does look like we may, I think there was a talk about well, it was originally saying around lunchtime, but now it says around 4 p.m., sort of a 20% chance of some rain.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difficulty you'll get this time of year is whilst the track will dry, it will take a long, long time to dry. And by the time it's almost dry, you're then getting back towards it getting colder again and the dew point. So I'm not sure it's ever really going to be dry today.
Well, yesterday, with all the races we had yesterday, they were really struggling with the temperature on the circuit, weren't they? It proved incredibly greasy for them. And you know, we had some of the Turismo X cars, like the TCR cars and things like that, where they just struggled to get the tyres, the car, the brakes, everything into the sweet spot, didn't they?
You see, you just saw a picture there of one of the teams sweeping the front of the garage, and that again, you know, important little thing. You know, try and dry that piece of tarmac in front of your garage, because whilst the cars have to come in and park at 45 degrees, when you pull back away again, if the tarmac's a little bit drier, you will get just a slight better grip pulling off away from your pit box. And over the course of all of the pit stops that they're doing, if your tarmac can be drier, it does make a difference. You know, you look at, and I know it sounds ridiculous in comparison, but look at something like NASCAR. When you have a NASCAR road race and they'll have a wet pit lane, you'll see them out there with warm air dryers, drying the pit box. Get the pit box as dry as you can, because as soon as the car comes in and it fires back off, it's firing off on dry tarmac, not wet. Makes a difference.
It does, and it is one of those challenges, this pit lane, where the pit lane itself is downhill. Well, downhill and below the actual circuit itself, is that you sometimes see waterfalls coming down from the circuit over the pit wall and down onto the to the pit lane. So we haven't got that, thankfully, today, but judging from the puddles out on the road, it was presumably pretty severe enough at some stages, and it may well have had that sort of runoff from the circuit at some point during the night. But I'm just sort of keeping half an eye on the safety car, because the car has been recovered, the snatch vehicle's not quite tucked out, so if it's going to be a call, it's going to be a very late call. The number 4 car into the pits just to make sure that everything is clean and okay. Not quite able to do it this time, Mark, so the safety car is going to go again, but I cannot see any reason why it would be any more laps after this one. No, so there you can see that Jamie Moore of Moore's Motors just busy chatting to the driver. He'll have a look around it. Other mechanics just checking the back of the car and cleaning the windscreen as well. And there we go, a strategic kick with a boot just to check that everything is fine and check that nothing's hanging off. How's that for professional motorsport for you? That's it. Now we've tried the boot, we'll use our hands and give it a thump as well. It comes off the jack. They're happy that the car is safe to head back out there, but as I say, all of that damage done really. No damage to the car, but the damage done in terms of the laps it lost while it was in the gravel, plus a 3-lap penalty for the tow back. Yeah, it's a big old hit, that, isn't it? But at least we get the thing that they're able to keep going. And you've got to be punished for the fact that you made a mistake, I guess, in reality.
One person that made a mistake in this very race a year or so ago, Adam Smith, leading the race for Octane Junkies, put it off in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. 3-lap tow back. They still came back and won the race.
Wow.
That year.
It's doable.
I have reminded him once or twice about that, to be very
honest.
He's off. Yes, he's
off.
Yes, yeah.
And he's then gone, but I won, Mark.
Yes. Don't nose it up, Adam. Don't nose it up. And he continues to lead at this stage, doesn't he? So it's number 111
But his
Octane
lead
Junkies
has
that lead the way.
evaporated, hasn't it?
It has. That's the problem. That's the problem. Safety car is going to peel its way in now, so we're about to get racing back underway. So it's Octane Junkies that lead the way at this stage. There's a few back marker cars between themselves and number 128, which is Napa Racing's Nick Tandy. Third at the moment is still 734, the black car from Ferguson Motorsport, of Joe Ferguson, and then it's the sister car to it, number 736 Lee Deegan, that is fourth. Fifth is IP Racing, the second of the Napa liveried cars. That is Daniel Sylvester. And Callum McDougall, despite the spin, the number 14 car from turn 7 is currently 6th quickest at this stage, still continuing his fight back following that off.
Yeah, it was quite surprising that we've got so many back markers between the leader and the second place car already at this early stage, isn't it? But it will get very mixed up and confused. But Nick Tandy's taking this black 734 car with him, isn't he, as they pick their way very quickly through these back markers. Tandy in the blue and yellow Napa racing car is the 128 car just going through Graham Hill Bend now, but the jet black car behind him, that is the third place car, number 734, Joe Ferguson, and go on, Mark.
No, I was just saying that the best fight to watch at the moment is Lee Deegan, Daniel Sylvester and Callum McDougall as they all busy squabble away over what will be 4th, 5th and 6th position. Just ahead of them is the Nick Tandy and Joe Ferguson battle that you were talking about. So the number 128 Napa car, Joe Ferguson taking a much wider line, that less polished surface round through the outside of clearways corner to see if he can get a bit more adhesion in the control Toyo tyres that all of these cars run. They all run identical specifications, so it's a standard engine, it's a standard gearbox, so it's the 1.3 litre engine in the KA Mark 1s, so what, 70 power strokes, that's about it. They all run gas shocks and dampers, all purchased via Burton Power. There's a big spin there. Carmelian has a rotation. Also, the Subaru number 555 car has a rotation, and Chameleon are stuck slap bang in the middle of the circuit at the moment, which is not ideal. And other cars are almost spinning in sympathy and in avoidance, aren't they, as they try and gather up their moments.
And that almost gave us a real indication of just how greasy it is out there. Just by trying to weave to avoid that car, it was throwing them into a spin.
Well, the Chameleon had the spin, but the first car to spin was Subaru, and that's driven by Pete Dignan, and Pete Dignan knows how to drive these cars, so that goes to show how tricky it is out there. He has been a front runner in this series, historically for piston heads for a good number of years, but yeah, if Pete Dignan can get caught out, it's tricky out there.
Yeah, exactly right, and especially the longer they go into this, and I wouldn't go as far as to say full-blown tiredness kicks in, but we've got another couple are off on the grass at the end of the Cooper Straight, left at Surtees, and before they start turning right. But this battle for second place is really coming alive now. Across the line they go, and it looks as though he's got the outside line. We saw earlier that was quicker. So Nick Tandy's trying to defend the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend, and he's still holding it there, isn't he? But just couldn't quite make it stick. And through into second place goes Ferguson in the black 734 car.
Yeah, good improvement there then for Joe Ferguson. The two cars that have had the problem, one was the number 55 car of Covershaw, which was Alistair Hardy that had the off. He is still stricken there, going nowhere at the moment and waiting for a gap in the traffic in a very dangerous spot, but there goes Alistair Hardy out of harm's way. And the other car that had the off was car number 49, which is one of the LDR performance tuning cars, and that is Brands Hatch employee Adrian Clark that had the issue that time through. He has also, I think, now retaken to the circuit. So Octane Junkies out front and leading the way. It looks as though the Daniel Sylvester car has just got the front number plate, the Toyo Tyres number plate, hanging off it at this stage. And that's a good little fight, actually. The pink car is Lee Deegan. There is Daniel Sylvester. And Daniel Sylvester is also coming under pressure now from the number 14 car of Callum McDougall for turn 7. Remember, that's the car that had the spin earlier on. Callum McDougall draws himself alongside. I think he's going to get in front of Daniel Sylvester by the time they get towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he make it through? He's just got his nose ahead. Daniel Sylvester breaks that a little bit later at the wheel of the number 36 Napa-backed car and hangs on to the place for the moment. So he is still there in what will be 5th position, but is under enormous pressure for it from Callum McDougall, whilst they are all tucked underneath the number 736 car in the hands of Lee Deegan. So downhill in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. Lee Deegan for Ferguson Motorsport still in 4th place. Turn 7, Callum McDougall gets very sideways, turning his way into the corner, gathers up the moment, but a bit of arm twirling to do that. That slows his pace, and now that puts him under pressure from the Wolf Motorsport number 25 car of Luke Reed, who I think might be able to squeeze his way through at the wheel of the number 5 car. Can he make it through Luke Reed? Oh, there's a little bit of contact between the pair of them. Luke Reed rally crosses his way onto the grass. Callum McDougall gives him just about enough room. The door is open, and now also last year's winners, which is GM Performance, are trying to work their way through. So we're 3 wide here, and this is going to be for, what's it going to be, for 6th, for 7th, and for 8th positions. And
this is a key insight for anybody who's watching this for the first time, and you might sort of think, really, KAs for 8 hours, 20 minutes? Yeah, you don't really treat it like an 8-hour, 20-minute race, do you?
It's an 8-hour, 20-minute sprint race.
Yeah.
It's not an endurance race. It's an absolute sprint. And you look at them, they're all still together. So, you know, we mentioned Luke Reed and Callum McDougall. And then right behind them is Andrew Rogerson as well. And then just off the back of Andrew Rogerson is Adam Bonham. You've got the GM Performance car in there as well. All of these are fighting for position.
You see the rear plate just hanging off of the number 5 car, and that was my as I looked out the window heading back up the hill towards Druids. The 14 car just went right into the back of the number 5. There was obviously didn't get the perfect run off of Paddock Hill Bend in the number 5, but he hasn't come unstuck. He's still sat there that 1 position higher at the moment, so that's up into 6th place, but not any longer. He dives up the inside. What was that? That was at Surtees, wasn't it? No, he's still not done, is it? And this again, Mark, again, speaking from your experience when you're out there racing, you don't just have a move done in one corner, do you?
It can take laps. It can take absolute laps to try and get the move done. When I was here racing for the first time in, was it 2019 in this event, you know, it took me literally the whole of my stint to try and close the gap between one car at the end of the Cooper Straight and me coming out of Graham Hill Bend. It took 2 hours just to close up what is 100 metres. You know, cars are so evenly matched, and when you've got drivers that are of a similar pace than you know, you just have to push, and all of a sudden, one little back marker, all of that hard work you've done means that you've got to do it all over again.
Well, you look at this, as it is now the 14 car, turn 7, McDougall is up the inside. That, again, was that brilliant run coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. He's a lot stronger at that part, is McDougall in the number 14 car, but it doesn't mean he loses Reed in the silver number 5 car instantly either, does it?
No, not at all. One thing we also need to try and keep an eye on is what's going on for the lead of the race. Here it is now. Car number 111, Adam Smith still leading, but Joe Ferguson, remember this car has come from 14th on the grid in the hands of Joe Ferguson, is now within a second of the race leader at this stage. Joe is taking very different lines round through McLaren, Clearways and Clark Curve than the race leader is. He's taking a much wider line, the less polished tarmac, to see whether that can still just give him that slight advantage in terms of the grip levels that are out there at the moment. And it's working, because he brought the gap down by 0.7 of a second that time through. We are nose to tail for the lead of the race.
Yeah, and just notice the yellow number 4 car, if it wasn't already bad enough, Mark, that it spent some time. I'm just going to stop for a second, because have we got now a challenge for the lead already? We do. Incredibly, that 734, Joe Ferguson, up the inside. Bearing in mind, the lead that Smith had in the 111 Octane Junkies car was huge before the safety car. And to be fair, Joe Ferguson made that look fairly straightforward, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Adam Smith, we're well aware that that car is quicker than him at this stage of the race, so just sit behind it, let it go through. Doesn't matter that you lose the lead of the race. You're in second place. You're right on the coattails of the race leader. Stick with him then. Stick with him. Work with him, and see whether you can then just haul yourselves away from everybody else as well.
So before that move rudely interrupted me, I was about to say, oh, he's just run a bit wide there, though, coming in towards Clearways. But the number 4 car, the yellow number 4 that put it in the gravel, that brought about the safety car, not only was it in the gravel for a couple of laps, then the 3-lap penalty for the tow back, is now coming into the pits again, because he's just received a 1-minute stop and go penalty for causing avoidable contact. It goes from bad to worse. A 1-minute stop and go. So he's into the pit lane now, and he's going to have to stop at the end, wait there for an incredible amount of time before being released again. That's
another lap and a half that you're losing in reality. So the number 4 comes to what is the penalty box, and will serve that in the penalty box. Whilst out on circuit, Joe Ferguson not only took the lead of the race, he also set the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well, 1:09.136. So at the moment we are circulating, what, about 6 seconds slower than we were in the dry conditions.
Quite a few of them, just looking down the TSL timing screen, they're putting in greens now, aren't they? For those of you who may not necessarily know, that means that they're doing personal bests, as well as the purple that Joe Ferguson's just done in the black 734 car, being the quickest of everybody. But the fact being there, that I was alluding to, Mark, is that clearly the track is getting quicker. They're getting used to the conditions a little bit more. You can't say they're finding space, because I don't think there is any out there, frankly, is there?
No, there won't be. No, I mean, we had, 45 entrants last year. We got 46 this year. We had 47 the year before.
Yeah.
We've always hovered around mid-40s, apart from the inaugural year where we had 35 entrants and only one non-finisher that year. So the 1 minute is about elapsed. We should see Chris Horsey heading back out onto the circuit now at the wheel of that number 4 car. It does say C Horsey on the side of the car, so it's the timing screen that's incorrect, showing that it's D as the first name of his Christian name. So we'll stick with Chris Horsey, as that's what it says on the side of the car. But as you can see, you know, it never stops, the work. Whilst you're out there, it doesn't matter whether you're running at the front or you're running at the back, there's always traffic to either look out for or deal with, and that's where we are at this stage, aren't we, with all of the front runners now well and truly into the back marker lappery.
And that's the thing that we've got. I mean, I keep wrapping myself up in the cable for our headset here, because you're just looking every which way. There's another car that's just recovering from a spin on the Clearways, so that one's getting going again, thankfully, before anybody came round. But so much is going on, not just these incidents, the little pirouettes, and I'm sure we've missed several already, but they're just constantly going 2-3 wide. I don't think we've quite seen a 4 wide yet, but I'm not discounting the possibility.
Plenty of time yet. We've got 7 hours and 50 minutes as yet.
We're going to build it up.
I think we might be able to even see whether we can attempt a 5 wide later on. You never know, do you? You never know.
You've always got to push it that bit further, haven't you, Werrell?
Why not? Why not? Brands Hatch is wide enough. KAs are small enough. Let's give it a go. So looking towards where the race leaders are at the moment, they're heading up towards Druids amongst the traffic, as we say. So there's at least one back marker between most of the front runners and the next car around them at this stage, apart from probably Daniel Sylvester, who's there in 5th place, has still got Callum McDougall rooted to his boot lid at the moment, as they're about to head downhill and in towards Graham Hill Bend. This is amazing. This is the 25th lap as well that we're on now, so 25 laps completed, and we've now chalked up already what the first half an hour of the race is good as.
It's well, we were saying yesterday, even with just the qualifying, it was an hour's qualifying at the end of yesterday into the dark, which was just a spectacle that we've got to look forward to with this race as well. And yeah, we've got another spin I just saw out the corner of my eye up at coming out of Clearways, and there was about 5 cars directly behind it that thankfully all avoided. No, one of them's gone into the gravel on the exit of Clearways. Now, is he going to be able to get that car out? And the one that originally spun that caused it to go off into the gravel it has got going, but the one that's in it,
it's Adam Bonham. It's Adam Bonham that's off. Oh, such a shame for Misty
and that
Racing.
Was purely to avoid the car that was facing the wrong way on the circuit, and 5 of them arrived behind the stricken car, and he had nowhere to go.
Yeah, Adam Bonham was running inside the top 10 when that happened as well, and such a shame for them. They had a really good run, did the Misty Racing team at the number 72 at Snetterton earlier on this season, where Adam Bonham and his father, that usually shares the car with, were just in fine form when we were at Snetterton. But yeah, that has brought about the yellow flags again in that area, I'm afraid. So no overtaking through that section of the circuit whilst the incident is dealt with.
Yeah, it's a huge shame that, as I say, especially the fact that it was an innocent party in reality there, and from the top 10 dropping down. And, you know, as we say, at the moment, it's looking like the marshals aren't feeling comfortable. They can get that car moved manually, which could therefore mean a tow out, which is then a further 3-lap penalty for something that wasn't your fault. Yeah. I mean, that's motor racing, but it's a big slap in the face, isn't it?
It hurts, yeah, it hurts that when you think, well, I actually did nothing wrong. I was trying to avoid an accident, but unfortunately, you know, that's the rule. That's the rule, that if you are the car that is in the gravel, you get the 3-lap penalty for the tow out, and whether that's your fault or not, that's the pill that you've got to swallow, I'm afraid. Looking at what's going on the run up in towards Druids, though, lots of defensive work being done there. That was Lee Deegan, I think, that was trying to close the door on the fast approaching number 36 Daniel Sylvester and Callum McDougall cars.
It was one move, so he was okay.
It was certainly tight.
He's being passed now, though, because down into Graham Hill Bend. What a late lunge there from the 36 car, and he just dived up the inside and he got it done anyway. So that defensive move from Deegan heading up the hill was in vain in the end, sadly. Safety car has now been deployed. I didn't catch whether that was deployed at the point of that overtake or not. I think it came out just after that move. Well, he says with blind optimism.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Again, the difficult thing is that if as a driver you are already committed to it at the point that the flags come out, there's then nothing you can do. No. You've already committed that you're going to brake that late, and you're not
especially
looking
down the hill to Graham
down
Hill.
The hill.
Yeah.
The marshal's post is off to the right-hand side, so it's in your peripheral vision. So, and it's not looking for an excuse, because I genuinely don't know whether it's before or afterwards. But it's not easy. There's lots of things, and sometimes as a driver, you just got to hold your hand up and say, "I didn't see it. I didn't see it," or "I was already committed. There was nothing I could do."
I do think
it's not a defense.
Okay,
it's not a defense, but it's a reality.
I do think that it was literally just after that move had happened, as he got onto the Cooper Straight, then the flags started coming out around the circuit. The safety car waited to pick up the leader. That's going to be an awful task, isn't it?
What we need is a lollipop marshal, don't we, almost down there where the safety car comes out, because there's no gap in the traffic almost for the safety car to feed its way out. Thankfully, the race leader did back off, so we have now got the safety car that has managed to catch the race leader. And hard work as ever done by all of our marshals out there to ensure that the flag signals and safety car boards are deployed appropriately, that the cars are scooped out the gravel in efficient fashion that we can. And also, safety car drivers don't get a rest here. I was chatting to one of them on the way in this morning, and they're saying, endurance race, quite often, you find them that you're busier in them and you're more involved than you would be in the sprint racing, just by very nature of the fact that when you've got rid of one safety car period, you may well be back out for another one, particularly in this time of year with the tricky conditions.
No, I can
Whereas
imagine
sprint racing, you sit there all day, don't even turn a lap as a safety car.
Absolutely. No, I can understand that, and especially when you got this many around the Indy circuit as well. So huge frustration there for the 72 Misty race. And as I say, just came round, 5 of them appeared, cars spun round in front of them, nowhere to go, disappeared off into the gravel on the side. I love the fact Jamie Peters Ennis, hello mate, he's watching the stream. And he said, have a good one, tuned in for the duration. He said, this is hilarious. Everyone has someone to race. I'm tempted to have a go next year. And basically my response is, me too. I must be honest, this looks amazing. I can see why you've been back several times, haven't you, Mark?
Yeah, they're just a hoot. They're just great fun to try and keep an eye on and try and race as quickly as you can. Yeah, they're just good fun, and it's a friendly paddock as well. You know, it is competitive at the front. You know, when you've got people like Nick Tandy, who's only got as high as third, you know, it goes to show it's competitive at the front.
Well, Luke Austin, our producer with Alpha Live, he's sat beside us and in our ear, and he said, yeah, me too, he wants to have a go as well. And that's someone who has actually raced quite a few bits and pieces over the years himself. And yeah, you just see this and it just gets the bug, doesn't it? Which is why you've got people here. You've got up to 6 drivers in one of the cars.
One car's got 6 drivers, yeah.
And so there's a lot of drivers here, 46 cars with a lot of drivers. And they keep coming back time after time. I mean, it's just an incredible draw, isn't it?
Of course, this year we did have the 24-hour race as well. It's the first time that EnduroKA had a 24-hour race, and that's whilst it didn't have quite as many entries. It was at Anglesey and it was there on the coastal circuit. 24 entrants, I think there were at Anglesey, but you know that was a commitment that MSVT said a while ago. You know, we do at one point want to hold a 24-hour race. I think for next year the calendar has come out and there isn't a 24-hour race, but that doesn't mean that it won't be back at some point, because you know we have seen they've tried different formats. We used to have the Snetterton 12-hour race. For this year, the Snetterton race became a 9-hour race, so subtly different again. And the reason it became a 9 is because they were doing the 24 for the first time. So you know, they do keep trying to change things around to adjust the format, but the calendar was announced a while ago for the 2023 EnduroKA, and over the course of the day we can guide you through what the calendar looks like next year if you're tuning in and maybe you'd like to get involved in it next year.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember now. I've got a feeling Cadwell was on it, and I can imagine these things around Cadwell Park would be quite incredible as well.
Yeah, Cadwell's on the calendar. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
it's another MSV circuit, of course, and I really can imagine these things would be thoroughly entertaining, both to drive and watch around the mini Nürburgring, as it's affectionately known. And I'd fancy that. Safety car in this lap, we're told. 3-lap penalty for car number 72 for a tow back, as I say. A double slap in the face there, so they're going to come in and get sorted. Watch yourself. We've got Sam Strong coming in to the commentary box behind us as well. He's complaining it's cold, Mark. It's not cold, is it?
It's fine in here. Yeah, I've got no issues with it.
What's the matter? Welcome up, mate. Welcome up. Actually, I'll tell you what. We're going to get the racing going again. I'm going to do for the first time, because he's a good mutual friend of ours. You're coming on here, so let's put that on there. I just got to press way too many buttons. Sam, welcome to the microphone. Hello, mate. You all right?
Morning, Dorsey. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Obviously, you are a stone's throw from here, as we're back under green flag conditions, ready to go racing. You're stone's throw from this circuit, a racer yourself. You're actually running someone else this time.
Yeah, so I'm doing work with Wolf Motorsport this year. We've got 2 KAs out. We've got Luke Reed in car 5, who is he was doing all right a minute ago.
Yeah, he's involved in a really good fight with McDougall, the number 14 car.
Yeah, I saw it. I think there was a bit of contact, but yeah, we came out okay. Pace is good in the car.
Ooh. We just lost someone off. Where's that? Drew at yeah, that is Druids, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the LDR performance tuning cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Sam, speak to us from your perspective now. I mean, I can imagine it's a bit frustrating. I'm surprised you're not out there, but running the cars, it's busy for the guys down in the garages, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And I think I've got to the point in my life where I actually really enjoy being on the tools and working on the cars rather than being in the car myself. It's a lot of pride working on the cars and seeing them go out there, and especially in long events like this, 8 hours. It's all the car prep. We did a bit of work on the car.
Oh, we've got another one off into the gravel. Where is that?
That's at Paddock Kilbend, I'm afraid to say, and that is the team MSVT racing car. So that's Hannah Chapman, the mini challenge racer that's gone on off and into the gravel trap there. So
that's very early at Paddock Hill as well, isn't it?
Very early at Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah. Hannah was the sort of, in the nicest way, the hired hand for that car as well, because she's got Mark Rusted, MSVR employee, and of course you've got Will, haven't she, who we know really, really well, who was in that car, which is Will Marsden, who amazingly set the fastest lap. It's his first ever race. Will Marsden set the fastest lap in qualifying in
Did
that
he?
car, according to TSL.
He was the fastest in that car. The bad news is that the marshals have attempted to push it. No chance. They've then just scampered back to safety. So that's going to be another safety car, another tow back.
Which gives you the chance to catch it with Sam.
He does, yeah. Carry on now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you're sort of keeping an eye on everything that's going on. You're getting yourself ready in case there's an issue, mechanical or damage-wise to the car. So you've got to be on your heels, ready to go again. It's an interesting challenge for you guys down there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Mark and Chris, you'll be seeing a lot of me today because, as you both well know, I don't like the cold particularly well. So I literally said to the team manager just then, I was like, how long is it until we're stripping Luke out of the car? He said, oh, about 2 hours. I was like, I'm going to go warm up in the commentary box.
At least you're honest. You're honest. So you're saying about 2 hours. You know, I was saying to Chris yesterday, you know, subject to how many safety cars, 2 hours, 2.25 hours, even 2.5 hours out of a tank of fuel in these cars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember when I did this a few years ago. I think that was shortly after we did the reveal down here. Do you remember that, Mark?
Yeah, probably was, yeah.
Dave said, oh, you'll be in the car for about 2 hours. And I was like, okay, yeah, perfect. He left me in there for about 2 hours and 45 minutes at the end. So I was absolutely bush when I got out of it. But yeah, so I think because we've got 4 drivers in each car today, it'll probably be 2 hours.
Nice and easy to divide the
exactly.
distance.
Yeah, it's an 8-hour race too. Yeah.
Subject to safety car. Obviously, if there's a safety car coming out and you're maybe 10 minutes away from a driver change, you might pull it forward and do the drive change under the safety car.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's one of those races. You know, we've got a long time. We've got 8 hours. Some people might be in there for an hour and a half. Others might be in there for the full 2 hours. We've really just got to play it by ear. And see what's happening on circuit, see when the safety cars are coming out, check fuel levels, tyre pressures and everything else, obviously when the car comes back in.
Quick question, because you know I was competing at the 9-hour Snetterton race in these cars, and that was where Chris Reed had a very significant incident very early on in that race with the car barrel rolling through Brundle and Nelson. He's okay. He recovered well after that. He's obviously well enough to drive now, but is he fully okay?
Chris's recovery time was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a young lad. He's very fit, and his I think he did a collarbone or broke a shoulder, somewhere in the shoulder. But his recovery time was absolutely unbelievable. But he's back racing fit, and he's good to go.
And that's down to the strength of these cars with the safety devices, roll cages that you've got to have.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the accident yourself. It was a mega accident.
Yeah.
You know, I was very pleased to see that Chris got out the
car. Yeah.
You know, sort of on his own steam. A little bit disappointed that we worked quite late in the night to get that car ready for I remember watching it on my phone. I was at home doing something and I saw it and I was like, oh no. But the main thing that he's out. You know, obviously the car was a write-off. We had to reshow.
It's only the 6th lap of the race, wasn't it? 7th lap of the race.
Yeah, it was really early in. So yeah, we worked. So this is now Pink Pig the Third, as I nickname it. Because the first one it didn't do well.
And for maybe those that are watching and wondering why it's why we've got the other car, which is the Pink Pig. It's your one in its pink livery. You know, just talk us through the history of why we've got the Pink Pig and Porsche.
Yeah, so I mean, Alex Reed, who's Wolf Motorsport, he's goes to Le Mans every year. I think he missed the last 2 because of COVID, but he's consistently gone every year, and I think that was his favourite car way back when. So that's basically why we've got the Pink
liveried
Pig.
in German with all and the dotted lines down it signify all the different cuts of meat you'd get from a pig.
Exactly.
And that was a Porsche car back in the 70s and in the 80s. It was also so both pre-Group C and post-Group C they ran them in that car, I believe. Yeah.
So that's the history of why, basically.
It does look good. It does stand out.
It does.
It looks fabulous. As does so many of these liveries. I don't know whether this is a question to you as someone working, you know, in a team for a couple of cars or as a driver, but I was looking at this. When someone's off in the gravel, they wait until safety cars neutralise everything. So there's another couple of laps lost. Then they're pulled out, and then they recover back to the pits, and then they're given a 3-lap penalty. How do you deal with that? I mean, that's big, isn't it?
I leave that down to the team manager. That's far too many numbers and calculations for
But it's a big old kick to the stomach.
It's above your pay grade.
Yeah. Mark knows that my maths will be fine. So.
It takes a lot of working out of where you're going to be. Obviously, TSL helps us out quite a lot, you know, in working.
But
it out,
emotionally, how do you deal with it? Because it's such
tough.
a big hit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tough.
I mean, we just watched the Misty racing car come round McLaren's in towards Clearways, a car round the opposite direction, and 5 cars just suddenly split either side of it. That one went to the outside a little bit too far into the gravel, no fault of its own. It's waited there, and it's then got 3 laps for being towed back as well.
Yeah, it's tough, but you know, them's the rules, as
Absolutely,
they say.
yeah.
You know, so you've got to deal with it.
And we've got them suddenly stopping on the hill there.
We've got them spinning on the hill.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think again, avoidance. Carry on. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I think that's what they said as well, wasn't it? Really, like you ain't seen me, right?
I think that happens because of the concertina effect. When all the cars bunch up, people just don't realise how fast people are slowing down, and the anchors come on, especially down Paddock Hill. It just turns into a spin, which can happen.
It does, yeah, and you hope that no one's noticed.
I can honestly say I don't think I've ever done it though.
I can see the glint in your eyes as you.
No, I don't think I have. Not behind a safety car. I nearly did in a Saxo once at Snetterton behind the safety car. But that's another story.
That's an off-mic story, isn't that one?
Yeah, very probably.
I don't think we're going to get that many more laps behind the safety car now, because the JCB telehandler has now grabbed and removed the number 6 MSVT racing car out of harm's way. Hannah Chapman continuing round the circuit. The JCB should be going back behind the snatch gap before too much longer, so it wouldn't surprise me, Chris. This could be the last lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, I would suggest so, and I think the car behind the safety car, the race leader, the 734, Joe Ferguson, is kind of sensing that, isn't he? He's dropped away.
And unlike the previous safety cars where we've had back markers intermingled with the front runners, this time we haven't. We've got the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars all together for the lead of the race as the first 7 behind the safety car.
We'll have a bit of that. See, they were weaving to get heat into their tyres there. It's that psychological weaving, Mark.
Anything that you think might give you an advantage, it's worth doing, isn't it? Because everything is so evenly matched, yeah.
Right, safety car lights are indeed off, and it is heading in to here.
Yep, so safety car will be in at the end of this lap, which means that it's up to Joe Ferguson as to when he wants to get going again. So Joe Ferguson looks to try and pull away immediately, but of course everybody else is sticking right with him, including Octane Junkies Adam Smith, Nick Tandy for Napa Racing, Daniel Sylvester for IP at the wheel of the second of the Napa-backed cars, Lee Deegan, Callum McDougall, Andrew Rogerson in the black and the Dayglow yellow car, all together as they come over the start-finish line. Lee Deegan has got lights on, main beam, headlights on, big... spotlights on as well, as he looks to try and do anything to put off the cars ahead of him, but it's Joe Ferguson that leads the way. It's been a brilliant stint, I would say, from Joe Ferguson, because he rather quickly picked his way towards the front. He's now picked up the lead of the race, but he did come from 14th on the grid. We've got to remember that.
He's had to go defensive up towards the hairpin there, though, hasn't he? And not just from the car behind him. It's like it was almost the fanfare as they went up the hill, because we've got the whole gaggle behind the pair of Napa racing cars. There's no team orders there, is there? Goodness me. But Nick Tandy just about holds off his teammate, Sylvester. But, there was no team orders there, was there?
No, that was Nick Tandy going up the inside of Daniel Sylvester. Now Daniel Sylvester is being unpicked by Lee Deegan, who's trying to sneak up the inside as they head round through Surtees and up towards McLaren. But it's still Joe Ferguson that leads, from Octane Junkies Adam Smith in second place. Nick Tandy charging away in third place. Daniel Sylvester only lost the 1 place to his teammates. He's still got Lee Deegan behind him. Lee Deegan has then got the turn 7, number 14 car of Callum McDougall. And just off the back of that is Powerbell Motorsports' pristine condition, Andrew Rogerson, former Renault Clio racer who first cut his teeth in MG some years ago. So up towards the conclusion of that lap and on to the next they'll go. Are we going to see Lee Deegan try and pull a move on Daniel Sylvester? Tries on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. Has he got the momentum on the way out? As Adam Smith now also looks to try and take the lead of the race away from Joe Ferguson. Chinks out from behind. He's going to have to try the wide line round through Druids, whilst also defending from Nick Tandy, who's going to try and draw himself alongside the second place car on the way out of the corner, but can't quite do it.
But look at Smith, almost got a catapult effect down the hill there, didn't he, with that wide line around Druids that looked like it was leaving him vulnerable to the cut up the inside from Tandy in the 128 car, but didn't come off. And I thought he was going to launch an attack on the black 734. Wasn't possible. So Ferguson Motorsport still has the race lead at the moment. And, you know, there's just... It's interesting, the safety cars, Mark, have not just sandwiched them back together again if there's been a margin, but the cars have changed. We've got a challenge coming in for the lead from Smith.
Yeah, you could just see the line that Joe Ferguson was taking. You were always going to get Adam Smith up the inside of that, so there was enough of a gap and he had enough momentum. So they go absolutely together over the start-finish line. Joe Ferguson just with his nose ahead, but Adam Smith for Octane Junkies has the inside line here. He will try and squeeze Joe Ferguson as wide as he dare. There's almost contact between the pair, but there's just about enough daylight. So Adam Smith for Octane Junkies retakes the lead of the race, and now Joe Ferguson finds himself under pressure from Nick Tandy. We've also got Daniel Sylvester, who has got Callum McDougall trying to dive up the inside of him, and the two of those are side by side for what will be 4th and 5th position round through Druid. So we've had the shuffle for the lead. We've also had the shuffle for the 4th and 5th place as Callum McDougall goes through and ahead of Daniel Sylvester. Slight tap on the rear there just to unsettle the turn 7 car, but Callum McDougall gathers it up and he hangs on to 4th.
When you consider is that, OK, as far as the timing was concerned, is Sylvester was 4th behind Tandy, but we know that he got ahead of Tandy before Tandy got him back again. And but he's now suddenly sat there, what is he, back at the back of that gaggle, isn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
He's in 5th, but he's also got Lee Deegan right behind him, and Lee Deegan has got Andrew Rogerson in the black and Dayglow yellow car, not far off that. So there's any slight slide sideways and that loss of momentum we've been talking about. We've got more problems up at Clearways Corner. Semprini Racing pointing in the wrong direction, and also now just trying to recover and get themselves pointing in the correct direction with damage in the door. That's the purple car, isn't it? And for the life of me, cannot remember the team name for that one. Purple Sector Racing, that's the one.
Well, we had a new fastest lap of the race for Deegan, the 736, that was sat sort of towards the rear of that big gaggle in 6th position. But the fastest lap of the race means means business. He's glued to the back of the 36 Sylvester. So trying desperately. And I mean, how much of that, Mark, might be down to slipstreaming to some extent?
Sorry, you'll have to repeat that question. I was just looking at the car rally crossing through the gravel.
Sorry. Yeah, the fact that new fastest lap of the race went to Deegan in the 736 car. He's at the back of that gaggle, which has just suddenly got a bit messed up, and somebody's gone off into the gravel, and it is the number 14 car, and that was all because there was a very slow car that they were trying to get past. They all suddenly split either which way. Look, that's some serious frustration there from the 14 that was sat in 4th place, McDougall. And he now knows not only is he losing all this time now, but Callum has to wait for to be taken out and given 3-lap penalty.
Yeah, you can hear him chatting away on the radio. The engine's still running. He's trying to put a bit of lock on to try and do anything to get the car out of the gravel trap, but I'm afraid that is it. Of all of the teams, Turn 7 never seemed to have a great deal of luck, I'm afraid to say. So it's such a shame again that they're in the gravel trap, whether it be Turn 7 as they're called now or Frugal Racing as the team used to be called in the past, but they never seem to have a great deal of luck, I'm afraid to say. Back to your answer about Lee Deegan and the slipstream. Yeah, absolutely. When you're in a tow with all cars at a very similar pace and you can just sit in the tow for the whole of that lap, then yeah, that will have been what helped Lee Deegan, because he was far enough back so he didn't have to lift off the throttle.
Yep.
And every time he got to a straight, and there aren't many of them here, but he was just able to get that very slight toe, and that was just enough to allow him to set that new fastest lap of a 68.951. Of course, as the track also dries and evolves as well.
Yeah, with, 4 or 5 of them ahead, but our race leaders are side by side with a back marker in the way, and Smith was flashing, and that's just compromised him, hasn't it, completely, which it looked like he was going to go good enough, but there was nowhere that back marker could go.
That was brilliant driving by Joe Ferguson. He just utilised that back marker to box Adam Smith in, and despite Adam Smith flashing his lights, back marker couldn't go anywhere, and Adam Smith had to lift off the gas. There was nothing that he could do. We can see the frustrated Callum McDougall just busy being informed by the recovery crew as to exactly what they're going to do with his car. They will drag him backwards and onto the tarmac further round the corner. Also into the pit lane, we've got number 37. That was the car that we saw was involved in the spin and the contact up there at Clearways Corner. Semprini Juniors, that is, the number 37 car. And that was in the hands of Callum Perfect for the start of the race. And also I saw come into the pit lane number 3 we saw on the stream as well. And that was going to be the car that is in the hands of Leon Bidgeway, which is Wingate Racing, the number 3 car, in the garage with some sort of mechanical woes.
The good news is this time it looks like we're doing live snatch. It'll just be the position was safe enough for them to be able to drag it backwards out of the gravel, and it has done that. It's just unattaching the car, and that will be set off. Ready to go. New fastest lap of the race to our race leader, Joe Ferguson, after having that sort of defensive, use the back marker as a buffer to keep Adam Smith behind him. He's now gone and put in the fastest lap of the race to try and stretch that lead nearly towards a second.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race whilst we've got a live snatch going on. So you would like to think he would have eased off through the area where the live snatch was taking place, which means he must have absolutely nailed it around the rest of the circuit. You would like to think. Also in the pit lane, we've got Misty Racing, Adam Bonham, number 72 car in the pit lane. And
rejoining, which is the good news. It's lost a whole load of laps, hasn't it, with the issues, but at least they've got it back out onto the circuit. And that's the other thing with this, endurance racing, is that you've got to be prepared to get it in, do the work on it, and it can be quite significant work that you carry out on these cars, and get it back out onto the circuit again.
We've seen engine changes in the past with some of them. The team know that any chance of a result is gone, but for them, a win would be just finishing, would be the equivalent of a win, just to get the car back out there again. So new fastest lap of the race that time through for Lee Deegan in the other Ferguson Motorsport car, a 1 minute 8.424, which suggests now that we've got a bit more sunlight and sunshine bearing down on the Brands Hatch circuit, it's just enough to dry the circuit. Not by much, it's still damp, it's still greasy, it's not pleasant still, but it's just enough so that the cars are now circulating quicker than they have done so far. Confirmation on our screen, 3-lap penalty for car number 14 for the toe back, I'm afraid. So that means that turn 7 are now done for any kind of result.
Well, you say that. We've had a victory for somebody with the 3-lap penalty. Very
true, yeah. Octane Racing, or Octane Junkies in 2020 managed it, yep.
You never know, and it was one of the ones that was at the pointy end, so we'll wait and see. Was that... No, I thought that was Ferguson then. It was one of the back markers just ahead of him with a 4-wheel drift in a Ford KA, as you do, and got away with it. But I was just looking with my my naked eye as well down at Graham Hill Bend, Mark, and you can see that it definitely is drying, because you can see dry tarmac on one line and one line alone through Graham Hill Bend onto Cooper Straight. Yeah, that's where the right-hand wheels would be. If you get the apex right there, that's the outside of the car, the right-hand wheel, which is the wheel that's under far more load going through the left-hander. So that bit of tarmac will dry first, and then the inside line will dry that little bit later on, as the wheels aren't quite as loaded up on the inside of a corner. So we've got now less than 7.5 hours of the race to go. So we are fast approaching the 60-minute mark, aren't we? We're nearly into the first half. Nearly into the first hour of the race. Apologies. Yeah, which is quite incredible, isn't it? And I did start to say earlier that when we had the qualifying yesterday, it was an hour. We were both staggered just how quickly that went, and the fact that we've got that here. Yeah, the first hour nearly up already, with 7 hours 20. Less than 22, so we're less than 2 minutes away from clicking over the first hour of the race. Now a new fastest lap for the second place car for Smith in the 111 Octane Junkies car. So as you called it, Mark, is that it is getting quicker. That was last time round. Are we going to get improvements? We're down into the 107s now, Mark, for our race leader, Joe Ferguson. So they are getting quicker and quicker. Just all of a sudden, isn't it, that the circuit has just reached that point where it's just tipped the opposite way again. So it's improving lap after lap after lap. And when you've got 46 cars out there circulating, it will take quite some time to dry the circuit. We've got contact and spinning up at Druids is the number 56 car that was pointing in the wrong direction. That's Hard and Enthusiastic. But we've also got number 55, which is Covershaw, off in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, we've already had issues for the number 55 car in the past with a spin in the hands of Alistair Hardy at what was Surtees and McLaren. This time, he's not got away with it to the same degree. He's stuck in the gravel. Yeah, and the bad news is that may well not be a live snatch, because it would have to pull it towards the circuit, and that's not going to be a safe situation. So Sadly, this may well be another safety car. Car number 5, team manager, has been called to race control. That's the Wolf Racing with Luke Reed at the wheel of that one. That was involved in that fabulous battle with the number 14 car for a good while, wasn't it?
That's the car that Sam Strong is engineering, who's just been in the commentary box.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, we've got someone else off in the gravel up on the exit of Clearways as well. So we're saying that it's getting quicker, and I wonder whether we're just at that stage where there's that faux confidence.
That's hard and enthusiastic, isn't it? We just picked up on them. So, yeah, from one problem and a mistake up at Druids to being in the gravel trap half a lap later on. So I think without question now, 2 cars in the gravel. Surely it's going to be another safety car.
Yeah, it's a huge shame, that one. And
yeah, we go safety car.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, is that now, Mark, a situation where they're suddenly feeling this extra confidence that they can push it, but not every part of the circuit is quite safe enough to be able to push it to that degree?
I think it's probably one of those that it's starting to dry, so you are travelling that little bit quicker, but the difficulty then is you have to be on the correct line. If you are 5 centimetres offline, 10 centimetres offline, all of a sudden your tyres aren't in that dry section, they're back in the wet part again, so you carry the same amount of speed as you could do on the previous lap when you're on the correct line, and as soon as you carry that speed and you're not on the line, the car does something very different.
And we've seen that these cars aren't staying on the line because we're regularly going 2, 3 wide, determined to see 4 or 5 wide before the end of this race, and that means only one of them is sat on the correct line at that point, so it's not surprising. Then you've got the lappery that's going on. One of you, either the back marker is going to move out of the way, or the lapping car is just suddenly moving offline to get past them onto that slightly slippier stuff at this increased speed.
Do you want some stats then for the moment whilst we've just gone
safety
car?
I always do.
Okay, so this is now our 4th safety car that we've had so far. We've had 11 laps in total behind the safety car, but we've had 36 green flag laps, so that's 47 that we've done in total. Add up the amount of distance that every car has done, because we know a lap here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit is just over 1.2 miles. It's 1.2079 miles. Multiply that by all of the laps that every car has done so far. We're nearly at 2,500 miles already.
Good grief. Stato. Thanks, mate. You've been waiting for an opportunity to dive into something like that, haven't you?
I just haven't looked at that part of the information as yet, so just thought I'd have a quick look at that. Oh, all right, more food arrives in the commentary box. We like this.
We've got Paul Clark. Come on in. Yeah, come on in, sir. Thank you. He's bought some goodies from Stopwatch Hospitality. Thank you very much for that. What we got?
Thank you, Paul.
Wow.
Oh, pain au chocolat. Wow, how very continental. Thank you very much, Paul.
Hey, bonne de douche, Rodney. Thank you very much. We'll just tuck that there for us to be able to enjoy. Look, and plates and napkins as well.
I know, but the problem is there's one for me and there's one for Luke, our producer. I'm just not quite sure where yours is, Mr. Dawes, because of all of us. To be fair, you don't look like you need a pan au chocolat.
Hey, no, you know that means I do need it even more. Hey, my figure of a racing snake that's eating a mouse.
Something like, yes. Let's swallow the football. Into the pit lane has come car number 46, which is teenager Sam May. So that's the Automech Motorsport car. Young Sam, who's making his 4th appearance in EnduroKA, driving here this weekend for that car. First involved with Automech at the Anglesey 24-hour in June, and he made his debut there. We've seen him kart racing as well in the past. He first started kart racing at 14 years of age, first jumped into cars at 16 years of age, and Sam won the prestigious All-Stars Champion at Brentwood Karting back earlier on this year. I know there's a few of his sponsors that are here over the course of this weekend as well, and he's talking to various investors about joining him for next year as well. So great to see Sam May out there, but he's dived for the pit lane and couldn't see any problem with that car, so it does make me wonder if they've opted to pit him and maybe try something different with that car. Chris is eating a pan au chocolat, so I didn't realise. I hand to him and he's not there, so at least we know where that pan au chocolat has gone straight away. Into the pit lane comes the number 56 car that had the problems, so that is Hard and Enthusiastic. So that sits there in the pit lane. It's in the hands at the moment of Martin Dilworth, who has got the Nigel Mansell replica helmet by the look of things on that one. Just looking at the side of that, that's a very familiar helmet, crash helmet for many a Formula One fan from the 1980s and the 1990s. So a quick glug of water and he will be back out again. And that's another thing as well, Chris, that I'll hand to when he's finished his final mouthful of pan au chocolat, is It is warm in these cars. You know, I tend to not drive around with the window open, largely because in my head that creates more drag. The car's more aerodynamically efficient, not that they are hugely, but with the windows up. Which means that it does get very, very hot in there, and a lot of the drivers will grab a glug of water if they call into the pits. But I always dive in, and I have a drinks bottle in mind. So I have a drinks bottle with a bike tube that you put up into the inside of your helmet. Don't use it when I'm racing, but as soon as you get a safety car, first thing I want to do is get some fluids back on board again.
Okay, why don't you use it while you're racing?
Largely because when it's tucked up underneath your crash helmet, you need one hand to just make sure that it goes into your mouth properly, because I don't want it in my mouth all the time, because you've got the pits car radio as well.
And you've got your hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel,
yeah. So largely, as soon as it's a safety car, first thing you do is big glug of isotonic drink or something like that. Just to try and stay hydrated, because you get out of the car, you know, even on a cold day like this, you're absolutely dripping wet when you get out of the car.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely dripping wet. So safety car should be in at the end of this lap. We'll be able to get racing back underway. Now for this restart, again, we've got back marker traffic between the front runners. So Joe Ferguson at the wheel of car number 734 is able to get his foot down and get going straight away, whereas Adam Smith is about the 5th car in the queue, or Nick Tandy, sorry, is about the 4th car in the queue, with Adam Smith being the 5th car in the queue. So they've got to wait to pass those back markers until they get to the start-finish line. So this gives Joe Ferguson a good opportunity to make the break on the pack behind. So over the start-finish line goes the race leader, and as we get the race back underway, the number 128 car of Nick Tandy has to wait, and only now can he dive up the inside of one of the back markers. He is already 2.5 seconds back off the race leader.
Yeah, he's taking Smith with him, isn't he? Because those two will be absolutely gutted that Ferguson's so far away, especially as that is the quickest car on the circuit at the moment, has the fastest lap of the race thus far, although that was sort of gradually being traded blows by different people as the times were coming down. They've got one more back marker to still dispatch before they can start trying to reel in Joe Ferguson. And as you say, Ferguson is just trying desperately to go, okay, well, they're back there, so let's try to maximise this as much as possible. They're now past the last of the back markers, turning left at Surtees, as already turning in towards Clearways goes Ferguson, our race leader, so that margin is going to be fairly significant. But it does look to me, Smith just has to turn left in a right-hander there for a second, which is never the line you want to be having to do, but it just got a bit crossed up, so you can tell it's still slick out there. Onto the start-finish straight. The two of them, I would say, Mark, are being sensible here in the fact that they're actually trying to work together to reel Ferguson back in again, rather than fighting with each other at this stage.
Going to pick out another couple of cars as well. We've not really mentioned much about at the moment. We saw a small little issue for Purple Sector Racing and a spin. Well, that number 48 car in the hands of Sasha Kaked, who's driven things like contemporary GT3 machinery in the past, is in 11th place at the moment, and that car started in 17th, so that's made reasonably good progress. The other one I want to pick out at the moment is knocking on the top 12, so it's in 12th position. Patrick McCarthy in the second of the Wolf Motorsport cars, 12th position, started 28th.
Yeah, and that's why I was making the comment earlier, is that you've got to remain patient. I just suddenly crossed the line, came a massive gaggle there. I just suddenly held my breath as they came past our commentary box. But you've got to be patient. It can suddenly feel like it's unravelled somewhat, but so much can happen in such a short space of time. Like you say, with making up that many positions already in this first hour, it can happen, so don't lose faith.
I'm afraid there's going to be a 2-lap penalty for car number 37, which is Semprini Juniors, and the reason that they are getting that, and they're not the only one getting it, is because they exited the pit lane when it had a red light at the end of it. So absolutely that is a no-no. When the safety car is out there, the red light comes on as the train is passing, and you can't go past that red light, so there's no real excuse for that, because it's pretty obvious. The other one that is suffering that same penalty, hard and enthusiastic Martin Dilworth, who we saw in the pit lane as well, again exited the pit lane when the red light was on.
The bad news is both of them re-entered the pit lane because they're still sat down there with issues with both their cars. The 37 Semprini Juniors is actually in the garage I noticed from the cameras down there that there was fluid, not quite pouring, but come more than just a drip out of the underneath of that car, whereas the 56 is down there. They are at last pushing that one back, so it's going to rejoin. Hopefully not under a red light this time, though.
Brilliant squabble for second and third position. Adam Smith applying all of the pressure to, for what will be third and fourth position. Adam Smith applying all of the pressure to Daniel Sylvester, unlocks the door to the right-hand side and is able to sneak his way through as rejoining the tarmac goes Carmelian on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. That number 39 car already having had a spin just a few moments earlier, but now brilliant battle going on between what is Adam Smith and Daniel Sylvester for what is second and third position at this stage. What have you got there?
Just that fight still going on, and it looks like Deegan's diving up the inside. We do have a car off on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. And I think I saw on the footage there was another one off somewhere.
It's the number 20. I thought it was Adam Smith for a split second there, but it's the number 29 car, which is very, very similarly liveried. So that's DKMS LDR Performance.
Well, Deegan managed to make that move that I got excited about stick. He's up past the 36 car now, so that puts him up into, what's that, second place? It can't be second, third place that'll be, because Smith's up into second now. But I didn't really see what happened to Tandy on that last lap to lose 3 places and drop to the bottom, the back of this gaggle. Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it, how he's lost all of those places. And then Lee Deegan has a very slow run coming around through Clearways Corner. Yeah. Daniel Sylvester goes through. Nick Tandy goes through as well. So
did
Lee Deegan maybe pass under yellows and was recorrecting it or something like that? Was he? But all of a sudden, yeah, to gain a few places and then hand them all back again.
Very easily, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he maybe realised he gained an advantage when he shouldn't have, and therefore, if that's the case, very quickly gave them back to try and avoid a penalty.
Fair enough. As you said, it's very difficult that you suddenly get caught blindsided for the flags, especially with this sun that obviously it's a winter sun, so it never gets fully high. Oh, and is that our race leader that just got very crossed up coming through Graham Hill Bend? It is. He's okay. He's kept it on the straight and narrow, but as he tried to come up behind a back marker, then he got absolutely crossed up through Graham Hill Bend. And the gaggle behind him, this is including the second, third, fourth, fifth place cars trying to pick through others.
Yeah, well, that was 3 wide again there. We haven't quite got to the 4 wide that we were after, or the 5 wide that I was after. So that is Adam Smith, who is working terribly hard for Octane Junkies. The number 111 car still sitting there in second position. Daniel Sylvester sitting there in third place at this stage at the wheel of the number 36 car. Then you've got Nick Tandy, who's there in fourth place, but still under the cosh and under attack from the car that's trying to recover, which is Lee Deegan for Ferguson Motorsport. So we've got 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars inside the top 6 at the moment. We've got 2 Napa Racing-backed cars inside the top 6 at this stage as well. And then in 6th position, it's Powerbell Motorsport, pristine condition, Andrew Rogerson's. Wolf Motorsport, Luke Reed is there in 7th place. GM Performance, last year's race winners, are next up, and that is going to be Darren Stapleton, who is there in 8th position. 9th place is Axiometrics, which is Chris Wetherill, and completing the top 10 at the moment is car number 21, which is K&F Racing. And that car has come from 30th position on the grid up to 10th position in the hands of Adam Bettinson, who has done a really, really good stint.
Yeah, really interesting that, because we've had quite a few that have you know, I certainly can think of 3 that you've mentioned that have made up a lot of places in the from their qualifying positions yesterday, and you just sort of think, well, maybe they're sort of a bit more suited to these conditions. They're enjoying the slightly slick conditions and the confidence that they've sacked from some of the others, and they're just taking advantage of that.
And you can see number 37 car there, the rear beam clearly was bent with that impact on the Semprini Juniors car, so they've dropped the rear beam off it. They'll put a new one on and get that car back out, but that car has now dropped to dead last position. So the number 37 car, 46th position, and is now running 19 laps off the lead of the race at this stage. Joe Ferguson, the number 734 car of the family team, still leading the way, and he has now completed 56 laps of this race.
Apologies if you already said it, but the fastest lap last time was the 3rd place, the 36, the first of the Napa racing cars. Sylvester at the wheel of that one at the moment, putting in a 106.857. That's the first of the cars to get into the 106s, so still the times are tumbling as they get more confidence, and the track just gets generally quicker. And he says just looking around to see where they are. Right, they're coming around Clearways Clark Curve to complete another lap. This will be, unbelievably, Mark, 57 going in the book already.
Yeah, no, you soon wrap them up, don't you? The record number of laps that we had was back in 2019, the 2019 iteration of this event. Different tyres were being used then, which probably aren't as grippy as the ones we're currently on, and 430 laps were chalked up over the course of the 500 minutes. Last year, we managed 396.
Okay, it'll be interesting. Times continue to plummet. The whole of the top 4, 5 are now into the 106s. Tandy was the one that's gone the quickest of the lot, but the big one to keep an eye out, we saw Joe Ferguson just get crossed up a few laps ago coming out of Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper straight. That cost him obviously some of that margin back to second place with Smith in the 111 car, as the 46 car has stopped up at Druids, by the way, and that's sort of just off of the apex, so it's not too bad. Thankfully he's going to get going again. But yes, Smith is almost as if he suddenly smelt blood, hasn't he? He's sort of gone, oh, that's a bit closer to the Ferguson Motorsport car. I'm going to go for it even more. He is lapping quicker than Joe Ferguson at the moment.
For Will Sherwood, his best bet would have been to reverse there and try and restart a little bit quicker. He's only just got behind the wheel of that car, because we saw young Sam May come into the pit lane, didn't we? And did say, I wonder whether that was a roll of the dice to try and do something different, and that was. I think that's our first true driver change that had taken place. So William Sherwood now behind the wheel of the number 46 car, which has had a bit of a torrid race, really, because it started in 8th position, and the number 46 car is going to be down in 36th position now after its problems.
Such a shame, isn't it? A big hit there for these cars. There's enough of them getting penalties that you just stay patient. It is okay. Deegan lost 3 laps on that lap, by the way. He just suddenly dropped down into 8th place, the 736 car. And bearing in mind, that's one that's been doing some quite incredible lunges, hasn't he?
Lost 3 positions, not 3 laps.
Did I say laps? Sorry.
I was a bit worried there for a moment. He'd had a toe out that I hadn't spotted.
No, places I meant. Oh, somebody's just spun on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, just suddenly appeared in the circuit backwards into the corner. That's
K&F Racing, so yeah, that's the number 21 car that will get going again. So Adam Petterson, that will rallycross his way back onto the tarmac and get going again. So K&F Racing have been part of EnduroKA for a couple of seasons now, K&F Racing. That familiar sort of Tag Heuer, almost logo-esque that's down the side of their car. They've had that, I think, for every single round so far. Over the start-finish line comes a good little battle that we need to try and keep an eye on as well. This is Lee Deegan, who's at the tail end of this little trio heading through Paddock Hill Bend. The car ahead of him is number 81, which is the GM Performance car. Now, remember, that is the car that won this equivalent event last year in the hands of Gary and Ian Mitchell. Darren Stapleton and Jonathan Mitchell join them for this weekend. Jonathan Mitchell, I assume that's a Jonathan Mitchell who's a very quick and rapid Caterham racer.
Not sure.
No, I don't know, but probably just another member of the Mitchell family.
Could be. And that was a back marker they were getting past, and that's where it gets interesting, Mark, is some of these back markers they're now encountering aren't necessarily the ones that are quite so easy to pick off, are they? Because for a second that looked like that was either 28 or 29.
It was 29, yeah.
Part of the race, but it wasn't. It was a back marker.
Yeah, that was DKMS LDR Performance, and I think last time I looked that was Brad Goldbold that was driving that number 29 car. And
number 6 cars has had a moment, I think, down at Graham Hill Bend. Is that still Hannah Chapman at the wheel of number 6? Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
So that's just had a harmless spin down at Graham Hill Bend, has already got going again.
Here we go. Lee Deegan trying to queue up a move to see whether he can work his way through and past the number 81 car, but it's not quite going to work. Darren Stapleton still hangs on to it for the moment as they plunge their way downhill through Paddock Hill Bend and start to climb their way back up towards the braking area for Druids. The car that, if they work together, they'll want to try and catch is the number 5 car that's just up the road, which is Wolf Motorsports' Luke Reed. We've also got Andrew Rogerson having to deal with traffic as well as he dives up the inside of the Simprini Racing number 27 car heading round through Graham Hill Bend. And at Graham Hill Bend you can now see what was a very thin line of dry tarmac is now a car's width line of dry tarmac. So the circuit is, without question, drying. The bits that won't dry, though, are the bits that are still in the shade. So along the Cooper Straight and round through Clearways Corner, those trees there are going to mean that that part of the circuit will remain in shade and it will just take forever to dry.
Which is a huge shame because a lot has already been happening at Clearways, so they prefer that to dry out. 2-lap penalty goes to the number 22 car, breach of refuelling rules. What's that likely to be, Mark?
Breach of the refuelling rules are that in reality the driver has to be out of the car behind the white line in the pit lane. Refueling commences as soon as the fuel filler flap is open, and at that point nobody else can be touching the car other than the refueler. And as soon as the fuel cap goes back on and the flap is closed, that's when refueling finishes. So it may well be that there was some kind of interaction between another team member and the car.
With everything you just explained, there's a lot of points it can go very easily wrong, isn't
absolutely. It may well be that they didn't have somebody that was holding the fire extinguisher on fire cover whilst they were refuelling. So there's a range of different things that can bring that about, but that's the penalty again. Them's the rules.
Yeah, 2 laps. That whops them back quite a significant way.
I won't be able to answer all your questions. That one I had to think about.
It's fine. You did it with your eyes closed as well.
Yeah, I was having to think. You could hear the cogs whirring. New fastest lap of the race that time through, and it is Nick Tandy that sets the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 6.255 from him, which he betters that time through with a 1 minute 6.047. So Nick Tandy pushing hard at the wheel of the number 128 Napa racing car. Remember that team that he has around him that's sharing the car with him, Lewis Selby and Elliot Mason, were the winners of this event in 2019.
Yeah, and it's the whole 3 of them together there as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend in the middle of a whole pack of back markers, and it means that Tandy's now on the back of his teammate. The number 36 car is directly ahead of him of Sylvester, and directly ahead of them, of course, is Smith in the 111 car.
So you just see how busy it is round through Surtees and McLaren. Adam Smith trying to pick his way through the traffic. Daniel Sylvester in 3rd place trying to do the same. Then the number 128 Napa car in the hands of Nick Tandy, the fastest man out there at the moment. He's trying to thread the needle through the traffic as well. The traffic wants to try and keep going as quickly as it possibly can. And in fact, for Wingard Racing, who've already been into the pit lane and had a few problems, they are matching Adam Smith for pace, actually, and are definitely not making it easy. The pair of them were side by side over the start-finish line. They'll still be side by side as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but the door is open for Wingate Racing. They're going to have to yield here and let some of the quicker cars through, but it all gets a little bit tight, doesn't it, at Paddock Hill Bend? And we're 3 wide on the way out. We might be 4 wide by the time we get up to Druids.
Oh, I think we did just about hit it there at that point as well. 4 wide. Oh, and there's nearly a bit of contact between the 2nd and 3rd place cars. The red, white and black Adam Smith 111 Octane Junkies came across to the apex of Druids no matter what, and I thought for a second as that Sylvester in the blue and yellow 36 car was going to leave his nose up the inside, and just about managed to back off enough. Nick Tandy's been compromised through these back markers. He's dropped way back from this pair, and in fact Smith's done a good job there, hasn't he? He's kept that back marker. As you said, that's one of the quick back markers, isn't it, number 3, and he's kept that car between himself and the 3rd place Sylvester.
Yeah, Wingate Racing, I think last time I looked it was Leon Bidgeway that was driving that particular car, and indeed it is still. So that car's running 45th position because of the problems it's had, but it's just as quick as some of the front-running cars at this stage. We did briefly just see also Semprini Juniors back in the race, and the number 37 car has had that rear beam replaced by the team that was knocked out of alignment following the contact, so they have rejoined the race. We have also got a couple of cars in the pit lane at the moment. The number 4 car is in, which is Chris Horsey is in, and this looks as though this is for a driver change at this stage of the race.
I was looking up towards Druids while that was all happening down there. Nice to see they're prepared then.
Well, no, more than anything, we know drivers share cars. We know that they'll chat to each other, but they're sharing hands devices there.
I see, that makes sense. Well, it's not exactly a cheap piece of kit, is it?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
One of the most vital and one of the best inventions that I think came out in recent years. Really does make a difference. But yes, I was just watching that the Wingate Racing was at last passed by Sylvester in the 36 IP Racing car, and that means that he's going to now try and set about closing back in on the 2nd place 111 Adam Smith in the Octane Junkies car. Here they come across to complete their 65th lap. The leader, Ferguson, is only just ahead of them now. That's a slow couple of laps he's had where he's trying to pick through. The jet black car he's got 2 back markers between himself and the 2nd place Adam Smith, but it's not comfortable for him anymore. In fact, look at that, Adam Smith diving up the inside of a back marker. He's not bothered about track limits there, is he? He's up the inside, just tagged the back marker there because he's trying desperately. You can see that he's closing in on Ferguson, the jet black car there, 734, that now sweeps around the outside of one of the back markers. Smith definitely managed to cut through, but he was trying to make it even quicker, wasn't he? Yeah,
he's been very decisive with his run through those back markers there. The car with the number plate still hanging down is Daniel Sylvester, who still sits there in 3rd position for IP Racing. We've seen IP Racing.
Spin behind them. Sorry, Mark. I thought that was about to go straight through him. Sorry, carry on.
No, it's all right. I'm looking at the stream, not looking out the windows. So we've got squeal of tyres there, and we have got somebody into the gravel trap, and that is Calamity. I think car number 121 that's in the gravel trap. So yeah, problems. Might just be able to drag itself out. Oh, that is very close to getting out. Bit of reversing, a bit of pulling forwards. Job done. The number 121 car comes back out of the gravel trap, so that was good work there by Marcus Batty.
It looked like he dug himself further in initially, didn't it? But yeah, he managed to get himself out. So it goes to show still slippy, one of the back markers that our leaders were trying to pick their way through lost it right by them, and I was worried he was about to collect the back of one of them, but thankfully got away with it. It was a real tank slapper, switched one way then the next, and this time round Sylvester's the one that's still trying to get through as Smith is away, picking their way through. You were mentioning yesterday, Mark, about when you're out there, certainly once we get to the darkness, is that you don't really know who it is that's around you that you're about to compete. Is it a back marker? Is it a faster car trying to come through? Is it, and you basically just race whoever's around you.
Yeah, I mean, in daylight, you get an idea as to who are the quick cars, who are the slow ones, because you can see them. Albeit, sometimes you might come up against one of the cars and it's got one of the quicker drivers in who are quicker than you, and next time, later on in the stint, they've changed driver, and all of a sudden you're quicker than them. So it does vary there. But when it comes to darkness, you look in your mirrors and all you can see is a set of headlamps. You have no idea whether it's a quick or a slow car behind you. So the only real way you can tell when it's someone coming up behind, if they come up reasonably quickly, and even though I'd like to think a reasonably quick driver, if they come up and you think, oh, that's caught me quite quick, you know that's going to be a quick car and a quick driver. It may well be that it's one that you are racing for position with, and it's had a slower driver in, and now the quicker driver is catching you for position. But it's only occasionally you'll get on the radio to the team and just say, right, okay, what I usually say is, give me the number of the car ahead, how far, give me the number of the car behind, how far away. And they might say, next car ahead of you, car number 172, 5 seconds up the road, car behind you, car number 34, 10 seconds back. And it just gives you, they're the ones you need to pick off. Yeah,
and picking up on the comment you made there as Tandy's all over the back of Sylvester there, 128 and 36, Nick Tandy looking at the inside, is that you mentioned about radio to pits, is that these are allowed car to pitch radios. Yeah, I mean, we have other similar championships in the UK for budget cars that run endurance racing, and those others don't allow pits car radio, so you genuinely then have no idea. And I think it's good that you're allowed pit to car radio, because I think it's safer. I do think it's genuinely safer, so that you do know, you can get that traffic, so that you can understand that radio traffic from Karter back to the pit lane as to what's going on. Is there a safety car coming out? Are you in the correct position? All those sorts of things all help a driver when you're out there. And it's fun, that's a key thing. It's fun, isn't it, to be able to do the pit to radio messaging to everybody and keep everybody updated. I mean, picking up on you out there using it, how much would you use once you're out there driving, how much would you speak to your pits? Very little in reality. I thought it would very little in reality. In qualifying, there's a little bit more, so you understand roughly where you need to be. In the race, it's really only either if you request a little bit of information, they'll come back to you, or the other thing is when it's getting towards the end of your stint, they'll say, okay, half an hour to go, Mark, or 10 minutes to go, or be aware, box. So there's not a great deal. Do you ever go back and go, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing? In a Kimi Raikkonen way. Because there's not a lot of radio traffic, I don't mind it. If there is, I probably would be on the radio saying, just leave me to it, because it puts you off. Do you ever crack jokes on there, or do they crack jokes? You've heard my jokes. No, definitely not. I wouldn't be able to just keep it completely serious, and I'd end up getting involved in some kind of banter there as well. But still, we've got this great fight. And in fact, Smith just came through Graham Hill Bend rather steady there, and he's now about to be mugged by certainly Sylvester in the 36 car, but the back marker ahead of them's just sort of changing how this one's going to go. They can't get past this back marker. I think that's the number 6 car just ahead of them. Tandy's now going to take advantage of the 36 being compromised, and all of them do dive up the inside of the back marker this time round, but it leaves actually the 36 and 128 cars, 3rd and 4th in this race at the moment. They're the ones that are sat by side, and Smith's got away with that in the end. Yeah, brilliant little battle, isn't it? So they've picked off Hannah Chapman, who was, of course, in the gravel trap. Wasn't sure up at Paddock Hill Bend. And can Nick Tandy squeeze his way at the inside of Daniel Sylvester? He's going to make it through, surely. Yes, he does, as they go up towards Paddock Hill Bend. So our second guest has come to join us in the commentary box, who we would regularly see out racing in EnduroKA, but he's not. He's a member of the team and cheering him on today. Will Dendy joins
joins us in the commentary box. Welcome along, Will. Good to see you, mate.
Thank you, Mark. Great to see you. What a lovely view you've got up here.
It's the first time you've been up here.
Yeah.
We try and keep it quiet that it's this good up here, you know.
Yeah, I can see my house from up here.
You've been out in these so far this season, racing in the VPEX racing car.
Yeah.
I gather that sort of qualified out of position because it had a few issues in qualifying your car.
Yeah, so we've had a bit of an engine fault. Like, all of our drivers are amazing and the team is brilliant. We had a bit of an engine problem that I think we've solved, and we've got Alistair Tandy out now. He's not my brother, although the milkman, I don't know, could be something to do with him. Yeah, he's doing a cracking job, and we've gone up.
So that's Adam Smith that's off and is rally crossing his way back onto the tarmac. That was a Clearways corner, just about got away with that. That was the car that was running in second position,
wow.
So rather got away with that. Carry on, Will.
So running the VPEX team, and I'd just like to thank Valentino and Autotech Motorsport for running us, because they've done a mega job, and hopefully we can carry on going forwards.
What a pro! Look, gets in the corporate imperatives immediately. But also, you've not just been racing in EnduroKAs. You've been driving something slightly more powerful to great effect this year, a GT4 McLaren.
Yeah, that's right. Slightly more powerful and slightly easier than this championship. I think I've been lucky to get on the podium in this, whereas I had quite a few wins in the GTs. So yeah, this is a lot harder, and the standard of driving is incredibly good here. I mean, we've got Nick Tandy, Michael O'Brien, Alistair Dendy, top drivers like that. So yeah, it's a great championship.
I was saying to Chris earlier on, this championship is competitive. We've had Nick Tandy. The highest he's got is second place. Nick Tandy is a world-class driver, and he's struggling to match the pace of some of the other guys. He's not done as much racing in EnduroKA, but it is at the front. This is such a competitive series.
Yeah, that's it. And we've got this is the fourth in Motorsport's Triple Crown, so it's a nice way to finish the year, really.
Are you back for more next year, because you've not done the full season this year in EnduroKA?
Yeah, that's right. We're still looking what to do with the team and who we have driving for us. But I'd love to do a bit more. I still think that this, in terms of driving, this teaches you so much. You have to get every single little thing as perfect as possible. You make one mistake and you're suffering for it for the next, 30 seconds down the next straight. So it's you really have to be on the top of your game to get the most out of these cars.
Is that sorry, Mark, I was going to say, is that why we see you top level guys that are racing these kind of things, whenever we see you all get out of them, you have the biggest smiles on your face? It's it brings it all back why you love this sport so much.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think when I did this race last year, started 36th, battled constantly for 2 hours, managed to get us up to, I think, P4 or P5, and this is the most fun thing you can do in a car.
Wow.
Because, if you have a crash, it's not ideal, but it's not going to absolutely break the bank. The drivers are top quality. The championship's been amazing. Guys like Stewart that run it are brilliant. I can't speak highly enough of this. It's amazing.
And that's what keeps attracting people back. I don't want to go into specifics either about financials, but of course you've raced the McLaren this year, way more expensive to race than the EnduroKA. No motor racing is cheap, but EnduroKA is cheap, and when you're spreading that cost amongst 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers, it does make it very affordable. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, and you get a lot of time in the car. Any damage or any problems you have, as I say, is not going to break the bank. And the tyres, you don't have to worry about tyre allocation and breaking the bank with that. So it's it's just great.
Chris was asking me about tyres yesterday. I was suggesting that you will probably only use 2 sets of tyres throughout the whole race. You might end up with the front left probably suffering a bit more wear because it gets loaded a bit more. But on the whole, set of tyres and then 4 hours in another set of tyres?
Yeah, so these track conditions help tyres a bit. I think some circuits wear the tyres a little more. So at Anglesey, I'm sure a lot of the teams will remember, it was actually delaminating them a bit. But I think here we've got a top secret strategy of 2 sets of tyres on the front, and then for the second and third stint, third and fourth stint, another 2 sets on the front. So yeah, it's not too hard on tyres around here, but as you say, Mark, the front left is the one that takes most of the battering.
And my final question, I'm sure Chris might have another 1 or 2 for my final question is, it's always nice to race at night, isn't it? We don't get many opportunities, but this time of year, once the clocks have gone back, is a prime opportunity, and it does make it very special, is it, when we go from daylight to dusk to darkness?
Yeah, that's right. Well, last year I was running with the guys at Graves Motorsport, Fast Al, fast, but not as fast Al. And Les Conway.
Les Conway, he was
Les
out
Conway.
racing yesterday.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and I'm not manly enough to race in the dark, so I made an excuse that I had to leave early and let those boys do the dark stint. But yeah,
have you done dark racing? Have you raced at night yet?
I don't think I have actually.
You really
Mark.
should.
I've done it in
It's
the
hilarious.
sim.
It's great fun.
I bet. Well,
Oh,
so
it's amazing.
Qualifying in the dark was difficult enough because you've got lights everywhere and you don't know what's going on. Yeah, I've done a bit of dark racing in the sim, but the stakes are a little lower there than in the KAs.
You've been asking all the questions, Mark, in all honesty. I mean, I can almost sort of, the smile that we're bringing out is I'm almost sensing that you're itching to be back out there again.
Yeah. Every time I turn up, I think, oh man, I wish I brought my race suit and helmet. I'm walking up and down the paddock, chatting up the other teams, trying to get some information out of them. A few of them have said, oh, one of the drivers didn't turn up. We wish you'd known, should have bought your gear and you could have raced. And I think, oh, brilliant, cheers, guys.
I did bring mine just in case. Mine's in the boot of the car.
Well, I'm happy to step in commentating for a few hours. I can't promise that it'll be any good.
I can't promise the same about my driving, but given an opportunity, I would.
Well, Mark, didn't you got up to, what is it, P5, P6 when you had a quick
I qualified 6th at Snetterton for the 9 hour this year, It was a smaller grid of cars, but yeah, I was rather pleased because I've not sat in the car for 12 months. So.
And this is so hard, I think I qualified 36th when I did this last year. So yeah, it's tough.
So thanks a lot, Will Dendy. Pop up later on and have a chat to us again if you wish.
Yeah, it's lovely. You can see the whole track from up here.
So yeah,
but I won't tell everyone where it is. It's nice and warm as well.
Thanks a lot. There we go.
You,
Will Dendy. Good to hear from Will Dendy, and yeah, congratulations to him on a solid season in both the GT Cup Championship and in EnduroKA. So yeah. Come and see us later on if you want. We'll put the microphone under your mouth again a bit later on. Problems out on circuit. Was that TTL Racing that I saw there, the number 11 car that was stranded out at the side of the track?
Yeah, it's on the apex there of Surtees, sadly.
Change for the lead there as well, as Nick Tandy briefly managed to haul himself ahead of Joe Ferguson, but then all of a sudden Joe Ferguson is able to squeeze his way back through again.
I think you might find that
safety car was coming out at the time. Yeah.
And Tandy, you were calling this earlier, where you suddenly get that momentum and he just couldn't change it. But yeah, on the apex of Surtees, that number 11 car.
It was 11, was it? Yeah.
Yes. But just ground to a halt there, and I like the fact that it's put his hazards on, look, Mark. Isn't that decent of him? He's just put his hazards on.
It's bang on the apex, isn't it? Bang on the apex.
He's going to get out and put one of those yellow triangles behind it next, isn't he?
One other thing that, whether you're here at the circuit watching or watching on the stream, the one thing that you didn't get was the continual smile of Will Dendy.
Oh, it's massive, wasn't it?
He's always a happy chap, but when you talk about car racing, and in particular KAs, just a big smile.
Yeah, even certain things when we suddenly asked him and it was making him think back and answer it, you just suddenly saw his face come alive, and that was what I wanted to sort of say, that we see it time and time again from these top level drivers that are driving in incredible championships and incredible cars and achieving incredible things, but the smile on their face when they get out of this is quite incredible. Yeah,
so here we go into the pit lane. We start to see a flurry of activity now because we are now a good chunk into this race. There are 6 hours and 3/4 remaining, so we're now at the point that it's not a bad idea to roll the dice a little bit and get a pit stop out of the way in this one. So Octane Junkies are in at this stage. As I mentioned earlier on, it is a standard fueling system in these cars, so it's a totally standard fuel tank that's in the car with a standard fuel filler cap and fuel neck and everything else, and the safest way to refuel them is what's called a tough jug, which you fill with fuel. It has a dry brake system built within it, so you can turn the tough jug upside down and no fuel will come out, but as soon as you engage the nozzle, it presses back a section of it and all of a sudden the fuel can flow. The difficulty is that within the regulations you are not allowed to vent the tough jugs. There is a vent on them, but that has to be sealed within these regulations, which means that because you can't vent them, it does take a considerable amount of time for the fuel to go into these cars, and most of the teams will have 2 tough jugs there, so they will fill one of them up, drop a full tank of fuel, or full tough jug of fuel into the car. A second one will be on hand that they will then fill up with the residual amount that needs to top the tank, and away they will go again. But a pit stop in, fuel and out could be around something like 4 minutes, something like that, by the time you've got your driver change done and you've got the refueling done. But it does vary from team to team as to what we will see, and of course on a short circuit like Brands Hatch you know, if it takes you an extra minute to do your pit stop compared to others, all of a sudden you find yourself a lap down.
You do, and I'm just contemplating, Mark, whether I'll run down there and see if we can grab interviews with some of the drivers that are jumping out.
Go for it, absolutely.
What have we got from the front? Is that Smith's the only one from the front so far, isn't he?
Yeah, Adam Smith is the only one for the front. He said he'd come and join us in the commentary box, but we can grab him downstairs as well. And yeah, it might be worth waiting to see who else might pop in as well. So, yeah.
Incidentally, thanks to Nick Holmes, he's also just let me know, and I thought it might be the case, is that the Napa Racing 128 car is nothing to do with the other two with the Napa livery on it. So he's not sure why they've got the same livery. That IP Racing completely separate to them, apparently. I assumed with the identical liveries that they were linked in some way.
Well, IP have been running Napa livery for a couple of seasons now on some of their cars. Yeah, they used to have the camouflage painted cars, didn't they?
Okay, yeah.
Sort of Spitfire-esque livery, but then they started to have those, but with the Napa livery on last year, if memory serves me correctly.
Okay.
But the full Napa livery this year. And I have to say, I've seen a lot of racing cars in Napa livery, and I've never seen a bad racing car in Napa livery. It just works. Yep. It's a livery that just works on a car.
Agreed. Thankfully, the 180 is obeying the red light at the end of the pit lane, just spotted there as we look toward that Napa car, is that these cars starting to come out. We don't want them picking up another, what was it, 2-lap penalty?
2-lap penalty, yeah. So that's Shine Automotive that's at pit lane exit, waiting for the red lights to be extinguished and then can join the race. It will be Chris Pryor, who set the fastest lap in the race, that is showing us in that car as things stand. So let me run you down through the order then at this stage. I was hoping that we might get bulletins issued at the 1 hour mark by our timekeepers, but I keep refreshing and I cannot see as yet the fact that we've got a 1 hour bulletin that's been issued, albeit, let's have a quick look if we've got one now. No, we still haven't. There we go, yeah. So we might be a fair way into it, but at the 1 hour mark then, let me just run you down through what the order was at the 1 hour mark. We're fast approaching the 2 hour mark. It was number 734 Ferguson Racing that were leading at the 1 hour mark from 128 Napa Racing's Nick Tandy. Third at the 1 hour mark was Octane Junkies Adam Smith, and fourth was number 36, which was IP Racing's Daniel Sylvester. Fifth was 736, which was Lee Deegan for Ferguson Motorsport. The top 6 at the 1 hour mark was 154 Andrew Rogerson. That was at the 1 hour mark. Not a great deal has changed since, because at the moment we've got 734 Joe Ferguson leading the way. He's on his 80th lap as things currently stand, with 6 hours and 40 minutes remaining. Second in the race is 128 Napa Racing's Nick Tandy. Third is number 36 IP Racing's Daniel Sylvester, and fourth is 154 Powerbell Motorsports Pristine Condition Andrew Rogerson. Fifth position is number 81, that's last year's winning car and winning team, which is Darren Stapleton for GM Performance. And sixth is car number 736, which is Lee Deegan for Ferguson Motorsport. Seventh place is number 18, which is Axiometrics. That's a car that has so far this year claimed a couple of wins so far this year, have Axiometrics already, but have never won the Indy 500 before. That's Chris Wetherill that's there in 7th place. 8th place is number 5, Wolf Motorsports' Luke Reed. 9th place is 48, Purple Sector Racing, Sasha Kakad. And completing the top 10, that's another car that's come from a fairly lowly grid position, but has been one of the teams that has been in EnduroKA since the very first race at Donington Park in April of 2019, Burton Power Racing, and the number 1 car is in the hands of Tom Valentine at this stage. Started 27th, is now up into 10th position. In 11th place it's 26 Wolf Racing, Patrick McCarthy. In 12th position it's 41 Road Rage Racing. In 13th place is 21 K&F Racing. 14th place is 44 Graves Motorsport, and 15th place is 555 Subaru. I'll just give you the top 20. 16th place 64 Autotech Motorsport. 17th place 63 IP Racing. 18th is number 19, which is LDR Performance Tuning. 19th is number 29, which is DKMS LDR Performance Tuning. Completing the top 20 is car number 2, which is Castrol Racing. So safety car peels in, and they get the race back underway. Joe Ferguson leading the way. So Chris Dawes has made his way downstairs into the pit area, so he will chip in as and when he's got somebody to chat to, but we get the race back underway in the meantime with Nick Tandy and Daniel Sylvester, the 2 Napa-backed cars, turning their way through Paddock Hill Bend for the 81st time, and the top 3 cars after 81 laps of racing, and yes, a few safety cars, still separated by less than a second, the top 3 cars at this stage. That safety car period that we've just had means that we keep totting up these safety car periods. I think at the moment we are now on 5 safety car periods. 17 laps of the 81 have been under safety car so far, but I think every single car is still out there and running at this stage. A few have had issues. The likes of Semprini Juniors might be 26 laps down, But I think other than cars that are cycling through pit stops at the moment, and there are 2 of them in the pit lane that are doing just that, every other car is still out there and circulating. We're just about to have another change for the lead, are we, here, as Joe Ferguson is feeling the pinch a little bit from Nick Tandy, who's trying to prise the door open as they come over the start-finish line absolutely together. Nick Tandy just has his nose ahead as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's also got the inside line and has just set the fastest lap of the race as well, has Nick Tandy. 1:04.266 for Nick Tandy, as for the first time in this race he properly picks up the lead of the race. And in third place, Daniel Sylvester runs wide through Paddock Hill Bend and briefly dipped his wheels into the gravel, but rather got away with it. Now for Nick Tandy, the next thing he needs to do is deal with traffic. It's the Mauricio Motorsport car that was started by David Marcuson that needs dealing with. He dives up the inside of that. It's still David that's behind the wheel of it at this stage, and since taking the lead of the race, Nick Tandy has already built a little bit of daylight between himself and the pack behind. So through Surtees up towards McLaren, then on towards Clearways Corner. The track looking ever drier. It's still not fully dry as yet. In places it's still rather damp, particularly down at Graham Hill Bend, which is the lowest part of the circuit and always takes longer to dry, but the racing line is dry there for sure. It's just if you're offline that you might get caught out. Over the start-finish line go the leading pair, and they are still together with just over 6.5 hours of this race still to go. So through the right-hander, team manager of car number 28 is being asked to head towards race control. No further details other than that, but that is VPEX Motorsport. So that is the team that Will Dendy, who just joined us in the commentary box, is involved with. So quite what their issues are for VPEX Motorsport, I don't know, but it's Alexander Walker that's being maybe doing something out on track, because he's the driver of that car currently. So the leaders still working their way through the traffic. Lee Deegan gained 2 places on that lap to move up from 7th to 5th position at the wheel of the 736 car. Down to 6th from what was 5th position is the number 81 car that's in the hands of Darren Stapleton. We also saw Luke Reed for Wolf Motorsport gain a place, and losing 2 on that lap was Axiometric's Chris Weatherall, the number 18 car. So there's been a bit of a shuffle inside the top 10 there, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, all moving round over the course of that particular lap as the leading pair head up towards Paddock Hill Bend once more, with Nick Tandy still being shadowed all of the time by Joe Ferguson. Joe Ferguson, who's done a lot of racing in minis in the past. Nick Tandy, who of course first started out racing in short ovals in minis many years ago. Family were very quick short oval racings and then moved through into circuit racing, and well, the rest of his career was nothing but picking up championships. But whilst the racing continues out on circuit, let's go down to the pit lane and Chris Dawes.
Well, welcome. I ventured out from the commentary box. It's a bit colder down here than it was up there, but and windy. I wasn't expecting the wind, but I've grabbed Adam Smith from the 111 car, Octane Junkies. Adam, I mean, what an enthralling opening stint. Pole start, massive lead, back in the pack, back up to the lead, and it's just all going on in the early stages.
Yeah, it's pretty frantic. I mean, my initial getaway off the start and the first 5 laps was quite pleasing. You know, the car didn't actually have to push that hard. We did quite a lot of tyre prep and we managed to do a bit of homework prior to the event, so I think that helped us. And yeah, pulled a nice little gap. And then we talked about it last night, that it doesn't matter if you have a 25-second lead. As soon as the first safety car comes out, we're all back once together, so there's no point taking the risks.
I bet it was still nice to have got that lead. I mean, it's one make series and it's not something you always get to see, and it was quite a staggering margin, really, wasn't it?
I mean, it was a good opening stint. I just wanted to, well, really, you know, it's a shot window. We unfortunately are packing up for next year, and we're selling the car. Okay. So if anyone does need a ringer, or, you know, a guy to come in, you know, maybe I could be that guy. But it was nice, you know. We proved the car is fast. It was our first pole all year. We don't normally pole, but we are strong in the race because, as you can see, Martin is flat out on the strategy. We're all talking to each other, and it's good like that.
And, you know, we're talking about strategy. You guys suddenly saw that safety car and decided, do you know what, we're going to come in. You were telling me a minute ago, because you don't know when the next safety car is going to be. Yeah,
I mean, you have a spat of safety cars when it's greasy, but now there's a dry line. You know, I think there is going to be a slight limit on safety cars. So Martin called it, and, you know, we don't want to go too far into our stint because you're only allowed to do a certain stint time. And we were getting near that, you know, and and we only lost a lap and a bit. So if you look at it like that.
And now you're down here, absolutely glued to everything that's going on. I mean, it's such a fun race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. You know, 8 hours 20. You know, you out of the car, you're straight onto the timing. You're chatting. You're on the radio talking to Baz about lines and stuff. You don't stop. And you know, 24 hours for us was we weren't interested in that. This is too much anyway.
Yeah. One of the other things you talk about being too much is that it is of course officially an endurance race, but when you watch this out there, it's not treated like an endurance race, is it? It's an 8 hour 20-minute sprint.
It is, you know, and I was following Tandy and the IP car and the Ferguson guy in front, and they were taking a lot of risks, you know, and I was quite happy for them to be sketchy, you know, on the edge of the track, and I was just sort of bedded in, waiting, 4th, 5th, 6th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. Doesn't really matter now, it's where you are at the end.
How has the track evolved over the course of this morning? I mean, it looks like quite significantly, and we suddenly watched the times tumbling down, but looked very greasy to start with.
It was brilliant to start with, you know. It's when it goes greasy, that is the headache, because the car's just skitty. You know, when it's wet, you're pushing the water out, you're looking for the wet lines, you know, the karting lines, but as soon as it starts drying up and gets a bit greasy, with no clear dry line, it's very tricky, and you can find yourself in a bit of problems without really, you know, realising you're on the scene of an accident.
And then we noticed that the dry line that started to appear was only not for the whole car width, it was for one side of the car.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if it's a car width or just under, you've got to be so precise. And me and Tandy were having a lovely little battle, and he just dropped a right rear slightly off and had a load of opposite lock. I did the same. Just shows you, even with a bit of experience like us guys, you know, it is tricky. And 49 cars that all want to race you, you know. You are coming through a little dab of the lights just to say, hello, remember me? And they think it's an extra race for them, so. But it's clean enough.
And hopefully that means that we're into the dry now for the rest of the day, so it just continues to dry. We're past the greasy, it's into the dry. But as the day goes on to the latter part, we then get temperature change. What effect's that going to have on the grip levels and things?
Yeah, I mean, if it stays like it is now, it's going to be, you know, almost fully dry by probably 2-3 o'clock, and then you've got that dust coming down, you've got temperature drop, so you get a bit of, you know, damp in the air, and I guess it's just survival, you know. We here 2 years ago, I lobbed it in the gravel, 20 minutes in, we were 3 laps down, and we rolled the dice, you know, the American style, don't never give up. We rolled the dice, got back on the lead lap, a couple of failures, and we ended up winning it with 4 minutes to go. It's just crazy, anything can happen.
Yeah, Mark Werrell was saying he doesn't let you forget that you put it in the gravel.
Yeah, he loves it, he loves giving me a ribbon, but, you know, I guess when you're out front, you are the first to find the tricky bit, and I was a bit, you know, the boys come on the radio and said, just nice and easy. I was like, yeah, this is super easy. I was like, oh no. But hey.
That's the fun of it though, isn't it? How long till you get back into the car then?
So we got Baz on a stint, Martin on a stint, and then me, depends who we want to end really.
And you haven't worked that out yet?
No, it's quite fluid. Martin's not a big fan of the dark, so he more you know, more alluded to maybe me getting in at the end. So a couple of hours off now.
You'll take that though, won't you?
Oh, I love a bit of the rain. Rain, dark, anything, throw it at me.
I love it. Adam, thanks very much, mate. We'll catch up with you later.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
So there we go, the 111 car that has been in the lead, has been in second. I think he's been pretty much everywhere in that top 5, I would imagine. But Octane Junkies, they've rolled the dice early. I think I saw they're down in something like 11th place, pitted under that safety car, whilst the others around him didn't. Is that going to be a good call? We'll have to wait and see. But Mark, back to you for now.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, always good to catch up with Adam Smith. Always good to remind him of the fact he did drop it into the gravel. But as you say, no, they have rolled the dice. Baz Ward is behind the wheel of the number 111 Octane Junkies car, and at the moment it is running in 24th position, and it is 2 laps off the lead because it has pitted. It is the highest placed car in the race that has conducted a pit stop at the moment, so it should cycle all the way back through again once we've gone through all of the pit stops. I'm afraid to say there is a drive-through penalty for car number 44 for exceeding track limits. Now, the number 44 car is Graves Motorsport. Nicholas Taylor is the driver, and that has been done on the totting up procedure, so he has already transgressed the circuit limits a few times. He's been warned for it. You've run wide again, which is usually at Graham Hill Bend, and it's easy to do in these damp conditions, but under the totting up procedure now, it is a drive-through penalty for that particular car. Racing still continuing out on circuit. We've got a few cars that have just dived into the pit lane. Nick Tandy, the race leader, just keeps going quicker and quicker and quicker as the circuit continues to dry. The number 128 Napa Racing car that leads the way has just posted a 1 minute 3.336 second lap. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend goes the squabble for what is third and fourth position as the car of Darren Stapleton looks to try and unlock the door to get himself onto the podium, but Daniel Sylvester was having none of that at all when they got to that part of the circuit. And we also need to keep an eye about on what's going on behind them as well, because you've got Chris Wetherill and Lee Deegan all together. It looks as though Lee Deegan at the wheel of the largely pink and Union Jack liveried car has now moved through and ahead of Chris Wetherill, so that will be the number 18 car for, the number 736 car for Ferguson Motorsport, now up into 5th position and ahead of the number 18 car. So shuffling all of the time, and now Lee Deegan is in full attack mode, trying to draw himself alongside the IP Racing number 36 car of Daniel Sylvester. That's not quite going to work on the way in towards Clearways. Can he sneak his way through and up the inside on the way out? No, he hasn't got quite enough momentum. So over the start finish line's gone our race leader. There goes the second place car, and now these next four are all in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position as they head up towards the braking area. So through Paddock Hill Bend, they all hold station this time through. The car that's in 7th position is car number 154, which is Andrew Rogerson at the wheel of the black and the Dayglow yellow car. He on that lap has just overtaken the silver number 5 car of Luke Reed, who has dropped to 8th position. Burton Power Tom Valentine is just about to go over the start finish line now, the number 1 car. He is there in 9th position, but he has got the purple sector racing machine right with him as well, which is Sasha Kaka. That's the purple car, but with the Dayglow bumpers. So there's a good fight going on also for the final 2 places inside the top 10. So down the Cooper Straight, Lee Deegan looks as though he has made his way through and ahead of Daniel Sylvester. So finally through the traffic, he's managed to get past Daniel Sylvester. Daniel Sylvester now coming under attack from Chris Wetherill. Also in on the mix as well is going to be the turn 7 car, which Callum McDougall, of course, dropped into the gravel trap earlier on, and has, of course, caused that car to be much further down through the order than otherwise it would have been. And that's a car that Callum is still trying to work his way up through the order, so he's as quick, if not quicker, than the cars he's doing battle with, but of course he is out of position relative to them as a result of that 3-lap penalty for the toe back having been in the gravel. Plus the couple of laps that he lost whilst in the gravel, so that car is 5 laps off the lead, albeit, yeah, it's not going to be a slow car, that is absolutely for sure. A few team managers being asked to go to race control as well. KPR being asked to go to race control, which is the number 40 car, and also car number 125, which is 3 Amigos. Team managers from both of those teams being asked to head towards race control for some sort of issue at this stage. So we're less than 6.5 hours to go, so we are fast approaching 2 hours now completed in this race. And we have had a couple of people just asking online as to driving stints and what the driving stints are. Adam Smith alluded to it. Well, for races of more than 6 hours duration, which this is, no driver may drive for any longer than 3 hours continuously and must rest for at least 1 hour between the driving stints. So that's the first part of what they need to do in terms of driving. And for races of more than 6 hours, no driver may drive for more than 60% of the race duration in total as well. So that's not too much of a problem when you've got 4 and 5 drivers to separate it by, but a couple of the cars only have 2 drivers. So in other words, they do then need to make sure they are literally half and half. That's a spin, and that's a spin for the car that was running in 5th position. So Daniel Sylvester at the wheel of the number 36 IP Racing car. Bit of a spin for him there. Gathers up the moment. You could hear the squeal of tyres up at Druids, but that has now dropped him away from the pack that he had been doing battle with. Over the start-finish line goes Nick Tandy. Another lap chalked into the book. So Nick Tandy back racing for the factory Porsche team this year. That was announced a few weeks ago as the IMSA Championship over in America, in North America, heads away from the old DPI specification cars to the DPH cars for next year, the hybrid cars that are being introduced into the championship. So Nick, having raced for the factory Corvette team for the last couple of years, and now back under the fold at Porsche. I'm not sure whether he's been confirmed as doing the full IMSA campaign or just the park campaign, but it's good to see Nick back behind the wheel of a Porsche. Good to see him back behind the wheel of a Ford KA as well, because of course he did compete and win this event back in 2019, his team. Black flag for car number 14, so the current driver and the team manager to go to race control. Now car number 14 is turn 7 and Callum McDougall, so quite what that is for I don't know, but there's a story to be told there as to what happened. Callum McDougall, remember, was running right at the front. The car had qualified 3rd. It was continually running at the front until it dropped itself into the gravel trap. It is now running in 34th position and is still as quick as the front runners, but it's not going to be when Callum and the team manager have to present themselves towards race control for whatever reason. So Nick Tandy with the fastest lap of the race and now enjoys a 6.2 second lead. Joe Ferguson is still second. It's now going to be Darren Stapleton that's up to 3rd place, and he's in that real mix of cars heading round through Druids at the moment. So that's a busy section of the circuit. Into and out of Druids goes that great little squabble. So as they come downhill now, the number 81 car is the car of Darren Stapleton. Right behind him is going to be Lee Deegan. Chris Rethwell is caught up in the traffic at the moment as the number 18 car has just fallen away a shade while he's trying to work his way through the order. And then just off them, there's a black car with some day glow flashes to it, and then the silver car. And that's going to be Andrew Rogerson and Luke Reed, who are fighting over the final 2 places inside the top 6, with Daniel Sylvester in what will be 8th place at the moment, trying to recover after his spin up at Druid. So it's still rather tight to say the least. And off goes in into the gravel trap the winner from last year's race. Can he dig his way back out, Darren Stapleton? Yes, he has just about enough momentum to crawl the GM Performance car back onto the circuit, but moment for him there, and just that he'd got himself up to what was going to be 3rd position overall in the race, all of a sudden a quick trip into the gravel. By the time he digs it back out and comes back over the start finish line, no longer is he 3rd. Just go to show how close it is still. Even with 2 hours of the race gone, he's not 3rd, he's dropped to 8th position with that. 5 places lost just because of that slight gravelly moment there. I can see the number 14 car of turn 7 is into the pit lane. That's the car that is going to have to present itself to race control. Team manager, car 14, race control immediately is the information that's being received on our screens. So at the 2 hour mark then, let's just run you down through the order as we hit the 2 hour mark for this race. Leading the way is car number 128, as yet to pit Napa Racing's Nick Tandy. Second in the race is car number 734, which is Joe Ferguson for Ferguson Motorsport. The gap first to second at this stage, with 98 laps now completed, is an ever extending one. So we'll tell you as and when we get that car over the start-finish line what's going on. In fact, on that lap, has Joe Ferguson come in? Yes, he has. Yep, so into the pit lane comes the car of Joe Ferguson. So it now means that the sister car number 736, Lee Deegan, moves up into 2nd place and is 13 seconds off the lead of the race. 3rd is number 18, Axiometrics Chris Wetherell, and 4th is number 154, Powerbell Motorsports, pristine condition, Andrew Rogerson. 5th place is number 5, which is Wolf Motorsports, Luke Reed. In 6th place is number 36, which is IP Racing's Daniel Sylvester. As we go safety car again, just as most cars would want to pit anyway, because they are running low on fuel now. 7th place is 81, Darren Stapleton. 8th place is number 48, Purple Sector Racing, Sasha Kaked. 9th place is number 1, which is Tom Valentine. And completing the top 10, if it doesn't come through and into the pits, is going to be number 555, Pete Tignam for Subaru. So that's the top 10, but the safety car coming out just as we reach the 2 hour mark, which means I think we are going to see loads of pit activity now. And the reason the safety car is out is because I'm afraid we have got our first one into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, and it is one of the Auto Tech Motorsport cars that is upside down in the gravel trap there at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, is it the 46, is it the 64? I can't tell because the car's gone into the gravel trap. Unfortunately, most of the windows are broken, but I think it's the number 46 car, because that car has gone missing on our timing screens, and if that's the case, then I'm afraid that that car is going to need a chunk of work to get it repaired. William Sherwood was driving the car at the time, so whilst he is out of the car and absolutely fine, it does mean we are going to have an extended safety car period just while we right that car back onto its wheels and get it out of harm's way there at Paddock Hill Bend. So pits are looking very, very busy now. There is the number 41 car into the pit lane. A bit of damage to that car, which is Row Rage Racing. You can see the refuelling just going on. You can see the team on hand with the fire extinguisher, just should there be a need with refuelling to extinguish any fires. But EnduroKA on the whole, has always been very, very good. There might be a little bit of fuel spill, but I don't think I've ever seen any ignition of fuel in the pit lane. We did have a small under-bonnet fire with one of the cars yesterday, but I think that was an electrical issue for it more than anything, or not yesterday, testing on Friday, I think that was. There's number 121, which is Climactic. They've had a few issues throughout the course of this race so far. There's the number 81 car. There's 172, that's Misty Racing. That's the car that I raced at Snetterton earlier on this year. So there's the number 81 car. That is the car that was in the hands of Darren Stapleton. That's the car that won this race last year, in the hands of Ian and Gary Mitchell. And then we head towards the 2 IP racing cars, the number 63 car and the 36 that we've seen great work from so far. And also into the pit lane comes 128. So Nick Tandy into the pit lane. So that is driving duties done for Nick Tandy, wearing his Porsche overalls, unplugs the headset, needs to move back behind the white line, then they can open the fuel flap, and at that point then that is when the refuelling starts. And you can see already Nick there suggesting, yeah, visor down for the driver who is about to get into the car, who is acting as the man with the extinguisher at the moment. So refuelling taking place. It takes a while to get these cars refueled because, as I said earlier on, there's no venting on the tough jug. It has to remain unvented, which means that it does take a while for all of that fuel just to trickle its way down into the car. And with the first tough jug almost emptied, next tough jug comes alongside. There is no other work allowed to be done to the car whilst the refuelling is taking place. Very clear in the regulations that when refuelling taking place, there is no other work allowed to be done on the car. And even then, once the refuelling has completed, and it is only completed once the fuel filler cap is back on and the filler flap is closed, that is the point at which refuelling has finished. Then the team can go to work servicing the rest of the car, whether it be change of wheels by the look of things in this place, and starting with the driver changes there as well. And even then, you are limited to the amount of team members that can actively work on the car at any one point. That's why they've all got high-vis vests on, and that is why each high-vis vest has a number on it, 1, 2, 3 or 4, because I think it's only 4 people plus the driver that can work on the car at any one time. So fuel filler flap is closed, which means then the second part of the pit stop can take place. So the number 128 car jacked up, and jacked up initially on the left-hand side, because it's largely a clockwise circuit. It's the left-hand side of the car that takes the brunt of all of the cornering forces, and therefore those tyres on the left-hand side are going to be slightly more worn than those on the opposite side. And whilst all of that is going on, we can see that the recovery of stricken car in the gravel trap is taking place. And as I mentioned, thankfully out of the car is Will Sherwood. Car looking rather second-hand, but Will looking absolutely fine. I would imagine typical Paddock Hill incident is that he's had a bit of a moment at the top, and as he's tried to gather it up, the car has gone into the gravel, not in a straight line, it's gone in slightly sideways, and as it's gone in sideways, then the gravel does its job and stops the car, but unfortunately it's caused it to roll over on this occasion. So slight delay just there. They're about to push back the number 128 car. They pushed it back, but then maybe spotted that something wasn't quite right, so slight delay in the driver change. Those cars that didn't pit first time around by the safety car have pitted this time through. One that hasn't, though, amazingly, is Karter 736, which is Ferguson Motorsports' Lee Deegan. They pitted one of the cars, but didn't pit the other, so that could well be just the fact that they've now opted to put the 2 different cars on for that team on different strategies. But I can't see how much longer you have to be out. What have we got? We've done 2 hours. Probably do another half an hour maybe, because we've had a few safety car periods, so might be another half an hour. Maybe a bit longer than that with the safety cars that we've had before that car would need refuelling. What's this? It's the 6th safety car that we've had. We've had 19 laps in total behind the safety car, and we are now bang on 100 laps. So 100 laps completed by our race leader. In total, we have had all of the cars complete 4,344 laps so far. And if you multiply them all by the track length and the number of laps that we've done, we are already heading towards 5,250 racing miles have been completed already. So that is what the best part of 1/5 of the way around the globe that we've been already. And that's only in the first 2 hours of the race. So leading the race at this stage is car number 29 now, because it hasn't pitted as yet. In fact, looking at it, that is the only car that hasn't been in the pit lane at least once during this race so far. Now, I'm not saying everybody has been in for a regulatory refuelling pit stop, because some may have driven down the pit lane with a penalty or need some repairs, but everybody has been in the pit lane at least once in this race, apart from the race-leading car, which is car number 29, and that is DKMS LDR Performance, the number 29 car, and that is in the hands of Brad Godbold at the moment. There used to be an Alfa Romeo racer called Bob Godbold, if memory serves me correctly. No idea whether that is a relation or not, but yeah, Godbold, an unusual surname, but the only one I can remember was there was a Bob Godbold definitely raced in the Alfa Romeo Championship back in the 1980s, 1990s, I would have thought. So the Autotech Ford KA being pushed onto the back of the trackside recovery unit, and you can see the trackside recovery unit has a full flatbed. Trackside, who've been our regular providers of recovery here over the course of the last few years, they have fully demountable bodies, and the reason that they've got a fully demountable body, it means that the lowest of the race cars can be loaded without ease and damage to them. Of course, a Ford KA has a slightly higher ride height as well, but they provide a raft of the cars here, including just not the flatbeds, but also the 4x4 recovery truck that will tow them back in again as well. And Will, I know who drives that truck, has been recovering trucks here at Brands Hatch for about the last 40 years or so, so the huge amounts of experience, not just from our marshalling ranks, but also from our recovery ranks as well. And we thank all of our marshals and the recovery crew and all of the officials for their hard work throughout what has been a busy season for them. For most of them, it will be their last event of the year. For others, it might not be, and I only say that because it may well be that they go and do some rallying or some short circuit karting, which carries on all the way through the winter. But for most of the marshals and the officials and what have you, it will be their last event of the year. It's certainly the last one here at Brands Hatch and the last UK event. Whilst we're under safety car though, let's go back down to the pit lane where Chris Dawes has managed to catch up with somebody else.
I've managed to catch up with someone else who I'm going to speak to in a second, but as well as that, I've got far enough up the pit lane that I'm out of the wind now, which is a relief. It is bitterly cold out here, I have to tell you. It's quite incredible. I'm going to hopefully be getting 2 for 1 in a minute, because Nick Tandy's down there. I'm going to grab him. I'm going to grab Michael O'Brien in a second, but quickly, a couple of updates. The number 14 car, the Turn 7 car that was down there, stopped. You said, Mark, about the fact that the team manager was called up to race control. So was the driver.
Yeah.
And so it sat there with nothing going on for ages, and eventually Mike was about to jump in, and it was just sat there, and they told them, right, you can go and refuel it, the new driver can jump in. They have no idea what's going on, team manager and driver. Obviously an incident out there, but they both got called up, so that was an interesting one. You also mentioned, Mark, about the fact that when Tandy jumped out of his car, that the new driver reversed back and was about to go, and they stopped it. Ever so simple, they hadn't put the nets up on the driver's side window, so they needed to get that one sorted. So that's all that one was there. Right, let's grab the first of the 2 drivers I'm going to grab. And I've got Michael O'Brien. He hasn't been in yet.
Not yet.
He's all fresh and ready. But Michael, it's great to see you here again. And the smile was there as soon as I came and spoke to you. Other than frustrated, you'd have loved to have been out there on that evolving track.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like a pretty hectic start for all the first drivers in the car. Obviously, like you said, the changing conditions, the track starting out pretty wet with some standing water, and then getting down to the qualifying times really set by Nick at the end. So yeah, it looked like an eventful stint, lots going on, lots of safety cars, but yeah, no, it's great, just trying to take it all in and enjoy it really.
I mean, we were chatting to Will Dendy, came up to our commentary boxes. I'm sure you'll come and join us at some point over the course of this race. Yeah. And, you know, we were picking out his smile was massive as soon as he said, it doesn't matter what you guys get to go and race in your big GTs. This really puts a smile on your face.
Oh, definitely. I mean, just obviously the cars themselves, yes, they're a lot slower, but everyone's in the same, and everyone's doing basically the same lap time. So the team element comes into it massively, consistency comes into it massively, and it's great fun. Just because they're slow, it doesn't mean they're not enjoyable to drive. And actually, it's still just as hard to get the lap time out of them by carrying the corner speed. So, yeah, plenty of smiles, loads of fun, and enjoying it a lot.
And it's one of those ones that we've spotted where, as we're back under green flag conditions now, the race is back underway, where the margins between the pro drivers and a lot of AM level drivers here, it's a lot smaller, those margins, and you're not used to that.
No, exactly. Like, I couldn't believe yesterday how close that qualifying was. And like with everything, you've got some very good guys that do this all season long.
Yeah.
So yeah, the margins are small. The quality up and down the grid is really good. So yeah, just trying to make the most of it, and going to get stuck in and see what I can do.
I can see that glint in your eye. Good luck, and we'll speak to you later.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. So that's Michael O'Brien. Now, have we lost him? Has he disappeared? No, I think. Where did he go? Nick Tandy was here a second ago. He jumped out of the car and he said, give me 5. And I think it was largely he was throwing his headset on and wanted to just, as his new driver went out there in the car, just sort of talk him through a few bits and pieces and get him all settled. That 46 car has been brought back in on the back of the flatbed. And as you called it, Mark, that does look, sadly, a little bit worse for wear, doesn't it? But I got a horrible feeling I may have missed Nick. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I don't know. I'm assuming this still works. So I'm going to poke my head round. Hopefully I'm still on the mic. Is he busy again? Are you available now, Nick? He's got his cup of tea in hand. I assume you can still hear me. It's properly live, isn't it? I'm used to the fact that we dragged him out here. He's got a cup of tea in hand. He's out the back there. Here he comes. I tell you, in these conditions, you need that big hot cup of tea. It's absolutely bitterly cold. Appreciate that, Nick. I was just saying that when you first jumped out, you had to throw the headset on and speak to your new charge when you went out there.
Yeah, we're just checking what the gauge was reading on the fuel, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But
well, I mean, what an incredible opening stint that was. I mean, you were everywhere from right at the top back to you could easily just drop down to 6th. There was a whole gaggle of you.
I know, it was great racing, actually. And like you say, there was about 6 of us all in amongst it for, I don't know, it seemed like a good hour or so before it started to get strung out. But it was really good fun because, and I knew after the first couple of laps, we didn't have the best car balance in the rain. And so I was really just trying to hang on at the beginning. And but I knew it would be better when the track dried out. And obviously, you know, as the track dried out, then we started to pick up pace relative to everyone else. So yeah, you know, I expected it to dry out quicker than it did, and we set the car up to run in the dry. So hopefully, Lewis is going to have a good time with it for the next couple of hours.
We were loving that evolution. It was quite an exciting start to that race because it almost had sort of 3 phases, didn't it? The wet, then the greasy. That's the worst bit, wasn't it? And then at last starting to go dry.
Yeah, exactly. And like you say, when it starts to dry, and especially when there's patches of like dry track, yeah. and then you know, if you slide off that and then onto a little bit of moisture, that's when you see cars instantly spin around or instantly go off in the gravel. And yeah, I was surprised we didn't have more cars off the first sort of half an hour. But then you saw when people started to, you know, think they've got an idea of what's going on, then it's very easy to it's very easy to get bitten. And
yeah, we were saying it was almost like the faux confidence comes in, wasn't it? But I mean, you know, a driver of your standard shows how difficult the conditions were, because you had a couple of moments where the rear end was out. I don't know why I did an impression of that. We all know what it looks like, but it goes to show how on the edge they were at times.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the good thing is they're front-wheel drive, so as long as you've got track space, you can always kind of recover a half spin. Yeah. It's when you slide into the gravel or someone pushes someone. I mean, I saw it a couple of times. There was a car tried to overtake the inside of clearways, for example, got themselves wildly out of shape and just dumped somebody else in the gravel completely. Exactly. Yeah, which is, you know. I'm glad it wasn't us, but that can happen at any point. So
it really can. And I mean,
joys of brands in November.
100%, it really is. I mean, by all accounts, we're going to have it dry for the rest of it. Great opening stint for yourself. You put yourself in the pound seats, and I guess that was what it was all about in that opening stint.
I'm just happy the car's still going around, to be honest. I started the work on it a few weeks ago after it's been sitting since here last year. Wow. Yeah, I hope the car goes round and round. We all get to drive and have a bit of fun out there. If we're near the top, then it's a bonus. And as we are at the moment, we'll be running the strategy to try and stay there.
Love it. Well, it's great to speak to you. Thank you for that, Nick. So, Nick Tandy, the Le Mans winner and all of those kind of things. It's a bit quiet down here now because everybody's come in for the pits under the safety car. So I'll hand back for you now, Mark, and I'll see if there's anything else I can ferret about.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so there we go. Great to hear from Nick Tandy. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing how they get on. I say they were the former winners here. Nick has already won the IndyCar 500 and stood on the podium, which the drivers will be doing later on, drinking that pint of milk, which is what they will get awarded when they're on the podium later on in traditional styles. If you win the Indy 500, doesn't matter it's the real Indy 500 or the IndyCar 500, either way that's what you'll do. There's a few other people asking as well online, as I mentioned about how the fueling works and the crew limits. Are there any mandatory pit stop minimum times? No, there aren't. Absolutely, it's as quick as you can do that and get the car back out there. There is no minimum time that you need to spend in the pit lane, as long as you comply with the driving requirements for maximum times and durations, then you can get the car in the pit lane back out as quickly as you possibly can. Now that we've cycled our way through all of the pit stops, because everybody has now pitted, to the lead has gone car number 736, which is the Ferguson Motorsport car that is now in the hands of Mini 7S Club racer Michael Winkworth. Second in the race is the car that's just been vacated by Nick Tandy, who we've just heard from. It's car 128, which is now in the hands of Mini Miglia racer Lewis Selby. So these are the classic Minis that they regularly race, Michael Winkworth and Lewis Selby. So again, you know, short wheelbase, underpowered front-wheel drive car, very similar, I suppose you could argue, to the EnduroKA concept, albeit a bit more power out of their minis than these KAs give. And third in the race is Axiometrics. Now that number 18 car was in the hands of Chris Wetherell. It's now in the hands of Chris Dovell, who has taken over that car. Fourth is 111, Octane Junkies Baz Ward. Now remember, they pitted earlier. Adam Smith pitted half an hour, 40 minutes earlier than everybody else to see whether they could maybe keep their fingers crossed there wasn't another safety car. Well, it didn't quite work for them, because at the 2-hour mark, just as most cars would have wanted to come in anyway, that was when we got that last safety car. So it didn't quite work for Octane Junkies. They are running fourth on the road at the moment. The top three cars are separated by 7 3/4 seconds. It's quite a gap back to Baz Ward, who's there in fourth position, because he is only any moment now about to come over the start-finish line. So he is only, I think, just about on the lead lap at this stage. So they've got a chunk of work to do, Octane Junkies. Fifth in the race is car number 734. That is now going to be in the hands of Tom Bell. That's the Ferguson Motorsport car. Sixth is car number 180. Now that has quietly worked its way through the order at this stage. Now it's showing as having been in the pits once already, but I'm not sure that was for a refuelling stop. So car number 180, Shine Automotive, they started 15th. The car, I thought, was in the hands of Chris Pryor at the beginning of the race. It was showing as Rob Chalmers now being behind the wheel, so they probably had a driver change. 7th is number 36, IP Racing and Scott Parkin. In 8th place, it's number 5. That's the car that is now in the hands of Ian Williamson. It was in the hands of Luke Reed, wasn't it, in the early stages of the race. In 9th place is number 1, which is Andy Burton, who has now taken over the Burton Racing machine from Tom Valentine. That car started lowly in the grid and is now inside the top 10. And completing the top 10 is car number 555, Sukaru. Now that was in the hands of Pete Dignan, if memory serves me correctly. And yes, he is driver in that car. Tristan Judge, the former Caterham racer, has now taken over that car. The car that was the winner of this event last year, which is the number 81 car, has now been vacated by Darren Stapleton, and all it's showing on the screen is Mitchell. Well, that isn't a great deal of help when it comes to Darren Stapleton not being in the car, because Ian Mitchell, Gary Mitchell and Jonathan Mitchell all share that car, so just having Mitchell on the screen is of no help whatsoever to work out who the driver is. And completing the top 12 at the moment is car number 121, which is Climactic. So there's the work going on for Auto Tech Motorsport. You can see lots of gaffer tape being applied to make sure that the various body panels and wheel arches remain attached to the car. The windscreen has been taken out of the car. They've had to now, as a result of the regulations, put a gaffer tape number 46 onto the bonnet of it. The one thing they ought to need to do is, if you're taking the windscreen out of the car, you also have to take the back window out of the car. They're also, I think, making sure that they are scooping out any errant glass that's still in the car, so there's still a chunk of work to do. The other thing, Chris Dawes, that might be worth double checking as well, you lose all of the glass out of an EnduroKA, that's a fair chunk of weight that's gone out of it. There is a minimum weight limit that these cars have to adhere to at all times. So if it's lost all of its windows, is it still going to weigh the minimum of 950 kilograms, including the driver, in all of his race gear? If it doesn't, they might have to put some extra stuff in ballast box to achieve that. If not, they could fall foul of regulations at the end if they're not careful, would be my view. I'll have to wait and see. So we have got just under 6 hours of this race still to go. Questions coming in is that approximate rough cost for a race-prepared KA. Well, there are several of them available at the moment. David Brown, who's just asked us that very question. Top of my head, some of the cheaper cars, probably 4,000 quid you'll be able to get them for, up to maybe £6,500, 7 as an absolute maximum, I would have thought. But yeah, you can pick yourself up one of these KAs for not a great deal. What a lot of drivers do, though, is that they don't own them. They simply buy a seat with the teams as well. And there are many teams up and down the paddock that if you didn't want to buy the car and invest in it, you could just hire a seat for the weekend. And if you're wondering what the costs for that are, for this race here, it depends on team, it depends on the structure and whether they are VAT registered or not. But I would say this weekend you're looking around about £1,000 to take part in this race as a team of, say, 4 drivers. So each of you will then get 2 hours behind the wheel. So not cheap, but that would include all tyres, all running costs for the car, the entry fee for the car. The only thing you'd have to pick up on top of that would be any damage that were caused whilst you were driving the car. But that's just a ballpark figure. So Michael Winkworth leading the way at this stage. What we're looking at the moment is squabbles going on further down through the order. Covershaw have had a few problems, so the number 55 car is way out of position. Sucru is the one probably we need to watch out for, which is just about to try and work its way through and past the number 16 car, which is going to be, the number 16 car will be M&D Racing. The Sucru car with its lights ablaze jinks out from behind in the hands of Tristan Judge. That's the car with its sort of Subaru livery on it, isn't it? The number 555 car was in the hands of Pete Dignan, who has been a long-time racer in EnduroKA. It's now in the hands of Tristan Judge and sweeps his way round the outside as Tristan Judge and puts a lap on that car. The number 555 Sucru car running in what is 10th position at the moment. Sneaks up the inside of the Pink Pig. That's the car we were talking about early on. Very reminiscent of the Porsche livery from Le Mans, with all the different cuts of ham that you would have from a pig, and replicated on this EnduroKA by what is Luke Reed and Alex Reed and the family for a season or so now. I think it's the 3rd iteration of the Pink Pig that we've had. All of the various previous cars have headed into retirement. Some sold on, others, in the case of the car that was extensively rolled at Snetterton on lap number 6 of the 9-hour race. Understandably, that car was written off. And again, big sideways moment for the number 26 car, just as Tristan Judge was trying to squeeze his way through. Who's in the 26 at the moment? Let's just have a quick look to see where the car is circulating. There's 46 cars to try and gauge your way through on the timing screen, and the number 26 car is running in 18th place at the moment. So that's where that car is running, and who's behind the wheel of it? It will be Stuart Kinner that's driving the car currently. Now the lead advantage is still only half a second at this stage. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend goes the number 81 car, which is the GM Performance car. That's the car that won this event last year. So it's in the hands of one of the 3 Mitchells, whether it be Ian, Gary or Jonathan, I don't know. Chris Dawes might be able to shed some light on it. Say, no, it's not Darren Stapleton anymore. All it says on the timing screen is Mitchell, which, as I alluded to, is less than ideal when you've got 3 drivers with that very same surname, all sharing the same car. But the lead advantage, yeah, just half a second. Michael Winkworth back to Lewis Selby. It is not a great deal at all. Now, the race leader will be just heading out of Druids, I would have thought, at the moment, and is going to be amongst traffic. There's always going to be some traffic to deal with. There is the Ferguson Motorsport car. It is, I think, yeah, Marshall's picking out the race leader, and here he comes now, yeah. So a raft of traffic to try and squeeze his way through. There goes number 128, which is Lewis Selby, through shot. And as they come over the start-finish line, I'll have to wait and see as who gets the better run through the traffic. Say the gap was down to just 0.495 of a second on conclusion of the 116th lap of the race. And as they come through and over the start-finish line, let's just have a quick look. There is Lewis Selby there. Where was Michael Winkworth? He was at 0.4 of a second up the road from him. So, yeah, very little to choose between the pair of them. But They are absolutely together as they head uphill and in towards the braking area at Druid. So it's the pinky purple car with the Union Jack down the side of it is our race leader. And Lewis Selby is the Napa-backed car that sits there in second position. 4 seconds off that is Axiometrics, the number 18 car in the hands of Chris Dovell. And Axiometrics, remember, have already been twice a race winner so far this year. Axiometrics won Alton Park race last time out. They also won the 24-hour race at Anglesey by a couple of laps on that occasion. They won at Anglesey in the 24-hour race, whereas the 5-hour race at Alton Park, it was 2.5 seconds was the advantage in the end. Nothing to choose between the pair of them. Still traffic to deal with. The number 72 Misty Racing car is the next that they want to try and carve their way past. That's the car that had problems earlier on and dropped way down through the Ida. It's Simon Bonham that's behind the wheel of the car currently, moves out of harm's way and allows the race leaders to squeeze their way through and past. Alton Park last time out, the number 72 car of Simon and Adam Bodham, father and son, finished in 6th position overall, but as I say, they were one of the cars that were dealt the misfortune earlier on, as Chris Dawes and Nick Tandy were alluding to in the pit lane. That was one of the cars that had to take avoiding action with another car spinning ahead of it off. And the exit of Druid's Corner is the number 36 car. That's Scott Parkin. Very unusual mistake for Scott Parkin. And then spinning in sympathy is Misty Racing. Simon Bonham down at Graham Hill Bend gets the car pointing in the right direction, has stalled the engine, will need to get it fired up again, which he does, gets going. That was all to do with Scott Parkin's little moment that then affected probably the concentration of Simon Bonham. That was an unusual mistake though for Scott Parkin, very quick driver. We don't see him make many mistakes at all, Scott Parkin. And so far this year for IP Racing, the number 36 car has claimed 2 overall wins, one of which came at Snetterton in the 9-hour race, where it won by a full lap on that occasion. It was also the winner at Cadwell Park by a full lap as well earlier on in the year, but it's not quite had as much luck as the others through the traffic. So the number 36 car is now 7th overall, but it's always been there or thereabouts. Now for the lead of the race, still together round through Druids, Michael Winkworth trying to work his way past the Wingate Racing number 3 car that is 43rd in the race, is Wingate Racing, but it's not a slow car, particularly that number 3 car, but this time allowing the quicker cars to go through is Mark Flower, so he allows Michael Winkworth, the race leader, with his lights ablaze to squeeze through. Also Lewis Selby will try and work his way through as well. Lewis Selby, who's been racing a Napa supported Mini Miglia in the Mini 7 Racing Club Championship this year, albeit it was a pretty torrid season for Lewis this year. So first and second together. That the Napa car that's behind them, the number 36 car, is now off the lead lap as well, Scott Parkin. So quick car, but it is not the top 3 together. It's first and second, and then the car in 7th place that's a lap down now. In fact, 6th place and a lap down, because Scott Parkin got past Shine Automotive car number 180 that time through, which is going to be Rob Chambers. So Rob Chambers for Shine Automotive running in 7th place, and I say that's a car that has just rather quietly worked its way through the order, is Shine Automotive. Started 15th, we haven't really mentioned it a great deal, but it's black and Dayglow green and has just been chipping away and slowly, gradually just working its way further and further up through the order. Now there's another couple of team managers that need to point themselves in the direction of race control, the first of which is Powerbell Motorsports' pristine condition, and that is going to be the number 154 car of, I'm going to say Neil Blake's, but we'll wait and just confirm the name when I get there. Yes, it is Neil Blake's, Jaguar Racer. And the other car that needs to point itself in the direction of race control is going to be Castrol, which is car number 2 at this stage. And that is in the hands of Paul Simmons, another former Mini Miglia racer as well. So there's plenty of mini racers that we've got out there, whether it be the older shape Eric Isigonas designed cars or the newer shaped BMW cars. So nose to tail still for the lead of the race, the leading pair. Remember, the car that is 3rd in that queue, Scott Parkin, is a lap adrift now.
Ah, okay. It was interesting to just sort of come back up and try and catch up with it. It's a similar sort of names and numbers up there, isn't it? But not necessarily quite the same order that I saw earlier. Just came past, Mark, I think you saw it on the cameras, the 46 car that rolled, being just like locust over the car trying to get it sorted. They are going to be racing that car again. In fact, it's just been pushed out of the garage down into the pit lane. windscreen gone because obviously that was shattered, so they've had to remove the rear windscreen as well, so that there's no issue with that, and they are going to be racing it that way.
I did say, you know, if you're moving the front screen, you have to remove the rear screen. The one thing I did say you might be able to find out for me, and you probably didn't hear, when you lose the front and the rear glass off a car, that's a fair amount of weight that comes out. With that amount of weight coming out, is it going to weigh the minimum of 950 kilograms, including the driver? If it doesn't, they're going to have to put some stuff in the ballast box.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because I asked if you could find that out. You clearly didn't bother.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about ballast. I was the ballast or something there. But no, I mean, it's interesting they're going to go back out there. A couple of the other things where I was chatting to some of the drivers as I was walking back up towards here is that they're saying that now the track out there is largely fine, other than there's like a triangle on the outside heading at Paddock Hill Bend. If you go too far wide on that one, you're gone. You're going to just disappear straight into the gravel. There's no way back. But that's the only triangle out there now that is riskily slippy out there. The rest of it, they're like going fine. But the drivers were saying that we're out in that first stint, the first 5 laps, the number of them that said they were actually laughing whilst they were racing because it was so much fun. They were actually laughing while they're out there, just loving it. And I lost count of how many people are like going, right, Dorsey, you need to be out here racing next year, because they just know how much fun it is, and they can hear that we're enjoying just covering this and watching it and being part of it. It is just pure entertainment, isn't it? And we heard from 2 top-level pro drivers saying, well, 3 we've heard from now, haven't we, that are just loving every second of it.
Yeah, when you talk to someone like Nick Tandy and he's smiling when he gets out of the car, and it must be nice for Nick, because, you know, the high-pressure environment of being a works racing driver, it might sound as though it's the dream job, and for many of us it is, but it's hard work. You have to be on it all of the time, otherwise very quickly a manufacturer will find another driver. So it is a high pressure environment. So for Nick to be out in this...
Still very competitive, wasn't he, in his interview?
Yeah, still very competitive, but he was also far more relaxed than I've seen. When I've spoken to him at Daytona at the Rolex 24 Hour and stuff like that in the past. A problem and a spin, I'm afraid, and into the gravel trap. Oh no, that's Karter 114 K&M Racing that is off. So that's the number 114 car that has just, I would have thought if it had stamped on the brakes, he could have avoided putting that into the gravel trap there, but I'm afraid Tim Stevens had other ideas, and there was contact, and it was Andy Burton that he clobbered, lots of contact to the front end of the number 1 car, which is instantly going into the garage. Yeah,
because that was just before pit in, and I wonder whether that has possibly got something to do with it. One of them was intending to head towards the pits. Yeah, that's not pretty, is it?
No, lots of damage to the right-hand side of that car. The door, the suspension's gone as well, so that is going to be a lengthy repair for both of those cars, but thankfully a safety car averted. We might see whether we can get a replay of that, maybe just catch the back end of it. I don't think we quite caught the incident, so I don't think we'll get to see a replay, but hopefully those repairs will be effected almost immediately for the teams. And it's amazing, some of the teams, you know, they do bring a spare car. You think, you know, a EnduroKA, not a great deal of money really, and a few of the teams do bring a road car here so that they can sacrifice pieces off it. What have you seen?
The 46 car has now gone out sans glass. I didn't know what the French for glass is there, so I just added that part. It's gone back out. What amazing work.
I know sans fenêtre, I know, because that would be window, wouldn't it? That's all I know.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Fenêtre is window, that's all I know.
Yeah, I should know that. Firm fenêtre, as in close the window. Yeah. Yes, so it's gone back out again, and it was just amazing to see that they've put that. There it is. It's not the prettiest looking thing now, is it?
And you were saying it's a bit chilly out there today.
Very.
It's going to be a bit chilly. It reminds me of my short circuit karting days in the winter, where you literally have to prise your fingers off the steering wheel at the end of it. You're frozen at the end of the stint. Yeah, whoever's driving that car, and there's still quite a few drivers to cycle through, will be slightly cold at the end of it. William Sherwood was the driver of it. Who's shown as the driver behind him? Still shown as William, so it's not found its way through the system yet. It usually takes about 5 minutes, because when you were talking to Nick Tandy, it still said Nick Tandy. Only because he mentioned Lewis Selby did I know who the driver was.
Okay. No, and I mean, the drivers of... one of the drivers was saying that the amount of junk that's going to kick through into that incident, talking about drivers, is that Sherwood, that had the incident in that car, and it has gone to Brian now, by the way. Absolutely 100% fine, no problem whatsoever. He'll be out later in it as well, which is great to hear. But they're saying the amount of stuff that's going to come through that windscreen is going to be horrible during the course of this race as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. So Sam Bryan now behind the wheel of that number 46 car. So it'd be interesting to know, have they reballasted it? Because they say when I've raced in other series in the past and we've had cars roll and they come back out without their windscreens in and the rear screen, they might be battered and bruised and might not be quite as quick as you, but because there's less wind resistance, they're more aerodynamic, they're actually really difficult to get by because there's not as much wind hitting them and slowing them up, because it all just travels straight through the car. So they are actually really difficult to catch, and even more so if they've lost weight as a result of that and they've not reballasted the car. So they're below minimum weight limit and have less wind resistance. Yeah,
that could be an interesting one. Another car that's rejoined, by the way, 48 Purple Sector Racing, still shows as Sasha Kakad. I should imagine it's not anymore, but that was one that was in the garage being repaired. That had an incredible amount of damage sort of on the side into the door, but very low down on that one, and they've clearly worked on that and got that one sorted. And it's also good to see that Semprini Juniors, the 37, that's been in and out a few times, hasn't it, trying to sort out various issues with that one. And they were in there with the front wheel off, and they had a great big bar in there, and they were jumping on the end of the bar, so they were clearly trying to push the right-hand side down. I thought you were going to say the word gubbins there, but you steered away from going too technical, as you always do. 5 hours 40 to go. You know it's going to appear somewhere. That's my technical limit, gubbins. You know it. Yeah, Chris Dawes is not the most, he'll freely admit he's not the most technically gifted commentator. So usually if there is some gubbins being sorted, that could be any sort of gubbins between... it means I'm never wrong. Accident damage, mechanical, electrical, fuel, it could be absolutely anything, suspension. Gubbins is a catch-all phrase that Chris sticks to. Covers the backside. I'm perfectly safe when I say that. I'm always right. So for the lead of the race, we've still got this great battle going on. There is no let-up in the pressure. Michael Winkworth making his debut, as far as I'm concerned, in EnduroKA. May not be, but the first time I've seen him out in it is under attack from Lewis Selby. So this is the Ferguson Motorsport car carving its way through and past that somewhat battered Auto Technic car in the hands of Sam Bryan, who understandably just stays out of the way and lets the leading pair go through. So it's still Ferguson Motorsport from Napa Racing. There's quite a gap back now, some 10 seconds back to the car that's third, which is Chris Doval at the wheel of number 18. Largely silver car from Axiometrics. Octane Junkies and Baz Ward complete the top four currently. In fifth position is car number 734, which is going to be Tom Bell. And then in sixth position, it's car number 36, which is Scott Parkin. So that's the order of the top six, the way things currently stand. The other job that I tasked you with doing, Mr. Dawes, that you didn't do as well, was try and find out from GM Performance as to which driver was behind the wheel. Because, of course, Darren Stapleton started that car, but the other three drivers are Ian Mitchell, Gary Mitchell and Jonathan Mitchell. And all it still says is Mitchell on the timing screen, which is still of zero use whatsoever to try and work out which one it is. Which is bizarre, it's doing that when all the others have got the first letter. 734, that's changed now. It's just saying Bell, isn't it? That's Tom, we had that at the beginning of qualifying, didn't we? Yeah, that's Tom Bell. Yeah, quite wide. There's clearly a little glitch in the timing for a couple of cars, which start showing team name, driver name, and then all of a sudden just show a driver surname. So, yeah. Unless they've entered it wrong on the app or something. Don't know. Nose to tail for the lead of the race. Just 0.2 of a second separating the top two at this stage. So they are pretty much still fighting very much on their own for the lead of the race. Now, it's not to say that that means that all of those battles that we're going to have now disappeared for the remaining 5.5 hours. We are bound to see things change again. The whole dynamic of races change. If we get another safety car, all of a sudden Axiometrics and Chris Dovel, who is 13 seconds behind, will catch up. Baz Ward is still on the lead lap in fourth place at the moment. He's 30 seconds adrift now at the wheel of the Octane Junkies car. And also still on the lead lap as well is the number 734 car in fifth position, which is going to be Tom Bell. So the top five cars are on the lead lap at the moment. The first car that is not on the lead lap is the number 36 car of Scott Parkin, who is not that far behind these race leaders. So they're the leading pair heading through Paddock Hill Bend at the moment. The other Napa car that's just behind is Scott Parkin. He's the first car that is off the lead lap. Yes, and absolutely confirmed with Nick Tandy that Napa Racing one that is there is the true Napa Racing one. the IP Racing. I had to double check with him because all three are at line astern next to each other up in the garage. I was like, well, surely they are all interlinked. And he went, no, no, we're Napa Racing, that's fine. And I'm surprised to see that we've got the two of them together now up there, and we've lost a few of the others. What happened? The one I've just suddenly realised I wanted to see is 734 is the black one, isn't it?
734 is the back one, yeah.
And he's down in 5th.
Yeah,
now.
Tom Bell, yeah.
That was looking incredible, wasn't it?
Some of it's just down to pit stops, as I say. You know, it is.
Yeah, because what happened to 36 parking? That one, because that was
again a slower pit stop, but Scott also had a bit of an off coming out of Druids and rallycrossed his way back onto the circuit. And some of it is down to, as I say, the teams might do the pit stops as quickly as they can, but the refueling is a purely mechanical process. It's totally analog, and of course, you can argue most manufacturing processes you allow for a 10% variance in things. So if one tough jug, for whatever reason, is 10% quicker than another tough jug, all of a sudden that speeds the process up. And I know some of the teams do this. They will have 5 or 6 tough jugs. They will practice refueling and just try and work out which tough jug is the quicker one that refuels, and they're the ones you only use for the race. The other ones you don't bother with, they become your spares.
Okay, that makes sense. So it completely changed the order round from what I was used to. So 736, the sort of dark red Ferguson Motorsport. So it's still a Ferguson Motorsport car that's up there. Wigworth at the wheel of the 736. That was Deegan started that car, of course. Napa Racing, Selby that jumped in the car and took over from Nick Tandy that I was able to catch up with down in the pit lane a little while ago. As I say, it was really interesting. When he jumped out of the car, I straight away said, oh, Nick, we were right for a talk. And he went, yeah, okay, 5 minutes. And he knew. He went straight over, threw on the headset, a mixture of checking in with his driver, but as he also said, is that they just needed to understand what it was reading on their fuel gauge. So it's great to see that even that side is back to basics on some of it. They've put the tough jugs in that Mark was just talking about there, that they're hopeful that it is the right amount that's gone in, but you never fully know. So they just wanted to see what it said on the dials in the car. Presumably got the answer back because he was fairly relaxed about it all, and off came the headset and out came a nice hot cup of tea to cool himself down, warm himself back up again in these cool conditions. So despite what Mark was saying, I know everybody needed fluids because it is very hot when you're in there, but they need to stay warm in these conditions. So it's a unique challenge as our leaders come through to complete what is now 133 laps in the book already, and it still looks like Selby's trying desperately to stay as they work through these gaggles of back markers. Winkworth's got to stay absolutely laser focused all the way through, hasn't he? Because Selby's right there.
Yesterday we had our favourite marshal because they brought us cake.
Yes.
And now we've got our favourite hospitality provider who stopwatch, who provided us pain au chocolat.
Yes.
Favourite team now as well.
Oh, look at that.
Mandy Kite from Misty Racing has just brought us. What have we got? We have.
Oh wow! I should have said thank you. I didn't see.
We have pork pie. We have sausages. We have bananas. We have cake. We have crisps. So and Misty Racing, if you remember earlier on, that was one of the cars that inadvertently went into the gravel trap whilst trying to avoid another car.
Yeah.
I've just spoken to Matt from the team as well. The car that Misty Racing was trying to avoid.
I know what you're going to say.
The other Misty Racing car. Yeah, absolutely.
Ouch. As soon as you said it, I was then picturing, oh yeah, it was a silver car, wasn't it, that was facing back the wrong way. Also as well, thank you to Sam Pearce, because he's just said glass in French is verre, as in un verre de cidre or un verre de vin, s'il vous plaît. Otherwise it's a thirsty holiday evening, basically. So there you go, the verre. Sans verre.
Sans verre, not sans, you wouldn't pronounce it as.
Hey, I'm from Bristol, I do.
Sans verre. Venetra was good enough for me, that was as close as I got. A few people are online again talking about the number 46 car, and it's got natural air conditioning and things like that. But air conditioning, again, something else that these teams look for. When you're building an EnduroKA, you want a car with air conditioning. You strip the air conditioning out,
right,
but the air-conditioned KA has different gear ratios inside the gearbox to a non-air conditioned one. And those different gear ratios are the preferred gear ratios for most circuits that we visit. So most of the teams will either look for a car with aircon if you're building a donor car, because it's got different gear ratios, or will swap the gearbox out for one that's got an aircon box. purely because the gear ratios are better.
I'm still chuckling inside, wondering whether somebody's laughing away, going, "It's not even true. We just wound them up about that, and everybody's gone for it."
No, absolutely, it's true. I know. When Piston Heads came into the series, they did a whole process, a whole article on the build of the car as well on Piston Heads, and again, it was all around trying to track one of these cars with a gearbox. I mean, look at them; they're still nose to tail for the lead of the race. Michael Winkworth and Lewis Selby, both of whom have been racing Minis this year. The old Eric Izagonas designed car, the original Mini. Michael Winkworth has been racing in the Mini 7S class. Lewis Selby has been racing in the Mini Miglia class for this year. Two of them absolutely inseparable, and even though they're together, they're not really fighting. They're working together, and at the moment they're pulling away from the third place car of Axiometrics, because Chris Doval is now some 15 3/4 seconds down the road in the number 18 car. It was only 12 half an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the point being is that unless you categorically felt that the car in front of you is holding you up, and if you moved forward, then you'd be able to actually pull away. There's no point doing anything unnecessary. So they're staying there, largely working together, not necessarily making it fully easy for Winkworth. I'm sure he'd happily force him into a bit of a mistake, and if Winkworth steps off into the gravel and then the gap's going to be a big one, but you can just see it's just no undue risk, but they're enjoying themselves and they're entertaining everybody, both here and on the stream. The interesting one, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a gaggle of 6 cars just ahead of them they're going to be encountering fairly soon. That's going to be quite a challenge for them, so hopefully they're going to be nice, able to get through that, what's the phrase, like a hot knife through butter. It's going to take them some time to do it, in fairness. Another one that's bizarrely gone to... we have had someone on the stream, just to let you know, in car 81 is Johnny Mitchell, but that's not answering who was in it at the time they went off, unless they've not pitted.
No, that's the number 81 car, because that was Darren Stapleton, so it was which one of the Mitchells it was. No, so it's Johnny Mitchell. So thank you so much, who sent that in. Phil Brannan, thank you, Phil, for letting us know.
Much appreciated.
So at least that sorts us out. So Michael Winkworth leading the way still. One amazing thing is the traffic is still being reasonably kind to these cars, isn't it? You know, as Adam Smith was suggesting, you know, quick flash of the lights, let them know that you're coming through. I say the traffic is being kind. As soon as I say that, straight across the nose of Michael Winkworth goes one of the Semprini cars, and that now means that Lewis Selby has a run on Michael Winkworth, and he's going to take the opportunity to draw himself alongside. He'll have the inside line for Surtees, and he does go through to take the lead of the race, and that was purely down to the back marker that they still both need to try and work their way through and past. The number 27 Semprini racing car didn't really do anything wrong, it just wasn't overly kind, and that meant that all of a sudden Mark Hart delayed the race leader. However, in a straight line, Michael Winkworth is trying to fight back, is he, as they come over the start-finish line. In fact, Semprini car ahead of the race leaders, Semprini car behind the race leaders at the moment. They both finally go through and get past the back marker.
Yeah, it's almost like the 27 car realised those blue flags are waving and let that happen. But it was interesting to see the slipstream effect there, because it did look like Winkworth had got a good enough run on Selby, didn't it, to be able to take that back again. But Selby was directly behind the 27 car, got the slipstream, which meant Winkworth had to give it up, and he just dropped back easily very early from the corner. So it wasn't even a late decision, it wasn't even an option. He just had one of the back markers moving across towards the race leader. I don't think it was deliberate. I think he was trying to consider a move on the car ahead of him.
Yeah, so I think LDR Performance Tuning, I think it was that car that did it. They're back up again behind Wingat Racing once more and about to squeeze their way through and past the number 3 car. Lewis Selby needs to be careful he doesn't just run out wide here, otherwise it will open up the door for Michael Winkworth to try and wiggle his way back through and ahead. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that need to have their team manager go towards race control at the moment. The first of which is the number 55 car of Covershaw. They're running towards the tail end of the field. The next of which is number 72, and that's Misty Racing. Another one of which is 734, which is going to be the 4th placed Ferguson Motorsport team. And also 114 need to present themselves, their team manager, towards race control. That is KM Racing, and that car is in the pit lane. And in the gravel, I'm afraid, we have also lost DKMS LDR Performance Tuning. Number 29 car stranded in the gravel trap, going nowhere. It's right on the very edge of the gravel trap, but the safety car is instantly coming out, Chris.
Yeah, that was a guaranteed, wasn't it? Again, it's in a position where, unlike we did manage to have a live snatch earlier, sort of just as you went into clearways, and it meant they were able to drag that backwards off towards the side, almost towards the GP loop, if you will. Whereas that one would have to be pulling it out onto the circuit, and there's no way you're going to do that. So sadly, it just needs to be neutralised, get everything slowed down and in an orderly fashion. Then they'll drag it back on. It'll be able to keep going. Of course, the sad thing for them is they then lose those 3 laps again as well.
Yep, the 3-lap penalty for the tow out. David Edwards was the driver of the number 29 car. Into the pit lane come Octane Junkies once more. So Baz Ward, are they rolling the dice again? It didn't quite work for them last time, Chris, did it? They were hoping that the next safety car might be quite some time on. As it was, the safety car came out perfectly for everybody, because at the 2-hour mark, where they largely would have been coming in anyway, they could have run maybe a bit longer, but when you try to equalise the driving, 2 hours is about right on the stint. So maybe Octane Junkies, with all of the hard work that is being done on the strategy by Martin Smith, maybe his calculations and his spreadsheet or whatever he does it on have worked out that now might be the optimum time to come back in again, move them into a different strategy than the rest, and then see how things pan out come another 5.5 hours time.
They're clearly using the safety car as the trigger to roll the dice, isn't it? Because that was what they did, sort of probably about, I would imagine it was a good 20 minutes earlier than everybody else, possibly a little bit more. But the safety car came out, getting towards the tail end of it, decided now was the time. They've done it again with this one, because they know that what did he say, about a lap and a half that they lose under the safety car. And so it's worth a go if the driver's feeling it's towards the end. Another one that's come in is the 180 Shine Automotive Chalmers, and I had noticed that it just been passed by the number 5 car out on circuit before this pit stop. But looking down the pit lane, it does look like it's just a normal stop, because they're stood at the corner with the tough jugs putting the fuel in, so they're going to get that one back out again, presumably a change of driver as well. And so just the 2 that have taken advantage of it at the moment. Also in the pits, we know we've got the number 1 car and 114, the 2 that had that coming together sort of between Clearways and Clark Curve in reality, heading towards the pit in, which they then both immediately did, but with quite significant damage. So unsurprisingly, they're still in there at the moment.
Wouldn't surprise me if Octane Junkies leave Baz Ward in that car at this stage. We know that Martin doesn't like the darkness. Well, we got a while yet still. Leave him in for another hour, then maybe put Martin in through into it just gets dark, and then probably shove either Baz or Adam Smith back in for the later stint. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell as well, isn't it? Because of course the driver has to jump out while they refuel.
Well, they refuel anyway. Yes, you just don't know.
Baz is the other. He's out of our eyesight at the moment, staying safely out of the way. I get the impression from what Adam was saying is that it is just going to follow a normal pattern. He did an hour and a bit. Baz has just been in there and doing his chunk, and they're going to cycle through like that. What was it he was saying, that he's been in the minis, hasn't he? The more modern minis, Baz Ward, this year.
Yes, he has. He has done a couple of rounds of JCWs as Baz Ward over the course of this season. Yeah,
he's down as Bazza, so we should call him Bazza. That's what they call him as well. So
right. The other thing is worth mentioning as well is that when we have races in EnduroKA that are of 6 hours or less duration, you have a minimum amount of mandatory pit stops that you have to make,
which makes sense. Which
would be a minimum of 3.
Wow, that's
minimum
not
of
many,
3.
is it?
No, not many. But because this race is longer than 6 hours, no minimum amount of pit stops.
I see.
You can do as few as you want in this one, as few as you want.
Because the point being, you know you're safely going to be getting 3 or 4
absolutely.
Anyway.
Yeah, so no minimum amount of pit stops, no minimum amount of pit stop time. It all comes down to the amount that a driver can drive. So he can't drive.
Did I hear you talking about that?
Yeah. There were a few people that were asking on the internet. So for races of 6 hours duration or more, no driver can drive for longer than 3 hours continuously.
Right. Yep.
Okay. And also they must rest for 1 hour between each driving stint.
Okay.
And equally as much for races of 6 hours or more duration, no driver can drive for more than 60% of the race. No one single driver.
Okay, that makes sense. And we do have one of them that's only got 2 drivers now, don't we?
Simon and Adam Bonham in the number 72 Misty Racing spring to mind instantly as being a 2-driver team. I don't think they're the only ones. There might be one other. So yeah, they've just got to make sure they do 4 hours, 10 minutes each.
Yes,
across the course of today.
And then they're nice and safe with that one, aren't they? Yeah, that makes sense. Fairy snuff. I mean, I'm still tired thinking about racing for 3 hours anyway, so I'll probably go in. I'll be coming on the radio going, is my time up yet?
No, you don't. You don't want it to. You don't
I
want
can
it to.
imagine the
You
adrenaline
really don't want
and
it to.
everything. Yeah.
The hardest thing is on a really warm day. You know, I've done a couple of events where it has been blisteringly hot, and you go in there with your drinks bottle ice cold, absolutely ice cold, and by the time you've done half an hour, 45 minutes in the car, and you go for a drink of it, it's like lukewarm tea.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is just
Actually, I think I remember you telling me that one. Yeah.
You know, and we did have something worked out that the way to try and get the car to just have maybe an extra half a horsepower, which when you're all on the same thing, not in these cars but in another one, was just to try and draw as much air out of the engine bay as you could, and the only way to do that is to push it all into the cockpit, all the warm air.
Yeah.
Which means it crumbs, you're then warm because you've got the heater controls on flat out on a sunny day inside the car. You cannot wait for the safety car to come out, wind the window down, turn the heating off. And also for some of them as well, tune in on to Radio Brand's 87.7 FM, because when you listen to the commentary, even though you're racing the car, you know when the safety cars are coming in because the commentators are telling you. We used to do that as well, so you knew when the safety car was coming in because you tuned in on 87.7 in the car.
Hear that even with a helmet on?
Yeah, just turn it right away up.
Really?
I mean, these cars are so quiet anyway.
Good point.
First time I ever drove one of these was here, as we go back green flag racing once more. I put my earbuds in. You then can't hear the engines. You bounce off the rev limits because you can't hear it. I spoke to Charlie Budd, who is going to drive one of the cars later on, the number 154 car that's running in 12th place in the hands of Neil Blakes at the moment. Charlie Budd's driving that, a legend UK championship racer who was racing here a couple of weekends ago at Trucks and used to race Ginettas and Minis in the past. He said the same. He dived in, first test session on Friday, earbuds in, took them out for the second session because you just can't hear the car. They're so quiet. The biggest noise is the tyre squeal, and of course you hear more of that now the circuit is drying, and these newer tyres don't squeal as much as the older ones when the championship first came out, or the series first came out.
It was really interesting, wasn't it, to hear the drivers talk about the evolution that we had, where it wasn't so much the start that was the problem, it was that second phase that it went to where it was drying, and so it was slippy, and drivers just prefer one thing or the other, and at least it was properly wet when we started.
And as Tandy mentioned as well, you know, I was talking about that, you know, you only need to be offline by half a tyre width, and the car will do something very different to if you're on that one little tiny dry bit that there is. And Nick alluded to exactly the same. If you don't hit the line right, if you miss your braking point or you run wide, all of a sudden you're not on the drying tarmac, you're back on the wet tarmac, and the car does something very different.
Absolutely. Great to see we've got, well, it's not 3 for the lead, is it? It's 2 for the lead, and still the 36 car that is sat in 5th place, so he's still up there, but it's just sort of on the back of these, and the problem there is that we know, even though it's a lap down, we saw it earlier, it's as quick as these guys. It's showing it again there. It probably wants to unlap itself. It is only, just the 1 lap is the difference between them. Wants to get past these guys, but you know, isn't entitled to. These lead cars aren't going to want to let it to do that. They're having their own race. Still Selby holding off Winkworth at the moment. The 128, the blue and yellow Napa racing car is holding its own. I'm interested to know what Winkworth's mindset would be in that 736 Ferguson motorsport car. The red and black car sat there, sort of almost the filling in this, with the bread being the Napa liveried cars. Second one of those two being IP Racing, is that you don't really want to be having to defend. I'm sure he must know that he doesn't have to defend, but he also doesn't really want to be having to go offline because a car trying to unlap itself is lunging up the inside. Still sat there in 5th place, and it's got quite a big gap before it gets anywhere near catching up the 4th place, which is the 734. As I say, on the screen it's just saying Bell, but we do know that that is the Ferguson Motorsport. Tom Bell behind the wheel of that car, the one that started 14th on the grid and is now sat up there running in 4th, but let's not forget, has had the lead of the race at various points as well. Just to hear the screeching of those tyres now, as Mark was saying, now that it's dry, the 36 car is now unlapping itself from the 2nd place Winkworth car at the moment. Mark's seen something behind our commentary box at the only bit of the circuit that we can't see there. But we've got, just so you can see, Mark, look, the 36 car has just managed to unlap itself from the Winkworth, but not yet Selby ahead of it, but it's now split those front 2 apart, unfortunately.
Yep, so Scott Parkin going really well at the wheel of the number 36 car. What I saw, just as I was heading back towards the commentary box, was car number 121 having a big spin coming out of Graham Hill Bend, right behind our commentary box.
That's
in the
a
bit.
long way out of Graham Hill Bend.
I would imagine it was a bit of a moment coming out of Graham Hill Bend and lots of arm twirling, going from side to side to side to side, and eventually the pendulum taking effect. And that number 121 car, Climactic, has had a few issues, but it was running in 11th position until the spin. It's now dropped down into 12th position, so Andrew Hinch still doing a really good job.
It does show all of this, doesn't it? Is that you have to keep your patience, because something can go fairly wrong and you can go dropping down through the order, but you've got every chance of picking it back up again. Equally, things can be going amazing and you can find yourself down. I mean, you take the 36 car, parking at the wheel of the IP Racing 36 car that we're looking at there, now ahead of Winkworth on the road, but that's only just putting it on the same lap as it in reality. It needs to get past the Napa Racing car ahead of it, 128, to be fully on that lead lap, and then it's got the whole length of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit to try and catch back up to these guys. So it's a big ask, but you just got to just stick with it, keep doing your own race. That's why it's understandable that that Bell has, sorry, not Bell, that Parkin has gone and done that to try and have his own race. Plus, everybody's trying to remember that they are enjoying themselves out there, and that means they don't want to just suddenly take it easy. Mark, you pressed the wrong button again.
Sorry, it's been a long weekend.
Yeah.
I'm also too excited because I'm eating pain au chocolat at the moment. Yeah, I mean, what they might choose to do is potentially, if another safety car comes out and they want to pit that car, they could pit it differently, put it onto a slightly different strategy. The other thing they could do is possibly short fuel the car a little bit. Just short fuel it in the next stop.
Yeah.
Gain a bit of time in the pits. Get yourself back and potentially onto the lead lap by the time all of the pit stops have cycled through. Yes, you'll then have a bit less fuel in the tank, but you can resurrect that if there's another safety car and everybody comes in together.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the fact, what are we at? We've got more than 5¼ hours still to go on this, so there's so much fight in this yet, so much that's going to happen, so many safety cars. That's the point, Mark, is that if they're able to unlap themselves fully, get ahead of Selby's 128 car that's leading the race, when there's a safety car, they're all the way back round, so they've closed in again. Then they start working their way through that traffic. There's another safety car, they get closed back up again. And so you need to be prepared to pick yourself through. There's no standing on ceremony going, yeah, but I'm a back marker, I'm not really allowed to do that. Yep, get involved, go do it. And as you say, a few tactics with short filling. I mean, that's a brave call, I would imagine, when there's not those tiny margins for them to play around with. When you heard Nick Tandy say that he was straight on the radio because they wanted to know what it said on the fuel tank. Yeah. On the gauge, sorry.
Yeah, but when I say short fuel, I only mean, you might only put in 3 litres less, but the tank only holds 30 litres there or thereabouts, or a bit more than that. So, you're still saving maybe just 20 seconds.
Yeah.
20 seconds is really difficult to make up on track. Make it up in the pit stop, but then next time, pit with everybody and follow their strategy. Everybody then goes back to full again. It might take you a bit longer in the next stop, but you just never know. Never know.
And we have the difference in drivers, don't we, as well? They're very different. You're never quite sure what we're going to get there. We get variations in terms of not just the speed of the drivers, but the level of elbows out, shall we say, because you certainly heard Adam Smith in the interview earlier saying there was a few out there that were getting, a bit more rambunctious than I intended to do in these early stages, but equally that's the ones that's enabling themselves to be at the pointy end as well. So it's difficult to know which is the best way to go.
Car number 55 has got a 1-minute stop-go penalty for causing avoidable contact as far as race control are concerned. That number 55 car is going to be the Covershaw car, and the other car that was being headed, or team manager had to go towards race control, was number 72 Misty Racing. I'm afraid the same fate is going to befall the 72 car. Again, it will be a 1-minute penalty for causing avoidable contact.
Wow, so we now have a new leader because the 36 was so busy trying to unlap from the race leader at that point, Selby 128, that it's enabled the 736 car of Winkworth to dive past both of them and just swept round the outside. There was certainly plenty of grip up there at the hairpin now, Mark, isn't there?
Good move that by Michael Winkworth. Would say he's done a chunk of racing. Backwards, I'm afraid, is the number 22 car, pointing in the wrong direction. That's at Clearways Corner. That's AFK Racing. And it's a car we haven't really mentioned as much so far this particular race. That is Natalie Knowles, that's pointing in the wrong direction, doing the sensible thing of trying to get the car out of harm's way, but sort of went in the wrong direction of the traffic for a period of time. Then there's a 3-point turn or a 180 degree spin. and gets going once more. So race leader fighting his way through the traffic. The car in second place, Lewis Selby, still side by side with the sister Napa car, which does, in the hands of Scott Parkin, dive back up the inside again and for the second time unlap himself from the second place car.
Yeah, the interesting one being there, as I was saying earlier, not actually sister car, because that's IP Racing. Hence you can see there was zero team orders or anything there between them, because it is two different ones. And as I say, is that Parkin in the 36 car is going to want to get through, and the problem for them now is that wasn't to fully unlap, was it? It's to unlap from the second place car, because Winkworth was the one that took advantage a lap or so ago, and that red and black car 736 had already managed to scamper up away from those guys. And it now means that the 36 car, Parkin at the wheel, needs to go even further to try and make that up. In fact, it's just behind another back marker, a back marker to it, and that's the Misty Racing 72 car at the moment, that is running in 34th place at the moment, but just starting to slowly work back through the field by the looks of it. Number 14 I noticed is back out as well, the turn 7 car, and going rather quicker than the cars all around it at the moment, so they'll be hoping that they can start reducing the lap deficits that they had.
Yeah, that's the car that both the driver and the team manager has to go towards race control, and yeah, as you say, was parked up for a period of time. Mike Morace, the South African, is behind the wheel of that number 14 car now. Had a great battle with Mike here a couple of years ago, I think it was. We were pretty much together for an hour and a half.
Really?
There was nothing to choose between us, no. And the only reason I knew it was Mike was driving, because a couple of times I got alongside him and could see it says Mike on the side of the helmet.
Yeah, it is
absolutely.
clear. I saw that when I spoke to him down there. Yeah, nice and clear.
Michael Winkworth still leading the way. The lead advantage is 1.3 seconds at this stage, so Michael Winkworth with his lights ablaze. You can't miss that car. It allows us to understand what the car will look like come later on tonight, because of course you get used to the colours of the car in daylight. When night falls, all you can see is darkness, and of course the various coloured strips that teams put on their cars. So it might be a red strip over the roof, or a green strip on the bonnet, or a yellow strip down the sill of the car. And that again then is a learning process for us, isn't it, to try and understand when all we can see then are headlamps and other lights on the cars as to which car is which. And we tried it a bit with qualifying yesterday, but it takes a lot longer than what was probably 30 minutes of darkness in qualifying. It takes longer to embed all of the cars, doesn't it, in your mind?
Yes, it does. Oh, just see the bottom right. We've got 2023 calendar sort of making a sneaky appearance as a graphic down on the bottom right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's because that Luke's working on that for us at the moment. So I asked Luke whether we might be able to put a graphic together for that.
I'd tease it, the tease it that we're going to be able to have a look at some point, because I want to see that as well.
Have you not seen it?
I think I did, but I can't remember. Which is why I say I'm pretty sure I recall seeing Cadwell on there, because I can really imagine these going around Cadwell being incredible.
Yeah, I've done a couple of the EnduroKA races at Cadwell.
I was about to ask.
From a commentary perspective, I've not raced it. No, it's
your
my
local circuit.
My local circuit.
Raced it.
I've not raced it. No, largely because it doesn't take any prisoners. You make a small mistake and it can have a big consequence at Cadwell, and a big consequence for the number 40 car off and into the gravel trap, I'm afraid. And that is at Paddock Hill Bend, which is surely going to bring about a further safety car. So that is KPR Racing.
But Michael O'Brien will be jumping in next, won't he?
Yeah, we know it's not Michael because he spoke to you. But yeah, that car is off and into the gravel, and I'm afraid it was Toby Patman that was driving it. We saw Carl Patman starting the car. Toby Patman had taken over. Michael O'Brien, who is the GT Cup champion for this year and will be receiving his championship award next weekend when they have their awards dinner. Himself and Simon Orange having scooped up the overall title, scheduled to take over that car, but I'm afraid it's not going to be running inside the top 12, which it was by the time he takes over it, because it's going to take a few laps to drag it out the gravel, and then of course you'll get that 3-lap penalty for the tow back. We do go safety car.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, again, it's the one where they're going to have to pull that one out. So that's 3 cars, 3 laps penalty as well for that one. So there is 1 or 2 that are aiming towards us the pit, as you'd expect.
So now that we've got a safety car, let's have a look at the calendar and the way that it looks for 2023 for the EnduroKA. The championship season will start on the 16th of April at Snetterton for a 5-hour race. Then it will move to Silverstone. What did I say? Snetterton. Silverstone for a 5-hour race. Then it will move on the 24th of June to Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, where they will have a 6-hour race there in Lincolnshire. After that, then it's on to Donington Park. That's regularly been the opening round of the season, but it is mid-season for this year. year. 5-hour race at Donington Park on the national circuit. And then we move back to Snetterton, and it's back to the 12-hour format for this year. So the 12 hours of Norfolk over the course of the 5th and the 6th of August. That will be the longest race in the calendar for 2023. Then it's on to Alton Park for a 5-hour race on the 30th of September. And the IndyCar 500, the 5th iteration of it, takes place not this equivalent time next year, but it's slightly early. I think it's the earliest it's ever been. Wow. It will be the 28th and the 29th of October, the IndyCar 500 in 2023. And yeah, looking at it, it's always been in November before. We had the second iteration of it, the race day was the 1st of November. A couple of years ago, but we've never had race day in October before for the Indy 500, so it will be slightly earlier than it's ever been.
They won't know what to do in those balmy weather conditions.
Well, part of the reason that I didn't enter this year is because I was largely worried it was going to be damp, greasy and horrible, otherwise I might have entered. But as it is, looking at it now, I'd be quite happy to be out there.
As long as you didn't start.
As long as I didn't start, as long as I didn't start,
114 is being called to race control, and get quite a few call-ups, don't they, to race control, the team managers and everything. That's KM Racing that have been asked to go up there. And not always seeing penalties, though, are we? It doesn't mean they're necessarily getting a penalty. It might be to just explain something or sort something out or put something in place.
Have a word, yes, have a word. At Race Logic, we could see they're in the pit lane there, so that's number 192 car that's running just outside of the top 30 in 32nd position overall. Martin Paps was the driver of it when it came into the pit lane. I'll have to wait and see as to who might take over when it disappears back out onto the circuit. So now that we're back under safety car, well, for what is our 8th occasion of the safety car being out there. We've now done 28 laps in total behind the safety car of the 157 laps that we've done. Let me run you through the top 10. Leading the way is car number 736, which is Ferguson Motorsport and Michael Winkworth. Second in the race is car number 128, which is Napa Racing and Lewis Selby. Third in the race is number 18, Axiometrics, twice the race winner this year, but have never won the IndyCar 500. And it is car number 18 in the hands of Chris Dovell currently. And fourth is car number 734, the second of the Ferguson Motorsport cars. Tom Bell is the current driver. Fifth place is 36. This is the first of the cars that is just off the lead lap at the moment. IP Racing and Scott Parkin, with sixth place going the way of the number 5 car of Wolf Motorsport, and it is Ian Williamson that's behind the wheel of that. Seventh place is 555, Sukaru and Tristan Judge, and eighth place is where we see number 64, Autotech Motorsport and Taylor Norton. In ninth position, it's IP Racing, Oliver Wilmot, and completing Tyler Norton and Oliver Wilmot, I think, are now 2 laps off the lead of the race. So you've got the cars in 5th, 6th and 7th, 1 lap off the lead of the race, but once you get beyond that, they're 2 laps off the lead. And in 10th position, it is number 81, GM Performance, and what we gather is Johnny Mitchell that's driving that car. 11th place is 154, which is Powerbell Motorsport stroke pristine condition for this weekend. That's Neil Blakes that's behind the wheel of that one. The car that was 12th is a car that's just had a few issues and may well have to, I think, it had a spin, didn't it, and got going again. Car number 121, Climactic, which is the car that is in the hands for this race of Andrew Hinch. He had the spin and got going again and lost just 1 place. 13th place is 149, which is LDR Performance Tuning at this stage. 15th place is, 14th place is number 26, Wolf Motorsport. 15th is 28, VPAX Motorsport. 16th is 41, Road Rage Racing. 17th is number 125, Three Amigos. They were 31st not long ago. They've really worked their way back up through the order. 18th place is 111, which is now Martin Smith behind the wheel of Octane Junkies. So they did take Baz Award out of the car and put Martin Smith in. So again, they're on a different strategy to everybody else. Don't rule them out in 18th place, even though they're 4 laps off the lead. They have done 2 pit stops. 19th place is number 44, which is Graves Motorsport. Mini Challenge racer Alex Solly behind the wheel of that one. And completing the top 20 is our favourite team, because they brought us pork pie and sausage rolls. Misty Racing, Jez Banks behind the wheel of car number 172.
Well, not only that, mince pie as well.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think so.
Oh, wow.
Bonnet de douche. Have a bit of that. I do love mince
I
pies.
don't think Mandy cooked those at home, you know.
What? And she probably made the foil
but it's still
cups that they're
still
in
going to be very scrummy. Thank you, Mandy.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. So we're rapidly approaching only 5 hours left for this one. 2-lap penalty for the car 114, exiting pit lane under the red light. We've seen a few of those. That's quite surprising. It's kind of one of those rudimentary things, but I guess once you're in the adrenaline, you're getting going and you're possibly thinking about everything. Now you're about to head out on track. you might just make a mistake there. 734 has come into the pit, so they didn't stop under the safety car. They've stopped after it, so I'd imagine they've just sort of quite rigidly stuck to the time that they intended to do it. That's the one that bizarrely just says Bell, whereas, of course, we know that it will have been Tom Bell at the wheel of the Ferguson motorsport car. Presumably they're going to be making a change of driver for that particular car. That's dropped down now to 7th place and still going. It kind of surprising, Mark, that they didn't pick that one under the safety car, really.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they were just caught out by how short that safety car period was.
It was actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very short one, so they probably thought that they had enough to maybe have at least a couple of laps behind the safety car. But once you've committed, you may as well stick with it, because by the time you've aborted it, having driven down the pit lane and back out, and then hung on for another safety car, you've lost any advantage you were going to get. 3-lap penalties going out for car number 29 and car number 40 for the towback. So 29 is DK MS LDR Performance, and also the number 40 car that's just had the towback is KPR. So both of those receiving a 3-lap penalty for the towback at this stage. So for the lead of the race, Michael Winkworth leading now that we've got that safety car out of the way, and of course back markers between some of the cars. All of a sudden his lead advantage, which has been nothing for the last half an hour because he's been under so much pressure from Lewis Selby, all of a sudden he's got a 4-second lead. It's
quite incredible, isn't it? Another one I've spotted that's worked its way up through the order, the 555 car, Subaru Racing. We know that's one of my favourite, where it's got the Subaru World Rally car livery on it, and of course the famous 555 number that they're running on that as well. Tristan Judge, someone I know well from the Caterham Racing, he was down there. He was sat waiting for his opportunity to go out there. He had his hands device over his shoulders, and his racing overalls all ready. And I got an insight, actually, Mark, while he was down there. We were just chatting, and he was like going, yeah, you've got to come and do this. It's so much fun. He loves it, and he does a few of the equivalents of this as well. And he says, this is just so much fun. I cannot wait to get out. He said, we're not coming in because our sister car is coming in first. And then he said, unless the safety car comes out, and then all bets are off. Everybody's pit at the same time, basically.
Yeah, absolutely, because you don't want to not have that same advantage as everybody else, or have the disadvantage of not pitting under the safety car. It saves you so much time.
But they were trying to keep it, because they're in sort of next door garages.
Yeah, it gets tight.
They'd agreed, they'd gone, right, because one of his crew came over and said, right, we've agreed that the sister car, whatever number it was, I forget now, is going to come in first. We'll come in after that. And it's like, yeah, fine, no problem. And then it was that comment, unless the safety car comes, and then we'll both pit. It's fine, we'll both do it, and we'll work it out.
Well, we know from what goes on in Formula One that teams work together, don't they? Their two cars, based on last weekend.
always, absolutely. Yes.
So we are fast approaching, unbelievable, 5 hours of the race to go. So we're nearly 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race already, and it has absolutely flown by so far. Beautiful sunlight as well still. Looking over towards the east and the city of London, it still looks as though, yeah, fairly blue skies, a bit of cloud in the distance, but we are blessed with some pretty good weather for this time of year. It might have been quite miserable overnight, and when I woke up this morning, I couldn't believe the noise that the rain was making on the hotel bedroom window. But yeah, since then, no rain, beautiful weather, good racing, and we can still see the two Napa cars are squabbling away. There is number 26, that's Wolf Racing. That car is running in what is 14th position at the moment, the Pink Pig.
It is a great livery, isn't it?
It is a fantastic livery. I'm doing an online iRacing championship at the moment, and I'm in a GT4 Porsche Cayman in the Pink Pig livery.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it's another one of those ones that is iconic in its own right, but works on other cars, and frankly, as we're seeing here, any other car.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, it does work. It works an absolute treat. So team manager of car number 46 now being asked to point themselves in the general direction of race control. So that's
the windowless one, isn't it?
It is, yes. Yeah, and again, I don't know why. Don't know. We'll have to see whether we can find out as to what that is. But team manager of car number 46, which is Autotech Motorsports to race control. So through Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids comes, that's VPEX Racing, the number 28 car. That's another car that had poor qualifying, and again has worked its way through the order. We were talking to Will Dendy, this is his car, he came to join us in the commentary box earlier on, of the issues that car had in qualifying. So they knew that they'd qualified out of position down in 32nd place, up to 13th at the moment. They might be a few laps off the lead, but they've made some really good progress.
Yeah, another car that I think he came up and he wasn't able to speak to. Damien Hirst, of course, was sort of like popping up, and he was getting close to ready to go out in his car as well, and he was starting to get buzzy, ready to go out, and they're hoping to move their way up through the order as well. And that's why it keeps us constantly entertained, is that, fine, this is the order it's sat in at the moment. Driver changes with different qualities of drivers. If they just have a moment where they pick up a penalty that they've got to work their way through, if a pit stop takes longer, if the safety car comes out at the wrong time, it's just going to throw the whole thing up on its head. So with just under 5 hours now left to go, there's nothing decided, not even remotely decided at the minute, and it's going to keep us enthralled all the way through. And it's been known, Mark, to go even towards the end, having it incredibly close between a whole number of drivers.
Yeah, as we heard from Adam Smith earlier on, he dropped it in the gravel trap in the first 20 minutes of this version of the race in 2020, and they only took the lead with literally a few laps to go. Final 5 minutes of the race, they took the lead. I've seen another long endurance budget racing championship in the UK where the team that qualified on pole were put to the back of the grid, and it was a very large grid of cars, and they only took the lead for the very final time on the very last lap of a 24-hour race. You just don't know. That's why I love endurance racing, whether it be multi-class endurance racing or one-make endurance racing. So many different dynamics in it. You just don't know what's going to happen. You just don't know what's going to unfold. And on a short circuit like Brands Hatch, where the gravel traps are quite close as well, you've got a lot of cars on track. One small mistake and all of a sudden you can get tangled up in something that you shouldn't have been tangled up in, and it just massively affects what's going on in the race.
Yeah, as we've been seeing, not even just tangled up in your own fight that you're already having, is that you could suddenly arrive on the scene of someone else's incident and it collect you, or at least send you off into the gravel, as we've seen several times. And those things will change. And plus, I would assume, Mark, is that with the length of time that you're going to be driving, is that your concentration could suddenly zone out. Does that happen? You just suddenly kind of get tired, get fatigued? I mean, on a circuit like this that goes round and round, could you lose focus?
I think you do. On occasions, you switch off. You get in that rhythm. When you're in the rhythm, it's so easy just to stay with that rhythm, stay with that rhythm, stay with that rhythm. And all of a sudden, something will happen and you'll lose the rhythm.
And you'll go, no.
You just lose the rhythm. And then it might take you another couple of laps to just get back into that space again that you need to be. You do end up going around like a metronome, and that's not then because you end up going around at a slower pace than you ought to. You just find a pace that just works for you with the car.
Do the same
and naturally, sometimes as the track evolves, you naturally get quicker, but you're still in that zone, still find that rhythm. And you can get a nice rhythm round here at Brands Hatch. The difficulty is, what upsets that rhythm, as you say, is traffic. And then it's trying to work out, is it worth sticking your nose up the inside of that car, or 5 hours to go still, just sit them behind them. Does it matter if you sit behind them for another 30 minutes if they are not really holding you up? Do you really want to send it up the inside and risk it?
Judging by today, yes.
The front runners will say absolutely yes. For those that are having their first ever race, no, because what they'll want to do is make sure they come away with a finish. And as long as you get a finish, then you get the 2 signatures on your licence. And once you've got 6 signatures on your licence, you can then remove the novice plate off the back of the car.
Okay. So how many did you say it was? 6?
6, yeah.
And you get 2 from this one?
2 from this one because of the duration of the race, yeah.
Okay. No, and I mean, there is that sort of achievement when you take the checkered flag. And I always love on endurance racing where there is almost like a guard of honour. And I remember the very first time I was part of a commentary team for an endurance race, and I got swept up in the emotion of it myself, because we're sort of covering the whole thing through, and you're seeing the emotion of the teams, the drivers, the marshals that are down there to greet them and everything, and the emotion just gets you.
And we were talking about Team Ferguson Motorsport and Tom Bell, the team manager, having to report towards race control a while ago. We didn't know what for. It was for a breach of refuelling regulations. So a car that had been running right at the sharp end was up there in the top 3 for a good period of time, and of course was looking to try and pick up the lead of the race.
Black one, wasn't
it? The black
it
one.
Had the lead quite comfortably for a while.
2-lap penalty for car number 734 for a breach of the refuelling regulations. So that's going to drop them way down through the order. They're now running with that 2-lap penalty applied, down in 18th position.
Wow, that is huge. And weren't they the ones that I said I was surprised they came in after the safety car came back in again?
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
So that has not been a good few laps for them there, was it?
No.
So that pit stop was after the safety car, and they breached the refueling.
Yeah, and again, whatever that breach may have been, it may have been somebody not on the fire extinguisher, it may have been that somebody was touching the car whilst they were refueling, which you can't do. Maybe they didn't get the driver out of the car before they started refueling. Maybe the door wasn't even closed. You've got to close the door as well.
Yep. The other one is that you sometimes see they don't turn the engine off.
Yes, and again, you know, I've seen in international races people fall foul of regulations with regards to that, because you go and race in the international sports car races like Nick Tandy will be doing for Porsche in 2023, you refuel with the engine on if it's IMSA. Europe-wide, you always refuel with the engine off.
Right.
Yeah, so it varies, you know, globally at international level.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've seen some very professional teams fall foul of that, where they haven't turned the engine off because they've been so used to racing in America, where the driver can sit in the car while they refuel.
You can probably hear in the background there, we were just on one of the cameras up on the roof, working so hard up there in what I have to tell you is bitterly cold. He's not wrapped up as warm as I thought he was going to be, but he's up on the roof of the corporate hospitality boxes, and as we were just watching, the great view from up there, but you could hear the wind, Mark, that's out there. You probably had it yourself. You just nipped to the little boys' room a moment ago, and as you step out of the back of the commentary box, that wind is quite surprising, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it's blowing from the east. Sorry, it's blowing from the west over to the east, so it's also affecting the cars as well, because they are getting a tailwind as they go down the Brabham Straight and in towards Paddock Hill Bend, so it's carrying a bit more speed as you head in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Then, of course, as you brake and turn in towards Paddock Hill Bend, you think it doesn't affect the car, but when it gets strong, it does. You then start to get a crosswind as you turn into the corner. Yep. So it does affect the cars, and of course it's a headwind going down the Cooper Straight, which means that the slipstream becomes ever more important. So you do need to consider all of those. Down the Cooper Straight at the moment is car number 111, which is Martin Smith for Octane Junkies. That's the car that qualified on pole and was going well in the hands of both Adam Smith and Baz Ward. Of course, their strategy sees them playing something subtly different out to everybody else, but I did say watch out for the number 111 car, don't rule them out. At that point they were in 18th position. They're now up into 15th place, but they are on that different strategy. They are the first of the cars in the race that have conducted 2 refuelling and driver stops at this stage. Everybody else ahead of them has only been into the pits once.
And this is where I find it intriguing, because we will not have any idea if that's worked for them until the closing stages, will we?
That's right. Yeah, no, that's right. In terms of total racing, well, at the moment we have done 171 laps of racing. We have done in total across all of the cars the best part of 7,400 racing laps have been completed now, and we are about to chalk up 9,000 racing miles so far today.
Wow, incredible.
That's a third of the way around the globe.
Is that every car?
That's every car, every lap. So yeah.
Impressed.
So 172 times 3 plus 171 times 3. You know, add up every lap that every car has done. That's what you get to.
Impressive.
It looks like they have now applied the penalty to car number 734, 2-lap penalty for that refuelling, which now means they're not 4 laps off the lead, they're 6 laps off the lead and have dropped a further 6th places now those 2 laps have been applied. I thought they had, but no, they now go to 24th position, car number 734, the Ferguson Motorsport car. That, talking about bitter pills to swallow, that's a tough one, but again, those are the rules.
6 laps away from the lead.
Yeah, for a car that arguably is one of the quickest ones out there and was a race leader earlier on.
Yeah, because he took the lead brilliantly and then scampered away for a little while, didn't it, that black car? Such a shame. Again, they've just got to wash it off. Don't let it affect you. It is what it is. And I guess, and this is probably a question for you again, Mark, from when you were doing it, is that we're talking about how much fun this is. I'm saying about that I'm getting hooked by this as well myself, and the drivers, when you're just chatting them both on and off mic, are just loving it, the smiles on their face, the fun that they're having, and it is a fun race. You talked about Tandy not having the pressure of a works drive and it being fun, but you do still get competitive.
Absolutely. You want to do as good a job for the team as you can do. So that's the one competitive side of it, and then you do beat yourself up when you make a mistake, which I've done in the past. And
which you have to wash off.
Dropped into gravel traps, and you have to wash off. The other thing you want to do is, and I always do, I want to beat my teammates. You know, we might not have the fastest car, but I want to be the fastest driver in that car.
Yeah.
So you are competitive, but you don't tell anybody that's what you're doing, just in your head. And, you know, and I don't talk to other drivers about that. I would assume they'll want to do the same as well. Or, you know, if you're a driver that's in your first race in this one, you might not want to be the quickest, but what you won't want to do is the slowest.
Yeah.
And what you will want to do is hand the car over in one piece with no damage. You will set yourself something you want to achieve in each race. And for those at the front, it will be the win. For people like me, it's, I want to get, a top 6 would be great, a top 10 would be brilliant, but the one thing I want to be is the fastest driver in that car. Beat my teammates.
I like it. I don't think that would be my target, to be fair.
Well, in my first few races, it was get a finish, bring the car back in one piece and get my signature on my licence. And it does change as you get a bit more experience.
It has to, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You up the ante each time. I tell you, the thing to keep an eye on is our lead pair are getting a little bit closer, Mark. The pace of the Napa Racing UK 128 car, Selby at the wheel of that at the moment, in the 103s constantly, lap after lap, whereas we're seeing Winkworth is around about the 104s at the moment.
It looks as though in the pit lane, the number 56 car is in. Nigel Mansell is in the process of refuelling.
And that's the insight of what you've been talking about, those tough jugs where they just put it in and gravity does the work.
Gravity does the work, but it's, say, totally unvented, so you can almost see the tough jug squashing in and out as the air slowly sort of gets released and allows the next bit of fuel in. I say it's a frustrating refueling because it does take a long time, but it's also a very affordable way of refueling safely, because if you start to put other systems in on the cars that allow venting, that allow pressurization of fuel going in, all of a sudden the costs go up and it doesn't become an affordable series. And this is bottom rung of the endurance racing ladder.
So have they, and again, so some people, I know these are going to be silly questions, but it's the great opportunity for me to get this information shared for those that might not necessarily know. So the fuel, do they have all those tough jugs filled with fuel in their garages ready to go? Or are they going and getting them as the race progresses?
If memory serves me correctly, the regulations will very clearly state the quantity of fuel that you can have inside the garage at any one point.
Yep.
That doesn't stop you storing fuel outside of the garage because it's behind, or in your truck or on the back of the trailer. But there will be, within the regulations, I'll be amazed if there isn't, a maximum quantity of fuel that you can store in your garage at any one point, for safety reasons again, of course.
And does that mean that you'll have a whole load of those tough jugs, or are they in something and then decanted into the tough jugs?
Largely, they'll be decanted from a jerry can into the tough jugs.
Yeah. So with the sort of hand pump.
No, just tipped in.
Really?
Just tipped in, and it may.
And
well
I thought the hand pump was manual.
And it may well be, when you go to some circuits, EnduroKA don't visit Silverstone, but if you go to Silverstone, for instance, where they've got a fuel site closer to the pit lane, and Snetterton, then it may well be they'll go there and fill your tough jugs up straight from there, if that's the source of fuel that you want to get it from. Because it just have to be standard pump fuel.
I love watching the relay races that we have at the likes of Snetterton, where you're driving your own car and you come in and it's almost like a tag, and out goes your teammate in their car, continuing with the team's effort, and then that car drives into the paddock to the fuel station, fills up with fuel, and then comes back in the garage ready for their go. I love watching that. It's incredible to see them do that.
The lead advantage has dwindled to absolutely nothing now for the lead of the race. Michael Winkworth has just a 0.3 of a second lead over Lewis Selby. The pair of cars just descending down in towards Graham Hill Bend now. Pink bonnet for the race leading car with the Union Jack stripe down the rear quarter of it. You've got Lewis Selby in the number 128 Napa car sitting there in second position. 15 seconds off those is the third place car now, Axiometrics, which is Chris Dovell, who has, if anything, not fallen away a great deal more. I think somewhere between 12 and 15 seconds has always been the gap back between the race-leading pair fighting away and Axiometrics, who are there in third place. Remember, Axiometrics have already claimed 2 wins so far this season, whereas the car out front, which is Ferguson Motorsport, have not tasted victory so far in the 2022 EnduroKA.
Back marker, sorry, I saw him dive towards the inside on the feed, but that's trying to get past another one of the back markers, but I think it was tricky getting past that back marker last time round, wasn't it, as well? It's good to see Axiometrics up there, because I remember when we were covering the qualifying yesterday, Mark, they were at one point, they were on pole position from memory. I remember you talking about them, and then they just went down, and I think that they maybe had an issue towards the tail end of qualifying that stopped them taking part at the same pace. And they've worked their way up into that third place in the number 18 car. It's mighty impressive. Yeah, but
they qualified 6th in the end, Axiometrics. It was Chris Wetherill who started the car that popped the quickest time in. So hopefully they'll be able to continually remain on that lead lap and try and join in on the squabble. Say the wins that they took. Alton Park last time out was their last win, but they did win the 24-hour race, the only 24-hour race we've ever had in EnduroKA. So 178 laps into this race so far. So we are now at 43% race distance. So we are ticking them off all of the time, aren't we, at this stage?
Yeah, exactly. Across we go for make that 179 now, and still glued together. I mean, that's what I love about this, Mark. 179 in, and yet they're still that close.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to a record distance. The record distance we've ever had in EnduroKA was the very opening event in 2019, where we managed 430 laps on that occasion. Last year it was 396. Well, if we divide 179 by 43 and multiply it by 100, that would get us to full race distance. It'd be 416 laps is roughly what, at the moment, we would end up with at the end of this one.
Still a ridiculous amount, isn't it? I always wonder if on a circuit like this, with that many laps, you get dizzy. I can imagine not quite, but it just feels like you would do.
And we are now, up to in excess of 9,300 racing miles completed by everybody. So over the start-finish line go the leading pair, still just 0.3 of a second between them. A little bit of clear traffic as well for them this time, so they don't need to worry for at least a couple of corners before they meet the next few cars. But forever, you're going to have some kind of traffic you're either closing in on or trying to work your way through in what is a very, very full grid of cars still. We've got a couple of cars in the pit lane at the moment. Both of those are the cars that were involved in the incident up at Clearways Corner with their suspension damage. So as yet, we have not seen KM Racing back out, and we've also not seen the #1 Burton Power Racing car back out. Both of those having suffered front suspension damage as a result of that contact between the pair at pit lane entry. So it's been a while now since they have been circulating, but I'm pretty safe, I think, in saying that looking at the damage to both of those cars, Chris, when they limped into the pit lane, they should be able to continue in the race. And having said that, as soon as I say it, #114 is showing as not being in the pit lane. So it's just Burton Power now that are in process of repairing their car.
I think that's it, just heading up towards the Druids hairpin. It looked rather steady, I have to say, though, Mark, didn't it? But maybe they just need to take it steady this lap to feel it in. Yeah,
first lap out, just check that the car is as it ought to be, and providing it is, then you'll crack on. If you've got any concerns that it's not quite right, then just bring it back into the pit lane and try and describe to the team as to what the problems are. So squabble's still continuing out on circuit, a big gaggle of cars just heading round through Clearways Corner and up towards the conclusion of the lap. The lead advantage has stretched a little bit more. It's doubled over the course of the last lap. It's not a great deal. It's gone out from 0.3 to almost 0.6 of a second. And some of that will be to do with traffic. As you can see there over the start-finish line, lots of traffic still being dealt with, including at the tail end of that little train of cars is the #172 Misty Racing car, which has now worked its way inside the top 20 car #172. And that car is at the moment going to be, who's it in the hands of? Let's have a quick look through. It is going to be Jez Banks who's driving it.
I'm afraid to say that the 114 car, I think, has just made its way straight back into the pit, so it didn't pick up anymore. Of course, that was the one that got worse.
Race leader is in. So race leader is in. Ferguson Motorsport bring Michael Winkworth into the pit lane. I thought it was his light configuration.
Yeah, different car then.
Pit lane entry, yeah. So into the pit lane comes the race leader. So that now means #128, Lewis Selby, will be heading up towards Druids. Has picked up the lead of the race at this stage in the blue and yellow Napa car. He's got a raft of cars as well, I think, he's going to have to deal with over the course of this lap. So that might have been the catalyst as to why Ferguson Motorsport brought the car in towards the pit lane, and it looks as though it is a standard refuelling stop for that car.
And I love the fact that you see there that Parkin almost equalled what is the car's fastest lap. So it's almost a telltale sign that he was about to bring it in, wasn't it? The last flying lap was nearly equal to its best so far. And then he's come ready to jump out of that and hand it over to his teammate. It's often the way, isn't it, when you know it's your last lap.
You can see that it's been slightly robust out on track by the amount of swirls that are down the side and the rear quarter of that car. Look at the whole side of the car. Lots of tyre swirl, a little bit of spillage from the fuel there. So just taking out, just double checking that they're getting the last little bit in. You can see how slow that fuel is flowing in, Chris, as well. It's not quick, is it, the way that fuel is going in? It takes a long, long time to fill up one of these cars. There we go. I think fuel is done. Bit of
not going in, I heard them just say there in the background. So there's actually more of an issue. It's shooting straight back out again, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe some sort of airlock, maybe just within the tough jug. There you go. All of a sudden, yeah, you can see the fuel is dropping a lot quicker now, can't you? So
still not. Just checking, isn't he?
Yeah.
Nothing came out that time, did it? So,
but as I say, all of this is delay potentially, isn't it?
They're having to now do it a little bit at a time, aren't they, to allow air to come in before it overfills. Like you say, just taking that so much longer, isn't it? I was right that 114 did come in as well, but I was looking at the wrong one.
And they're all mini racers at various stages have been doing this. You've got Damon Aston, you've got his son Torben Aston, you've got Lee Deegan, you've got Michael Winkworth. So all mini racers that are there. And
the other one as well, actually, the Axiometrics car is, Jamie was telling me that they're all Fun Cup drivers from that one as well.
Oh, are they? Right,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know a great deal about Fun Cup, so yeah, I wouldn't necessarily know the names of the Axiometrics team. Who have they got in there? Let's just have a quick look. What number car was that one? The 18 it'll be, won't it? Yeah. So Axiometrics, Quith Retherall, Dominic Jackson and Chris Stovall. Yeah, the names do ring a bell. Only time I covered Fun Cup was March this year, I think, at Silverstone. Was the opening round of their
They're all winners in the Fun Cup at that as well.
Are they?
Over the years.
Everyone's a winner, Chris. Everyone's a winner.
Absolutely.
This is taking a long time. You can imagine, talking about the delay for it, that is Damon Aston that's about to jump on board that car. So that's the face of Damon Aston that's about to dive on. And yeah, still in the process. Yeah, still trying to work out what the problem is with the car, yeah.
And they'll have to tread carefully now, and they'll have to clear all that fuel up, won't they, once they finish doing this one as well?
Yeah, they'll go out there with the rags and clean the fuel up, of course, and what we don't want is any fuel dripping down the pit lane. It can damage the tarmac, which is why the pit area is usually concrete in a racetrack. Rather than being tarmac down the pit lane, it tends to be concrete, the apron, because what you don't want is fuel dripping onto tarmac, because it will simply just lift it. But yeah, Damon Aston is ready to dive on board that car and take it over from Michael Winkworth, but this is taking a very, very, very long time to refuel the car.
When you consider this is the car that was in the lead, it's heartbreaking, and only just, wasn't it? You know, it was under huge pressure from the 128 Napa Racing UK car. Selby still at the wheel of that one, and this is largely going to be undoing it now, isn't it? They've decided that's enough. I possibly heard full.
You see, it's Audi overalls that that Damon Aston, and that's because his cousin is Ollie Jarvis.
Ah, okay.
Ex Audi Works driver. So yeah, if you're wondering why there are Audi overalls on that one, that will be why. And Damon has raced in those for quite some years, actually. His brother, Kane Aston, also races. He's a former Mini 7 and Mini Miglia champion, so it's very much a racing family, the Aston family. So he jumps on board. So that's the second pit stop done and dusted for that car.
See that now that number 128, the Napa Racing UK car, has been released, if you will, because remember, it's glued to the back of that car that we've just seen with that long refueling pit stop. Now that it's released, putting a new fastest lap of the race, a 103.291. Now, is that a sort of a prelude to Selby coming in and handing that over? I was saying earlier that we saw that with the race leader at the time. Winkworth was clearly knowing that he was about to come in, put in a lap that was nearly identical to its fastest lap of the race so far. We've just seen that improvement from Selby. Are we going to see it come in this time round?
We're talking about 736, and the amount of time it took for Ferguson Motorsport to refuel that car with the problems that they were having. Average pit stops around about 5.5 minutes. That car, 7.5 minutes.
Wow.
So they've lost 2 laps, really. 2 laps more than they ought to have done because of the problems with the refueling.
Yeah, that's going to hurt, but let's not lose sight of the fact that we're still not talking the same, compared to if you're in the gravel and you've got to be towed back and you get 3 laps added on. So it's still not quite as bad as that, but I was wrong, by the way. The Selby is continuing on in the 128 car, so no pit stop for them just yet. But they'll have their targets, won't they, where they kind of want to aim to get themselves sorted. And latest manager to be called to the race control is number 56, so they'll have a word in their shell-like and work out what they may have or may not have done or need to be aware of going forward.
Is that not the second time 56 has been
does
called
ring
to
a
race
bell.
control? Hard and enthusiastic, yes.
There's a lot of irony in that name,
Yes,
isn't
there is, yeah, very much ironic, isn't it? So there we go, a dancing donkey on the front of that one. It looks like the Ferrari badge, doesn't it, on it? But this is Climactic.
I hadn't noticed that.
who have had their issues throughout the course of this race, but it's gone generally well in the hands of Marcus Batty and Andrew Hinch. So it was Andrew Hinch that was behind the wheel. So I'm guessing, as it's a two-car team, isn't it, car number 121? Yes, it is. It'll be Marcus Batty that's about to jump back on board again, and final words of advice being given there.
Trying to work out whether he's listening. I think he was, you know. He was taking that advice on board, wasn't he? It's going to be his chance to, well, presumably go back out again.
Yeah, because of course, if he started the car, then if he's going out, then he is now heading onto a track that is entirely different to the one that he left.
Yeah, because even when he'd have come in, it still wouldn't be quite like this,
no,
would it?
It wouldn't. No,
not a million miles away, I don't think, by the time he came in. But yeah, I mean, you look at it now, and there's barely even any moist patches out there now, is it? So generally speaking, they're just able to pedal to the metal, and off they go.
So Lewis Selby continuing to lead the way at the wheel of car number 128. He has now got a 23-second lead between himself and the Axiometrics car, which has sort of dropped away a little bit, hasn't it, over the course of the last few laps. The gap had been hovering around 12 to 15 seconds, but all of a sudden it's gone out by another 10. IP Racing's Scott Parkin is there in third place, but that number 36 car is off the lead lap at this stage. Fourth is Ian Williamson at the wheel of the number 5 car, which is Wolf Motorsport. Then it's Tristan Judge for Subaru and Tyler Norton, car number 64 for Autotech Motorsport. Those are the cars inside the top 6. In the garage being worked on at the moment is the number 39 Carmelian car. That car, as a result of its problems, has now tumbled down to 38th position on the grid for Carmelian. And the driver that was behind the wheel when it came into the pit lane was going to be Andy Johnson. Whether it's going to be him or not that still remains behind the wheel of it when it heads back out, I don't know. But the Carmelian car, I've always liked the livery of that one. It's fantastic looking livery on the Carmelian car. It is like a chameleon. So safety car coming back out. Now, the reason for the safety car is because we've got one in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. And it has got a long, long way into the gravel trap and has made contact with the barriers. Yeah. And I'm afraid that's Castrol. So it's car number 2 that is off. Now, David Murphy, Peter Simmons, I think I said Paul Simmons earlier on. David Murphy, Peter Simmons and George Wright are the drivers of that one. And it is David Murphy, I'm afraid, that's had the off and the problem. He's skittered sideways into the gravel. He's made
well not to roll that one.
Really light contact with the recticel, and I was about to say the same. Having gone sideways into the gravel, lucky man, it's still wheels down rather than being wheels up.
Because that, judging from the gravel there, it's gone a long way sideways, hasn't it? That's
yeah, I'd say he's had a bit of a moment on the way in with some oversteer, and he's tried to correct it, and it's snapped the opposite way, I would say.
Yeah, it's very, very lucky, that one, that stayed on, because it doesn't look like it. Definitely looking at the roof, it hasn't gone over and landed back on its wheels, has it?
You can tell by the gravel tracks because they're absolutely straight. So it's just skittered across the gravel all the way in. So safety car out there. This might be again.
Yeah, because I was thinking that was a third line there, so it had gone in sideways. But no, yeah, it's
gone in and stayed sideways. Yes, because you've got the marks from the 2 front wheels and the mark from the back wheel that you can see. So this is now our 9th safety car, for which we have had 30 laps under the safety car. We have had 160 racing laps of green flags so far, so 190 in total that we are at, and we're nearly at 10,000 racing miles now. We're sort of getting there in that respect. So safety car will bring them all round. So whilst we're under safety car, let me run you through the order once more, the order that they are in, with almost half of the race gone now. What are we, 45% into this race? Car number 128, Napa Racing, Lewis Selby leads the way. Second is number 18, Axiometrics and Chris Dovell. Third is 36, Scott Parkin. Fourth is number 5, which is Ian Williamson. And fifth is 555, Tristan Judge. Sixth is 64, Tyler Norton. Sixth. Seventh is 63, which is Oliver Wilmot. In 8th place is 154, Neil Blakes. 9th is 81, Johnny Mitchell. Completing the top 10 is 49, which is LDR Performance Tuning. And that number 49 car will be in the hands of Justin Irvine at this stage. 11th place is 28, which is VPEX Racing, and that will be Alexander Walker that's behind the wheel. Martin Smith for Octane Jumpies is there in 12th place. In 13th place is 26, which is going to be Stuart Kinner. 14th place is 44, Graves Motorsport and Alex Solly. And Jez Banks, number 172, is 15th at the moment. Damon Aston for Ferguson Motorsport, who we saw that long pit stop and the refuelling issues for, is there in 16th place at the moment. 17th place is car number 19, that's there in 17th place, which is Leah Pierce, another mini challenge racer. He won the the Directors' Cup of the Mini Challenge Trophy this year. In 18th place is one car that resides in the pit lane at the moment, which is going to be John Rowe for Row Rage Motorsport. Tony Perfect for M&D Racing is there in 19th place. And 20th is Shine Automotive C French. I think it's Colin French, if memory serves me correctly. Yes, it is. So it's Colin French that's in there. But a busy pit lane at the moment, Chris, because this safety car has come out just as many cars were considering pit stops.
One that's just about to leave, I'm delighted to say, is the number 1 car. They had that in for ages, repairing the... I think that was one of the front corners, wasn't it, on that?
Front right corner, wasn't it?
Yeah, badly damaged, and that's going back out. The 114 that was involved in that instance, we've seen come in and out a few times, and we know it went out because it picked up a 2-lap penalty for going out under the red light, which I'm pleased to say the number 1 car hasn't done. It sat at the end waiting for this train to go through before he's going to be released. But it means both of them have gone back out, because the 114, steady out lap we saw a moment ago, back into the pits, checked everything, it's back out there on the circuit. So both of them from that moment are back out there racing, which is great to see. Incidentally, the 46 car, another one that was the one that was involved in the roll, which I didn't see because I was down there, you were up here, but I certainly saw it come back in and ripping all of the glass out of it. Not just the front and back, they've clearly got rid of the sides as well, and that's in.
I think the sides got rid of themselves.
Ah, okay.
Right,
okay. They've grabbed the driver out there, and now it's the turn for someone else to get freezing cold in there.
Yes, he'll need a warm up. Drop him in a warm bath for a period of time. Yeah, and it's only going to get colder, isn't it, today? Once that sun goes down, if you're the driver in for the last stint, you are not going to be overly warm when you get out of the car. You might not be overly happy as well, one would have thought. So safety car is going to be in at the end of this lap, so it didn't take long to scoop up the Castrol car of David Murfitt, the number 2 car, safely out of the gravel trap. So the safety car makes its way up towards Paddock Hill Bend. The leading car behind it, Lewis Selby, is now on lap 194 in this race. Axiometrics now, as a result of not pitting, have moved themselves up into 2nd place in this race. They are 10 seconds behind Lewis Selby coming over the start-finish line. But what's the relative gap? So there's the race leader. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars between the race leader and the 10th car in the train, which is the car of Chris Duvel, the Axiometrics car. So Lewis Selby should be able to get a good restart here and enjoy what is still a fairly handsome lead, because I say the car that's second in the race, the number 18 car, can't overtake any of the 9 cars ahead of him until the start-finish line. So Chris will want to get on with it straight away. So here we come, up towards the green flag, which waves once more. There goes Lewis Selby over the start-finish line. Watch out for the silver and the Dayglow yellow car, which is the Axiometrics car in the hands of Chris Duvel. He comes over the start-finish line now, and who's right behind him? It's the number 63 car. It's another Napa Racing car, which is Oliver Wilmot, but Oliver Wilmot is a further lap adrift than the car that he's sitting on the bumper of at the moment. So this is where we get quick cars up against quick cars, but they're not on the same lap.
Yes, which I can only see increasing how many of those we're going to see. We saw earlier, didn't we, the 36 car of Parkin getting involved with that. Incidentally, by the way, that 36 car, Scott Parkin, has had a formal reprimand and 2 points on his licence because rejoined unsafely was the judges downstairs have decreed.
So that was when he ran wide coming out of Druids, retook to the tarmac, and Misty Racing had to spin in avoidance.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they've decided, no penalty as far as the race is concerned by the looks of it, but certainly, because if you go to MSVRacing.com, you're able to go to this particular event, and you've got the bulletin board that will give you, it's got the positions at each of the hours, but it also includes the clerk of the course's decisions, and that was one of them. So the only one that's on there, by the way. The rest have been dealt with during the race.
Right, okay, yep. So, yeah, otherwise it would be a very busy bulletin board, wouldn't it?
Just a bit, yes.
There would be a shortage of virtual paper. So, a few cars gaining places as a result of others pitting. So we saw last year's winner GM Performance come into the pit lane. We've seen the number 44 Graves Motorsport car come into the pit lanes, and that now means that Jez Banks and Misty Racing move up to 12th place. Damon Aston and Ferguson Motorsport, number 736, move up to 13th place. Lee Pearce at the wheel of the number 19 LDR Performance Tuning also moves up 2 further places as well, and moves up to 14th position at this stage. So we've still got a few cars in the pit lane cycling through pit stops at the moment, not just 81 and 44, but also we've got number 26 in, which is the Pink Pig. for Wolf Motorsport, and we've got the black and Dayglow orange number 41 car of Row Rage Motorsport. John Rowe was behind the wheel of that when it came into the pit lane. So those are cars that still reside in the pit lane. I noticed K&M Racing are back in again as well at the wheel of 114, the rather troubled car that's had a couple of attempts at repairs. That car has now been in the pit lane on 5 separate occasions. However, in the pit lane on 6 separate occasions is number 72, Misty Racing at this stage. So they're winning the race for the amount of pit stops that have been done so far. The rather battered looking 46 being pushed back. So Autotech Motorsport, proper team effort this, isn't it? Now what they want to do is just get the car to the finish, and that will feel like a win for them.
Oh, absolutely. For the whole team, that will feel amazing. I mean, the reason as well, you see the luminous gaffer take on the bonnet and on the side with their number 46 as well. That got a bit up close and personal up at Druids, didn't it, by a pack of cars there, is that obviously now the glass has gone, Mark. The numbers have gone from the glass. Yep. So they've suddenly had to stick it everywhere, and that, again, that would appear to be part of it.
And the regulations will state that those numbers have to be luminous. So okay. And that's always something that surprised me as well. You know, from a marshalling perspective, we always used to have numbers on the doors of cars. For whatever reason, we've moved towards having numbers on windscreens now and side windows, which means when a car rolls and the marshal is trying to radio in what the car is, because that's the first thing you have to do to race control. Tell them what's happened and identify the car that's involved. If it's rolled over, you can't necessarily see the numbers anymore because the glass is shattered. And I'm always surprised with that.
Good point. Yeah, I'd never really thought of that one, but that's a valid point. Well, at least now for that car, it is in the right places from a marshalling perspective, isn't it? You can see it on the bonnet and the doors now, so that is all sorted. The 81 car is in getting sorted. That was one. Is that not one that was at the pointy end at one point? Where is that now? 81 Mitchell. It just says Mitchell for that one for some reason. That's where we don't know whether it Ian, Gary or Jonathan, but Misty Racing, sorry, not Misty Racing, GM Performance, last year's winner, didn't you say that was?
That's last year's winning car, last year's winning team,
So they're in, changing their driver, and they'll hope to move up through this order. 10-lap penalty, car 37 exceeding driving time.
So that's the 3 hours then. So
although I'd be surprised, I mean, I guess that they're not taking into account the fact that it's sat in the pit lane for most of that.
Which was that 37?
Yeah, the
Semprini Racing, which was Callum Perfect. Well, Semprini Juniors, wasn't it? Callum Perfect, David Evans and John Hobbs. Well, if it's still sat in the pit lane, again, you'd have to refer to what the regulations state is driving time. And it might be quite specific about the fact that the driving time is still from when the driver brings it into the pit lane rather than someone else brings it out. So who knows? Black and orange flag going out, though. And that's car number 46 that we're going to see the black and orange flag going out for. And that is poor old Sam May and Autotech Motorsport. So that's the car that had the rollover. Yeah. Clearly something not quite right with that car still the officials aren't happy with.
And
we've got people guessing the total amounts of safety cars that are going to take place at the moment. Some have gone for 13. Someone else has gone for 19. Well, let me tell you, last year we did have 19 safety cars over the course of the 8-hour, 20-minute race. That's not the record though. 2020 we had 22 safety cars for a total of 91 laps. And we only did 388, so it was a huge amount of safety cars back in 2020. So a few people having a guess at the amount of safety cars. I'm not going to, because I want no more from where we are now. I want green flag racing all the way.
So Paul down at Stopwatch Hospitality, he forecast 14. Tog Tanner, it's good to see Stu down there as well. Good to see Stu came up and saw me. He's guessed for 19. So guys, we'll keep that noted. And we just got notification that the mechanical penalty for the 46 was it leaking fuel?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you could see it on the screen there that it was leaking fuel. A bit like
we
when
saw
we had
that yesterday.
Harry Hardy's Ford Puma, wasn't it? Yesterday was leaking fuel. So yeah, and it's because the filler flap is on the left-hand side of these cars. It's when you're going around a right-hander that the fuel sloshes to that side of the tank and just leaks out. That car has only just been into the pit lane, so it's probably because the tank is so full. So what they might have to do is bring it back in again, try and somehow drain some of the fuel out of it and get it going. You won't see a great deal of it there because that, of course, is a left-hand corner. You won't see a great deal of it as it comes through the next corner, which is going to be the left-hander at Surtees coming up to. But look at it when it heads round towards McLaren and Clearway's corner. That's when you'll see a raft of fuel pouring out of that car. So not now, but when it turns this way, all of a sudden, once we get it on the camera shot, should be able to see the fuel coming out the side of the car. And that is not a small leak, is it?
Yeah, that's a lot. Well done. They've noted that they needed to come in. Indicator was already on, so that the leader of the race, the 128 car that we saw coming behind it, knew that that car was going to stay out of its way and was able to carry on its merry way. The 46 team are going to have to be getting busy again. Autotech Motorsport, they're going to need to get that one sorted. Sam May apparently is back at the way. Oh, and we've got contact has obviously happened there up at Clearways again, because one was recovering, but sadly one is in the gravel, so that's the 55 car.
Covershaw, yeah, and the other one that's in the gravel is K&F Racing number 21 that's gone into the gravel trap, I'm afraid. So team, scrutineers, mechanics all busy looking. I think probably
that didn't look a positive mix of hand signals there, did it?
I thought it did. I thought they were getting ready to push the car back. I'm just wondering whether they hadn't quite put the fuel filler on correctly, the cap on it. So we'll have to wait and see. So K&F Racing into the gravel this time. So this is going to bring about another safety car period. So that now means that we are, what's that, 9 safety cars currently. Is this going to be the 10th one? The number 46 car being pushed back out of pit lane and will be able to rejoin.
Well, that's good. So they were able to get that out, as you predicted. That's good. No safety car this time then. So the 21 was able to get itself, in fact it did, with probably with the mighty Orange Army giving it a big heave-ho. They were able to get that one back out again. Good job. It wasn't even a snatch vehicle that dragged it, was it, to the
no, it wasn't.
Safe direction.
And V-Box have had a problem also up at Druids Corner, which has just been caught by our cameras. So that's the number 192 car just getting itself in the right direction, Race Logic, and getting on its merry way. Who was driving that one? Charles Burke was the driver of that one, so that has now been sorted as well. So Lewis Selby still pressing on in the lead of the race. 14 seconds is the advantage that the number 128 car has. Remember, this car that's leading, and quite comfortably now, has been a previous winner of this race back at the original race that we had, the inaugural race back in 2019. More...
Why are you getting involved?
Conversations going on in the pit lane. Only caught the tail end of it there, but clearly VPEX are doing something and the team next door to them are doing something, and conversations being had. I'm not quite sure what that was about, Chris.
I'm glad it stayed clean though,
I'm glad it stayed clean. Yeah, I'm glad it stayed clean.
Because both of us went quiet, intrigued by what was being said, and then suddenly went, is this going to go well?
That was slightly handbags, wasn't it? No more than that, just slightly handbags. Disagreement for a split second. There'll be conversations once the cars are back onto the track as well.
Car that just came in then, by the way, number 14, the turn 7, Mike Murray was at the wheel. Now that car has driven straight into their garage.
Right, so
disappeared completely into their garage this time.
They've really not had much luck again, have they? The turn 7 team of Callum McDougall, who started the car, and also joining him in that is Jim McDougall, his father, and the South African driver Mike Morace, who we've seen racing out in MSVT Trackday Trophy and Championship in the past. Mike Morace for a good number of years. So pit stops continuing. These all happening under green flag conditions, so it's taking longer for these teams to address the cars than had they have pitted under safety car conditions. And we've now got the top 8 cars that have only stopped once so far. The leading car that has stopped twice in the race is Martin Smith at the wheel of the number 111 Octane Junkies machine. That has stopped twice so far in this race. And as we say, that they are slowly just working their way back through. Their 4 laps off the lead Octane Junkies at the moment, another former winner, of course. We're almost at the halfway section of the race. But they are on that different strategy, Chris, and I'm still intrigued as to how that might play out for them.
Yeah, I mean, even with me saying you're not really going to see it in towards the tail end, at the moment it's kind of like, interesting route to go this time round. We'll have to wait and see. And it's not one that they'll have pre-planned at the end of the day, because it was reacting to the safety cars is the way that they've chosen to go, which means even they don't know how it's going to go yet, because it's based on what else could happen in terms of safety cars. a little bit later on. If they happen that's near to their window, then it's tempting to do. I was just picking up as well on the sad situation with the number 14, the turn 7 racing. They started third on the grid.
Yeah, they did, yeah. Yep.
They were fighting at the pointy end, and it was somebody else's moment that made them go off into the gravel and lose those 3 laps. I mean, it shows how, yes, it's great fun, but it can be heartbreaking as well.
And as I said earlier on, whether it be turn 7 racing, or as they used to be called, frugal racing.
I was trying to remember.
They never seem to have had a great deal of luck, really. They've always been front runners. Yes, they've had a few podiums, and I think they might have had a win or 2 along the way. But they always seem, if there's a front runner that's going to get bad luck, it's usually turn 7, and I don't know why. They've never quite had the roll of the dice.
Well, as a certain lottery says, you got to be in it to win it, and you got to keep coming back and give it a go. The other one as well, did you hear that Adam Smith was saying hopefully I'll be able to race in something else because they're selling up the
Yeah, I heard Adam Smith saying that. Adam and I have had a few conversations on social media recently, and because he was asking for my advice about a particular championship and what I knew about it. So I pointed him in the direction of a couple of people. I know he's spoken to them. I'm not going to say what it is because it's not my place to say so. But I think having spoken to at least one person that's running that championship regularly and has been successful in it, that was a bit out of his budget. So I think that's probably put that one to bed. So we might be back to base zero and looking again. I don't know, but it'd be such a shame to not see Adam out, because he's a quick driver. And as I say, he's second generation because his father, Nigel Smith, used to race in the British Formula 2 Championship, or Formula 3000 as it was, and used to race in the British Touring Car Championship in the, if you recall, the HMSO Books backed car, the Her Majesty's Station Office backed car. Okay. Nigel Smith.
Don't forget I'm younger than you.
Not that much.
Enough.
My anorak's thicker. My anorak's
there
thicker
is
though.
That.
My anorak is a lot thicker.
I always, this being our last commentary here in the UK for 2022, I always get into that stage where I'm going to miss your anorak for the winter, mate.
Yeah. I'm going to put it away for the winter. I'll get it re-weatherproofed for next year. It'll come back even thicker. I know lots of information, none of it of any use whatsoever. So Lewis Selby is now onto lap number 208, and the lead advantage just keeps stretching away all of the time. It's up to 16 seconds now between himself and the Axiometrics car of Chris Duval, who's there in second position. So it just keeps getting ever larger between the pair of them. So there goes Lewis Selby through shot now, through what is Surtees and up towards McLaren and Clearway's corner. And there's going to be a long old gap back before we see the number 18 Axiometrics car, which is just going along the Cooper Straight now. You can see the Dayglow yellow number 18 emblazoned on the bonnet of that car as Chris Duval goes through the left-hander now. IP Racing's Scott Parkin is third at the moment, the number 36 car, but remember that car is now off the lead lap of the race and has been for a good period of time, but it's not really lost a great deal more time relative to the others. It's dropped away a bit more, but it's still there or thereabouts, isn't it, at this stage?
Just watching the Axia car go through there. Actually, this is where you were saying about how it's intriguing, the fights we're getting. It's just trying to put a lap on the 4th place, number 5 car, Wolf Motorsport, Williamson. That's when the lappery gets harder, isn't it? It
does. Into the pit lane, LDR Performance Tuning are going to work because 2 of their cars have come in at exactly the same time. The number 19 car is in, which Lee Pearce, the mini racer, was behind the wheel of, and also the 49 car is in, which has had so far Adrian Clark and Justin Irvine behind the wheel. Are we going to see Andy Greer-Hardy get behind the wheel of the car, or are we going to see David Bywater? Now, I've raced with David before. That doesn't look like his crash helmet, so that is Andy Greer-Hardy, I think, that's going to jump into that car.
Okay, good news, the 14 car's just been pushed out of the garage again, so turn 7 do look, because they're putting fuel in that car, so whatever that made them need to put that car into the garage to do some work, they've resolved it, it's all sorted. 21 car is making its way back down. That was the one that went into the gravel and was able to get out, was it not?
KNF Racing, they were in the gravel trap, weren't they? Brought about that last safety car period.
Yeah, and I think it was the 21 car that's just come back out of the pits there.
You're right, because it's been in the pit lane for 7 minutes, so you must be absolutely right.
So that's back out, that's good news. Bryant at the wheel, well, it's saying Bryant will give it a lap to clear its throat.
2 more cars going to have their team managers point themselves in the direction of race control, one of which is the car that's in 19th place, M&D Racing. The other of which is the car that's now in 9th position, which is Jez Banks for Misty Racing, number 172. So that is a car again. You know, that's a car, as I say, I've driven that car in the past, so whilst I try and remain impartial, I've got a vested interest in how that car and the team are getting on. But that car started 22nd up into 9th place. But subject to the conversation that's going on in race control, that might not be where they end up.
Yeah, I mean, the hopeful thing is that we have seen quite a few of them, haven't we? And yeah, you never quite know.
It usually results in some sort of penalty when they head towards race control. So has that car been in recently? No, it's not been in for a long period of time, because it's only done 1 pit stop so far. So yeah, 1 pit stop is all that it's done so far.
I love, got a message, you were talking about Nigel Smith. He also did the Honda CRX challenge as well.
Did he do that?
That was a series,
I didn't recall that he did that one, but no, I remember the likes of Dave Loudon and Patrick Watts and oh crumbs, Andy Ackley doing that and people like that. Yeah, back in period.
Patrick Watts was on this entry list for this.
There was a Patrick Watts on this entry list. Is it the Patrick Watts? I don't know.
I think so,
don't know.
because
is it right? Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Didn't his daughter race in a separate car
Amy's been doing
with
some
Freddie,
stuff, yeah.
her boyfriend, and but I don't think we've
of
seen
course, Freddie Hunt. Yeah,
yeah, Freddie. I think those two shared a car, but they can. Oh, no, they compete against each other. I think. Patrick and Amy were in the same car, but they wanted to compete against each other or something to that effect. It was good fun and glint in their eye about it all. But I don't think we've seen Patrick.
I haven't seen Patrick out. No, I've not seen Patrick out in the car just as yet. So he's maybe keeping his powder dry for a later stint, as the lux level now for the first time today just starts to drop off a little bit. All of a sudden, sun's gone, but just seems that little bit darker.
That's not darker in terms of getting darker yet, is it?
No,
2:15.
Yeah, another hour yet. It'll look very different.
I think it was due around 4 o'clock. We might have got some rain. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether it's only 20% chance. So hopefully we'll just get a little bit of dullness for it. Damien Hirst is now out in the car. We knew that was going to happen in 28 VPEX Motorsports. Looking forward to seeing him out. He's someone that we know personally very well already. But Jamie's also said very talented driver. Been racing a Ginetta G50 this year and scored a podium out in Portugal at Villarreal. Jamie and Dave Goddard, listen as well, said yes, it's the Patrick Watts, which we know. Hence, we said that Patrick and his daughter Amy and his boyfriend Freddie Hunt were all out.
He was also testing out in France very recently, Damien Hirst as well, but unfortunately was rather out in Spain. But unfortunately was taken rather ill, collapsed at the airport gate trying to fly home and ended up in hospital. Yeah, flew back a few days later. Sunset today, by the way, that's what I was looking for. Sunset today, or sunset for West Kingsdown, which is on the doorstep. 4 minutes past 4, but of course it does depend as to how much cloud there is in the sky as to whether it gets darker.
Increasing,
yeah,
isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it could be half an hour earlier that we start to see the light levels really drop if it clouds over.
Of course, the good side to put on that one, we saw yesterday how awful it got for the drivers when Murphy's Law, it was cloudy all day until tail end of the day when the sun's coming down to its lowest, right in their eyes as they got to the end of the Cooper Straight. We were questioning how hard it was, and I don't know if you heard the interviews of the Turismo X guys saying it was really hard.
It is, no, absolutely, and again, I know from first-hand experience. I was talking to Damien Hirst earlier on, and I asked him what stint he was doing. He said he was doing the 3rd stint, and I said that's the one I always do in this race. I always do the 3rd stint. So you start in daylight and you end in darkness, so you go through that period of dusk.
Okay.
So I've driven Brands Hatch many a time, many a lap in those conditions. So yeah, at this time of year the sun is so low in the sky, and of course it sets in the west, the sun, which means that as you come out of Graham Hill Bend and you're heading down the Cooper Straight, you are looking straight into the sun at low level, which means that it is really, really difficult to try and pick out your apexes, and even the cars ahead of you are just silhouettes. You just see the blackness of the car. You can't tell the true colour of it at distance.
I forget which one of the drivers was saying is that they end up using the rumble as they get to Surtees just to sort of work out the turning points in reality.
Yeah, you try and get
that speed.
Yeah, you try and get as close to that as you can, and then you can just about pick out where the curb is. We're at 50% distance, ladies and gentlemen, now as well, so we are halfway through the 2022 iteration of the EnduroKA. 213 laps chalked into the book, which still keeps us on course, as I said earlier on, for 416 earlier on. We'd now be up to 426, wouldn't we, if we stay at this pace?
Okay.
The record is 430, so if we have less safety cars in this second half, we could have a record distance, which was 430 laps that was set in 2019. That was on a different tyre, though.
All comes down to whether we do see any of the potential rain, and it is a light potential. I've just checked again, and it's still only 20% at 4 p.m. which you have to say is a very low likelihood of there being any at all. So we could well have it staying dry, but the temperature is now on the downward slope, isn't it? And that could have an impact.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. It's just going to get colder and colder, and then when it starts to get colder, you start to get the dampness and the moisture in the air, you start to get the dew settling on the circuit, and all of a sudden you go from being a dry track back to being a slightly damper track and greasy. Into the pit lane comes Tristan Judge, so this has been a good run from the former Caterham racer at the wheel of the number 555 Subaru car. That's a car that was started by Pete Dignan, was handed over to Tristan Judge, and now it is likely to be, one would imagine, Charles Hilson that will jump on board, because he is the third driver that is in that car this weekend and hasn't had a go as yet.
Doesn't it show you don't need to go bonkers in terms of what you do with the livery? Tristan was laughing there because I said I love the look of this, looking like the Subaru World Rally car. And he said, yeah, that blue that you see there, that's all it was. That's what they bought, was blue, and all they've done is put those
some livery
stickers
on it. Yep.
They've not wrapped the whole thing. They've just literally put those stickers on the bonnet, on the sides, and called it the Subaru, which is very clever, and it just looks $1 million to me.
And again, you know, it's another car that hasn't really shone today, but it's just not shown that it's had any problems today either.
Yep.
We've not seen it in the gravel, we've not seen it banging into other cars, we've not seen it running up the front, but it has worked its way from 23rd position on the grid up to 5th in the race, and it's done that rather quietly, hasn't it?
Which, you know, you think probably there's a lot to be said for that in such a crazy race with so many cars, so much action going on wherever you are. As so many people have said, is you're always going to pick up a race somewhere, but they've just kept their powder dry, and it's a good way to do it. The 111 car just came scything down there past the Pink Pig to make sure that it got past the 26 car. So some still fighting hard.
A message coming up on our screen. There's a 1 minute stop and go penalty for car number 16. Now that is M&D Racing. It is running in 19th position at this stage, and whether it was Alex Martin, who's the driver behind the wheel now, or whoever he took over from, but that car was deemed to have overtaken under the safety car, which is an absolute no-no. So that car will be heading in towards the pit lane to serve its drive-through penalty, or 1 minute stop-go penalty. We've also got further cars in the pit lane. So number 63, IP Racing, and Ollie Wilmot is into the pit lane from what is 8th position, and also into the pit lane from 10th position now is number 172, Jez Banks for Misty Racing. I would assume both of those are for a standard refuelling and driver change pit stop, which means that most cars now, other than those in the top 5, have done 2 pit stops. If you're in the top 5, you've only done 1 so far.
Yeah, which is really pushing it. So we're past, well, it's not really, I suppose, is it? Because what were we talking? The 3 hour is the limit. Sam Strong was up here earlier and he said that he got left in there, and you have to say left because he thought he was only doing 2 hours, and he ended up doing 2 hours 45.
2 hours 45. If you've got a few safety cars, 2 hours 45 on a tank, no problems. If you get a few safety cars, 2:15, you're sort of pushing it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, but we've had 9 safety car periods and 33 laps at safety car pace. So I think you could probably squeeze it to almost 5.5 hours based on what we've had so far. But of course, what we did was have a few more safety cars front end in the damp conditions, and now, as was suggested by a few of the drivers, now it's drier, fewer safety car periods. So this second pit stop is probably going to mean that you're not going to get as long out of the tank as you would have done the first tank full of fuel. Makes sense.
So we are based on that. So we've done 4 hours, nearly 4 hours 20.
Yeah.
So that would be 2:10 if it was a straight half split. And the 63 car is in, so that's the IP Racing. Ollie Wilmot will have jumped out of that one. We can certainly tell the driver that's not getting into that one, Adam Blair, who we saw yesterday in the Turismo X.
Yeah, you had a good conversation with him, didn't you, yesterday?
Absolutely. It was not a happy bunny, but hopefully he's able to enjoy this one in that 63 car. But he's there helping. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 drivers they've got in that particular car, and he's just again another one. Even if you're one of the other drivers, is that you're in. all hands to the pump, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah,
of course you weren't when you drove. You had a little your own lounge, didn't you?
I do. Yeah, it's one of my riders when I'm out there racing. I wish. Yeah. So Adam Blair, yeah, you got to roll your sleeves up and get involved with it. Absolutely. So he was the jack man for that one. We can see some of the other drivers all helping out. So yeah, Justin Roberts, Scott Parkin, Mark Witherington, Ollie Wilmot, and Adam Blair all sharing that number 36 IP racing car, which is in the pit lane at the moment. And because it's in the pit lane, of course, it is dropping down through the order whilst it conducts its pit stop. So we'll see as to where it reappears. Yep, top two are in. So Lewis Selby comes in. Axiometrics are in as well. So what this now potentially does is get the sister car to that we've just seen in the pit lane, the IP Racing number 36 car of Scott Parkin, potentially back onto the lead lap again.
Yeah, it does, because he was there or thereabouts, wasn't he? I mean, I didn't notice what the margin was on track because, of course, the timing screen doesn't tell it. Ooh, that could be interesting, Mark, is that they were in the throes of doing stuff. That's incorrect refueling, isn't it, that's just gone on there, unfortunately.
I caught the back end of something. I didn't quite catch it as early as you did, but yeah, there can be no interaction with the car whilst refueling is taking place. The engine is running
was on
as well whilst they were refueling, so it'd be interesting to see as to... Just turned it off. You can hear the marshals chatting, so I think there might have been a slight oversight there for car number 128 because the engine should be switched off. Yep.
Wow. See, that's the point, isn't it? In this 8-hour race, 8-hour, 20-minute race, there's so much can happen. You can't assume anything, but you also need to just keep your patience. If things haven't gone quite right, is that you never know what's going to happen around you, and it could change.
Here's a quick replay of what was going on. So as soon as that fuel flap is open, there should be no interaction between any other team member and the car. You can see them just working on the jack on the left-hand side. The jack goes underneath the car. Ooh. I'm not sure that was enough, but certainly the engine running, which was what we could hear, and we heard it being turned off because the driver had to open the door again. So there was interaction between driver and car, turn the engine off. That, for me, yeah,
and
should
too
be looked
many
at. people
the other side of the white line, I thought, was the other one, was it not? But
no, I think the driver that's just got out, or if you're the driver that's getting in, you have to be behind the white line.
Which he wasn't. But yeah, interesting. But my point being is that that's the race leader. That's how easy it is. You know, we were talking. What are these? We've had a few of the penalties where you know, they've got done for incorrect refueling or whatever the exact wording was that they used. And you basically listed all these different things. It's like, it's quite easy to make a little mistake there, isn't it? And our race leader, what was he, about 20-something seconds in the lead, wasn't he?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
And that could be a 2-lap penalty, potentially, I think we saw earlier. Drive-through penalty, or penalty, for car number 40 for exceeding track limits. That's the first one of those we've seen,
no,
though.
Second one.
Is it really?
It is the second one, yeah.
Okay.
No, it is the second one. So yeah, there's a range of different series penalties that you can have. So jump start, overtaking under yellow, overtaking under safety car, overtaking the safety car without instruction, causing contact, unsporting or aggressive behaviour, pushing a vehicle, not respecting track limits, breaching of the refuelling regulations, reversing down the pit lane. Now, they're all very clearly identified in the regulations, not just what the infringements are, but what the penalties are, because they do differ. So, you know, if you illegal work whilst refuelling, it's a 2-lap penalty. It's the same for a breach of the refuelling regulations. However, if you're in possession of illegal tyres in the pits, that's even identified, 10-lap penalty. So everything is very, very clearly defined in the regulations.
Illegal tyres? What, like a set of F1 slicks or something?
Yeah, something like quali tyres, yeah. I mean, they
Hammer time tyres.
They have to be in there, even though you've never had an incident. They still have to be in the regulations to ensure that everybody's aware of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've seen it before in, you know, I've seen it in things like British GT in the past, where something has happened that was so unable to be predicted that would happen, it wasn't covered in the regulations. So what they do the next year is they make sure that's written into the regulations to prevent it happening again.
Got you. Yeah.
And it is you know, regulations do evolve to make sure that you catch everything that you possibly can. So refueling going on for the 36 car. This is Scott Parkin, who had picked up the lead of the race at the wheel of this car. This is the car that I said earlier on they might choose to short Phil very slightly to try and get him back on the lead lap of the race, because he was so close to being on the lead lap. You can see just how mucky the side of the car is. And we've got problems up at Druids, I'm afraid, and that is more contact. The number 7 car carrying a little bit of damage there, which is Mauricio Motorsport. That's the car that David Marcuson shares with Carl Weaver and Simon Sheridan. I hadn't realised that Simon was on the entry list for this weekend, otherwise I'd have gone and have a quick chat to him. But that number 7 car carrying damage now as it limps back to the pits.
64 was the other car that was involved in that moment, so that's the Autotech Motorsport, sat there in 11th place. Howell behind the wheel now. That was the 2 of them that had the contact up there, but both of them got going, just not looking quite as pretty anymore.
Yeah, Markson was carrying sort of a bit of damage to the to the front valance on the wheel arch, or whatever you wish to call it, the wheel arch area. So that needs to, if it's hanging off, he might be showing the black and orange flag. He needs to try and make sure that part's company with the car wherever possible. The other thing that's interesting on this as well that you do need to consider, and again it's covered by the regulations, we had it when we had a rear hub failure at Snetterton going around the first corner at Ritchie's, which meant that the car dropped down on one side, rips the rear bumper off. Got to pit. You have to run with front and rear bumpers in this category. So if you lose a rear bumper in the race, you've got to pit.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Why is that?
Again, just the regulations.
Yeah, fair enough. Does that mean they've got plenty of spares down there?
Yes, there'll be plenty of spares. They might not have all the fixing clips on. You just gaffer tape them on as quickly as you can and get back out there.
Ooh. The 555 car that we saw pit earlier sat in 6th place, Subaru Racing. Hilson behind the wheel now. Just managed to keep that out of the kitty litter there, didn't he? Only just by the looks of that. Yeah,
that's Charles Hilson. So a bit of a moment for him. And he will hopefully then not lose too many places as a result of that. So he continues at the wheel of the number 555 car in 6th position. Carlito Moracco, I notice now, has taken over the number 5 car as he sits there in 7th position. Final bits of pit stops going on for the number 36 car in the hands of Scott Parkin, and whilst that car had taken up the lead of the race, it is now the number 128 Elliot Mason driven Napa Racing UK car that goes back to the lead of the race at this stage. And who's now up to 2nd, Chris Dawes? Octane Junkies at the wheel of the number 111 car, Martin Smith. That's the car that is on a subtly different strategy, but they are there again, aren't they? And they're just heading round through Surtees and up towards McLaren now at the wheel of 111.
So it's a big gap between the lead 2, isn't it? But, as you say, he's up there into that 2nd position again, and you never know what's going to happen. Of course, you do realise that we don't know whether something went awry within that pit stop with the 128. So we wait and see. Oh, yeah, I thought we saw something happen. Ah, the 555 again, just struggling, same place there, heading in towards Clearways.
Yep, so 2 spins on 2 consecutive laps, isn't it, for Chris Hilson? So maybe just back things off a bit, try and go, all right, there might be oil on circuit, right, so that might be the problem. Have we got a little bit of, is that oil or is that debris? So the marshal's showing the red and yellow, yeah, they are struggling round through Druids Corner. Yeah, something is definitely being deposited, so apologies to Chris Hilson. He probably got caught out there, or maybe he's the one dropping it and he's dropping onto his own tyres.
Could be, because, yeah, he's had his 2 moments at Clearways, and that's a little bit earlier, of course, in the lap. So has he dropped it there? There was nothing that was telling us there was any issue, was there? I mean, that could, of course, be something. Yeah, look at them. That is looking bad up there,
It's Chris Hilson. He spun again. Yeah, he spun again. So, and another one has spun up there at Druids, and that is going to be the number 29 car, I think. Looking at it, it looks like it was the 29 car, DKS LMD Performance.
Now, I can't believe it's fuel, because fuel doesn't appear to make it slippy. We've seen a couple of cars chucking it all over their rear wheels, and it wasn't an issue. Yeah, something wasn't. I think it was the number 11 car. Actually,
yeah, I mean, if it was oil, you would like to think you would see some smoke coming from where the oil was depositing itself somewhere. So it might be coolant. Maybe that's the issue.
Which is really slippy.
And takes a long time to evaporate. Yeah.
Especially in this temperature. Oh, we've got them going side by side up there, and is that our 2nd place Octane Junkies that's involved in that there? I think it is.
Into the pit lane comes Mauricio Motorsport. So this is the car that had that little bit of contact earlier on, didn't it? And had the bumper just taken away from it. So Simon Sheridan, Carl Weaver and David Marcuson sharing the car. In the pit lane at the moment. We've also got a drive-through penalty for car number 11 now for exceeding the track limits.
Drive-through, so that's gone through. Oh no, they're not doing the sort of 5 seconds, 10 seconds.
No, you do, yeah. So again, it's very clear within the regulations. So your first time that you run wide, coming out of a corner, it's free. The second time gives you the black and white flag, the warning flag. The third time you get the 5-second penalty. The fourth time you get the 10-second penalty. The fifth time you get the drive-through. The sixth time it's a stop and go. The seventh time it becomes a 1-minute stop and go. And if you do it for an 8th time, it becomes a 3-minute stop and go. So again, it becomes ever more draconian. And of course, again, I'm not quite sure how the regulations work as to whether the slate is wiped clean after a period of time, or whether it just becomes cumulative. Whether you're the driver that did it or not, you might have one, but if
your teammates
someone's done,
up,
someone's done them all before, you get you get picked up for it.
Yeah, that would be harsh, but tough. It is what it is.
So you can see gaffer tape having been applied to the number 7 Mauricio Motorsport car.
Did you say that that's a replacement bumper they put on there, or was it just damaged?
No, it was just damaged. It was a wheel arch that was just hanging off. So where the wheel arch meets the front bumper, that was just hanging off. So lots of gaffer having been applied. What do we do before gaffer tape? It does make you wonder. Car number 128 to race control now, and that. Right,
know what that'll be for.
That is the race leading car. That is Elliot Mason's car, and that can only be for that infringement with the refuelling.
Or potential infringement, let's say. That's what they're being called to discuss it and all of that.
Yes, the case for the defence, Your Honour.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So if they are found to be guilty for that, then that would surely be a breach of refuelling regulations.
2 laps.
And that would be 2 laps. Or illegal work while refuelling would be 2 laps. What about is it if the engine is still running? Is that classified, or is it just classified as a breach? Is it a separate breach that's identified under the regulations? He says looking through.
So I reckon that would be one of the reasons.
I think that is just classified as either a legal breach of refuelling rules. So I think that would be a 2-lap penalty that would be going the way of 128. I don't know. Wow. We'll wait and see. I can't see how it can't be.
I mean, that's going to leave them some serious work to do in the night. There's another point, Mark, of course. Everything changes once it falls dark because it's a completely different discipline to them all. I, for example, found it really interesting that Will Dendy, the experience of Will Dendy, has 0 interest in going racing in the night.
Yeah, that really surprises me. I think it's an absolute hoot racing at night. I love it.
But it's got to be hugely different, though, surely.
Oh, it is very different. So your senses become, I think, even more heightened at night when you're racing.
Yeah.
You really do.
But that could change the dynamic of what we're seeing in this leaderboard completely on its head, and have to get used to it. The 111 car there, Octane Junkies, Smith trying desperately to get past 736. Aston behind the wheel of the Ferguson Motorsport. They're separated by a lap, but as we've seen, once we get to this stage of the race, they are 2 cars that we'd expect to see fighting at the front, and they were in the I say the early stages. I mean, the first over an hour, wasn't it? Well and truly separated by a lap. It's like, well, tough.
Let's run you down through the order then at the moment. The car just coming over the start-finish line, car number 111. Martin Smith has now worked his way up into 2nd place, Octane Junkies. But to give you the full order, car number 128 leads the race at this stage, which is Elliot Mason. But remember, that car, the team manager, is having to report to race control at the moment, so we'll wait and see what conversations go on. In 2nd position is car number 111, which is Octane Junkies and Martin Smith. Both of those cars are on the same lap at the moment, as is the car that's there in 3rd place, which is the number 18 car of Axiometrics, and that is currently in the hands of Dominic Jackson. In 4th position, it is a lap off the lead of the race. It is car number 736, Ferguson Motorsport and Damon Aston, and also a lap off the lead of the race in 5th place is number 36 IP Racing, which has now got Daniel Sylvester back behind the wheel. He started the car, if memory serves me correctly. In 6th position, it's number 5 Wolf Motorsport and Carlito Moracco. He is at least a couple of laps off the lead, might be 3 at the moment, depends on where the car is on circuit as to what chalks up. And after that, in 7th place, it's car number 555, which is the Subaru car in the hands of the rotating Chris Hilson, who is, I think, getting to grips with the car now. Boiling over and temperature problems for Mauricio Motorsport, by the way, in the pit lane. Their car is bubbling away nicely. In 8th position, it's car number 734, which is Ferguson Motorsport. That's now in the hands of Billy Ferguson. In 9th place is car number 180, which is Shine Automotive Colin French. And completing the top 10 is 154 Powerbell Motorsports in pristine condition, which is Andrew Rogerson. And I would say that's another car to watch out for now, Andrew Rogerson, because, of course, in the early stages of the race, he was right up there in the reckoning. And whilst he is currently running in 10th position and is 3 laps off the lead at this stage, there are several other cars that are 3 laps off the lead, so those will be the targets he'll be looking to try and close in on.
I mean, how do you do that? They're your targets to close in on. I guess you've just got to stay doing your own race, though, and you're hoping that your lap times are going to enable you to do that. There's so many cars out there, especially once it starts getting darker and it's harder to pick them out. You've just got to keep doing your own qualifying laps.
Yes, you just got to keep punching in the quick laps that you can and see where you end up. So it looks like Mauricio Motorsport heading back out onto circuit. We can also see car number 172, which is Misty Racing, in the pit lane with some bodywork, gaffer taping going on there. So Steve Kite and the crew all busy trying to sort that car out and try and get it back out onto track as well. So hopefully it won't take too much longer. So it just looks again as though, yeah, the rear bumper was coming off that car and therefore they've got no choice but to gaffer it all back on again. So hopefully that won't take too much longer. The man with the red gaffer tape was Matt Allen there, who was a racer himself trying to gaffer tape it all on and get the car back out. So for Martin Smith, the Octane Junkies number 111 car, out of Graham Hill Bend he goes and along the Cooper Straight. Lots of work for him still to do, still lots of traffic to deal with, but at the moment looks as though that roll of the dice from Octane Junkies has just about worked.
It genuinely does, and we were starting to question it, weren't we? Because it didn't seem to have worked particularly great. Granted, we were waiting for the, I think it was about the top 5 to take their pit stops, but it just looked like the margin was a bit too big. It's still a whopping great big margin between them and the first place car, but of course their team manager still being called. I think the 192 that was called as well, that team manager by the looks of it has obviously been there, but 128 they're still waiting to just have a word with. We'll wait and see what happens with that one.
Nick Tandy's still having a cup of tea. You'll be there in a moment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was a good steaming cup of hot tea that he had as well. Definitely was getting involved. Oh, he got a big gaggle down the back there that just suddenly caught my eye. I missed it. I was about to look and see what the gap was between first and second, and the fact that I missed it, it's got to be best part of a lap, has it not? Not quite, because he's not in that gaggle. So a long way between the 128 Napa Racing UK, Mason at the wheel of the race leader, the 111 car, just making its way round towards us again, actually, on the start-finish straight.
He's on the start-finish straight, and the race leader is just coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend at the moment, 128.
Okay, so getting a bit close there for a couple of the cars further down the road from our second place car. Through goes Smith in the Octane Junkies 111. 38 seconds is that lead margin. I mean, that's pretty significant. Drive-through penalty for car 5. That's the Wolf Motorsport Morocco at the wheel of that one, sat in 6th place. They've got to go and do a drive-through penalty. Yeah,
so that is going to cost them the best part of probably about 45 seconds of drive-through penalty. So not quite a full lap, and they are one of the batches of cars that are 2 laps off the lead at the moment. So it might drop them a 3rd lap off the lead, depending on where they are relative to the race leader at this stage, which of course is the number 128 Napa Racing car in the hands of Elliot Mason, who of course was a winner here back in 2019 when himself and Nick Tandy and Lewis Selby were partnered up with former single-seater racer James Rhodes at the wheel of the JTR team, as it was at the time, when they won the 2019 iteration of the EnduroKA IndyCar 500, which was the first time we'd ever had this particular race. It was the start of the season. Right, car number 128. Breach of refuelling regulations, 2-lap penalty. So the race leading car, we spotted it, Chris.
Wow.
We're not unsurprised. 2-lap penalty. Small oversight, big consequence.
Absolutely incredible, isn't it? I mean, yeah, we did see it. And we saw them suddenly panicking, realising that they were possibly making a little mistake. And the officials that stood there watching everything that happens down there, the problem is it's not something you can undo. Once it's been done, that's your lot. 2-lap penalty, that's going to drop them down 6th place, probably.
Yeah, well, it'll keep them inside the top 6, yeah. It will then mean that all of a sudden we've got 2 cars for the lead of the race on the same lap as well. So we'll have Octane Junkies and Axiometrics now fighting for the lead of the race, with about 17 seconds between them as and when this car comes in to serve its penalty. But that is a bitter pill to swallow for car number 128. Whether that was just a small oversight from Lewis Selby, because I think he was the driver that came into the pit lane, so it's his responsibility to turn the engine off, and clearly was so keen to get out the car as quickly as possible. I can only guess just forgot to do it.
Yeah, he maybe had his had earbuds in, so he couldn't even
hear the engine running. Yeah, another reason not to put them in.
Absolutely.
But because it's a standard engine, standard gearbox, standard exhaust system, they are quite quiet because, of course, you know, when you've got a crash helmet on, and you've got a balaclava on and a crash helmet, of course, it deadens the sound that you can hear anyway.
Right, so it's now been applied to the 128 and it's going now tumbling down through the order. So in the lead is the 111, Octane Junkies, that they did that. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? The number 7's back in again.
That looks like Nick Tandy's cup of tea there, doesn't it?
It does. It was probably about as hot as that, I got to tell you. There's that much steam coming off of the top of it.
But Nick Tandy's cup of tea would have been far tastier than that would be.
Yes,
Yeah, I wouldn't drink that. No,
I assume so, obviously, but yes.
He didn't offer, he didn't share? No.
Right, it does look like it's 5th position, so I wondered whether it was 6th, but it's 5th place, and of course the 6th place car, number 5, Wolf Motorsport, had or will be serving the drive-through penalty. In fact, has done, because that's now up to 3 stops, isn't it? That's where it's annoying, isn't it? It throws our instant analysis out that now shows us 3, but 1 was a drive-through.
That's the problem. Yeah, I do wish TSL would sort of, if they could, show what's a normal pit stop and what was a drive-through or a penalty-based pit stop.
To be fair, they've added so many columns for us these days, haven't they? They can't add any more.
They do a magic job. They do an absolutely magic job. So we are now at 234 laps completed by our race leading car. So it is now car number 111, Martin Smith and Octane Junkies, the pole sitting car that was leading in the early stages, that leads the way again once more. It's taken them quite some time to get back to the lead, but they are finally there. And number 18, Axiometrics, with Dominic Jackson, are up into 2nd place. You know that really long pit stop, that 8.5-minute pit stop for number 736 Ferguson Motorsport when Damon Aston took over?
Yeah.
They're running in 3rd place now, so they had that difficulty with the pit stop, but their pace on track has kept them right where they want to be.
It really has, hasn't it? Well, you know, this is sort of proving the point that we've made several times, hasn't it? That, you know, the 111, we said, whoa, has that pit just been a little bit too early? And they were sat a long way down through this order. Now they're sat at the top of the times with a lead of over 15 seconds, which is coming down, incidentally, I'll just quickly point out. But Axiometrics need to probably pick that up. They're about to cross the line now in the grey car with their number on their bonnet that makes it easier for us to pick out. It's come down again. It's down to 13.8 seconds for Axiometrics. Jackson at the wheel of that number 18 car. And then, as you say, 736, the Ferguson Motorsport. Aston at the wheel of that one, up into 3rd position. 36 is still not on the lead lap, though, is he, for the 36 car?
No, Elliot Mason, no, Daniel Sylvester, no, still not on the lead lap as yet, no. But he'll keep pushing as hard as he possibly can. Back out on circuit, Subaru are still there, and it certainly looks as though Chris Hilson has now settled into this stint after his early shenanigans, shall we say, with whatever was going on with the fluid or whatever out on circuit catching him out. He's involved in a great little battle, actually. It's Hard and Enthusiastic that's behind him, and the 2 Misty cars have got themselves together, haven't they? The blue number 72 and the silver number 172 heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, well, we know what happened the last time that was the case.
Yes, we do, yes. Yes, one Misty racing car in the gravel trying to avoid the other Misty racing car.
And I'm just trying to work out now. No, there's a lap in it. I was wondering whether the number 5 Wolf Motorsport car had just was catching and passed the 36, but I think there's a lap in it. They're just about to come towards the line, and it's just ahead of the 555 car, but across the line goes number 5. No, it's behind still. So this is where it gets challenging, just trying to stay aware of everything. 1 minute stop and go penalty for car number 40, overtaken under yellow flags. Ike.
So that's the number 40 car. So that's KPR Racing, Carl Patman, Toby Patman, and Michael O'Brien. So that is problems for him. And that's the race-winning car from last year, isn't it? That's number 81.
Didn't see where that incident may have happened, and maybe that was the yellow flags. And Michael O'Brien should know better than that, shouldn't he, about overtaking under yellow? So he's obviously just missed it as he was getting himself settled in and used to the car. The 81 car having to do it. We're hearing reports the number 7 car. We suspected it might be the case with the way it was bubbling away. Head gasket, I'm afraid, for that car.
Yeah, water coming out the exhaust pipe, so yeah, it's drawing water in through the head. So yeah, steam, not smoke, coming out of the exhaust pipe. So yeah, typical sign that head gasket's gone. So that will be them done for the race, I'm afraid.
Yeah, huge shame for them. They had obviously that little bit of contact up at Druids. And you now wonder cause or effect, don't you? Because that wouldn't have caused the head gasket.
No, that's just a standard failure. It's what happened to us with the 172 Misty racing car at Snetterton, but of course for us it happened it was about the first 60 minutes of the 9-hour race, really, where it started to go, and by an hour and a half it had gone.
Right. See, that was plenty of time to change an engine.
It would have been, just wasn't worth it.
Fair enough.
You can tell Steve Kite
to
change the engine.
No.
Go on, you tell him.
It's nothing to do with me.
You know those sausage rolls they brought up for us?
Yes, I'm just quickly eating now before they go.
For me, yes, yes. So that stop-go penalty, we're still awaiting the arrival of Michael O'Brien into the pits to conduct the stop-go penalty. Out on circuit through McLaren up towards Clearways Corner comes Charles Hilson at the wheel of the Subaru car, still fighting away with 72, which is the Misty racing car that's back in the hands of Adam Bonham once more. Adam Bonham has been able to squeeze his way up the inside. He'll run side by side as they come over the start-finish line. Not at all for position, because the 555 car is in 7th place, and the car that's just overtaken him is in 32nd position because of the problems that they had earlier on in the race. What otherwise is a car that you'd expect to see inside the top 10. Another car into the pit lane, this time is number 22. This is for a standard pit stop for AKF Racing. Nick Krieg, Nick Berg, Natalie Knowles and Tim Parsons. Tim Parsons, another former Alfa Romeo racer, and also into the pit lane with bodywork dragging underneath there. That looked like the Race Logic car that was coming in, which is car number 192. And indeed, yeah, as I look at the screen, that is confirmed as being in the pit lane at the moment. Charles Burke brings that car in with some sort of bodywork hanging down underneath it. So they'll need to drag that out of the way, double check that it's not important, and hopefully they will get that done reasonably quickly. I can see our camera crew were sprinting their way down there. Great work by the camera crew who've put the steps in today. And you can see gaffer tape as ever being applied, because it is a bumper, it needs to stay on the car, they can't just rip it off. And you can see lots of gaffer tape being used. What many teams do, Chris, is what they're doing there is, lots and lots and lots of gaffer tape like that, but what a lot of teams do is build a huge patch up, build a massive patch, like an A3 patch of gaffer tape up, and stick it on the garage wall or on the garage door. And then when the car comes in, you already have a huge patch to put on the car. You don't have to do what they're doing, which is keep doing it off the reel, off the reel, off the reel. It takes more time to do it that way than it does to have a pre-done patch that you might not use.
And I've seen some that go to the other level where they suddenly rivet it as well.
Rivet it, yeah.
Keeps us interested. Get it? You get it? Yeah.
I did. I just wasn't going to comment.
That's obviously had a bit of a ding. We're starting to get a few more of these now, aren't they? Where we're having to sort of strap up bodywork at this stage with nearly 3.5 hours left to go in this.
If you'd have had 3 or 4 pre-done large patches, how much quicker would it have been?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, they're on, car's out.
See, that's your next step then, Mark. You're going to be a team manager.
I wouldn't mind, actually. I genuinely wouldn't mind. Strategy would be mine. Yeah,
fun,
yeah. I'd sit there in the back. I'd be wanting to know what fuel burn rates were off the car, both under safety car and not under safety car. I'd have an algorithm that would work it all out, and we'd nail it. We'd nail it. Sounds easy, doesn't it? It's not. It's not. I'd love to do it though, because it sort of, the way my brain works, it's quite analytical anyway.
Absolutely. Especially when it comes to laminators and things like that.
Yes, yeah, I did laminate my paperwork. It's because the forecast was due to rain, Chris, and if I was in the pit lane all day, it would get soggy. Right, so now that we've sorted the bumper, we're now going to start to refuel the car. So we're going to try and get this car fully sorted, and then we will get that car back out onto the circuit as soon as we possibly can. So time having been lost for that car out on circuit, Martin Smith continues to lead for Octane Junkies. The lead advantage has now grown to 21.622 seconds.
I love that we were video recording our video team down there that were catching all the action in, I have to tell you, having gone down there, fairly bitter conditions. That wind is rather cold. So thank you to the guys that are down there grabbing all the action. Well,
it's not just the guys that are down there, it's the poor old chap
absolutely
stood at the highest point of Brands Hatch filming for us. It's giving us these shots from the roof. Yeah, it must be chilly up there, albeit the producer's saying don't feel sorry for him. We do feel sorry for him. From our air-conditioned, nice warm box, we feel very sorry. But not too much.
Especially when it did the audio from up there and you could hear the wind just howling across it. It's absolutely brutal.
3.5 hours to go nearly, so 3 hours and 32 minutes to go. The leader, Octane Junkies, continue just opening up that advantage. Our race leader is just coming out of Druins down in towards the Graham Hill Bend at the moment. The car that's second on the road, which is Axiometrics, is just going through Paddock Hill Bend, I think, and starting to climb uphill. So there's about a quarter of a lap between them all, which actually ties up about right, yeah, 20 seconds, maybe a third of a lap between them now. Ferguson Motorsport and Damon Aston, number 736, is just off the lead lap in what is third position at this stage. Other cars that we need to watch out for, I said watch out for car number 154, Andrew Rogerson, now that he's taken over the Powerbell Motorsports pristine condition car. He's not really living up to the billing at the moment because his lap times mean that he is dropping further down through the... Oh, there's our cameraman, Chris.
Look at that.
He looks wrapped. He looks quite snug, to be fair, doesn't he, up there?
Does, but what an absolute hero. Yeah, here we go. What an absolute hero. I mean, that's bitter cold up there, isn't it? It's up on the top of the hospitality boxes up there, exposed to the elements.
Yeah, Jonathan Morris is the cameraman. Don't milk it, though, Jonathan. Don't milk it. You've had your moment of glory. Crack on.
Absolutely love it. And there's us. We can just, you can't see us. We're behind the glass in there.
Yeah, no, you don't want to see us. Face for radio. I said that yesterday. Here over the start-finish line comes number 128. Now, this is Elliot Mason, remember. This is the car that was leading, but suffered that 2-lap penalty as a result of... thanks. As a result of having to serve that penalty. There we go. There's my hand. Oh, no, it's your hand. Having to serve that penalty as a result of the refuelling issue that they had. Now, they will hopefully work their way back up through the order. What's happened to the cars that have won this event previously? I hear you ask, because all three of them have won the previous iterations.
I didn't.
Are on the grid. I'm going to tell you anyway. The winner from 2020 leads the race overall at the moment. The winner from 2019 is in 5th position, car number 128. And the winner from last year at the moment, as I look down through the order in front of us, is in 26th position at the moment. Ian Mitchell at the wheel of the number 81 car. So 2 of the 3 former winners that are here doing well. The other one sort of mid-pack at the moment.
Which, in all honesty, is that's what you'd want to see. You don't want to see the same team, same car winning it year on year. They would, I'm sure, but the rest of us just don't need to necessarily see all of that. So it's good to see a bit of a mix-up, and you never know. But they've had that experience of how to win an endurance race, so at some stage they may come further up this field because they know how to make it work.
We've got more suggestions as to how to attach bumpers on KAs coming in as well. And long 8mm tech bolts with an impact gun. That sorts them out. That's from a former KA owner that's watching here. So, that was on his daughter's last car. So,
I presume the race version rather than the road version.
No, I assume it's the road version. Version. Yeah, just to keep maintenance costs down rather than buy a new bumper. Why not? As I say, they are very affordable cars. You buy the donor car for next to nothing. Okay, you need to be careful as to how much steel work needs putting back into it, but you can still pick up a low mileage KA that's MOT worthy for not a great deal. Buy the standard kit of parts that will include the likes of the roll cage in there, the gas springs and suspension, which you purchase via Burton Power, the Powerflex bushes, Mintex brake pads. You've then got the Toyo tyres. Everybody runs all of those. It's not an expensive car to put on the grid. You can buy a used one of these. Teams are selling them at the moment, £4,000, £6,000. And if it's you and 4 mates going in to buy that, that's a cheap way to go racing.
Absolutely, and then you get lots of track time without question. And interestingly, we saw on the video, we saw somebody sharing the hands device.
Yep.
Several others do that down there because I happened to, as I was like going, yeah, it's all, they're going, oh, it's not a lot. And I said, yeah, but I've got to get my racing license yet. That's not too bad. But I'd have to get all the gear. And I know race overalls and helmet is, but I say in the hands device, that's expensive. He said, you don't need to go and get one of your own. He says, I just borrow, a share it.
I've got a story there, because that happened to me in EnduroKA here. I jumped out of the car, was just taking off my crash helmet, and Roger Everett, who I was sharing the car with for Moore's Motors that year, was about to dive in, and just as he's getting into the car, Roger, where's your hands device? He hadn't put his hands device on, so quickly, unbolt mine, stick it onto him and go in. So inadvertently, he had no choice but to follow it.
They are one size, aren't they?
No, they are multiple sizes, and you also have a different hands device subject to if you're driving a single seat or a saloon car, depending what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
So my hands device now, over lockdown, for some reason my clothes started to feel a little bit tighter.
Because they loved you more and they wanted to hug you a lot more.
Yeah, I used that line last week. And I noticed when I put my hands device on now, it's slightly snugger than it was a couple of years ago. So number 7 car sitting there in the pit lane, confirmation that, as I thought, head gasket has gone on that car and they are done for this race. So the number 7 car is now our first and so far only official retirement, I think, at this stage. So that is a real shame for them. It's a hose that fell off and that was what caused the problem for them.
So it could have been from that contact then?
Think about it. Yes, it possibly could have been. Yeah, possibly could have been. I don't know whether 114 has officially retired yet as well. KM Racing, they had a few issues. They've been in the pit stop for a long period of time. The car is still in the pits at this stage. It is, what's it going to be, 126 laps off the lead. And 55 laps off anybody else.
Ready for a late lunge, isn't it?
I would imagine they've decided to throw the towel in on it. So whilst we've only had one official confirmation of retirement, I suspect 114's done for the day as well.
Yeah, because it kept coming out attempting to go again, didn't it? It just didn't look like it could get any speed out of it whatsoever, which is a huge change. Stop-go penalty for car number 40, exceeding track limits. So that's Michael O'Brien again. He's a bad boy, isn't he, that driver?
Hey. Michael O'Brien is drawing attention to himself for all the wrong reasons at the moment, Michael. No, he's a nice lad, is Michael O'Brien. Smash it. And good whether he's driving modern GT machinery, historic cars, or EnduroKAs. He's quick. He's quick.
Well, he's coming down the pit lane now to serve this stop-go, where obviously the penalty's built up. I bet he's still kind of laughing about this, really, anyway.
He was quite enthusiastic coming down the pit lane, I would say, as well. So let's hope that he has stayed within the pit lane speed limit, which is going to be 60 kilometres per hour is the pit lane speed limit in all of the EnduroKAs. Unless the circuit suggests otherwise, it's usually 60 kph.
It's going a bit gloomy now, isn't it, Mark?
We're an hour away from sunset, really, an hour and 5 minutes away from sunset now. We're nearly 60% into the race, which means that, of the 8 hours and 20 minutes that were on the clock when we started, we're down to less than 3 hours and 25 now, so we're rattling through it.
Yeah, but I mean gloomy, not just dark. This is you probably can't see it so clearly on the TV cameras, but I can tell you here, as we're looking out of our window, it's got that gloomy feel that suddenly at home means the lights tend to get turned on. The
seaweed at the moment says there's about a 34% chance of rain, according to my seaweed.
That's gone up from 20%. Your what?
My seaweed, yeah.
Seaweed?
Yeah, well, you hang it outside the door and it tells you what the weather's going to do. That's what we do in Lincolnshire anyway. I'm not sure what you do down near Bristol. 34% chance of rain, but it only then improves as we get towards 5 o'clock and then towards 6 o'clock. It comes down slightly, so we'll have to wait and say. Whereas depending on which seaweed you look at, of course you log on to a different app, and in 26 minutes we're going to get some rain according to a different app. So I'll dispense with my BBC weather-based seaweed and look for something slightly more efficient if that's the case. So a 1 minute stop-go penalty for car number 192 for avoidable contact. Now that was race logic, wasn't it?
And interestingly, just as at that point, I got a great photo, or a pair of photos came through from Sam Pearce, one of the photographers here, saying a photo of the 192 car with that front bodywork damage. Of course, they came in, were taping it all up, and rear end damage that just came up very slowly behind it on the which one? What did you say, Sam? That was the 55. So he said, I suspect the two may be linked. That suggests that is absolutely the case, unfortunately, isn't it?
Couldn't possibly comment.
Where he's just suddenly been done. Matthew Ellis says, shouting out Patrick McCarthy, his first race in 2 seasons, and took the start, getting from P28 up to P11 in the Pink Pig.
Good run for that car, wasn't it? Good run for that car. Yeah, back into the pit lane comes car number 19, which is LDR Performance Tuning, which is Lee Pearce, Clark Wells, Matt Arnold and Andy Greer-Hardy. Now, it looks as though all is not well with that car. They're working their way around on the... right, OK, it's a rear hub issue on that car. So
not the first one we've seen today, is
No,
it?
It's not. I mean... The difficulty is that you buy the standard Ford rear hubs and they are very, very expensive. You go for a pattern part and buy the rear hub, they are much, much cheaper, perhaps don't have the longevity.
Yeah.
It looks as though, that is a rear hub issue with that car. So number 19 car, which was in the hands of Clark Wells, into the pit lane. Clark is another driver that's been racing in the Mini Challenge this season for LDR Performance Tuning. That being the Mini Challenge Trophy.
And there's Lawrence himself.
Lawrence Davey, his father Martin Davey to the left as well. screws in ears, just looking on to check that all is well as well. And another person that's just watching the stream also picking out. And yeah, it's one I was aware of had been in the pit lane for quite a period of time, but I'm not sure that it's done and dusted as yet. But the number 44, Graves Motorsport, Alex Solicar, has been in the pit lane for a good hour now. But I was hoping that Graves would be going to work on that to try and get it back out. So that's another potential car that we haven't had official confirmation could have retired, but might have.
It's not in the pits now.
It's not in the pits now. It's literally just gone out. Yeah, it was in the pits for an hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. Fabulous, so we'll wait and see. Incidentally, by the way, that shout out to Patrick McCarthy in the Pink Pig. Matthew Ellis, of course, that was our Brit in the Euro NASCAR here this year.
Yeah, Matt Ellis, who's been doing a lot of racing.
And the TVR, he raced on the same day.
Yeah, a lot of racing in the NASCAR Wheeling Euro Series this year, which of course will be back for Speedfest 10. Is it next year? We are at Brands Hatch in the early part of June. And Matthew's also, I really got to know him through Classic Sports Car Club racing out in a very quick Tolbean.
It's easy for you to say.
Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. There we go. It's been a damn long day.
You took a run up that one.
I did, yeah, and that was not a difficult one to do. That was not a difficult one to do.
I was gutted. I happened to sort of flick to an interview that I did yesterday, and I called a TCR car a TSR car. Oh, but we get our words jumbled up from time to time. When we're talking for so long, it's going to happen, I'm afraid. But yeah, great to hear from Matthew Ellis. It was hopefully we'll see him back out again in the Euro NASCAR. He certainly took to it and loved it and did well. So we saw the stop-go penalty being served by the 192 car. That has been done, dusted, back out onto the circuit again for that car. Still, we've got Team Manager 1 being called and 55 as well being called. So again, they'll just have a word with them and work out if there's anything that they need to get done for. As I say, not all of them have been. You're getting a lot called up there, and it's not always, or certainly not a punishment that we necessarily see. He says just double checking to see if there's any COC decisions that have happened behind the scenes as well, because we get to see that on a bulletin board, and the answer is no at the moment, thankfully.
See, they're even picking me up on streams now as well, talking to us at Tollbeam. Yes, I know I got it wrong.
Yeah.
Talbot Sunbeam, I know. It's been a long day. What? It's been a long, and it must be getting colder out there now, mustn't it?
Yeah, Sam's
we've got more visitors to the commentary box to come and join in. Someone just asking what the engine size is in these cars. Well, it is a standard 1300cc engine in these cars, so it's the standard Mark 1 1300cc car that was produced between 2002 and 2008. Absolutely, that is the only engine that is allowed, and you're not allowed to do anything to it at all. It has to be absolutely standard, the 1.3 litre machine. So Octane Junkies still leading the way. The camera that we're seeing is the camera that's just showing us what's going on up towards Druids at the moment. Our race leader will be has just headed through shot, I think, round through at Druids Corner. And as for the car that's there in second place, well, that is Dominic Jackson for Axiometrics at this stage, who's sitting there in second place. And he is only just going round through Paddock Hill Bend now and heading uphill in towards the camera that we're looking at. So that's the relative gap between first and second at this stage. And these are the only two cars that remain on the lead lap.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only ones on the lead lap, but it does look as though we've got three cars that are then sharing just one lap down, that being the 736 Ferguson Motorsport of Aston, 36 IP Racing of Sylvester, and Elliot Mason in that penalised 128 Napa Racing car. They're all just one lap shy, which actually means that 128 has made a little bit of time up, hasn't it? So fair shout, because they were penalised 2 laps, but it definitely seemed to show when they all crossed the line that there was only 1 lap in it. So they're trying to undo the damage from the couple of mistakes in that pit stop, and they'll be hoping that they can continue going. But Octane Junkies absolutely flying at the moment. The pole sitter, let's not forget, Adam Smith in the early stages managed to pull out a big lead, but as he said, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter because they know safety cars are going to happen. And it would just eliminate all of that lead, so it's just keep going as best you can, and that's exactly what they've done. So it's Martin Smith at the wheel now. 21 seconds is the lead. There's a song there. I'm not going to sing it there.
No, don't. I've heard you singing before. Absolutely. Very wise not to do that. Very wise indeed.
And in fact, that song, I don't think I'm supposed to sing it. I'm supposed to rap it. That's an even worse thought, isn't it? Sam's trying to encourage me now. Look, throw me to the wolves. Why not, mate? And that's, but that's interesting, 21 seconds, Mark, because it's 21 seconds ago. That did it anyway. Axiometrics in second were closing in, weren't they, at one stage? And that's gone back out again.
Yes, it has. Yeah, it just keeps sort of, sometimes it comes down, other times it just stretches back out again. I've just had some confirmation from John Baker, who's listening to this tune and is listening to the stream and is supporting Scott Block in the Autotech team. He said Glenn Copeland has just driven for the last hour in the number 46 car with no screens. This was last year that they did it as well, and said it was very, very cold when they had to drive around in the number 46 car last year with no windscreen. Makes your spine tingle at the thought of it, doesn't it? Just so cold. No, not at all. Not at all.
So ironically, that car had no windscreen last year as well.
It would appear so. Let me just reread the message, because I was sort of trying to chat to other people as well. So nice of you. Great run. Glenn Cook drove for the last hour last year with no screens. Yeah, very cold.
Oh my word.
Yeah, very cold indeed.
That was just the last hour. This one is for about the last 6, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Don't mention that. Don't mention that. So yeah, these cars still cracking on. Remember that they all absolutely standard. They've got the safety devices, and other than that, there are no other amendments to them as well. People asking about the tyres. I've mentioned that a few times. They all are controlled Proxys tyres, so it's the Toyo Proxys R888 tyres that are utilised, whether it be wet, whether it be dry. It's dry at the moment. Those clouds, you suggested, do look slightly ominous at the moment. You can see them coming from that direction, so they're coming from sort of the west-southwest, blowing in towards Brands Hatch, and yeah, whether we stay dry for the rest of the race, I'm not quite sure. The one thing we know is going to happen, we are going to get to the point where the dew will start to form, and again, even if we don't get rain, the dew is probably worse. Most drivers would rather have the rain and it be wet than it just get cold, get the dew, and then be greasy and horrible.
Yeah, because that was almost phase 2 of the start this morning. We started in completely wet because it had been chucking it down right up until about, I don't know, maybe half an hour before the, that's blinded me, half an hour before the race starts. So the circuit was absolutely drenched and we were kicking up fluid from the tyres. There was no question. We knew what it was, but that second phase was when that then got down to just a greasy. And as you always hear, drivers only really want one thing or the other. Just make it properly wet or make it properly dry. Nothing in between.
So Chris Hilson making his way down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Car number 734 there is the car that runs in a 7th position overall, which is the Ferguson Motorsport car in the hands of Billy Ferguson. So that car is still going well in the race at this stage. Billy Ferguson, of course, has shared the car with Joe Ferguson, Tom Bell. I don't think we've seen Dan Ferguson behind the wheel of that number 734 car as yet, so he should be in for the final couple of hours of it, one would have thought. A 10-lap penalty for car number 1 for exceeding the driving time. Now that's another car that's been in the pits under repair for a very good period of time. Burton Power Racing, and it's Carl Sagar that is being shown as being out there and driving at this stage. But as you say, that if that's done based on when cars enter and exit the pit lane, it seems a shame that if the car's been under repair for a long period of time, that still counts. But I don't know the level of the detail to the regulations to comment on that.
And I guess the key point being there is that if they know that their race is ruined because of damage that took a long time to repair, and the rules happen to state a time from this to this is too much if it's the same driver showing us in, they're probably there going, doesn't matter, we're so far out of this now, it doesn't matter, we want our drivers to have equal amount of driving time. Now think of yourself as a driver, you now get to that situation that goes, the race is gone, it doesn't matter, it's now about enjoying ourselves. So to pick up a 10-lap penalty on the timing screen makes no difference to you now, does it? You just want to be out there doing your allotted amount of time behind the wheel.
Yeah, no, it will be frustrating now, because there is the car heading towards us now. You see it's battered at the front, and of course the incident it was involved with, it was the innocent party as far as I was concerned. The car ahead of it was having the problem. So the light's just beginning to fade. A few more tech questions coming in as well, asking about suspension and brakes. Well, I've mentioned a few times throughout the course of the day, it's not standard suspension on these cars. They all run gas springs, gas dampers, which are all purchased via Burton Power, who are one of the partners to the series. They all run Powerflex bushes as well. And as for the brakes on them, yep, they are standard in terms of the standard OEM system on them, but it's Mintex pads that you have to run. I don't know the exact specification of the Mintex pad, but it is a Mintex pad that again is the official approved pad for the EnduroKA series. So hopefully that scoops up a few more of the technical issues and questions that are coming in over the course of the internet. So we've got 3 hours and 12 minutes to go. So we are past the 60% mark. The clouds still continuing to blow in from the west as well over London. And a while ago we mentioned that the rain was expected about 26 minutes time. Rain, according to the very clever app that we're utilising at the moment, is suggesting it's about 8 minutes away now, which is going to be very interesting if all of a sudden we start to get a few sprinkles.
It's more like it's got to happen, because to us it's just a voice in our headset. It's the voice of God telling us that it's going to rain. So we can't argue.
It's very close. Race leader is in, so into the pit lane comes Martin Smith. So you can see Octane Junkies working their way down the pit lane at the moment. They're right the way down towards pit lane exit. This will be for another stop. We know Martin doesn't like the dark, so he is going to jump out of the car. The door is closed. And
not Adam
that is Baz getting in, is it? That's Badder that's getting back in again by the look of things. Yeah, there's Adam Smith that you spoke to earlier on, walking around with the radio on. So they have done the right thing. As long as they've turned the engine off, they're good. Can't hear it ticking away. They're well versed with this because, again, Octane Junkies have been in this series for a very good number of years as well. Octane Junkies is the team name. The team is largely in the car prepared by Moore's Motors, or has been in the past as well, which is Jamie Moore and Nick Johnson in the team, and Nicholas Jackson rather in the team. And you can see that they're in the process of fueling the car up with the first of the tough jugs. And again, whilst that is happening, nobody else can interact with the car whatsoever. It's just the refueler. You have to have somebody with a fire extinguisher in hand and poised, ready, should there be any sort of issue. And as I mentioned, refueling starts when you open that filler flap. As soon as you open that filler flap, the fueling is on. To conclude the fueling and then allow the second part of the pit stop to take place, the servicing of the car and the driver. And what you have to do is you have to finish the fueling, you have to put the fuel filler cap back on and close the flap itself. That has happened, and now all of a sudden they can start the next stage of the pit stop, Chris.
Yeah, that looked and felt like a lot less fuel than some of the other ones we've been watching.
Yeah, that was only one tough jug went in there, so that car is not running as full fuel-wise as others, and I think that's that strategy that they're working to at the moment.
Into tactics now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's that strategy. They want to stick with that strategy, and they'll hope that later on in the race there's another safety car that will just allow them to come in, top up to where they need to be. So I think they're playing a different game here. Whether it works or not, I don't know. Out comes the jump battery as well, so it looks as though the car isn't restarting. So you get the power pack up, fire it up. Now, is that a charging issue with the car? Is that an alternator issue? If it is, that could be a problem.
Well, once we start to get into the rounds where they got to put lights on and everything, could that be interesting then?
Yeah, it could be very interesting.
That'd be heartbreaking for them, wouldn't it, for goodness sake? I mean, that said, is it that big a deal for them to quickly change a battery?
No, it shouldn't be. No, it should be a very quick process as well. So if they
then
think
we're assuming that it's a battery rather than,
it's
like
battery
say, the
rather than
alternator.
alternator. Yeah, if it's the alternator, then you're in trouble. So as a result of the race leader pitting, of course, that means that they now lose the lead of the race. Octane Junkies will restart and will rejoin with what we think is Baz Award behind the wheel. And now it means that for the first time today, number 18, Axiometrics, take the lead. I don't think we've had them in the leaders yet, have we?
No, it's not a name that we've mentioned. I think the second was the highest that we had them, so they've done well there. They were only about sort of 15 seconds behind our race leader in this section, and is now the only one sat on that lead lap until they pit for their second time, ahead of the 736 Ferguson Motorsport, the 736 car, which is being piloted by Damon Astin.
I think they've become the 7th different leader we've had so far.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Very impressive. So there they are, our new race leader, just coming across the line to complete 264 laps with 3:08 left to go, 3:08 and a quarter left to go. Ferguson Motorsport 736 in second. Then it's the first of the IP racing cars, Sylvester at the wheel of the 36, one of the blue and yellow Napa liveried cars, ahead of 128, the actual Napa Racing UK. Elliot Mason at the wheel of that one in fourth, and now in fifth is the 111 Octane Junkies, and it's still at the moment saying that it's Martin Smith at the wheel, but we're pretty sure that that's going to be Baz Award there.
Yeah, I mean, they used to run the Hue tag system, which meant that there was a separate wristband you'd have on, which had a signal and a sensor in it, and you'd have to wave that past a sensor at pit lane exit, which would churn a green light to a red one. You then also still had the main pit lane exit lights as well, green and red there. But that first set of lights that you got to was driver identification in reality. You'd wave it, your your hue tag, as each individual driver would have a unique serial number that would link to the timing screen and would automatically then change the driver. Now they use a different app system, which means that teams notify race control and TSL timekeepers, but that process is slightly slower. It's not instantaneous. It takes a lap or two to update the driver name.
And brings human element to it.
Human element into it as well, yeah.
Because I think it was Luke and I were chatting about this morning, saying it seems weird because it means that someone's actually got to take the responsibility of getting that information on the app and up to them, and then it's got to be put into the system, blah, blah, blah. But you think about it, is that, and you may know of this, you may have found you had an example, is that you go down ready to put your wrist up to that sensor, and you've got one or more car having a problem trying to get it sorted too far away. You're now sat in a queue being held up in your pit lane.
Yeah, been there. And also it does mean...
Which isn't fair, is it?
No, it's not. And at the start of qualifying, or when you get a big safety car period and everybody's into the pit lane, you end up with a queue trying to get back out again. And yeah, that does have a big effect. So I'm not saying it is too bad a issue, that the fact that they have dispensed with those as well. So for the weather-wise, I'm hearing news from Danny Cassar, who is tuning in, that it's drizzling on the opposite side of the Thames at the moment. So Dagenham, sort of that area, Barking, drizzle at that side of the Thames at the moment. Looking at the way that the wind is blowing, it looks as though, yeah, that will be coming this way. Looking at the way the flags are blowing, so it's drizzling on that side of the Thames. It's on its way, that is absolutely for sure. Drive-through penalty for car number 1 for exceeding track limits, so it goes from bad to worse for poor old Burton Power. Not only have they got a 10-lap penalty for drivers transgressing the maximum driving period, not only have they spent a chunk of time in the pits because of accident damage that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time for, but now they've been pushing hard, and you can see that they are exceeding the track limits. You can also see those clouds that we were talking about, Chris, that are slowly blowing in this direction towards Brands Hatch. So we've had pretty good weather, haven't we, really, for what is it mid-November now? Yeah, it is mid-November. There's still a little bit of blue sky, isn't there?
Yeah.
If you look carefully, there's some blue sky, but it's more grey now, and that does mean with the clouds coming in, not only have we got the risk of rain, but it also means that lux level, that light level, is going to drop dramatically in the next half an hour.
But we're not going to get the low sun in people's eyes. You know, again, that's the positive bit. Peter Graves has just messaged me saying that the car 44, you asked about the Graves Motorsport car, had an alternator problem, no charge, so had to change it.
Ah, right, okay. So thanks for clearing that one up, and the person that was inquiring about that on the internet as well will be pleased to understand as to what the problem was with that particular car.
Which we're wondering whether we're going to see something along those lines of the Octane Junkies, but let's hope that wasn't the issue, and I'm sure they'll be worried. The fact that they had to jump start it anyway, won't they? They'll be mindful of that.
Yeah, no, I would have thought so. So Axiometrics just now for the 268th time head along the Cooper Straight. The number 18 car in the hands of Dominic Jackson leading the way at this stage. Got a fairly comfortable advantage between himself and the second place number 736 car of Damon Aston, because that car that's there in second place is only now, I think, about to come over the start-finish line, I would have thought, any second. So it's about 3/4 of a lap. Yeah, there over the start-finish line goes the second place car, and it is now starting to drizzle very slightly here at Brands Hatch. Those of you that are here at the circuit will know that well and truly, but if you're watching on the stream, it's not obvious yet because it is just a light drizzle and the cameras won't quite pick that up yet, but you might see a few more cars firstly turning on their lights if they haven't already, and secondly, I was going to say windscreen wipers, and there we go. We can see the wipers going on the cars now, and we're now at the stage where it's just going to start to get that little bit greasy out there. You've also got to feel very sorry for Sam May, who drives the number 46 car, the young teenager. Not much meat on his bones because he's a young lad. He's going to be cold because that's a car that's got no windscreen in it at the moment. So he'll be, I would imagine, shivering slightly now that it's starting to get cold and it's starting to get wet as well. So far in the race, we have completed nearly 14,000 miles by every car, considering all of the laps that they've done so far. So we are about halfway around the world now, there or thereabouts, in terms of the amount of miles that have been completed. So windscreen wipers on for the race leading car. Last few laps he has had tucked right up behind him the purple machine that sits directly behind. That's a car that has had good run through the order, but then had issues, which has dropped it right the way down to 39th position at the moment, Purple Sector Racing. And that particular car is in the hands of Mark Gent at the moment. As I say, whilst it's a quick car, it's had its issues, and that is why it is a long, long way off the order, but it's still keeping pace with what is the race leader, Dominic Jackson. You can see a few spits on the camera lens as well if you're watching the stream, just showing that the rain is starting to fall now here at Brands Hatch, and more and more cars with their wipers on now. So the tyre squeal that we've been hearing will slowly disappear, one would have thought. And of course, what we're going to end up with is that horrible greasy track again that we had mid-morning, really. So again, for some of these drivers, they were probably having their first stint during those conditions. For others, of course, it may well be it's the first opportunity they've had all weekend to sample Brands Hatch in wet or wetter conditions. Yellow flags up at what is 30 suggests that somebody has had a moment there. Yeah, we've got one that's rally crossing and about to rejoin. It's the number 81 car that's had the problem and is rejoined, but the number 64 had the spin, which is Automech. So that is a car that is running in 10th position and was just caught out there, Andrew Howell. So a quick spin, fire the car back up again, and the number 64 car will get going again, but it was in 10th. It had about 32 seconds gap between itself and the car that's in 11th place, which was Mark Witherington at the wheel of the Napa Racing number 63 IP racing car. Did the number 64 car lose a place as a result of the spin? We'll have to wait and see when it comes over the start-finish line. So the conditions really starting to deteriorate now. It has gone from a few spits of rain to proper rain now, and on the breeze, of course, it's lashing in quite considerably. Now our race leader has already gone over the start-finish line and is pressing on through Surtees and up towards McLaren. Traffic to deal with, which is Carmel Racing, the number 88 car that is circulating down in 26th position at the moment. And straight away, Dominic Jackson now starting to take a differing line. Some of that was because of the back marker. Other parts of the reason he took the differing line now, because all of a sudden they're trying to seek out the grip on the tarmac that's getting wetter and wetter, Chris. It
certainly is. I mean, when I first just walked back up to come here, which means I go outside, I was there going, well, to be honest, I think this is just psychological rain. Then I put my hand on the barrier to come up the steps, and it was like, oh, no, that's pretty wet. Turned round just as two cars ran very wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. So the grip levels are definitely reduced out there. Not massively, but it's into what we were talking about earlier, the drivers hate, where it's that greasy in between at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just not nice now. So it's going to just start to get greasy and horrible, and then it will get better as it gets wetter and wetter and wetter. You've just spotted something as well there. Number 48 car is going to have to head towards race control.
Yeah, which one's that? That's Purple Sector Racing, which is actually one that I just watched go very wide onto the grass down at Graham Hill Bend, but it's a 1 minute stop-go penalty for overtaking under yellow flags. Not the first of those we've seen, but you said it earlier, is that so many cars on here is that you then commit, suddenly get to an area where the yellow flags are there, and it's too late. You've kind of committed to it, and you make that. It's not making an excuse. It's just, it's a lot easier to do than you might think.
Yeah, once you've committed to it, you can't undo it. You know, you've got it. You're better just to stick with it. And yes, you then end up transgressing what you ought to have done. Into the pit lane comes 734. So that is going to be Billy Ferguson into the pit lane. He says Billy Ferguson
heading back out again.
Heading back out again, is he right? So Billy heading back out again. So that might be a change of driver.
It will be now.
It will be, because it was 4 minutes in the pit lane. Yeah, so that's a refueling stop, isn't it? 4 minutes.
It's not slowing them. It's not stopping them going 3 wide into Paddock Hill Bend at the moment, is it? These slipping conditions, no problem. We'll just go 3 wides, but marginally slower.
Well, considering it's not been raining for long, already we've started to see a 7-second drop-off in the lap times. So a huge amount of drop-off in the lap times at this stage. We're looking at the car that's just heading round through Graham Hill Bend at the moment, the number 49 LDR Performance Tuning car, which is Andre Greer-Hardy. Now that number 49 car is knocking on the top 10 at the moment, but might be destined for the pit lane before too much longer, because the exhaust, you can see, is hanging off on the bottom of that car. So the number 49 car clearly with an issue. That will be picked up by our officials. Not quite touching the ground. So it's probably just one of the centre mountings that's gone on it. So it may well be that a bit of string or rope or something to try and get it back up out of the ground. But at the moment, whilst we've picked up on it, the officials might not have.
That loops of grass, isn't it? Our producers are right grass. Into the pits has come the 40. No, not the 40. Yeah, it is the 48 car, isn't it? The Purple Sector Racing that has got served that 1 minute stop and go. Again, another one that a stop goes bad enough, and the speed you got to go in the pit lane, but to have to sit still for 1 minute, it's going to feel like an eternity. Possibly not a bad time to do it though, whilst it's raining.
Yeah, might not be. Reassess. Do you want to go back out there? No, of course you do. Of course you do. Of course you do. So there we go. So the number 48 car is in. That's Mark Gent. You can see Daisy Lake there, who is the marshal, to the right-hand side, counting down the time. And then the team member is there as well, ready to ensure that when the 60 seconds has elapsed, that car can head back out onto the circuit. So Dominic Jackson still continuing to lead the way. The conditions here are been about the same for the last 5 minutes. It's certainly not got any worse, but it's not got any better. And the track now is looking wetter and wetter and wetter. So I think we're now at the stage where it's gone from sort of greasy and it's almost heading towards full wet. We're not seeing spray coming up from behind the cars yet, but we will before too much longer.
I was just looking, is that I got a feeling that we've now got the top 3 are all on the same lap, which was a little bit different to what I thought it was before. That Axiometrics were the only one on the lead lap, which, if that is the case, that means that 736 Ferguson Motorsport and IP Racing 36 have both managed to unlap themselves in the last few laps, if that's the case. And I guess that's the point now, Mark. And I know we've talked about the fact you just keep doing your own race, your own laps, but you just want to, at this stage, keep yourself in the pound seats.
Yeah, you've done all of the hard work. If you've stayed out of trouble, you've done all of the hard work, and now the conditions deteriorate, which to be fair, they've tended to do towards the back end of almost every year that we've run this race. So it gets to night time, and it either gets cold, so it gets wet and greasy, or the rain starts to come in. You can see there from the clouds, we've still got blue sky, but we've also got even darker clouds coming in, so it might deteriorate even more. But yeah, you've done all of the hard work. You've stayed there for the first 5 hours of the race, so you're in a good position just to make sure that you can bring the car home. But you say you're in a good position. You've still got a third of the race to go. You know, we're still only 64% into this race at the moment.
That's madness, isn't it, really? I mean, we're saying about the fact that absolutely it is going really quickly, but from a competitor perspective, as you say, to think that you've got that much of the race still to go means that you've got to feel pleased that you've kept your powder dry until this point, but there's still so much more time. We've got the slippy conditions at the moment, which I think, you know, with the fact we saw the blue sky there as well, it's supposed to be short-lived.
I saw blue clouds.
You did.
Yeah.
You did. We don't question the things you see, though, mate. It's gonna, but I mean, it's not going to quickly dry up, Mark, though, is it? Because there's no sun on it. We've got wind on it, to be fair, but it's getting colder.
It's damp for the rest of the night now. That's it. The dry track is gone. That's it. We are going to be either damp or greasy or wet for the rest of the race, depending on what the weather's going to do at this stage. So Axiometrics still leading the way at this stage. We've still got the number 36 IP racing car of Daniel Sylvester sitting there in second position. Now for Axiometrics, they'll be pressing on up towards Druids as things currently stand. For the number 36 car, it will be, I would imagine, about to come over the start-finish line before too much longer. There's the number 49 car again, just heading up towards what is Graham Hill Bend. That's a car that has had up towards Druids. That's a car that has had some good racing action from all the drivers that are part of that so far. So the number 49 car started in 21st position. We've seen Adrian Clark start the car. He's a employee here at Brands Hatch. Justin Irvine took over. Andy Greer-Hardy is currently driving it. But we've still got another driver change to cycle through, because we haven't seen what I think is the car's owner, David Bywater, jump on board that number 49 car as yet.
Okay, well, I'm keeping an eye out just to understand what the story is. There goes number 36. So that, Sylvester, is still on the lead lap. Not by a massive amount, by 10 seconds, because, someone's into the gravel between Clearways and Clark Curve, but managed to pull through. That's the number 6 MSVT car. Who's at the wheel of that one at the moment? It's Will Marston.
It is Will Marston, yeah, who we know well, who's one of the MSVT employees here. He had a big smile on his face in testing on Friday because it all went well for him. He admitted when I spoke to him this morning that whilst he really enjoyed it, it was very different in qualifying to testing, very different. And as I said to him today, you know, Will, the speed comes, you get the speed. It's the racecraft that takes the time. It takes time to get the racecraft, and he was agreeing with me. Steve Kite, who I was chatting to, who owns and runs Misty Racing, was with me this morning. He said, absolutely, Mark, that is the case. It's the racecraft that takes the time. But for Will, he is one of those drivers. It's his first weekend of racing, and all he wants to do is bring the car home, get a finish, get those 2 signatures on the licence, as I've mentioned a few times today.
Well, and point one that you've got to say there then is that he's just gone a little bit wide in what is a very tricky part as you're going through Clearways. That's a little bit tighter. At which point can you get on the power? It just dragged him wide into the gravel, but he did a good job to keep it all in a straight line. keeping it moving and brought it out of the gravel. Now, that means that he's done a good job with that, and that's another lesson tick that he's able to put in his book as well.
Yeah, a few people asking about minimum weight limits on the cars with no windows. I mentioned it early on. Absolutely, if you were tuning in, I did mention it. When you lose the windows, you lose a raft of weight. The car has to be a minimum of 950 kilograms, including the driver. Problems for Covershaw, and that's the number 55 car that stopped coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. Is that a spin and a stall, or is that a mechanical issue? That car has had a few problems throughout the course of the day. Les Conway is behind the wheel of it, driver who was racing a BMW yesterday, and the number 55 car looks as though it is slightly stricken there, I'm afraid. But yeah, the number 46 car, yeah, I did question at the time, if they're taking the windows out, the car's going to be lighter. Are they going to put ballast in the ballast box to ensure it meets the minimum weight? People that are watching the stream are asking the same question.
Yeah, and we've got to assume that they will have done. Yeah, that does look. If that's its tyre marks in the background on the hill, that will be lost. But it just looks more like a mechanical gremlin, though, where it is. To be honest, it's a long way up from those tyre marks.
It is a long way up from the tyre marks, yeah. So
I think that's probably mechanical. Not modern enough. These cars are high tech enough for them to have done a Control-Alt-Delete and just go. So we'll wait and see whether that's a long-term issue for that car. So yeah, one of the key things that I was just working out is that IP Racing 36 is still on that lead lap, about 10 seconds further down the road, lapping quite a lot quicker. Now, interestingly, Mark, it's gone back into the 104s, that car in the last time round.
it did, yeah. Very quick lap put in by Daniel Sylvester.
So the rain hasn't done any long-standing damage, actually, has it, to the adhesions levels out there? And the first one to really test that out and successfully make it work was Sylvester in that IP Racing 36 car, which means that it is it's pulling more away from the Axiometrics car that was sort of 10 seconds further down the road from lapping it, and he's going to try and see if he can reel that car in.
So the light really beginning to fade. Now all of a sudden those lights on the cars are looking a lot brighter than they were. Sunset is still 30 minutes away at this stage. Sunset here at just outside of Brands Hatch, West Kingsdown, the local village, is at 4 minutes past 4 this evening. So that is now exactly 30 minutes away when we get towards sunset, and that will really then start to bring Brands Hatch to life in a very different way indeed. Look at this gaggle of cars coming over the start-finish line, which includes the rather chilly, I would imagine, Sam May at the wheel of the 46 car. And he'll want to sit behind that car ahead of him because it'll stop some of the wind, won't it, coming through the windscreen?
I bet he's delighted when it started raining, wasn't he? Just what you want with no one. Did notice, by the way, the 736 Ferguson Motorsport has been in and done their driver change. Winkworth is back in again now.
Right, so that's Michael Winkworth. Yes, so he's back in for the second stint, and that's a driver who, I say, was pretty much unbeatable at the start of the season in the Mini 7 Racing Club Mini 7 S-Class Championship for the 1275cc engined Minis. But he also had a few issues throughout the course of the season, so ultimately I don't think he took the overall title, if memory serves me correctly. But he's had a good day. He's had a busy day, hasn't he, at the wheel of that particular car, and it has gone beautifully well throughout the course of the race, albeit, yeah, it's just at the bottom of the top 10 at the moment. Both Ferguson Motorsport cars have gone well, and neither of them are any higher than 10th at the moment, which is a shame, really. Have they both taken the opportunity to lead at various stages? Certainly both again. Ferguson Motorsport. Did Egan ever lead? He was certainly in the top 3. I'm not sure he led, but the other car did, didn't it?
I'm not sure it quite got into the lead, did it? But it was for a long time up there, doing a great job within that front gaggle and challenging for the lead for sure. Lights on, it is now. Session declared dark. Do you know what? That was the next question I was about to ask and say, is there a point when it sort of switched over? Because I noticed there was a couple that didn't have their lights on. So I'm sort of keeping half an eye on that now. There's one coming down the hill towards Grand Hill Bend that doesn't. I've
just answered my own question. Yes, at some point of this race, both Ferguson Motorsport cars have led. They have both led the race, but yeah, they're 10th and 12th respectively now.
Right, the 44 Graves Motorsport car, that's one that doesn't have its lights on. They've changed the alternators we heard earlier. They'll be hoping that that's going to be okay with the lights on. Does big digital display over the top that tells them they need to. Through goes the number 4 car that doesn't have lights on. Now it does, because it's seen that digital display and suddenly goes, oh yeah, good point, turns them on. Job done.
And what you'll also notice is that, of course, some of the cars are just running the standard OEM lights on them. Others have got spot lamps across the bonnet, whether it be a single one, whether it be a double one. And that does make a bit of a difference. here at Brands, you don't have that many corners that are in total darkness, but the more light that you have, and if you get a spread from a couple of spot lamps on either side of the bonnet, it just allows you to pick out those apexes slightly better than otherwise you could.
Yeah, and I'm trying to spot the 111, the Octane Junkies, to see whether they're going to be okay turning their lights on with the fact that they had to jump-start their car. Sat there running in 5th place, Baz Award at the wheel of that car at the moment, so we're hoping there's no issues for that one. And it is now flashing the declared dark just to make sure that they do get that one sorted. And the only...
Well, we've got another car that's dragging an exhaust then. That's a number 29 car there that you could see that the exhaust is almost dragging on the ground, and that will need to be looked at by the race official. So that is DKMS LDR Performance. That is Brad Godbold, David Edwards and Frankie Taylor's car. That's another car that's had a few problems throughout the course of the day. It's running inside the top 25 at the moment. 22nd position for Frankie Taylor driving that car.
Well, the 111 is fine, I can tell you. The only one that's not running lights at the moment is the 44, so that could be a summons if they don't do that soon. Full lights on, as they tell them, as you'll enjoy from the sights of this. You got some with the colours on. Did you have colours on yours?
Yes, we have had colours in the past on ours. Yeah, they look very pretty, and I do like the way some of them do them. He says,
you managed to mince that sentence.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the ones I like actually are the ones that they put along the sill. I'm not sure how many we've got along the sill, but when you put them along the sill and across the bumpers, the bottom edges of the bumper, it almost looks nice as though the car's floating.
There was one I saw last night,
and it looks
that
brilliant
looked
at night.
Fabulous.
It looks fab at night. Yeah.
Especially from memory, it was this wonderful blue that made it look like it was water being lit up underneath it, he says, without sort of trying to get whimsical.
I did have some as well. It was a 24-hour race that I was doing at Silverstone at the time, not in the KAs, but again, you know, these are not lights that are put on permanently onto the cars, they're put on temporarily. And one of them, the sticky back to the LEDs had come off, and it was up the A-pillar, and it was flapping around and banging around on the car whilst you were going down the hanger straight in the middle of the night. And it's also quite distracting because the lights were still working and were flashing in the corner of your eye. So I had no choice but to wind the window down and literally just yank the lights off the roof of the car and throw them out the window because they were distracting. Yeah, not even just distracting. I can imagine that would just send a light across. It's the light across, but also the bang, 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 bang all of the time that you could hear.
Should have put your earplugs in.
Couldn't hear the engine.
Exactly right. So it is this site that I'll be honest to say I've been really looking forward to. We got to see it towards the tail end, well, for the latter part of the qualifying last night, where we had it in complete darkness, and it just looks so special. So we're now into that section. It does throw up a new challenge for us on the commentary. Well, actually not hugely, because the camera's doing an amazing job. Oh, it's a bit too dark up at
Semprini Racing, Napa Racing, and Misty Racing and IP Racing have all had a coming together then. It looks though the number 63 has come off worse, and that's Mark Witherington. The car was running inside the top 10 in the race and was running in 9th position, and he is limping his way back on towards the track.
One that still struck the 28 car.
That is
a lot of steam from that.
VPEX Racing, so that's the number 28 car. That's the VPEX Motorsport car that Alistair Dendy, Damien Hirst,
Hirst behind the wheel at the moment, so he's going to be gutted.
Is that Damien Hirst? Yeah, Costa Kriitsis was due to take over that car, but yeah, lots and lots of steam coming from the front of that car. Damien Hirst will...
got going now.
Yeah, he'll have to limp that car straight back into the pit lane. In fact, he's going to park it up. I think it might be too badly damaged.
Which, yeah, that's a huge shame, because of course that's not necessarily the fastest part of the circuit, so I wonder whether it was almost two separate incidents, and either Damien's arrived on the scene of someone off and gone straight in, or vice versa. But that does look as though he's aware that the damage is too much. Other than the steam, you know, we've seen as bad as that, haven't we? But if not worse. You remember the number 1 and the 114 cars, they looked considerably worse than that, but he just clearly isn't able to bring that one back to the pit, sadly.
No, that's an enormous shame. So that is time being lost out on track. Of course, as soon as they start to need to tow that car back, that's a 3-lap penalty going the way of the number 28 car, which had problems in qualifying, which were the brakes were sticking on. Safety cars coming out as a result of this. Damien Hirst had worked the VPEX Motorsport car up into 14th position, the Ginetta racer, and was going well, but out comes the safety car, which means that we are, is that 10 safety car periods that we've had now? Overall race leaders are on 286 laps, and we'll guide you through the top 10, I think.
Is it my turn to do it?
Your turn, surely.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. The lead car at the moment is still yet to make a pit stop. The number 18, Axiometrics. The driver of that car at the moment is Dominic Jackson. Second place, and on the lead lap with them is 36 IP Racing Sylvester at the wheel of that car at the moment. Then we go back a lap, and it is the recovering, brilliantly recovering, you have to say, 128 Napa Racing UK, Elliot Mason at the wheel. Remember, that had a 2-lap penalty because of a fueling mistake that they did when they came in and did the pit stop. They're only 1 lap down now. On the same lap as them, car number 5, Wolf Motorsport, they've also had a drive-through penalty. I think it was for track limits from memory. Morocco at the wheel of that car. In 5th, the 111 Octane Junkies, Bazza Ward behind the wheel of that car. Now, they've made their 3rd stop, and that could be interesting because once everyone else makes their 3rd stops, are they able to get that lead again that they were in when they came in and did their pit stop? 6th place, 154 Powerbell Motorsport, pristine condition. Rogerson at the wheel of that car. And the 555 Subaru Racing, Chris Hilson, started off, it looked like it was dropping fluid all over its own wheels, and was a right old handful, but has got the beast tamed, and he's in 7th position at the moment. 64 Autotech Racing with Hal at the wheel in 8th place. 9th, number 736, and 10th, 734. The 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars running line astern on the timing screen, but they're actually a lap apart from each other at the moment. Winkworth and Ferguson, respectively, at the wheels. On the camera there, we see Lawrence Davey getting his head stuck underneath one of his cars. That's the exhaust that we talked about, not quite touching the ground. That's going to be hot, Lawrence. He's covered up his hands to make sure that's not a problem. That is a whole lot of movement there. That's probably only going to get even worse if they're not careful. But under the safety car, now's the time for them to sort it out. Well, that was your top 10. 11th is the first of the cars that was stricken up at Druids a second ago. The incident that's brought out this safety car period. 63 IP Racing's Witherington, 125 3 Amigos in 12th. 13th, number 49 LVR Performance. That's actually that car that we're looking at right now in the pits as well, just getting that exhaust sorted. They'll be looking to get that out, see if they can get that car up into the top 10. 14th, number 26 Wolf Motorsport, Greenstall at the wheel. 15th, 41 Row Rage Motorsport. 180 Shine Automotive in 16th place. 17th, but missing on circuit, it was the 28 VPEX Motorsport. Damien Hurst has that car stopped. The flatbed is come out to recover it, and they'll get that up onto the loader there. Damon's at the car, but he'll go back with it, and they'll be hoping they can get that sorted in the pit lane and get it back out again for the remaining, well, we've got more than 2.5 hours to go, so with a bit of luck for them, they'll be able to get it sorted. 19th, 121. It just says Dawson on the top there, but just to remind myself of what car that is, that's the Climactic, and it says Dawson, doesn't it? Which isn't even one of the drivers. It's Marcus Batty or Andrew Hint, so I don't know what the Dawson means for that 121 car. Presumably an additional driver that we didn't know about. To round out your top 20 at the moment, number 81 GM Performance. I Mitchell behind the wheel this time of last year's race winners. They're into the top 20 now, Mark. That brings them back up. Because I think when you talked about it, they were down in something like 26th, rings a bell. So they've got themselves up into the top 20 now. But we saw them have to repair some pretty reasonable damage to that car, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't remember if it was front or back now.
It was front left corner, if memory serves me correctly. That was the issues. So hopefully they've been able to sort that and get the car back and performing well, which tends to be the case, looking at the fact that car has worked itself back in towards the top 20 again once more. So, all would appear to be well.
Understandably, we've got the crew's just making sure that Damon's okay. Obviously, he dropped the car down to that bar and was out. But as is the way these days, if there's any contact whatsoever, they're all over it just to make sure. Good news is the 44 car does have its lights on now, so that's a full house. All of them with the lights on, so no problem there. And we will be able to get this one. We've also got some floodlights, haven't we, Mark, for the pit exit, just to sort of make sure that it's nice and clear for everyone to see at that point. And I think looking up the other end is at pit in as well. The two ends of the pit lane are just floodlit enough so that they can see the lines, the barriers at that stage as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how much difference it makes, to be honest. I've never really noticed the fact that the floodlights are on, but probably it's because they're on. If you flick them off, you might then think, you might miss it. Yeah, but they're certainly not going to do any harm, and it's largely just lighting pit lane exits so that you can see exactly where you need to be. But once you come down pit lane, you've nearly always got your lights on and flicked onto main beam as well, so that you can have the spotlights on. Back into the pit lane comes the number 46 car. Autotech have done a brilliant job of keeping this car going. You can see it looks rather second-hand following its roll into the gravel trap up at Paddock Hill Bend earlier on, and it is now heading back out onto circuit. Sam May has probably come in for a warm-up more than anything else, one would have thought. So that is, a rather chilly Sam, I would have thought, who's brought that number 46 car into the pit lane. What have you got?
Update on this one, and I'm assuming that Lloyd Smith, thanks for your message, mate, is referring to Damien Hirst's car, the one that's actually stopped. We know that there was a few others involved when we saw it on the cameras, but it's saying that it spun at the bottom of Paddock Hill, post 4, pulled away, then stopped on the hill. So it sort of obviously had its moment somewhere down there, stopped and then got going again, but and I would imagine the speed that it was going is what caused the issue when it got to then Paddock. Everyone else arrived there a little bit at racing speed with a car that wasn't.
You can see Misty Racing, who are also tangled up in that one. That one has come into the pit lane, so the number 172 car in the garage and in the process of being serviced by the Mr. Racing crew to repair it, get it back out onto circuit. A shame for them because both of their cars have had issues throughout the course of the day. The 172 car is now in 23rd position, but was in the teens at the time that the incident happened. The sister car to it, in the hands of Simon Bonham, is running in the 33rd position at the moment, the number 72 car. So we have now had 37 laps behind the safety car. We have had some 253 green flag racing laps. We're up to 289 laps in total, and we are 68% into this race now. Now, the race record for the number of laps is 430 laps in the EnduroKA, and as a result of this safety car and the worsening conditions, we are now highly unlikely to get to what will be a record distance, one would have thought, because at the moment, with what we've done so far and what we might be able to do, we're probably going to be about 125 laps, so we're going to be about 5 laps short of record distance, Chris, even with all the safety cars we've had.
Yeah, that's pretty close, isn't it? Just can report that I know that because someone just asked me the question, they could see even medical vehicles in the back. Damien Hirst has just walked into the ambulance, as is always the way they take him through, so just don't panic, he's in there, but he walked completely 100% unaided, and they'll just take him and make sure and then release him back towards the pit lane. But also Sam Pearce said the 28 definitely done a radiator and eaten its own bumper. Apparently that's what he's done, and
yeah, I mean, we could see the steam coming up, so we know that it's done the radiator straight away. Yeah, the bumper you could see hanging off, so it's whether it's done anything else as well. Into the pit lane has come car number 111, so
battery
Ward
change
into the pit lane, and they are doing the battery change. As we thought, a problem with that car. Sensible thing to do it during the pit stops, because of course you might lose another lap or two, but at least you're going to get the car to the finish.
Now, logic would turn around and say it's not a driver change, but of course they did short fill the fuel, didn't they?
Yeah, well,
Rod Burley's here, goodness me.
So they can do another driver change if they wish. Hello, stranger. They could do another driver change if they wish. He's not been outside long, his hands are warm.
Yeah, you've been tucked in.
The difficulty is, if it's battery, that solves the problem. If it's alternator, putting another battery on
kills that one.
Keeps you going for a period of time, but not for much longer when you've got to run around with the lights on.
No, they'll be running up the other garages to try and get a few more batteries from everyone else, so they can just keep changing that, because that's the quickest one to get sorted, isn't it? But it's now heading out, so I don't think they did any refueling for that one. I didn't see the start of it, but I'm pretty sure they just did that battery change. Now's the time to do it. Lights go back on again. Red light at the end of the pit lane, and that's because we're about to go green. He's going to be absolutely gutted. Didn't quite get it. The reason being, these cars are now about to be released at full speed. I mean, that was probably borderline whether that could or should gone green to them, but when you've got these cars that are going to suddenly be taken back under green conditions, you need to be sensible about this. Now, we need to wait until there's a big enough gap to be able to release him, and then presumably the pit exit will be at green. We've now, and it needs to, because we've now got 3 cars sat at the end queuing, desperately hoping they can go back out there, but it needs to be released safely into this race. And the 111 car is going to be absolutely cussing. They're almost willing that those lights to change. The cars have all made their way through. We've probably only got 2 more that's going to go through into the back of the field. There we go. Green lights come on, and the whole field they had to wait for the whole field to make their way through. That would have felt like an absolute eternity for them this time round. But we've got race conditions back again. And there is one set of headlights leading another set of headlights. I think that sums up what we're able to see here.
Well, it's not too bad yet. It's only going to get darker, though, isn't it? Because we are now, some 12 minutes away from what will be sunset here at Brands Hatch. So it is still the Axiometrics number 18 car of Dominic Jackson leading the way. The one really good thing for Dominic Jackson is that where the second place car, number 36 car, was of Daniel Sylvester, well, he's almost at the tail end of the queue behind the safety car. So at the moment, as they've all gone over the start-finish line, there's actually 20 seconds gap between first and second in the race. The car that's third, Elliot Mason, is a lap off the lead at this stage, so he is running a lap off the lead in third position, as is the number 5 car of Carlito Moracco, who's running there in fourth position. VPEC's going to work to try and repair the car of Damien Hirst, that car that had the issue. You can see the damage to the front of it, and we gather that the reason that there were a couple of just medical vehicles heading out there was that when Damien had that issue and the contact was made, he's just tweaked his shoulder a little bit, so he's just gone to the med centre for a quick checkup.
Yeah, he's not allowed to pitch a ball at baseball today. Let's stop that dream, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, another dream gone.
You can tell he was desperate.
So all busy going to work. So that's the front end of the VPEC's car being worked on. Now, whether we will also get this included in the driver change as well, because obviously if Damien Hirst has tweaked himself, he will not want to go back out behind the wheel of the car, so it will be, one would imagine, Costa Kriitsis that will jump on board that car, because Costa has not, as yet, had to go behind the wheel today.
And I've only just realised, and this now makes sense as something you said earlier, is that front bumper, it's all one unit, then goes over the front wheels as well.
Yep.
It's like a pair of glasses, isn't it?
Yeah, so, and you have to run with it. You can't run around without the front or the rear bumper on. They won't have it. They won't have it.
Yeah, I mean, I just assumed it was literally the front bumper, but it's all one piece up over the wheel arches. So
yeah, I mean, there is a join in it. You can see there's a join either side, but yeah, what you tend to do is just make
like
sure you put it all in one go, or you can gaffer it up, and as we have done in the past, you'll end up with, it might be a green bumper on one side, silver down the middle, and blue on the other, because you've just bodged it together with gaffer tape just to shove it on the car and get it back out there. But VPEC's going to work. You can see them just making sure the bodywork is right. They've already got the brand new radiator out, so the new radiator is going in. Now then need to make sure.
Gaffer tape.
No, you can't gaffer tape the radiator in. That just won't work.
No, the bodywork on the side there, they're drilling that one in.
Is that bodywork or is that gubbins?
No, it's bodywork.
I know
bodywork.
Oh, right,
I'm all right with that.
Oh, right, I didn't realise your technical prowess went that far.
If it's plastic, I got it.
Oh, right, okay. If it's plastic, it's bodywork. Anything else, it's gubbins. Exactly. Is that right? Yeah. So when they've done all the bodywork, what are they going to move on to next?
Well, it looked like they were already having a little goosey gander at the gubbins on the front.
They were having a quick look at the gubbins, and they'll sort that out and get it back in there. More technical updates from Chris Dawes as the race wears on. Just to confirm, there is a 3-lap toe-back penalty for car number 28 at VPEC's Racing, because, of course, it wasn't able to limp its way back in towards the pit lane area. So that now means that we've had, 38 laps so far under the safety car. We have done 257 green flag racing laps so far, and if you want to know how many miles we have now stacked up, well, in total, all of the racing miles from every single car that's out there, 15,000 miles now have been completed in racing, and that's nearly 12,500 laps. 12,500 laps have been completed by every car. If you tot up the number that they have all done, then that's what you will get to at this stage. Fastest lap of the race, set many laps ago now, almost 110 laps ago, was set by the Napa Racing number 128 car. I think it was Lewis Selby that was still behind the wheel of it at that time. So that is likely to stand as the fastest lap of the race, because the conditions now aren't conducive to going any quicker now that we've had the rain and it's getting colder. And of course, we're getting towards the dew point as well. So a 1 minute 3.291 is likely to be the fastest lap of the race that we are going to have. As for battles out there at this stage then, now that we've got many cars on different laps, one of the battles I would say to watch for is for 5th and 6th position. Now in 5th place, it's car number 154, which is Powerbell Motorsports, pristine condition, Andrew Rogerson. In 6th place is Subaru, number 555, Chris Hilson. Those two cars were separated by just over a second last time as they came over the start-finish line, but I think Andrew Rogerson is likely to pull away at the wheel of his car. He seems to be slightly quicker at this stage of the race than the number 555 Subaru car. So, looks levels dropping off all of the time. Doesn't necessarily look like it from the fantastic camera shots that we're getting of the live stream, but looking through the tinted windows in particular on the commentary box, it looks much, much darker out there than otherwise it would be. Looks as though Misty Racing are back out again. I could just see what looked like a Cyclops car there, just that one headlamp gleaming beautifully, the other one hardly struggling. It looked like a candle that was about to go out. That looked like the number 172 car that has been affected repairs and is back out there. Didn't take Misty Racing that long to get that car back out there, really. And confirmation, yeah, on my timing screen, that car is out there and circulating at this stage. So here's the squabble I was talking about. This is Andrew Rogerson and Chris Hilson fighting away for what will be 5th and 6th position. And I said I thought Andrew Rogerson was pulling away from Chris Hilson. No, Chris Hilson has managed to put Subaru back through and ahead of Powerbell Motorsports pristine condition. So that is absolutely a fight for position. A pair of them over the start-finish line, trying to work their way through back markers as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and that back marker is going to be Mark Gent at the wheel of Purple Sector Racing. But more cars off and into the barriers, and that's a big hit for the number 26 car. That's Wolf Racing that has gone off and has made big contact with the barriers. The Pink Pig is in trouble, and the Pig has taken a big bite out of the barriers. It's not the only car that is off, because also MSVT Racing are off as well. So Will Marsden is off and into the barriers. Trying to leave the scene of the incident is the number 26 car, which was running in 11th position and was in the hands of Tom Greensill. But that car, I'm afraid, I don't think is going to be going any further. As for Will Marsden, in fact, no, he is going further. He's going to limp the car back. Look at that. The right-hand side of the car hanging off, the left-hand side of the car hanging off, and considering the impact it made with the barriers, I don't think even the radiator has gone on that car. So it's just one car that's there at the moment, and that is the hugely unfortunate MSVT Racing number 6 car in the hands of Will Marsden, who I think is going to reverse back down the circuit. On wet grass, he's going to struggle with adhesion. He's going to have to reverse all the way back down. I'd go the other way, Will, if I were you, because I think as soon as you've got that car uphill, it's not going to go anywhere. So no real signs of damage to his car. I think we might have got away with that one, Chris, somehow, without a safety car.
Yeah, was it an avoiding act from Will? We didn't really see. Yeah, they've had to call the safety car because it's just taken that little bit too long, Mark, hasn't it?
I suspect it's the circuit furniture, Chris. I don't think it'll be the cars. No, I think it'll be the circuit furniture that's been knocked around, and therefore what we can't afford to have is any circuit furniture tyres or barriers or belting that aren't right up against the arm curve. We've got exposed arm curve barrier. That creates a larger risk than we need, and equally as much, you know, that part of the circuit we've seen a couple of times this year as to what can happen when cars hit that part of the circuit and barriers, and that's not far from where the marshals posts are. So we need to look after our marshals down at that particular post. Yeah,
absolutely. Now Will managed a very cool, calm and collected for someone, you know, first time out there, and he's just reversed it down. Now, unfortunately, he's actually reversed it right back. Oh, yeah, it's definitely crunched the bodywork, that's for sure, isn't it? But Will's car has disappeared for us behind that barrier, so I'm not sure whether he's going to get that going. It looked as though he was going to be able to limp that back towards the pit lane, but whether he thinks there's more of an issue because he couldn't get going, hopefully the marshals will just say, no, it's fine, you just you were on the wet grass, so you couldn't get going, get yourself going now, up the escape road, back up the hill into the pits, and they can get it sorted without the 3-lap penalty.
Tom Greensill in that number 26 car. Be pig sick, won't he, with what's just happened?
No need, especially when you had time to talk yourself out of that one as well.
I know.
Hey?
Sorry about that.
God.
So just talk us through, Chris, what they're doing at the moment.
It's fine, it's bodywork. I'm all right with that, mate.
Okay. It's when they dive
they're
deeper
not touching any gubbins
when
at
they
all.
dive deeper into the gubbins, that's where we'll know.
They're not in the gubbin locker at the minute, are they? So it's fine.
Amazing how, considering the size of the impact that car went into the barriers, I think he's got away with that. Doesn't look as though there was any suspension damage to it at all. It just looks as though it has done bodywork damage. It doesn't look as though the radiator's gone because there's no obvious signs of steam or anything. So that could have been a very lengthy repair. As it is, I don't think it's going to be too bad a repair. They'll have a look. They'll need to make sure that everything is fine and everything is safe. The scrutineers will equally want to make sure. It might have an issue with a headlamp missing, but they might be able to very quickly bolt another one of those in. But a quick look around just to check everything's good. Gaffer tape it up again, as we've seen so many do. Get it back out there.
Yeah, it's... They're not replacing it, though, are they? They're just trying to keep the damaged one on there as it stands at the moment. I mean, certainly it has clobbered the glass on the headlights, hasn't it? But I agree with you. I was expecting to see one of the front corners at a jaunty angle, one of the wheels at a jaunty angle, but they're both pointing in the same direction.
Yeah, and he brought the car back to the pit lane with bodywork dragging underneath, but no obvious signs it was struggling to get the car turning. So I think they're actually going to utilise everything that they can. Be careful trying to get that back on with your bare hands. Stick some gloves on. Don't be pressing damaged metal with your hands, otherwise you're going to end up with something going into your hands. So yeah, they'll just gaffer tape it on, get the bumper on. They need to make sure it's secure. It can't be hanging off. So they've got to satisfy the scrutineers that the repairs have been effected appropriately. And even look, even the bulb didn't go. It might have lost the lens.
That's bonkers.
But even the bulb didn't go.
That is fair shout. That is just ridiculous, isn't it?
They build them strong, don't they, here?
They really do. One of the things I remembered when you said earlier about the weather and coming in, and you mentioned Dagenham. Of course, we got the Dagenham dustbin as well, haven't we?
The Dagenham Dustbin Award for the best presented car brackets at the beginning of the race, closed brackets,
okay.
As adjudged by the marshals, because of course they don't necessarily look in quite the same condition at the end of an 8 hour and 20 minute race. So yeah, the Dagenham Dustbin Award. So it'll be our top 3 teams on the podium, plus the Dagenham Dustbin Award as well, I would imagine, will be given out there. So he might need to wrap up though if you're doing the podium, or if I'm doing it, I'll make sure I wrap up.
Yeah, whichever one of us it is, we definitely will be wrapping up warm, won't we? But and hopefully we'll get it up on the main podium there as well.
It usually is done on the main podium, but we won't be able to do it if you're spectating here at the circuit. We won't be able to do it on the circuit PA because we'll hit curfew. But if you're watching the live stream, absolutely we'll be bringing you the podium of the EnduroKA as and when we get there, because we've still got another 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. As ever, brilliant work by the marshals. Proper team effort, that, isn't it? Because trying to lift all of those tyres and the belting is not the work of just a person or two. Several people all working together to try and effect the repairs to the circuit furniture as quickly as we possibly can. Because as we say, Chris, whilst the barriers are still in an upright position, because it's taken away the tyres off the front of them and the belting as well. We need to get all of that back before we can go racing once more.
Yeah, because the point being is it's got to be in a position to be able to, if it came to it, another hit.
Yeah, and as I say, you know that part of the circuit, the reason those tyres are there is because it's the vulnerable part. Cars run wide coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and move themselves back from one side to the other, as we've seen them several times over the years, including this year, of course, at the British Touring Car Support Race when Porsche Carrera Cup were racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those interesting ones, is that you can look at that and go, well, why aren't the Recticel clouds of air, of wonderful air in front of that one? But as amazing as they are to enable you to make contact with it and come out relatively unscathed, with something like that where you would be going straight at it, that's a little bit vulnerable to sending you up and over, isn't it? Because they just collapse as you make contact with them. So it might be worrying.
I recognise that man with the tyre up in his hands. That's Sam Strong, who came to join us in the commentary box earlier on today. So he is tasked with fixing the bodywork. You can see the man underneath sort of just pointing out various parts of gubbins that might be broken. But for Wolf Motorsport and the team, yeah, a mixture of gaffer tape and tie wraps might sort that one.
He'll be up here to warm his hands up in a bit then, won't he?
It's the most work he's done all day.
Yeah. Well, you say that. That's several walks up and down the stairs he's done.
Yes, but each time, no gifts, no coffee.
I noticed.
Yeah. It's been noticed, rest assured.
And considering you did the reveal of the gender of their baby
I
as
know.
well.
Who is now 3. Where's that time gone? I mean, look at that. 2 minutes ago, there were tyres everywhere, there was belting everywhere, and now tyres are back where they ought to be. Picking up of bits of debris even from the grass are being done. Brilliant work as ever by the Orange Army and the marshals, who, we both thank at every single race meeting, but even more so this year, because it's the final one of the year for most of them. I say a few might go and do some rallying marshalling over the winter or short circuit kart race marshalling over the winter, but for most, their last one of the year, and they have worked tirelessly hard from the first meeting here that would have been in March time.
Interesting on the... I echo, by the way, those sentiments. They're just absolute heroes. And the maintenance and recovery and rescue crews out there that are working hard this weekend as well. Leaders have come into the pits, 36 IP Racing, because Axiometric's no longer in the lead. They also pitted and done their third change. but a black and orange flag mark for the 128 car, which of course is the Napa Racing. Elliot Mason at the wheel of that 128. They've already had a 2-lap penalty for the refueling penalty. They are running in second as it stands, but they're now going to have to come into the pits whether they want to or not, because something, they are not happy on that car.
Yeah, I mean, we've spotted a few cars with dragging exhausts over the course of the last few minutes or so, but there's nothing obvious that I could see on the number 128
Not that it's
car.
quite as easy to see anymore.
Not as easy to see anymore. No, our fantastic camera crew might be able to, under safety car, see if there's anything obvious happening with it. Now, if it's a fuel issue and fuel's leaking out, we won't see it under safety car because the cars won't be cornering quick enough. But if it is something fundamental underneath the bottom of the car,
well,
then we might just be able to spot it.
But it hasn't made another pit stop. It's still Elliot Mason in there. It's only done the 2, so it's something that has happened
to the car.
Yeah, so it's not refueled and suddenly spewing that everywhere, but something has made the officials kind of go, it needs a black and orange flag for it. We're looking out the window as they come past us at that reduced pace. There it comes past us now. It's got lights on. That's okay. Can't tell anything, and it will have presumably seen it then.
It's got a left rear light that's out. Now, that's an MOT failure, but whether that's a reason to display a black and orange flag, I'm not entirely sure.
It could be, couldn't it? Because otherwise they might think that they're just coming up on a motorbike. Well, one of the gubbins is gone.
Yeah, it'll be a very quick fix if that's what it is. They'll be able to sort it. I'm just looking to see whether any other cars have another tail light out or anything like that, and I don't think.
No, it's just.
I don't think they have. No, I think that's the only one. That's the only thing, unless the exhaust is dragging.
I think it probably is that, because once it gets fully dark, they're not going to quite see that. Now, that car has inherited the lead with not doing a pit stop. Now, I guess the point, Mark, is that, you can see that one rear Alf. They can make this part of their normal pit stop, can't they?
Yes, they can, so they can do that as their normal pit stop. The problem is that we are about to lose the safety car and probably go back to green flag racing again before too much longer, so not being able to do it under the safety car is going to compromise them once more. The lights are still on the safety car for the moment, though, so if they dive in quickly, they might be able to get at least one lap of their next pit stop done underneath the safety car conditions. But if it is for that rear light, I mean, that is, as we said earlier on, there are always bitter pills to swallow in endurance racing, and if that's the reasoning for it, that's a tough one, isn't it, as well?
It's a gutter, isn't it? It's like, for example, their 2-lap penalty being for that there was just that slight oversight, leave the car going. Indicators on, it knows it's coming in this time, it's letting everybody. They're very congenial, aren't they, with the hazards. I love the hazards when one was stopped down on the apex of Surtees and he put his hazards on. That was great. So in comes the 128. The officials will be up at their pit box rather than having to come down to the end, so they'll be able to just tell them that's what it is.
Maybe should have driven around with his left foot trailing on the brake all the time. Just keep the brake lights on and then flick from your left foot brake to your right foot, or left foot brake it. So, yeah, you might have got away with that one possibly if you'd have known. I am sneaky, Rob Burley. I am sneaky, Rob Burley. You're absolutely right. Rod's taking his...
Yeah, you're giving him some tips. I got, yeah. Right, we can clearly see that one rear light is not working, but at the moment they're doing it the other way around. They're doing the refueling first, getting that job done. Then they'll have a look at the rear light, because maybe they're still fishing out whatever they need to get that working. And another car that's coming into the pits. Safety car will be coming in this lap, just so we know. Team manager car 48 has been called to race control. They call that a purple sector racing, that is. They've been called a couple of times, but I don't remember them getting anything other than track limits penalties previously.
Yeah, it's just amazing to see all of the cars that are running at the sharp end have all done 3 stops so far. There's one that has only done 2 stops still, so that is number 64, Autotech Motorsport. Have only done 2 stops over the course of the race so far, so they've still got another one to do. Andrew Howell is the driver of that one. Rain's starting to come in again as well, to a degree now as well.
That was not on the forecast. I thought it was finished. Yeah, thanks Sam Pearce, he sent it through. I thought we were done and dusted with that, Mark.
No, it's on its way back in again. That's going to make things very, very interesting now that we've got to darkness, or dusk at least, at the sunset 6 minutes ago, so it's only going to get dark very quickly now. So Carlito Morocco, the number 5 car, takes over the lead of the race, and that is on 302 laps completed at this stage. Axiometrics are in second place, but Carlito Morocco opts to come into the pits that time through. So that will mean that he is going to hand the lead of the race back to the number 5 car that's now in the hands of Chris Wetherell again once more. So Axiometrics have put the quickest driver from qualifying back behind the wheel for this final 2-hour stint or so.
Number 5 car's just come into the pits again. That's the car
That's
that was sat in second. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking because they came in to sort out a few bits and pieces. So they waited until the safety car went again, didn't they? Or disappeared back in.
Yeah, which is unusual. You were talking about Carlito Morocco, that car having a drive-through penalty earlier.
Yeah.
Drive-through penalty, and it's done on totting up, so it is done on totting up, but the final one that gave him the drive-through penalty was a car that was alongside him that ran wide to avoid the contact, so he went out on beyond the curb line, but he triggered the sensors.
No,
so he was trying to avoid a car that was already in trouble and was about to spin ahead of him and ran wide to avoid it and triggered the sensor.
That is harsh, but I guess there's no actual interpretation either way, is there? It just, you did it.
There is the change of bulb. A simple bulb failure has brought the number 128 car into the pit lane. You can see Lloyd, the scrutineer there, just standing over just to double check that everything is as should be. And then once they get the bulb back in again, test that it works, get the cover back on again, get the car back out there. But for a part that costs pence, how frustrating is that?
Yeah, it has cost them a lot. That was why I lost focus for a minute. I was chuckling because the current Mrs. Dawes, as I call her, my wife Claire, is obviously watching now. Maybe my daughter Lauren might be there as well. Hi, Lauren, if you are, because she was laughing at the comment about they might think they're coming up on a motorbike. See, that's why I get entertained. They got laughed at.
She's the one watching. She was also the only one. She was also the only one laughing at your joke as well.
Absolutely, yeah. She encourages me, that's fine.
You have my sympathies, the current Mrs. Dawes.
But they're going to get that sorted. I mean, get that back out as quickly as possible. And you could see that Nick Tandy was chatting to their mechanics just to sort of make sure they knew exactly what they're going to do. And that looked like, therefore, it's Nick that's going to be diving into that car to drive it. Could be for the final stint now. 2:11 left. That will be it. It will bring it home.
May well be. Yeah, may well be that will be the last change for it. Yeah, they've certainly, as long as they've got the full tank of fuel, they'll easily be able to run for the remaining 2 hours and 11 minutes on that tank of fuel. Get a few safety cars. You've also got plenty of contingency in there as well. So just to run you down through the order then, now that we've got just over 2 hours to go. Number 18, which is Axiometrics, and Chris Wetherell leads the race. In second place is the number 555 car with its windscreen wipers going as it heads down through Graham Hill Bend. That is Chris Hilson for Subaru. Third place is number 36, IP Racing and Adam Blair. And in fourth place, it's number 64, which is going to be Autotech Motorsport, number 64. That car will be in the hands of Andrew Howell for this part of the race. Fifth place is a car that's in the pit lane at the moment, which is number 5, Wolf Motorsport and Carlito Morocco, or the Ginger Italian as he's also known. And sixth place, as off goes Carmelian, coming out of Graham Hill Bend and is about to rejoin the tarmac. And in fifth place is going to be car number 736, which is Ferguson Motorsport Michael Winkworth. He's just overtaken Carlito Morocco because that car is in the pit lane. Seventh place is 128, just having left the pit lane, having done their final pit stop and have got the bulb changed in it. Napa Racing. We'll have to wait and see who the driver will be. That will be notified to us very shortly. Eighth place is 734 Ferguson Motorsport, and that is going to be the car that is in the hands of Daniel Ferguson at this stage. Octane Junkies, number 111, former winners, are there in ninth place at the moment. It's Adam Smith that's back behind the wheel of that one. And in 10th place, it is car number 154, making his debut in the series, Powerbell Motorsport Pristine Condition. It's the Legends UK racer, Charlie Bird.
So, yeah, good to see that the 128 car left the pits with 2 red lights beaming from the back of it. No problem whatsoever there, so it was able to rejoin. I was wondering whether the... which was the car that went off, the green car?
Carmelian, number 39.
Yeah, 39. It looked very steady rejoining, didn't it?
Yeah.
I know it was probably being very safe, but it just looked maybe a little bit steady, just checking a couple of things. Hopefully he'll get back up to speed again. I've also noticed, by the way, Will Marston, the number 6 car, the MSVT Racing, that in some way, we don't know what level, was involved in that incident that brought out the safety car with the pink pig in the barriers and had to go down the hill because the grass was too wet. Is still circulating, hasn't gone missing. So somehow, I didn't see it reappear, but he's got it back out and that car's still circulating.
Yeah, Will Marston making his debut. Mark Ruston, another MSVR or MSVT employee, joining him. And Hannah Chapman, wasn't it, was also the driver in that car, who of course has come across from the Mini Challenge. So team manager of car number 5 now being asked to go to race control. So that will be Wolf Motorsport and the car that is in the pit lane that was in the hands of Carlito Moracco. So that car has been in the pit lane for a while now, I would have said. When did it enter the pit lane? Seems as though it's been 2 or 3 minutes ago.
They're down there with the boot up, looking in the back. I wasn't aware that I didn't, because you were making a point of looking to see if any others had only one rear light, and we didn't spot any others. But it was almost as if they were looking at the same spot in the boot. I'm assuming they're not packing the luggage in there right now. So the boot has gone back down again, and they'll be hoping they'll get that car back out. And as soon as they've done that, the team manager has to scoot upstairs to race control. They're still looking again. It's popped back up again.
Andrew Hinch will have to head towards the pit lane before too much longer at the wheel of the number 121 Climactic car because he is being shown the black and orange flag at this stage. Now that is a car that is circulating in 16th position in the hands of Andrew Hinch, and that's a car that's had a bit of a yo-yo race really. It started 40th. We've seen it as high as probably 15th or maybe even 12th. It's now back down through the order to 16th, but of course it's going to drop all the way back down again as it comes in for the black and orange flag.
Purple Sector Racing, number 48, 1 minute stop and go penalty, breach of safety car regulations. That's intriguing because it normally says overtaken under safety cars. It may be that it dropped away too much, or
breach of safety car regulations, 1 minute stop go penalty, overtaking before the white line would be my guess.
Yep. Okay. Makes sense.
Rings a bell. I think that was what I got a couple of years ago.
See, we wouldn't have reminded you of things like that.
I know.
We're not like that.
I know.
You are.
It's not good. The pig's back out again, I've just noticed. So great work done by Wolf Motorsport to get well done to get the car back out there. See, I spotted that one quite quickly, but well done. It was quick.
Hey, genuinely, it actually is fine. I've just seen it go screaming past a couple of cars on the Cooper Straight, so there's no ill effects on that car. That is really impressive. Not just the work that the team did there, Mark, but you were saying it as well, is just how strong those blooming cars are. Yeah, no, they're fairly robust little cars. You know, they do take a chunk of battering. It wasn't really what was intended when they came out of the Dagenham factory in reality, but they have made a brilliant addition to UK motorsport EnduroKAs. As with any championship, the only concern is, of course, you know, these cars now are already 20 years old. You know, 20 years old. The newest ones are going to be, 16 years old. At some point, you're going to run out of cars. So what's the next stage that you go to? Do you introduce the Mark II, or what do you do? Because you need some sort of succession plan. Yeah, it's. I mean, I guess that's the most obvious one, is go on to the second generation or something like that. But it might not be quite as simple as that, because there could be something significant. There's the difference between the two that means that they need to stay with this current iteration at the moment, but as long as they do keep it going, because as it's proven, incredibly successful. I'm seeing rain on the glass, by the way. Yeah, it's starting to come in again, isn't it? Yeah, what you need to do is just find a car that's of the right age, that there are plenty around, that is cheap to run, and that's exactly the box that they ticked when they introduced EnduroKA. Stuart and the team from MSVT a season or so ago. So there is the number 26 car in the hands of, at this stage, who's taken over that car. Let's have a quick look through. And into the gravel, I'm afraid. We've lost one, and it's the number 4 car that is off. That is up at Clearways, and that is Touring Car that has gone off, so Touring KA. And who was driving the number 4 car? It was going to be John Davis that's gone off, and the 44 car also went off with a bit of contact. That's now dragging a rear bumper and a rear quarter bumper. That's going to be Graves Motorsport, and that's the car that has spent an age in the paddock and in the pit lane area with its alternator issues, wouldn't it, the number 44 car? Yeah, and there was a third one there as well that managed to escape the scene, but yeah, the 44 is going to go round, and I'm sure it will hear and feel the bodywork there, won't it? So we'll need to come in and get that one sorted on the next time round. Now, you were telling me, Mark, earlier in that position we were able to see live snatches. Once it goes dark, we don't get any live snatches. Tend not to. If memory serves me correctly, I don't think you have live snatches when it comes to the hours of darkness, because it's just not safe to do it. So yeah, safety car now coming out, and yeah, it's just one of those things that I don't think it's ever written in the regulations, but it's just one of those things that's probably Motorsport UK thing if you look through the blue book, but it's just something that you pick up on when you do more and more endurance racing that goes into the night. You pick up on the fact that once you get to the hours of darkness, it tends not to be live snatches for the obvious reasons. Bring the pace of the cars down to a controlled level again.
and then the marshals can go to work trackside and get the cars out of harm's way.
Yeah, it's just too big a risk then, isn't it? Even if things are lit up, is that just to distract the drivers is not the way you want to go. And of course it could be simple, because these recovery vehicles have normally some pretty powerful lights on them, don't they? And if you just suddenly had that move as it's dragging it back, and you were then right in the eyes of a driver appearing on the scene, is that it could just throw the situation. So neutralise it, get everything under control, and then they can get it sorted. Into the pits has come the 64 car from 4th in this race.
Yeah, and that was the car that I said hadn't done as many pit stops as everybody. So this is the final pit stop for them. But more of a cause for concern is the fact that there's a chunk of steam coming from under the bonnet at the moment. So Autotech Motorsport going to work. And that looks slightly warm under there, doesn't it? Just be careful how much you release that expansion tank. Take the pressure out gradually.
Let's hope it's not another head gasket.
Yeah. Mark Waller is watching the stream, just suggesting Generation 2 KA totally different. Yeah, I know, a very, very different car, but at some point we're going to run out of Mark 1s.
Yeah. And that was the point I was making already, is exactly that, is that there's a reason why it's sticking. It is completely different, so it's not an easy thing. And it would have to be the whole field, wouldn't it? You'd have to.
You could run it as 2 classes for a period of time whilst you introduce them.
Which I think would detract, wouldn't it?
It would. It wouldn't then be the one-make endurance race that it is. So you have to wait until you've got probably a sufficient decline in this championship, which is a way off yet, rest assured. And then you start to then need to bring in the new car. But again, I say, it needs to be a car that's cheap to run, that there are plenty of them out there as well, and also that they've had a reasonable production run, so that you've got, you know, a range of cars that are going to keep that championship topped up for a good period of time. So have to wait to see. More cars diving for the pit lane, so 41 opt to come in and conduct what will be a pit stop for them. That number 41 car is in the process of being refueled at the moment. That is Row Rage Racing. And they have had, again, a reasonably difficult day on occasions, but they've also now quietly worked their way back up into 13th place. They'll probably, I would imagine, drop down from 13th to maybe only something like 15th, 16th by the time they've done the pit stop. However, for the number 64 car, having come in for a standard pit stop, of course, it's now been wheeled into the garage now that they've spotted that steam coming from underneath the bonnet. So that is going to rather undo the hard work for Autotech Motorsport, who were 4th on the road when they came in. They were almost one of the last of the front runners that hasn't conducted all of their pit stops as yet. They are in the process of doing their last one when Andrew Howell brought it into the pit lane. The other car that is also running at the sharp end that hasn't conducted all of its pit stops yet is going to be Subaru at the moment. The number 555 car has only done 2 pit stops, 2 hours to go. They are at some point going to have to come in and pit that car again. And it'll be interesting to see as to who jumps back in again, because Pete Dignan started the car. Tristan Judge took over for part 2. Chris Hilson is behind the wheel now. So someone else will be back in for a second stint.
Black and orange flag has gone out for the Graves Motorsport 44 car. Not surprising. It obviously couldn't sense that there was bodywork flapping on that. We saw it very clearly when it pulled away from that instance. So it's just a straightforward one. They'll have to come in. They'll gaffer tape it all back up together because they can't get rid of it. Subaru is in. So that'll be a changeover. I mean, what
that's the one I was just talking about. Who's that going to be?
Amazing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're doing it under safety cars. You know, the best time to do it. So we know it takes sort of 4 or 5 minutes, subject to refueling, to turn these cars around. So you're going to lose the best part of under safety car. It's taking 2 minutes to do a lap. You're not going to lose 4 or 5 laps that you would lose. You're only going to lose 2 or 3 laps doing it under safety car. So good time to do it. So by the time they've pitted, come in and gone back out, they might drop to 4th, 5th, something like that. But they're still going to be up there.
And the interesting one is 111 has now got back in, is Adam Smith has got back in. And I'm of the mind that that's the last stop for them.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it will be.
Because he was talking about the fact that he wanted to do the glory bit, bring it home.
He wasn't sure whether Bazza or he would get back in. One thing they knew that Martin Smith wouldn't get back in because
he doesn't like the night.
He doesn't like the night, and he couldn't do a back-to-back stint, otherwise you'll go beyond the 3 hours.
Yeah, and it did seem, he seemed to suggest that he was the main one. Cheers, Rob Early. Good to see you, my friend. And yeah, he was looking forward to driving in the night. You could see the glint in his eye in the way he was speaking, and he wanted to be the one to bring it home at the end of the race. And sat there in, what, 7th place at the minute, but nothing more to do. So, be interesting to see.
Into the pit lane comes that number 44 car. It's still dragging that little bit of bodywork, so he should be okay to get that repaired and get that car back out there before too much longer. but hopefully it will be an albeit rather brief repair. So Rob Burley's left the commentary box. We've got someone else that's come to join us in the commentary box, and we're going to get him on the microphone very shortly, because we are still under safety car, so we may as well do it, because and it's not to talk in too much detail about the incident, but it is to try and understand how you're feeling, because joining us in the commentary box is the racer of VPEX Motorsport car, Damien Hirst, who brought about a safety car, and I gather you felt slightly second-hand after your little incident out there on track, Damien. You're right.
Yeah, not too bad. Not quite as second-hand as the car at the moment.
Oh, no.
One of them things, car came across stationary on the apex and I had nowhere to go. A very quick closing door, and that was me. Nice front left shunt and bit of pain, and away we go.
In your shoulder, we understand, is that right?
Yeah, shoulder and sort of left back.
The fact that you've made it all the way up here to the commentary box is a good sign, though, mate.
Yeah,
I mean, you do look a little less happy than you did earlier when we saw you, but
disappointment for today. So yeah, let's put that to one side, because we understand. We know that you're, as we go back to your car, which is coming back out of the garage. So yeah. Perfect timing, Damien. So disappointment for today for you. You're feeling a bit second-hand at the moment, but now for the team, I'm guessing you're going to put your final driver, which is going to be Costa Kritzis, behind the wheel. For your first season in EnduroKA, you've enjoyed it. Apart from today, it's been a great weekend.
Yeah, it's been an absolute ball. Everybody up and down the paddock, all the marshals, everyone. It's just fun. Best bang for buck racing you can do. You turn up, you have a laugh with everyone, you go out, race hard, knock a few mirrors off, shake hands at the end and go and have a barbecue and have a giggle.
And everybody's saying that, and I talk from a position of experience as well. It is a nice atmosphere. It's good, clean racing. It's robust, but it's clean and it's fair most of the time. The driving standards are good.
Yeah, driving standards are very good. It's rare that you've got big incidents. It's not the norm.
And it's competitive as well. You know, look at Cadwell Park. You were about to lead the race, and unfortunately, we won't go into the details there. You had another bad day there, but it is competitive. It's very competitive.
Yeah, I'm starting to think it's me that's the issue. But yeah, you can go from second on the grid to 32nd on the grid in 2 corners. It is that competitive, and everyone's out here to have a laugh, and they all want to win.
So what are you doing next year? Because we know that we've seen you out racing Ginettas in Villarreal. We've been testing recently in Spain, and whilst the testing went all right, the journey home maybe wasn't quite what you were expecting. So what's 2023 going to bring?
Well, it's sponsor dependent. I'd like to go and sit in the Ginetta again, do that again. Villarreal was immense. Street circuits are possibly the most fun thing you can do. But it's all sponsor dependent. I'm definitely going to be in EnduroKA again next year. So I will be here next year.
And you're trying to corrupt us into being back out there.
Well,
him being back out there and me being out there. You're telling me it's fine. You can do this, Chris. It's fine.
Chris should definitely be entering a round or 3. I think a Werrell doors sort of tie up to come and do a car at some point.
He don't trust me enough to be a teammate.
See, I'm less keen with that than Chris is.
If you could see their faces at the moment, it's quite amusing.
So we've had other commentators in the past say, we should pull a commentary team together, and I'm thinking,
just have a big target on the back.
I'm not sure I'd want to be part of that, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
it'd be payback time for the drivers with that, wouldn't it?
No, not at all. It'd be good fun. It'd be good for you to see the other side of the game.
Absolutely.
You see the pit side.
He knows that, but I haven't been there.
Mark has played the game.
And your team on the whole, this season, your co-drivers all been good co-drivers, haven't we? I know you've had, a few little issues. I think if memory serves me correctly, Costa had a few issues with keep running wide at Cadwell Park and you picking up a few penalties from him. But on the whole, teammates have been good, haven't they, for you?
Yeah, we've had a cracking team. Probably across the board, probably one of the best sort of driver lineups you can get. We always have an up-and-coming driver, so we've got Alex Walker in there, his 3rd race or 4th race, and we just drag them along and let them have fun. Costa's been in his car all season. We won't mention Cadwell, but I think it was 13 black flags in the end. It's probably a record. I think Sam May tried to beat that at Snetterton, didn't quite get there. I think he got to 10.
You've still got the record then, yeah?
Yeah, he's still got the record, but he's a quick driver.
He's quick,
and he was just pushing his luck, should we say.
Just quickly jump in to let you know the 64, the Autotech Motorsport that was running up in, what was it, 3rd or 4th when it came into the pits. thanks to Sam Pearce saying that it left a trail of coolant all around Druids. Thankfully, nobody's had an issue with that, but so it means it's in with an issue, not just making a standard pit stop.
Well, that was why they brought it as soon as it stopped, didn't it? They saw the steam. So, yeah, that ties up to why we saw that steam as soon as it came into the pit lane. We've just seen your car heading back out there. So, talking about the team, talking about the driver lineup, the mechanics, brilliant job from them to turn that car around, considering where you were a few minutes ago out on track and what happened.
I've got to give a big shout out to Autotech, to be fair. Not many people know, but one of their cars actually set fire on Friday.
I saw,
and it was toasted. It was gone. And they actually rebuilt the car on Friday night and completed it by Saturday morning. And that was a complete fresh build, roll cage, everything. And it was out in qualifying and actually ready for about 11 o'clock for scrutiny.
And that's Autotech. So you're VPEX Racing, but Autotech provide the back office stuff for you in reality.
We run under the Autotech banner as VPEX, but they were brilliant.
And your shoulder, you're saying it's hurting a bit. You've got to drive back to Manchester, I'm guessing, tonight, is it? Are you all right to do that?
Yeah, I'm not relishing that drive, but it'll be fine.
Take it.
I've got a comfy car to sit in, as you know, so I'll be all right.
A comfy car and a quick car, so it shouldn't take too long to get back.
4.5, 5 hours.
Well, the good thing is yours has got cameras on it, and it can steer itself, if memory serves me correctly. So you might just be able to do it hands-free all the way back.
Point it in the right direction and say, off you go.
Well, there we go. Thanks to Damien Hirst for popping up and seeing us, mate.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. So there we go. Damien Hirst feeling slightly second-hand as a result of the small incident he had at the wheel of number 28 VPEX car. But the good thing is, he's here. He might be a little bit stiff and sore, but the car's back out as well. And we've still got just under 2 hours of this race to go at this stage. The race leader has now completed 320 laps. That is Axiometrics and Chris Wetherill that is leading the way at this stage. Remember, the record number of laps we've ever had is going to be 430, so we're not quite going to get to that one at this stage. Largely because we are now on 12 safety cars so far, Chris.
We are still going. It's great that the camera's on that shot at the moment, because I was just looking out of our commentary box and actually thinking myself, it's where it's dark and we're watching these headlights that you realise that, yeah, okay, it's Ford KAs, they're not exactly the most powerful of things, but they don't half still look quick going through that plunge down the hill and through Graham Hill Bend. With the momentum you're talking about, oh, okay, the 28, oh no, it's the Damien Hirst has got, oh no, the team.
It's Damien's car, and it's Costa that's put it on its side. That is coming out of Clearway's corner. You can see a raft of gravel all the way across the track, as well as Costa's gone into the gravel trap and popped it on its side.
Has it?
No, it's sort of plopped on its side. The other side looks totally undamaged. The roof looks undamaged, so I think it's just been one of those. It's been quite a slow roll onto its side, but that, I'm afraid, is going to bring about our rather unlucky 13th safety car.
Now let's remember, Mr. Clark said 14, didn't he? That was his prediction. Yes, it's one away from that, but with an hour and 50, I've got a feeling Mr. Clark's going to be wrong from Stopwatch Hospitality.
Yeah, we had 10 safety cars in 2019. We'll say it quietly, we had 22 in 2020, and we had 19 safety cars last year as well. How many laps were done behind the safety car? Last year, 96 laps out of the 396 were behind the safety car. The year before, we had 22 safety cars, but only 91 laps behind them. So we had more safety cars the year prior, but less laps behind the safety car. And the first year, only 10 safety cars and 42 laps behind them.
Wow.
Okay. Whereas this year, we're up to 13, and we've now had 48 laps in total behind the safety car. So Costa, is it Krietsis? Is that how you pronounce it? Krietsis. Costa Krietsis on his side there. Safety car just waiting to pick up the race leader. And that is a more difficult thing to do in the darkness for the safety car to go out there, because it doesn't necessarily know who the race leader is.
And I think it's missed the race leader once so far. It's just coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. The problem also is that the leader is in a big old gaggle, so it is, the safety car is now out basically ahead of that gaggle. That's the best it can do, isn't it?
And then wave by from there. Yeah. So
just get it neutralised to start with, then wave through the ones that shouldn't be there. Yeah, we were just being told the Greek god of speed. You said goddess of speed, I'm sure, but I'm sure it's the Greek god of speed. Goddess, yeah, Damien said it's the... Oh, I dropped you in it by saying you said that. Said it's better.
So hopefully shouldn't take too long to sort this one out. It will just be a case of plopping the car back onto its wheels. But what the marshals will probably not want to do is do that whilst Costa is in it. What they'll do is they'll have to make sure he climbs out of the car, just in case there's any sort of injury that's caused as he put it back down, and then
they don't just push it, do they?
They will slowly lower it back down. They'll try and lower it back down if at all possible, and then they will then have a look to see whether he can be towed back out of the gravel trap there and across the circuit into the pit lane, whether he can drive, whether it needs flatbed recovery. We'll have to wait and see. So it's going to be a lap or two again under the safety car here in the ever darkening skies at Brands Hatch. Out of our tinted windows on our commentary box, it looks pretty much pitch black, but amazingly through the cameras and the fantastic camera work that Alpha Live are doing here, doesn't look quite as dark through the camera shots that you're seeing on the stream if you're watching it, compared to what we see out of our commentary box windows. And the circuit CCTV cameras, crumbs, it keeps happening today, up at Druids, it still almost looks like daylight on one of the cameras up there at Druids on the CCTV.
Yeah, it really does, and even more so, I think the one is that along the Cooper Straight,
isn't it?
Yeah. Which I guess is the nature of the beast for those cameras, isn't it? It does, but we did it yesterday, didn't we, Mark? Where we turned the light off up here in the commentary box to see what it looked like, and it was really good. The problem is we can't see our paperwork if we do that.
No, that's right. That's right. And for a man who's had to, for this year, go bifocal for the first time, eyesight is a problem generally anyway.
Think yourself lucky. I'm on varifocal, mate. I got 3 going on.
Right.
And I'm not as old as you.
That'll be your age. That'll be your age, yeah.
Yes, it definitely makes life a little bit easier. When you suddenly see me moving my head, it's because I'm trying to find the right bit in the glasses.
Yes, no, it is. It's hard work, isn't it? Hard work. So you can see the marshals are up there with the stricken VPEX racing car, Costa Krietsis, who was driving.
Has he been out yet today?
That was his. He was on his second or third lap, I think, was he at the time?
But I mean, what a way to do it is that you get thrown in with your only stint is in the pitch black. Did he not pay enough?
But did you? But I'm guessing you chose the stints, did you? So Costa chose the 4th stint. Yeah, Damien Hirst is confirming, who's still with us in the commentary box, that he wanted to do that 4th stint.
I guess that you could, like, for example, you say it's a ball. You love it.
I love the dark. I think it heightens your senses when you're racing. But I also love the stint that Damien did. That's the one I've always done here at Brands Hatch.
Yes,
is daylight, 3rd stint. So you are starting daylight, it goes to dusk, and you finish in darkness. It's a brilliant, brilliant stint.
Yeah, I can understand that. That does make sense. They're dancing in the pit lane now. What's crikey? Huh? Wow, yes, okay. And the good news is that 64 car is back out there, so hopefully that means they're going to be able to get that back in the race. That was the one that was it that one that was steaming? It was, wasn't it? And that the coolant everywhere.
So, yeah, thanks for joining us, Damien Hirst. Take it steady on the way home. Hope the shoulder's feeling a bit better. So, yeah, we could see that, yeah, that was the number 64 car that was steaming away. That's the one that, as you suggested, Sam Pearce had said was dropping coolant everywhere. You can see there's still lots of flashing lights down there outside of the MSV building where the various recovery trucks are in the process of scooping up the car of Costa Krietsis. And then, hopefully, another couple of laps behind the safety car and we might be good to go. The safety car is just bringing the pack down through what is Surtees Corner currently.
They're going to have to stay right over to the right there, aren't they, with all the recovery vehicles just getting everything sorted?
I think all the rest of them, yeah, they've all started to slowly depart the scene now, so they know that the pack of cars is coming, so they're trying to make sure that there's plenty of access for the cars through there. You can see just how dark it is now if you're watching the stream. Costa Krietsis, yeah, driving the car back in. So no obvious signs of damage to the side of the car that we're seeing, but that's the side that was up in the air. We might get a better view of the car once it's in the pit lane as to what the passenger side looks like, the left-hand side of the car, because that was the side that it was sort of plopped onto in that side. So we'll
Doesn't the pit lane look good,
it does.
Like that as well?
Look at the left-hand side of the car, Chris. There is
nothing wrong, is it?
It's even got the wing mirror still attached. That must have been the gentlest of rolls ever.
It's dusty, that's it. That's
no,
all
that's the side. No, that's the side that rolled, wasn't it? Yeah, so yeah, it's the opposite side. So it's the right-hand side that was on its side. I was slightly confused as to which way round the camera angle we were looking at. But no, the right-hand side of the car, the wing mirror is slightly awry, but other than that, there's a few scratches and a bit of mud. Doesn't look too bad, does it?
No, I'd agree. Incredible. You, other than the dirt marks, you wouldn't really know, would you? So that's good news. Hopefully then they'll be able to get that back out again, and that's the key thing, isn't it? Is that it's about finishing it now. They might be sat running in 38th, or sat in 38th, not running as it stands at the minute, but they'll be hopeful to get that one back out again. So 18 Axiometrics, Wetherell at the wheel, leading the way by 38.8 seconds from, it's Adam Blair, isn't it, that was out yesterday racing. The 36 IP racing car sat there in second place. They're the only two that are on the lead lap at the moment. Subaru Racing.
No, it's been a long weekend.
Racing, yeah, that's the one. The 555 car still sat there in third after all that, Mark. So it was late with the pit stops. We said, as the safety car pulls in and we're about to go green, we said that it looked like a masterstroke going on the pits for the pit stop under the safety car when it did. You can see the rain on the camera now, by the way. It's still coming down out there, interestingly.
And all of these extra safety cars help those cars that have short fueled or maybe were a bit tight on fuel. It also, now that the weather is coming in and the circuit is getting slower, that is also helping any of those cars that have maybe short fueled and have thrown the dice to try and get out the pit lane that little bit quicker, to try and get a lap back. So really, really interesting dynamic as to see what might happen at this stage. Whilst we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap of the race, the number 18 Axiometrics car and the number 36 car of IP Racing Adam Blair, that's not to say that we might end up with a few more by the time we get to the end of the race. Previous iterations of this race, well, it was only the very first year where there was anything more than a lap separating the first 2. Year 1, 2019, JTR Racing, Lewis Selby, Nick Tandy, James Rhodes and Elliot Mason won by 2 full laps. 2020, the race win 11 seconds, and in fact the top 3 separated by 11.8 seconds, so it was almost a photo finish for second and third, and we still had 5 cars on the lead lap. Last year just 2 were on the lead lap and there was 35 seconds between them, so you just don't know what's going to happen still with an hour and 40 minutes to go.
Well, you consider, if you look down that list of the certainly the top 10, oh my goodness, a black and orange flag for 111. So the 111 Octane Junkies that was won with Andy Smith was hoping that they would actually sort of make that one work. Adam Smith, my apologies. You know, pitting when they did, out of sync with everyone else, but they've got to come in with some kind of issue with that car. More often than not, it tends to be light related. That looks okay. We haven't seen the front yet. 2 working on the back. You can see the number clear enough.
No obvious signs of any sparks on the ground as though it's dragging an exhaust, but that is, that's a big problem for car number 111. Right, something hanging down underneath. Is that just spotted something, did I there? It was really difficult to tell. Great work by the camera crew to try and pick it up.
Is it not enough lights? Because that's quite basic headlights on it, and they have the phrase full lights on.
It should be full lights, yeah, it should be full lights, and they've got spot lamps on there that aren't working.
Back to the battery / alternator.
Could be battery / alternator, and that's why, maybe it is the alternator on that car.
And you get to see the difference. It's not enough, is it? There's not enough light from it.
No, I think you're right. I think what it is, it's not the battery issue on that car, it's an alternator issue. So what they've sensibly done, in some respects, there is sort of an exhaust hanging down a bit lower at the bottom, but I'm not sure that's the problem. But I think you're right, it's lights. I think it's alternator. I don't think it's battery. They've changed the battery, and in order to make that battery last as long as possible, they've turned the lights off because their alternator isn't working.
Because you can see the spots on the bonnet there for them.
Yep.
Absolute heartbreak. Bearing in mind that car romped away at the beginning, didn't it? Pole sitter. And I don't remember the exact lead margin it had at one stage before the first safety car came out, but it was an absolute country mile, wasn't it?
I love the lights on the Subaru car. It is so easy to pick out compared to all the rest of them. The blue light that goes all the way up the aerial on the car, then you've got the other lights coming off that, and the little flashes, almost the wings down the side of the car. Very easy to pick out which one is the Subaru racing car. Remember that car in the hands of Pete Dignam, a long-time EnduroKA racer now, former Ginetta G20 Cup racer was Pete for a very, very good number of years when that was the championship to be in the UK. He is running there in 3rd position. Right, 28 is back out already. It didn't take them long to repair that car, so Costa Kriitsis back out there after his moment, shall we say.
Yeah, it's great to see with the effort that the team put in earlier that they were able to get that one out. I mean, if we look out the window, look with our eyes now, there's the 111 car that just came down the light. You can hardly see it.
It's just not bright enough. And look at the rear lights.
The digital display's bright enough, and it's been ignored a couple of times.
Yeah, and look, when he lifts off the brakes, there are no lights at the back of that car whatsoever. They are so faint. So that is, it's just not so. When he brakes, they come on, look. You can see a little bit of light. As soon as you come off the brakes, there is just nothing at the tail end of the car. So it's alternator, absolutely.
Yeah, it's such a huge shame. In fact, now it's into darkness. It's just come down the hill in absolute darkness. I'm sure that was the 111. Suddenly saw a silhouette. I have no idea where it is now.
There it is. It's just coming around through Graham Hill Bend now.
Wow.
But just getting darker and darker and darker, the lights on that car. It's heading down in towards Surtees, and you can visually see all of these cars coming towards us, cars behind flashing their lights, yeah, and I think I genuinely believe that at the end of this lap Adam Smith is going to come in, because I think he's well aware himself. Yeah, he just can't see. He just can't see, and it's getting dangerous.
You can barely see that car with our eye in the distance now where it's there, and it looks like it's slowing and coming in this time. Just so faint out there as it looked as it came down the hill from Druids, that it just suddenly plunged into darkness. And I don't know if you've ever been daft enough to do it. It's just been where it's really dark and then suddenly turn your lights off, and it's absolutely horrific. Into the gravel.
That's the champions from last year. That's the number 81 car that's off. It's had a spin, and that is going to be Gary Mitchell that's in the gravel trap there. So that's another safety car going to come out, and this time it is the winners from last year, GM Performance, that are in the gravel trap, Chris. And as soon as we see car number 111 come into the pit lane, no lights at all on it. So it wouldn't surprise me if this car ended up retiring now. You can change the battery, but you're going to end up in the same position again. You're going to have to change the alternator.
Well, you think how long the 44 Grays Motorsport car was in the pits for to change the alternator. That was a long time, and we're down to only an hour and 37, 38 minutes left to go. So it's going to be a big ask to be able to do that. They've certainly looked willing, don't they?
They certainly look willing at the moment. They're saying for Adam Smith to remain behind the wheel of it, so the bonnet is up. Adam Smith sitting rather patiently behind the wheel of it. There's no obvious signs of frustration from him at this stage, because he's an experienced driver. He's been through this before.
Yeah, of course. And interestingly is that he was about to get out and they told him to stay, didn't they? So that to me suggests they want to try and do something. But the safety car is now out on the circuit to obviously neutralise this, so that we can get that car. It is facing the wrong way. You can see up in the distance there, that is where they come back onto the Indy from the GP loop, as the safety car is going to be coming past at any moment versus one of the black market cars. Just those headlights you could see was about to appear. That would have been the safety car. But they're definitely determined to give it a go, aren't they, Mark? Which is great to see.
Yeah, with an hour and a half to go just over, they are not giving up. So JB Moore is the man there, the man behind Moore's Motors that run this car. He is just looking down into the engine bay of it. They're going to take off some of the covers on the car so that they can access the alternator, one would imagine. It may well be that it's just thrown the belt and something like that, and they thought they might be able to get away without just putting a new belt on it. So you don't know, Chris, from here that we're looking, is it the alternator or is it just the alternator belt that's come off? If it's the belt, you can fix it. If it's the alternator itself, it'll take a while longer.
We've also got another penalty that's just come on, one of the big ones, the 41, Row Rage Motorsport, 41, sat there in 25th. 10-lap penalty for exceeding driving time. That's about the third we've seen of those, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've not had a big repair, because they've only done 3 pit stops, which is what you would expect at this stage of the race. So there's sort of no reason for that really to have happened for Row Rage Racing. So the number 41 car, let's just have a quick look. It's got 4 drivers that are scheduled to take part in that. So quite how they've gone over a 3-hour driving limit with 4 drivers. I'm scratching my head slightly.
It is bizarre. They must have, you can only assume they made a little mistake. Into the pits have come the 180 and, as we know, obviously the 111 car. So Shine Automotive from 9th place are into the pits as well.
And I'm just going to make another, again, you might not be aware of this, not having done much endurance racing in the past. We are an hour and 35 minutes away from the checkered flag, and we are getting a car towed out of the gravel trap, which will get a 3-lap penalty still at this stage, as has been the case for the start of the race. But once we get to the final 1 hour of the race, cars are no longer towed out of the gravel. If you go into the gravel in the final hour of the race and you need a tow back, no, you are towed to the nearest place of safety. You are out of the race.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't sure which point that was.
1 hour to go,
this particular example, but yeah, I guess it makes sense because it has to stop at some point, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that last hour is just bring the car home. Don't try anything heroic unless you really absolutely desperate for the win or desperate to get yourselves on the podium. But just make sure you stay out of trouble, because if something happens, even if it's not your fault and you've got to react, just make sure that you don't drop the car into the gravel trap. Try and avoid any damage, because you're not going to get a tow back. All you'll do is get towed to a place of safety in the final hour.
Which, part of me was sort of thinking that, well, are we going to see the lap times drop down because they're going to take it steady? And then suddenly it was like, well, it all depends how close the battles are to get yourself into first, second or third, doesn't it? If you're close to getting yourself a bit of silverware, You are still
you're going to keep pushing.
it.
You are going to keep pushing, yeah. But if you're one of those that you know you've had a bit of a bad luck throughout part of the race, but you also know that you've cracked on and maybe made up for some of those issues, and you're hovering mid-pack or something like that, and you just want the finish, just make sure that you drive sensibly. You know,
Yeah.
I've had it before with a teammate. I won't say which championship. I won't say who it was, but yeah, still bouncing the car over the curbs with an hour to go, and came in with a puncture, and looked at the inside of the wheel rim. There was nothing left of it because it'd been on the sausage curbs all the time, bouncing it over the sausage curbs. You don't need to. You know, looks as though that might be it for I'm afraid Octane Junkies, because Adam Smith is out of the car, and I think that is going to be it for them. I think they've looked at what the problem is and perhaps decided that with an hour and a half to go, it's just not worth doing.
No, a huge shame for them. We were really interested to see how it was going to play out at the end, weren't we? Because they went very different. They came in and did a pit stop under the safety car quite early, weren't they? They were a good 20 to 30 minutes earlier than everybody else to do a pit stop and a driver change, which kept them out of step the whole time. And it become this deliberate tactic. We saw them short fill at one point as well. And we were interested to see how it was going to play out at the end, because they were crunching all sorts of figures and rolling the dice when certain things happen within the race. But we'll never know whether it was the right moves now, will we?
No, we'll just never get to know as to whether that was going to be the case. So with most of our former winners now having had issues in this race, we may well have a fourth different team win out of the 4 iterations of this one, because we've got the Octane Junkies number 111 now tumbling down through the order as a result of their problems and highly likely to be a retirement. We've got last year's winners just having been dragged out of the gravel, the number 81 GM Performance car, which means that the only car that we've got that is still towards the sharp end, don't get me wrong, but it is about 2 laps off the lead at the moment, is the winners from 2019. Or the winning drivers, different team name now. It was JTR back then. It is now Napa Racing UK, but Lewis Selby, Nick Tandy and Elliot Mason are in 4th place at the wheel of car number 128, but they are, as we say, 2 laps off the lead of the race. Safety car is in. We go back to green flag racing. Axiometrics and Chris Wetherill continue to lead the way. Remember, they also won the 24-hour race at Anglesey when we were there on the 3rd of June. They were winners last time out in the 5-hour race that took place at Alton Parks. They are already twice a race winner so far this season, and amazingly they have also finished 2nd so far this season, because they were 2nd in the 9-hour race that took place at Snetterton in early July, and they were also 2nd when we were at Cadwell Park in the early part of May. So that is pretty much the whole season. Axiometrics have been right at the sharp end of this field. Did they take part in the first race of the season that was at Donington Park? Yes, they did. They finished in 14th position in the end, so they have been pretty consistent this season, have Axiometrics, whether it be with the drivers that they've got this weekend that are in the car, that being Chris Wetherill, Dominic Jackson and Chris Dovell, or whether it be other drivers that we've seen in the car over the course of the season, which include the likes of Nigel Griffiths and Tim Wheeldon, who've also driven for them. We've had Christian Rose behind the wheel for Axiometrics over the course of this year. And also at Donington Park, we had Nigel Griffiths. I think I've already mentioned him. So a range of different drivers that have been behind the wheel of the car, but the constant has been there, consistency. So we are at an hour and a half to go in this race. Now that we have had more cars scooped out of gravel traps, let me just run you down through the top 10 once more. Number 18, Axiometrics and Chris Wetherill lead the way. 2nd is 36, IP Racing and Adam Blair, who is at the moment 22.5 seconds behind the race leader. Then off the lead lap is number 555 in 3rd place, Sukaru Racing and Pete Dignan. And 4th is 128, Napa Racing UK, Nick Tandy back behind the wheel. The gap between the cars in 3rd and 4th, that are both off the lead lap, are 17 seconds. And then in 5th place, we have number 734, which is going to be the Ferguson racing car in the hands of Daniel Ferguson. He is a further lap off the lead. He is 3 laps adrift. And then 4th off the lead lap, further off the lead lap, 4 laps down, is going to be car number 154, which is Powerbell Motorsport Pristine Condition and Charlie Budd. 5 laps off the lead is number 736, which is Ferguson Motorsport and Lee Deegan. And then a further lap off that, no, also 5 laps off the lead, I ought to say, is car number 125 in 8th position. Apologies. 3 Amigos who have had not a great start to the race because they were down in 31st position at one point, I recall, where they're now in 8th position at the wheel of car number 125, and they started 41st in this race. So it really has been a good performance from them. It is Paul Hinson that is currently behind the wheel of the number 125 car. 9th in the race is number 5, which is Wolf Motorsport and Chris Reed, and completing the top 6 is car number 180 at this stage. Sorry, completing the top 6? No, completing the top 10, I should say. Car number 180 at this stage, which is Chris Pryor for Shine Automotive. 11th is 49 LDR Performance Racing, David Bywater is driving. 12th is number 16 M&D Racing. 13th is 121 Calamity. 14th is 26 Wolf Motorsport. 15th is 111 Octane Junkies, but they've retired and all they're going to do is keep dropping through the order. 16th is 40, which is KPR. 17th is 21 K&F Racing. 18th is 29 DKMS LDR Performance Tuning. 19th is 88 Carmel Racing, and completing the top 20 is car number 64, which is Auto Tech Motorsport, and that's the car that's now finally been taken over, by the look of things, by Luca Staccini. So that gives you the order of the top 20 at this stage. Chris Dawes has just come back into the commentary box. I was just picking up on, Chris, the car that's in 8th position at the moment, Three Amigos. I remember seeing them on the other screen at one stage, which means they were in 31st position at some point in the race. They qualified 41st.
Wow.
They've stayed out of trouble. We've not mentioned them much, and that's not being disparaging to them. They've not mentioned much because they've just got on with it.
And in fact, that was the one that when you came back from a loo trip and you were suddenly pointing down onto Cooper Straight, that had the big, what must have been an almighty tank slapper all the way out of Graham Hill Bend, and lost it out of my view behind.
No, that was Calamity. That was Calamity, I think, wasn't it?
No, the dark blue 125.
Was it? All right, okay. Can't remember. It's the one that's the dark blue and it's got the martini badge on the back.
Yeah, that was the one that suddenly reappeared, and it means that even with just a little moment like that, someone else is off into the gravel. That's at Clearways again. And it is just into the kitty litter, unfortunately, is it? Can't tell which one that is. No, despite the very best efforts of our cameraman, he's never going to quite be able to pick up, I don't think, with the light shining straight down his camera lens as to which one that is. And we'll see as to whom it might be. Could it possibly be the number 55 car? Maybe it is. Yeah,
I can see it.
so. Yeah.
I can see on the bonnet of it. I can see Covershaw written on the bonnet. It's number 55, yep. So it's a number 55 car that was already circulating way down through the order in 36th position. And that car was in the hands of Alistair Hardy, we believe. So that's dropped itself into the gravel trap. Ever looking for a positive out of a negative. Hour and 26 minutes to go, so it will get towed out.
It will, yeah. They'll be able to get it out and carry on, albeit with the 3-lap penalty. We're all having to take in pit stops now. But they will be able to rejoin the race. But, of course, it does still take a little while because they need to just safely neutralise the field here. That means getting them all in a line rather than different speeds at different parts of the circuit. As soon as they're in a line together, there's a distinctive gap where the vehicles, the recovery vehicles and whatever else can get out there and collect the car and just move it onto the track, which, as you heard from Mark, that's what they will be able to do this time. They can get themselves out into it, and they'll be able to carry on. 55 Covershaw, Hardy at the wheel, 36th place. They're 2 laps ahead of the car behind them. That's the 28 VPEX Motorsport. Costa behind the wheel after that on its side moment, and then it's the AFK Racing Knowles at the wheel of number 22 that could close in, so it could well lose a couple of positions on this order. Look at the quality of that picture. I've got to say, Alpha Live doing an incredible job of the stream. The quality of that picture down there onto the start-finish straight, and that I just love the sight of the pit lane and the garages all lit up like that. For those of you watching at the stream, I'm sure you've got that thing that, for me, when I suddenly arrive here at the circuit and you look down to that site, the Brands Hatch pit lane, the garages, all of that, and it just grabs me instantly, and that looks so good. That's a sight. My last British commentary of 2022, that's the kind of sight that I will miss, that will have me panging ready for the new season to get going. He says, hoping that I will be invited back to do more commentary gigs next year in 2023. But it's a wonderful sight indeed. What? Mark's, is it black? Mark's pointed up the clouds are looking a bit ominous up in the sky. They're not his favourite blue clouds this time round. not letting you get away with that.
All right, I said it once. I realised as soon as possible. It's like my toll beam as well, isn't it? I don't know what's going on today.
Yeah. Well, why use two words when you can use one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I merged it together nicely.
Yeah,
mate.
it's just being efficient, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Yeah, we have to. We got to save our voices a bit. So it is still 18 Axiometrics in the lead. The only other car on the lead lap is 36. Adam Blair at the wheel of the IP Racing car, and then it's two laps back, and we get the 555 Subaru Racing. Dignan at the wheel of that one. Great job putting them on the podium at the moment. But only 15.8 seconds behind them in fourth place, desperate to get up on the podium after all sorts of penalties being thrown at them. 128. And there's a certain rather talented Nick Tandy at the wheel of that one. Into the pits has come 734, I noticed. So the Ferguson Motorsport car. And I'm not convinced. How many drivers have they got?
They've got 4.
So this is their last stop now, isn't it? No, they should have finished, shouldn't they?
I'd have thought they should have, but they did put some longish stints in, did they? Billy Ferguson, have you seen Billy Ferguson behind the wheel yet?
You did say you didn't think we had, didn't you?
Have you seen Billy Ferguson in?
Well, I'm assuming this is the 734 coming back down the pit lane again now. It's dropped down towards 7th place because up into 5th now has gone 154 Powerbone Motorsport, pristine condition, and the other Ferguson Motorsport, Lee Deegan, back behind the wheel. He started that car, the 736, and went rather well. Now, those three, 154, 736 and 734, Mark, are going to be on the same lap for those 5th, 6th, 7th positions.
That could make it very interesting.
Yes.
We need to try and keep an eye on that one as well. We've also got some other squabbles going on further down through the order as well. They're on the same lap. So for 13th and 14th, Wolf Motorsport and Climactic are separated by about 1.5 seconds. That will be for position. And also much further down through the order, we also had another squabble that was going on as well. 3 seconds, I think, between what is DKMS LDR Performance Tuning and also the number 64 Autotech Motorsport car that's now in the hands of Luca Stacchini. So those are a couple of battles that we need to watch out for. And also GM Performance, having just been dragged out of the gravel, are only a second ahead of TTL Racing as well. So that's for 24th and 25th places. So there's a few squabbles still to be resolved. Over the start-finish line goes the train of cars still behind the safety car, but the safety car will be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap this time through.
So we'll get the racing underway. Is that going to be the last of the safety cars where somebody can rejoin the race? We'll wait and see. It's still 21.25 minutes left to go before that cut-off point, as Mark was saying, with an hour left to go. From then on, they can't rejoin the race. They are out. And
do you want me to read you the full regulations?
Please do, because I was hoping you would.
Cars towed back will be subject to a 3-lap penalty, which will be subtracted from the total completed up to that time. These towback rules will only apply up until the final hour of the race, when race organisers will only tow cars to the nearest place of safety, is what it says. Maximum total weight of any tools carried in the car, 2 kilograms, so the drivers can still fix the car if they wish, but these must be strapped by car straps. No jacks are allowed, so you can carry 2 kilos of tools in the car to try and fix it trackside to get you back to the pits if you're not going to get the tow back.
Fair enough. Love to see that one. So we're back on the green flag.
So would I if you were driving.
Oh, well, yeah.
You struggle to know which end of the screwdriver to use.
Scratching my head going, which gubbins am I trying to repair here? So back underway. Axiometrics in the lead by 5.25 seconds this time round. The 36 car sat there in second. Adam Blair behind the wheel of the IP Racing car. Then it's 2 laps back for the Subaru Racing Dignan 555. Nick Tandy will be hoping to close in. And if you take their best lap times, is that Nick Tandy is able to go sort of about half a second quicker than the 555 car. That's at its quickest. Now, Nick Tandy, I'm sure, will have been the quickest in that car, but I can't tell you. I can recall which one would have been quickest in the 555, so we'll have to wait and see. Remember, that is for the final step of the podium as it stands at the moment, so we'll wait and see. But I also think that the fight for the lead is going to be well and truly alive before the end of it. The 18 car that will be I don't even know whether we'll be able to see the Dayglow yellow as was during the day. 18 on its bonnet, big 18, sort of almost NASCAR style, isn't it, on its bonnet. Oh, we got a little bit of contact there with the 28 car getting a love tap from the rear.
Yeah, that was Wingate Racing that almost got into the back of the VPEX Racing car then.
Turn 7.
Was it turn 7?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
The 14 car, they've had a troubled day as well.
They've had a troubled day, yeah. Where are they circulating at the moment? Well, not as far down as I thought they would be at this stage. What are they showing? I'm not the only one that can't see them on the timing screen. Turn 7 is what we're looking for. And, oh, there they are, 14th position. Callum McDougall back behind the wheel. Neither of us could see that,
no,
could we?
Definitely not. And equally, I was trying to look, so VPEX Motorsport is down in 36, so that was actually trying to put a lap on, and turn 7 is now directly behind our race leader, who's put another lap on there. So the big Dayglow 18, you can make out brilliantly, to be honest to them. That is our race leader. We wait for the IP Racing Adam Blair to cross the line. There he goes. 5.492 is the margin, and they're lapping, Mark. Look at that, almost identically. 104.642. 104.663.
Yeah, so brilliant stuff from those two. The number 14 car, turn 7, Callum McDougall unlaps himself from the race leader, so that's another lap gained back now for that car. It's already 17 laps off the lead, so it's a rather irrelevant point in that respect, but it just goes to show again, despite everything that's been thrown at turn 7, they've still got a car that's performing well in this particular race, because they've gone and unlapped themselves from the race leader. Now, Chris Wetherill will perhaps have been told by the team that car that was coming up was a car that he could let by. They may well now be a bit more radio traffic if they've got a pit-to-car radio in the number 18 Axiometrics car, which I'm sure they will have, just to let him know exactly where Adam Blair is. Is he closing? Last time through they lapped within a few hundredths of a second of each other. This time, as the number 18 car comes over the start-finish line, it is a 1 minute 4.7 from him. Where is the number 36 car of Adam Blair? He flashes his way over the start-finish line now, and it's a 1 minute 3.5, so the gap is down to 4.3 seconds. So it is going the right way as far as IP Racing are concerned. Axiometrics looking for their 3rd win of the year so far, having been on the podium in 4 of the 5 races that we've had. They've won 2, they've finished 2nd in 2. IP Racing so far this year, they have also had 2 wins.
Okay, this is interesting. So there's some serious success from these 2 cars at the front, and it's quite incredible that, I mean, 36 has been there or thereabouts, dropped down a little way with one particular incident, but fought their way back up. But 18 Axiometrics have just patiently worked their way up. Where did they start? 6th on the grid, didn't they? And they've just patiently worked their way up to sit there in the lead. They've just got to keep their cool for this last just over an hour and a quarter. The margin is fairly small, but as the legendary late great Murray Walker said, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and that's what Wetherall's going to be hoping, even if Adam Blair can get that little bit closer.
The number 37 car in the pit lane, which is Semprini Racing, so they are conducting a very late pit stop, refueling going on, and a driver change will also take place for that number 37 car that is running outside of the top 40 at the moment. It was brought into the pit lane by Colin Perfect, and who we'll see is going to vacate the pit lane. We will only know as and when the car heads, Callum Perfect I should say, we'll only know as and when the car heads back out of pit lane. But for Axiometrics, you know, we've been talking about all day for the last 7 hours now how competitive this series is. Axiometrics have had, if we look at the opening round of the championship, 14th Donington Park. We moved on to the next round, Cadwell. They were 2nd. Moved on to Anglesey for the 24 hours. They won it. Back to the next round, which was at Snetterton, the 9-hour race. They finished 2nd. On to Alton Park last time out. They took the win again. Considering how competitive this is, they've only had one duff race, and that was the opening round.
Yeah, and you've got to sort of therefore assume that they're really doing an interesting thing. They're thinking about the closing stage of the races. I mean, yesterday in the early stages of qualifying, they got themselves up to the top, but they ended up 6th. And yet here they are, sat in the lead. They managed to just extend that lead ever so slightly the last time round. It's up to just over 5 seconds this time with a 104.4.
Yeah, but look at what's going on now for 3rd and 4th position as well. Yeah. That's what we need to keep an eye on. Sukaru, Pete Dignant with the 555 car, who's heading round through Druids at the moment, is now just a 10th of a second up the road from Nick Tandy. It's difficult for our cameramen to try and pick them out in these conditions, of course, because it is pretty much pitch black. But I think, yeah, there is the Sukaru car. car, and ahead of him is Nick Tandy, so it's already happened. You can see the Napa car with the orange lights over the roof is already through and ahead as they head through Surtees and up towards McLaren. So those orange lights across the A pillar and the roof line is Nick Tandy. He's up into third place, and the blue lights on the car behind, Pete Dignan Subaru, is down to fourth. Happened just before the cameras caught it.
I mean, there's two things that jump out. What a fabulous job the 555 car's done between their drivers today, and I'm sure they'll be gutted to have just fallen off of the podium. But what an incredible job we've also seen from that 128 car, Napa Racing. They've had a couple of mistakes. They've had a few issues. They had the bulb go on their rear light that meant that they had to come in under a black and orange flag, and yet they fought themselves, as it stands, back up onto that podium. And it's almost like mind-blowing how they've done that, because they lost 2 laps for the refueling penalty that they got.
Yeah, it's a bit like when in 2020 we saw Adam Smith put the Octane Junkies car into the gravel trap and got towed out. 3-lap penalty for that, and they still came back and won. But yeah, there's just been a couple of other things that have affected them. Had it have just been the refueling issue, they might have been able to get back onto a lap down or a lead lap down. But then when they had that extended pit stop with having to fix the rear light and the black and orange flag, that's just hampered the efforts of Napa Racing. But it's still going to be a brilliant result from them as well. Subaru also need to make sure that they can hang on to 4th place. We've also had a shuffle for 5th and 6th, haven't we, as Ferguson Motorsports' Lee Deegan, car number 736, goes through and ahead of Charlie Budd that time through.
Yeah, and I noticed the car that's behind them, 734, Ferguson Motorsport, that did come in and do another pit stop. Team manager for that car has been called to race control. Now, that could be interesting, because it's not Billy Ferguson that's gone out there. If their update has actually been carried out, it's still Jay Ferguson. I wonder if it's something along those lines is why the team manager's been called. You hope it's not a penalty at this late stage, though, don't you?
Don't necessarily have to put all the drivers in. You can qualify them all, but as long as you comply with the driving requirements of no more than 3 hours and an hour's rest between each stint, you can sort that out. Nick Tandy carving his way rather effortlessly through the traffic at this stage at the wheel of number 128 Napa UK racing car. He's just about to flick his way through what will be Surtees and up towards McLaren, having taken up 3rd place. He's already put a couple of cars between himself and the blue lighted Subaru car of Pete Dignan that sits behind. So is Nick Tandy the fastest car out there at the moment? No, he's not quite. I think if anything last time through, in 6th place Charlie Budd was the fastest car out there. He's in the mid 1-minute 3s. Most of the other cars are 1-minute 4s or thereabouts.
Lee Deegan, that is.
Lee Deegan, rather.
Yeah. I'm surprised, Mark, how many of them are still lapping in the 103s, though.
There's very little drop-off. You know, it clearly must be reasonably dry out there again. I wandered out. It wasn't as cold as I thought it would be.
I meant the darkness. It hasn't slowed them down.
We've had fastest laps in the dark before.
Really?
Yeah. Absolutely. Nick Tandy set the fastest lap in the dark back in 2019. That was absolutely for sure. Who set the fastest lap in 2020? Let's just have a quick look. It was IP Racing that set the fastest lap, and that was on lap 202. So that would have been daylight still at that point. And last year, as into the pit lane comes LDR Performance Tuning, last year the fastest lap of the race was IP Racing again, and that would have been in daylight. So no, it's the first year we had the fastest lap in darkness.
Wow, I mean, I still find that mind-blowing, if I'm honest. You'd assume that it would be so much easier to do it in the daylight.
In the summer, you know, you go to somewhere like Le Mans, quite often the fastest laps are at night because it's cooler temperature. The engine works better.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not unsurprising in a long endurance race you get a fastest lap in night time when the tyres don't have to put up with quite as much temperature. The engines are breathing that little bit better in the cooler air.
Not quite so relevant.
Not quite so relevant for a KA, but the theory's there. So 3-lap penalty for toe-backs just being confirmed. 3-back penalties just being confirmed for car number 4, for 28, for 55, and for 81 as well. So all of those cars all being confirmed as having 3-lap penalties for the various toe-backs that we've seen over the course of the safety cars over the course of the last few laps. We've still got the team manager of car number 734 being ushered towards race control. So we've got another hour and 9 minutes to go, which means in another 9 minutes time, that's when in reality the toe back stops. So if you then have a problem out on circuit and your car grinds to a halt, whether it be a mechanical issue, whether it be you're offered into the gravel trap, then you would not get towed back into the pit lane. You would get towed to a point of safety. Now that point of safety might be the pit lane, but if it is back to the pit lane, you're not allowed to restart the race. You have to make your own way back to the pits. Any outside interference in the next 9 minutes onwards means that you're done for in this race. You're just going to have to sit it out as a rather frustrated spectator. Now, Chris Wetherill still continues to lead the way. Last time through, Adam Blair had a slower lap through the traffic, though, at the wheel of the number 36 car, so he lost a second and a half to the race leader. So the lead advantage now is 3.9 seconds from first to second position at this stage. Since Nick Tandy at the wheel of the number 128 car has taken up third place, he has well and truly pulled away from the car that he was doing battle with, which was Pete Dignam. So through Paddock Hill Bend we can see a good little squabble going on now. That's a number 36 car that is turning its way through Paddock Hill Bend. That's the car that was right up there in the early stages, but problems for that car throughout the course of the race have seen it drop well and truly through the order. Out of Druids goes the race leader, and that's problems for somebody, and that's turn 7 that have got problems. That is on the grass, and that is going down towards what is Graham Hill Bend. Now, no obvious signs as to what might be causing that, but Callum McDougall has clearly felt that something isn't quite right with the turn 7 car, and he comes all the way down towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, stops right beside the marshals so that we can indicate to them immediately what the problem is. There are 7 minutes to go before any towbacks are no longer allowed, so if you're going to have a problem, doing it just before the final hour mark is the time to do it, because at the moment, whilst it's hugely disappointing and annoying for the team, it does at least mean if they can get the car back to the pit lane, they should be allowed to continue. Black and orange flag also going out for car number 37 at this stage, and that is another car that's going to have to dive for the pit lane. That's Semprini Juniors, who instantly responds to that black and orange flag. So they come down the pit lane, Semprini Juniors, who have had several problems throughout the course of this race so far, including a long repair earlier on, and David Evans brings the car down the pit lane, whilst stricken out on circuit, of course, is the number 7 car, the turn 7 car, in the hands of Callum McDougall, running as car number 14. So that, I would imagine, will, yep, there we go again, bring about a safety car period, because we can't recover that car in the hours of darkness without a safety car. So the BMW will be called into action once more, and safety cars deployed with 1 hour and 6 minutes to go, which means that a towback should be eligible for that particular car. Chris Dawes is going to wander down in towards the pits as well, so he's making his way down there, wrapping up as warm as he possibly can to try and catch up with a few more drivers down there in the pit lane as we head into our final hour of the race. Will also, of course, stick with us as well after the checkered flag, because not only have we got all the results to try and run you through, and that will take quite some time, but we've also got a podium that we will be conducting. It won't be for those of you that are here at the circuit on the localised PA, because the curfew dictates we have to kill the local PA at 6:30, but you can always, even if you're at the circuit spectating, log on to the stream, because we will be sticking with it for the podium celebrations after our 4th iteration of the IndyCar 500. So safety car out there on circuit, so it has, I think, managed to catch the race leader, has it? Let's have a quick look. Might be one car possibly just ahead of the race leader. No, it is the race leader, because I can see the green stripes down the roof, so it has managed to, yet again, great work by the race control team and the safety car observer and safety car driver communicating with each other to ensure that they get themselves out just ahead of the race leading car. So Chris Wetherill, who had built up a 2.7 second advantage between himself and Adam Blair in second place, is now going to see that eroded to a good degree. Now we've got the car that's behind the safety car is the race leader, but then there is a back marker between the race leader and the car that's second in the race, but that's not a slow back marker that's there as the second car in the queue, because that car that's second in the queue, I think, is the 6th place car number 154 of Charlie Budd. Let's just have a quick look. Yes, you can see the colour of it. You can just about see the number of it. So, yeah, the car that's at the front of the queue is the race leader. The car that's second in the queue is running 6th in the race, so it's not going to be a slow car. And the car that is 3rd in the queue, the Napa Racing car, is going to be Adam Blair, who is 2nd in the race overall. So, 1st and 2nd are on the same lap as each other. The car that's third is Nick Tandy. He is 2 laps off the lead of the race at the wheel of car number 128. Also 2 laps off the lead is the number 555 car in the hands of Pete Dignan. The car that's there in 5th position at the moment is Lee Deegan. I think he will ultimately be 3 laps off the lead when he comes over the start-finish line next time through. He's showing us 4 on our screen, but I think that will go to 3 as he comes over the start-finish line very, very shortly. We'll just wait and confirm that, because here he comes now up towards the start-finish line, and it should change the graphic on the screen to show that he is 3 laps adrift. Yep, absolutely. And then 4 laps adrift is going to be the car that is after Lee Deegan in the race, which is going to be the number 6 car, Powerbell Motorsports Pristine Condition, and Charlie Budd. Also 4 laps adrift is 734, which is going to be Ferguson Motorsport. And then into the pit lane is a car that's 6 laps adrift and is one of those that had worked its way up through the order, say from being in 30th, 31st at one point, but up to 8th position in the pit lane at the moment is car number 125, which is 3 Amigos. Paul Hinson bringing that car into the pit lane. 9th at the moment is number 5, which is Wolf Motorsport. 10th at the moment is car number 180, which is Shine Automotive. 11th is 49 LDR Performance Tuning. 12th is 16, which is M&D Racing. 13th is 26, Wolf Motorsport. Then it is in 14th and 15th, Climactic and KPR. And wrapping up the positions from 16 through to 20, KPR, DKMS stroke LDR Performance, K&F Racing, Camel Racing, Autotech, who I think have gone missing out on circuit potentially somewhere, according to what we can see. And then after that, it will be also then car number 172, which is Misty Racing. So let's have a quick look. Oh, Autotech, who were showing us missing out on circuit, have now come over the start-finish line, so no concerns with regards to them. So safety car, I don't think will be out for much longer. In fact, confirmation now, safety car will be in at the end of this lap. So for Chris Wetherill, he will want to crack on with it. The car that's behind him, Charlie Budd, will also want to crack on with it, because he is inside the top 6 at the moment, and it'd be a handy opportunity for him to get at least one of those laps back with 1 hour and 2 minutes to go. That is probably going to be the last opportunity for anybody to get towed back before the window closes in reality. It's once you get to 1 hour to go, no more towbacks allowed. Adam Blair in 3rd place, absolutely desperate to get on with it. He's almost bump drafting Charlie Budd up towards the start-finish line, because we could well have a battle on for 1st and 2nd here at the moment. But what the car in 3rd over the line needs to do, the Napa Racing car, is put a lap on Charlie Budd at this stage. We say Charlie is a quick driver. He is going to want to try and get a lap back off the race leader, so he's not exactly going to make it easy for Adam Blair to try and squeeze his way through. But I think Adam Blair might just prise the door open here, heading up in towards Druids. Is he going to do it? Yes, he is. So we are nose to tail now for the lead of the race. We have had 7 hours and 20 minutes of racing, and now there is nothing to choose between 1st and 2nd position in this race. The closest finish we've ever had in an EnduroKA 500 race here at Brands Hatch was back in 2020, when there was 11.7 seconds separated 1st from 2nd, and amazingly only 11.8 separating the top 3, because there was thousandths of a second separating 2nd from 3rd on that occasion. So this is a close position to be in with 61 minutes remaining. Chris Wetherill will be feeling the pressure from Adam Blair. Axiometrics lead the way, looking for their 3rd win of the season. IP Racing in 2nd place, looking for their 3rd win of the championship season so far. So over the start-finish line, the pair of them go. Still a couple of laps adrift of these is the car in 3rd place, Nick Tandy, who has got a 4.3 second advantage between himself and the number 555 Subaru car of Pete Dignan. And now are we going to have a change for the lead of the race? It's looking very tight indeed. Adam Blair almost up the inside of Chris Wetherill, who tried to close the door and just got it done in time, but that was nip and tuck as they went in towards what was Druids that time through. Then they flicked their way through the left-hander and on towards the Cooper Straight. We've now had, 16 safety car periods so far, and 61 laps of the 361 have been completed under safety car, so 300 green flag laps, 361 so far. The total distance covered so far, you know what we're heading towards, 19,000 racing miles have been completed so far. Nose to tail, out of clearways, lap number 362 about to be completed. Chris Wetherill for Axiometrics at the wheel of the number 18 car, still hanging on to the lead of the race. Number 36 car of Adam Blair nipping at his heels there in 2nd position as they head up towards the area of Paddock Hill Bend. Now, we have seen the number 36 car in the lead of the race. That was quite some time ago now, where Scott Parkin led for just a couple of laps, and now Adam Blair is desperate to try and get the number 36 car back into the lead of the race for the second time in this race. But Chris Wetherill is certainly not going to make it easy. He has led now for 59 laps in this race, and this is the only time that the number 18 car has led so far in this race, when Chris Wetherill took up the lead of the race on lap number 304. So through Surtees up towards McLaren. Of course, now that the safety car had bunched up the field, they've got several clear laps again before they get back round to start to lap the traffic once more. So they could just crack on with it, roll their sleeves up and slug it out. We are now less than an hour to go, which means any car that now stops out on circuit, no more towbacks are allowed. So that window has closed now with less than 60 minutes to go. So up towards Paddock Hill Bend, Chris Wetherill still hanging on to the lead of the race. Remember, the longer races that we've had in the KA series this year, the 24-hour race was won by Axiometrics. The next longest race we had was the 9-hour race at Snetterton. That was secured by IP Racing. This is the third longest race that we have in the 2022 EnduroKA series. And the two teams that have been the most successful this year are still duking it out as to who wants to pick up the final victory of the championship season. The one thing they won't want to do is trip over each other now, in particular because there are no more towbacks now. So down the Cooper Straight, through the left-hander at Surtees, on towards McLaren, try and get the car braked in a straight line, pitch it in towards Clearways Corner. Chris Wetherill doing a good job, not quite taking as tight a line through the first part of the corner as he needed to, which almost opened the door a little bit there for Adam Blair, who is almost pushing him along the straight at this stage. And if you look at who is behind them on the circuit, when they go over the start-finish line, that's Nick Tandy, who is right behind them on circuit. He's got the orange stripes going over the top of his car. Now, he is also desperate to try and get a lap back as well, remember. And Nick Tandy has just set the fastest lap of the race in third position, 63.198 seconds for Nick Tandy at the wheel of the second of the two Napa rack-backed cars that we've got in this little squabble that's going on. His is the car that's got those orange lights all the way down the roof of the car. So the factory Porsche driver, who moved across from Porsche to race for Corvette for a few years, back to Porsche for the new hybrid era of IMSA racing this year, is Nick Tandy, and he's looking to try and see whether he can get past Adam Blair. Now, this will not be for position if he gets past him, because remember, the car that is in the hands of Nick Tandy is third in the race. He's the third of the cars in this queue, but he is 2 laps adrift of those two that he's now managed to catch. So he is simply trying to unlap himself there. Through and over the start-finish line, another lap that has been ticked into the book. A stop-and-go penalty of 1 minute, I'm afraid, for the car that was running inside the top 7. Joe Ferguson at the wheel of the number 734 car is deemed to have overtaken under the safety car, so that car will be coming in for what will be a 60-second stop-go penalty. But for the lead of the race, is this the opportunity for Adam Blair when they've got a little bit of traffic that they need to deal with? No, because Chris Wetherill meets it in exactly the right place as far as he is concerned. He hangs on to the lead of the race. Adam Blair runs a little bit wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend in second position, which means that he falls further away from Chris Wetherill and just drops into the clutches of Nick Tandy, who was able to squeeze his way through there. So Nick Tandy now is the second of the cars in the queue and is now trying to unlap himself from the race leader. So over the start-finish line now will come. The Napa cars have changed position. There's a little flash of the hazard lights there from Nick Tandy. So I think probably, whilst they are not working for the same team, it's Napa Racing UK versus IP Racing, I think there was probably a little bit of help there given, because maybe Adam Blair's thinking, OK, I'm struggling to try and unlock the door on Chris Wetherill. Maybe you have a go, Nick Tandy, and if you can squeeze your way through and take a lap back from Chris Wetherill, if that sort of pushes him offline and delays him slightly, there might be the opportunity for me to try and sneak my way through at the same time. So the leading 3 cars heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Race leader from third place, from second place, and as bizarre as that sounds, that's because, as I say, Nick Tandy is 2 laps off the lead at the moment, flashing his lights, doing anything to try and put off Chris Wetherill as they head along the Cooper Straight and in towards the left-hander at Surtees and up towards McLaren. Thank you, Paul, from Stopwatch Hospitality. Cake has arrived this time as well. Thank you very much indeed. Very kind of you. Big slice for me, smaller slice for Chris Dawes. Like the idea of that. So up towards the start-finish line again will come this little trio, all busy squabbling away. We've also got the team manager of car number 64 being asked to go towards the timekeepers now. Now, we've had lots of drivers and team managers being pointed in the direction of race control. Don't think we've had one being pointed in the direction of the timekeepers just as yet. Now, that number 64 car is Auto Technic. That's the car that, again, had a few issues and is in the hands of Luca Staccini at the moment, running down in 18th position. But quite what the problem is and why they have to visit the timekeepers, I have no way of knowing at this stage, I'm afraid. We'll keep you posted if we hear more, however. And Nick Tandy, good run on Chris Wetherell this time, heading on towards the Cooper Straight. Can he unlap himself from the race lead? He's 2 laps off the race lead at the moment. If the safety car were to come out now, he'd remain 2 laps off the race lead. But if he can get by, that would be the perfect opportunity. And the other perfect opportunity might be through the traffic and the back markers that they are about to meet. It is MSVT Racing that are in the wrong place almost as far as Chris Wetherell is concerned. And Nick Tandy is trying to weave his way through. We're going to go 3 wide as they come over the start-finish line. Mark Rustard, who is the back marker, stays firmly out of harm's way, does not want to get involved. Chris Wetherell also now dives up the inside of the number 172 Misty Racing car. Nick Tandy follows him through, but Nick is still 2 laps off the lead at the moment and can't quite manage to unlap himself, but he's got the inside line heading up in towards Druids. He's prized the door open, he's going to go through, but I don't think that Adam Blair can capitalise on that. So Nick Tandy, 3rd place now at the front of the queue, and he has taken at least 1 of the 2 laps back that he needs to do with 53 minutes to go. Brilliant stuff from Nick Tandy, who, as we say, is going to be heading over to Daytona to race in the Rolex 24-hour for Porsche in the new hybrid era of IMSA Racing, which he has recently been confirmed as being back in the fold at Porsche. So whilst the squabbles continue out on circuit, brilliant battling. I think Chris Dawes has managed to catch up with Axiometrics, who are down there, and will be keeping their fingers crossed. What have you got to tell us, Chris?
Well, I've managed to get to the Axiometrics garage down here. Now, interestingly, we're watching the live feed, just marginally delayed from what you're watching up there. But Dom Jackson is down here with me, absolutely glued to it, as you can imagine, with his teammate out there. I mean, Dom, this is just incredible. You're in the lead at the moment, but under so much pressure.
Yeah, I know. It's nail-biting stuff, isn't it? Yeah, it's come down. I mean, it's been all right this season. It seems to be us and IP Racing pretty much every race. But yeah, I mean, it's great racing out there, but there's still a long way to go. You know, Chris is defending hard, and I'm sure Adam is pushing hard. So we'll kind of see what happens.
I mean, you guys have really patiently worked your way up there, haven't you? I mean, you started 6th on the grid. You've not necessarily, you weren't involved in the early challenges and just kept your powder dry. Now you're up in the lead, under pressure, but you're in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, our strategy was just to do 3 stops, and it was, you know, we knew we had the fuel's not an issue on this circuit in terms of, a tank will last 3 hours, so it's down to what's the maximum driver time, which is 2 hours 20 minutes before you have to change, and then we kind of work back. And I mean, Chris, who started the race, yeah, he dropped back a bit. It was tricky conditions, but just stay out of trouble. I mean, it's really about just keeping on the lead lap as long as you can, and then, you know, as we are now, just trying to see what happens at the last stint, and it's nail-biting stuff.
It really is, although you're surprisingly calm. I'm not sure it's going to stay that for the rest of this race.
Well, we'll see. You know, Chris is, I don't want to make Chris too nervous, but he's busy enough in the car. But look, you know, it's great racing, and we're really enjoying it, and hopefully, well, we'll see what transpires.
Well, best of luck, Mark. This is exciting. He's a bit of a cool, calm character, isn't he? I bet you're not up there, Mark.
I'm not, because the lead has changed whilst you've been having that conversation. Adam Blair has gone through to pick up the lead of the race from Chris Wetherell, and that happened whilst we were chatting to the team down there. So we have had the shuffle. So turning their way out of Clearway's corner, we can see our race leader is now the number 36 Napa car, in the hands of Adam Blair. Ahead of him is another Napa car, but of course that is Nick Tandy, who is 3rd in the race and is now just still 1 lap off the lead. If a safety car were to come out now, Nick Tandy would get all of that lap back. As it is at the moment, he's still trying to stay just 1 lap down. If Adam Blair at the wheel of the 2nd of the Napa cars go back through, of course, Nick Tandy then goes 2 laps down again once more. So this is fantastic stuff, brilliant battling, still work to be done as they weave their way through the back markers. The number 46, rather battered Autotech car without its windscreen is the next of those that Chris Wetherell needs to deal with. And well, the Autotech car not really moving out of harm's way, and then Chris Wetherell almost having to take to the grass to try and carve his way through. But as I mentioned earlier on, when it's darkness and when you're racing, you simply don't know who's coming up behind you, so it does make it impossible for the car that is being caught to really know, is it the race leader that's coming up and get out the way, or is it somebody else? Now, Adam Blair there seemed to get an overlap on Nick Tandy, but not quite sufficient to want to draw himself back ahead of the third place car. So still the battles continue through the traffic. Of course, Chris Wetherell has now lost a chunk of time, I'm afraid to say, and his number 18 car with those 2 green stripes over the roof has just fallen away from the pair of blue and yellow cars that lie ahead. We've got less than 50 minutes of this race still remaining at this stage, and I think we've got still the vast majority of the 46 cars that started still circulating. Yes, we've lost a few along the way. I think we might have lost 4, possibly 5 cars along the way, maybe 6 at the very most, but we've certainly got 40 cars, I would say, still circulating as things stand out there, which means that yes, it's still very busy. You still have to pick your moment to try and work your way through and past the traffic. So once again, slightly tighter line taken by Adam Blair coming through Clearway's corner to see whether he can get a bit of an overlap on Nick Tandy. Mute point as to how much these 2 cars are going to fight, or are they just going to work with each other in reality, because they are both on the podium spots at this stage. Such a shame that this isn't a battle for the lead, but there's more traffic just up the road that they need to deal with, and it's a fairly colourful car is the next of those that they need to try and weave their way through and past. Nick Tandy, is this the opportunity? Utilise the back marker to try and get back ahead of Adam Blair? Or Adam Blair to try and get back ahead of Nick Tandy? No, can't quite do it. Yeah, very colourful car, isn't it? That one that's just turning its way out of Druids. Can't quite pick up the number of that one, but certainly very easy to spot with the pink lights down one side and the blue lights down the other, and also the white stripe right the way down the centre of it. Well, we'll fast be approaching 3/4 of an hour to go. Adam Blair leading the way, chasing around the third place car of Nick Tandy, who, as we say, has managed to get one of the 2 laps back that he needed to do. Nick, together with Lewis Selby and, of course, Elliot Mason, who he's partnered up with, were the winners of the 2019 IndyCar 500 here at Brands Hatch. IP Racing so far have never had a win in the IndyCar 500, so they've taken a few so far this year, a couple of wins so far for IP Racing, but they've never had a win in the Indy 500 here at Brands Hatch. In fact, I don't think they've ever had a podium in the Indy 500. They had a 4th place back in 2020. I think that is the best finish we've had for IP Racing here in the Indy 500. And whilst the squabbles still continue out on circuit, let's go down to Chris Dawes, who is in the IP Racing garage.
Yeah, well done. We've got the leaders of the race now, the 36, IP Racing. Adam Blair's out there at the moment. But I've got the first driver, Daniel Sylvester. Daniel, I mean, how are you feeling? The car just taken the lead.
Yeah, feeling excellent. Everyone in the team's feeling really good about what's happening. So yeah, I drove first and third. Really good stint when it started getting wet as well on the third stint, on the second stint. Yeah, we felt like we've had a few unlucky decisions. Well, not decisions, sorry, but there's been a few unlucky moments today. So to be in the lead now with 50 minutes left, feeling pretty good, yeah.
It's absolutely perfect timing, isn't it? I mean, I was just thinking, that means you got sort of stitched up with your stints in a way, didn't you? You had the opening stint where it was wet to slick to dry, and then the wet stint.
Yeah, it was all good fun either way. Yeah, I had some good times out there. I had some bad times as well, but everything's clear now, so...
yours was a prime example of something I've been saying on the commentary all day, is that things can go wrong, but you just have to, you know, wash it off, stay cool, and just work your way through, because anything can happen and you could be back at the pointy end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I did have contact with a couple of cars, but they got their redemption on me, so we're all fair now, everything's good. But yeah, I had a really good stint. Adam's absolutely flying out there now, so yeah, really good, excited. 45 minutes left.
Yeah, exactly. Give us a very quick insight before I throw back is that we say that this is such a fun thing to be in, and the spirits are great, but when you're at this point, you get a bit more competitive.
Well, absolutely, competitive from the start. I mean, the best thing for me is I've been driving with some legendary drivers today, and Nick Tandy, Patrick Watts, you know, for me that's brilliant, you know, that makes the day, but to be in first place, it makes it a bit better at the same time, eh?
It does, it does. Best of luck. So thank you to Daniel. Mark, back to you.
Thanks again, Chris, and you've managed to do it again, because as we go down there for the interview, all of a sudden the lead changes again. Chris Wetherill has put the car from Axiometrics back into the lead of the race again, or had done briefly as it is. Now it looks as though Adam Blair has managed to sneak back through again, so it was short-lived for Axiometrics, who briefly over the start-finish line had managed to take the lead of the race again. There was just 0.2 of a second between the pair of them, but Adam Blair has just managed to reassert himself back into the lead of the race once more. A good point made by the team there as well. There aren't many places that you can come and race as a novice racer and yet race against drivers that have competed in the British Touring Car Championship, the likes of Patrick Watts, or have raced at Le Mans and won, in the case of Nick Tandy. And that's what you can do in IndyCar, the 500 and the EnduroKA. You can race against people that are right at the very top of their game, or have been maybe a few years earlier. It's the same in the past. We had Rob Gravitt here racing in the past, former British Touring Car champion. So you can, it can be your first ever race, and you can find yourself on the grid with people that are racing either at international level or have raced at international level in the past, or maybe when I was out here for my first IndyCar 500, you got drivers not only having raced in the British Touring Car and Le Mans, we'd also got those who were racing in Porsche Carrera Cup GB and stuff like that. And there aren't many races or many series, I don't think, where you can really do that, and this is absolutely one of them. So 43 minutes of the race still to go, and it is Adam Blair that leads Chris Wetherill. So it's IP Racing versus Axiometrics as they carve their way through the traffic yet again. Carmelian, the number 39 car, is the next of those that they need to try and work their way through and past. And as they do that, looks as though Chris Wetherill this time and Axiometrics have a better run coming over the start-finish line. Are they going to have the momentum as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend? He almost draws himself alongside. The brake lights come on the Axiometrics car slightly earlier than they do on the IP Racing machine. So it is still Adam Blair that hangs on to the lead of the race. That is now 378 laps that have been completed. We are 91% into this race as well. So we are ticking away all of the time the laps that are being done. Remember, the record distance is 430 laps is the record distance that we have done, and I don't think we're quite going to get there. At the moment, the pace that we've had so far throughout the course of this race would leave us about 15 laps shy. We're going to end up with something like about 415 laps, maybe, subject to what happens in the next 40 minutes or so. Now, the one good thing is, because the race started bang on time, I don't think we're going to need to throw the checkered flag early. We have seen in the past you have to throw it maybe 2 or 3 minutes early because of the curfew that exists here at Brands Hatch at what will be 6:30, but I think we might just scrape all of the race in this year. It's going to be nip and tuck still, and that's, as I say, is when we have to switch off the circuit PA if you're here and listening, but the live stream if you're listening on that, we will be able to continue beyond the 6:30 curfew to bring you some interviews on the podium and do the full podium presentations as well. Through Druids and back down towards Graham Hill Bend goes our race leader Adam Blair, still having to work hard, still traffic to deal with all of the time. The next bit of traffic that he's going to meet, thankfully he will meet on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, but is he going to be able to get past it before he gets to the end of the Cooper Straight? I'm not convinced he will, actually, because it doesn't look as though it's a particularly slow car now as the next of those that he's going to try and weave his way through. So that allows Chris Wetherill in second place just to close up a little bit more. This is the closest fight that we've got out on circuit that's for position as well. There is another one that's down for what will be 11th and 12th position between M&D Racing and LDR Performance Tuning David Bywater. Those two cars are separated by 2.3 seconds as they squabble for position, whereas these two over the start-finish line are not only fighting for the lead of the race, but are just 0.2 of a second adrift as Chris Wetherill is going to launch one up the inside. His ear of Adam Blair can't quite sneak his way through at Paddock Hill Bend, so it's still just the number 36 IP Racing car of Adam Blair that hangs on to the place. And despite another quick nibble to see whether he could squeeze his way through into the lead of the race, it didn't quite work for Axiometrics. So Adam Blair hangs on to the lead of the race. 380 laps now are completed. Now, the traffic has been dealt with by those two, but as ever, as I mentioned earlier on, with 40 cars still circulating, such was the bumper entry. Not the biggest entry we've ever had. 47 was the biggest entry. We have 46 for this year, but we have got 40 cars still circulating, so there's always going to be work to do, and that will continue right the way towards the checkered flag. So it is Race Logic is the next of those cars that has been passed by Adam Blair. Through will go Chris Wetherill, which he will meet it in a straight line as they come over the start-finish line on the Brabham Straight. Lost a little bit of time on that lap, so the lead advantage opens up to 0.4 of a second. And again, having dealt with that little bit of traffic, guess what? More up the road to deal with yet again. Now for our race leader, that next little bit of traffic that he's going to meet, now that might be Carmel Racing, difficult to tell in this light now, but could be Touring Car, which would be the number 4 car. It might be the number 88, but it's yellow, and there's only a couple of those that are out on circuit at this stage, and neither of them are running right the way up through the order. Carmel Racing are in 31st position, and the number 88 car is running in 18th position at the moment. It's the number 4, I think, yes, so it's Touring Car that has had a couple of trips to the gravel throughout the course of this race that gets out of harm's way, allows the race leader to go through. Chris Wetherill is just going to have to wait until the Brabham Straight. Then it's Row Rage Racing is the next of those, the number 41 car that our race leader will need to try and thread his way through and past, coming over the start-finish line. Flash of the lights from Adam Blair to let the back marker knows what his intention is, and that intention is to sneak his way up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. A brief off at Clearways, but just managing to rejoin the circuit there was the number 44 car, which is Graves Motorsport. That's a car that's had a few problems throughout the course of the race, and that was Nicholas Taylor, who almost dropped it into the gravel there, but rather got away with the moment. That's the car that also had it off, I think was in the hands of Nicholas Taylor at that very point earlier on in the race, maybe an hour or so ago. So the lead of the race still not secured as yet, and I'm afraid that is one car that we've lost into the gravel trap, and that is K&F Racing that has gone into the gravel trap, and that is at Clearways Corner, where it's had a spin and plonked itself well and truly into the gravel. Now that means that car is not going to get a tow back to the pit lane. It might be towed out and towed back to the pit lane, but it won't be allowed to restart. So that will be them done for with 37 minutes to go, and that is also going to mean we're in for another safety car period here potentially. It's onto the grass. That was the race leader, wasn't it? Desperate to try and hang on to the lead of the race as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Adam Blair still leads the way at this stage. Still keep racing because the safety car boards are not out on track as yet. They will come out at some point, but race control have not issued that notification to the marshals yet and not switched the signs on around the circuit, so they're still racing hard at this stage. Now the safety car boards come out, so now they will have to back things off once more and slow the pace down. Safety car I don't think will catch them this time coming out of Graham Hill Bend. I think it will be out onto the circuit probably next time through. So no, it got them this time, so safety car instantly out to scoop them up. Now I thought it was K&N Racing that had gone into the gravel trap, but the suggestion is that the number 72 Adam Bonham Misty Racing car has gone missing somewhere out on track. But that looks like, yeah, that's number 21, isn't it? You can see the illuminated number, so it's definitely K&N Racing that have gone off. The car I thought it was to start with, but there's also an exclamation mark being shown along the side of car number 72. Now that's usually when the car hasn't come over the start-finish line and has gone missing somewhere, so that's the sign that's being shown alongside number 72 at the moment. Could be a transponder issue that has caused that, so a quick peek out of the windows to see whether I can see it. I'll try and keep an eye on what our camera crew are doing in terms of the pictures as well, who are doing a brilliant job on picking up these cars in darkness. No, I haven't seen car number 72 come through as yet. But as we say, it is just a case of trying to spot them as they come over the start-finish line. So whilst we're under safety car, let's go back downstairs to Chris, who's in their pit lane.
Yeah, I've dragged Tristan Judge out now from the 555 car, the Subaru car, that have done an amazing job. They're sat out there in 4th. Tristan, great to speak to you. I would have liked to have spoken to you while you're still on the podium.
Thanks for rubbing it in.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was brilliant. We had a moment there where we were P3, and we'd only just done our pit stop, and we knew that's it for the rest of the race. And then suddenly we're in P3, and we heard yes, and then there was some bad news that in P4, 20 seconds behind us, is a Le Mans winner.
Kind of in my head, I've got the Jaws music playing to that.
It felt like it. It was like we had that moment we had that joy for a short moment, and of course everyone's going to be 6 laps apart. No, we've got a Le Mans winner just behind us. It's not fair. And then a safety car came out, and that halved the gap, and that was And then he went and he just went and broke the race record as well, and things like that. It just wasn't on.
It was pretty impressive doing the fastest lap in the dark, wasn't it? Absolutely amazing. But I mean, let's be honest, it does highlight the fun of this race. I know you're gutted, but you're there sort of like loving the whole element of it.
We've done it brilliantly. Pete and I have done a few races over the years, lots of caterhams, and Pete's done all sorts of things. But Chris, who kicked us into doing this year, is a novice this year. He started off this year, and he's still got the cross on the back because we haven't worked out how to get rid of it, because he's done everything, and he's only half a second behind us, if that. So and most importantly, he's not in the wall, touch wood. So it's just been great fun. It's just been great fun, and we've pedalled it around. As we knew that qualifying was tight, and P23 we could do worse. We were all right with that, and if we had a clear run, which is touch wood what's happened, we'd be on a shout for the podium. So if you want to just go and say, add a new rule that says professional racing drivers are not allowed and have to be banned, or have a 3-lap penalty or something, now's the time.
Yeah, an extra penalty, that would be good. But that said, let's take it to the serious side, how cool is it? There's not many places that we then suddenly get to race against Le Mans winners.
Absolutely. Certainly don't in the Caterham racing. Well, I suppose actually, no, we have done on occasion. Yeah. You'll remember events where there's been some good name drivers, but yes, absolutely. It brings out the best. I've done a couple of C1 races, and there's always, there's Patrick Watts and some of the other drivers. I can't remember, some of the other names have been in there. It's been great fun. It's all great fun, and they know they've got a job on their hands, because a heck of a lot of these drivers here are very specialised with these cars, and they go very fast, and you've got to do well to be up there.
Well, and you guys really have, and just done it patiently, working yourself through. Congratulations for no matter where you finish, how well it's gone so far, and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Have you got a very hot cup of tea I can have?
No, yours has gone cold down there now, hasn't it?
Cheers, Chris.
Cheers, Tristan. So there you go, the 555 Subaru, probably my favourite car of the lot, where it's got that Subaru World Rally Car livery on it. It's going great. It's just fallen off of the podium, but it's right up there in 4th and going so well. Mark, back to you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so safety car still out there at the moment. It looks as though the GNF racing car has been extracted out of the gravel trap. But I think we're going to see the safety cars are going to peel its way into the pit lane this time through, and we can get the race back underway. No suggestion the safety car was coming in on our screens, but the lights have been extinguished on it, so we are going to get things back underway once more. So Adam Blair with a really good restart, actually, and Chris Wetherill at the wheel of the Axiometrics car, a little bit slower to get things underway. So as they come over the start-finish line, there's actually a second between the pair of them, which is as large as it's been for quite some time. We are fast approaching the final half an hour of this race as well, so we are, 7 hours and 50 minutes in to this race at this stage, and only a second separates first from second. We've got Nick Tandy sitting there in 3rd place. So important that he got that lap back, because we did get that safety car come out, which meant that he was then able to get himself all the way back round to the tail end of the queue. So he is now 1 lap off the lead of the race, and of course if he can work his way through the traffic and catch the front runners again, he could in half an hour stand a chance of getting himself back on the lead lap again. But I think that's a really, really, really tall order, so I don't think we're going to have a double win for the likes of Tandy and Selby and Elliot Mason and co. I think we are going to have a 4th different winner over the 4 years that we've had the IndyCar 500 here at Brands Hatch. So over the start-finish line, looks like Chris Wetherill has closed the gap though to the race leader. Yep, it's come down by 0.3 of a second that time through. So edging up back onto the coattails of the number 36 car. As far as we're aware, all of the cars are good to go. that they have got sufficient fuel in to get towards the end. There might be a few that maybe are slightly more marginal than others, but there's no obvious signs of anybody easing off at the moment, and certainly for the likes of IP Racing, Adam Blair and AC Metrics, Chris Wetherell, they can't afford to, because they are still pushing each other tooth and nail for the lead of this race. Remember, they have been the two most successful teams so far this year. They have run door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper for most of the 2022 EnduroKA Championship season. And now as they flip their way for the 389th time through the circuit and up towards the checkered flag, no, up towards the start-finish line, I should say. We are going to see, I think, Adam Blair under probably increasing pressure for the lead of the race, because he seemed to have a bit of a squirrely moment coming out of clearways there, and that is sufficient now to allow, with that little bit of lost speed, for Chris Wetherell to draw himself alongside. But he's on the outside line as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend. He'll try and turn in later and cut back on the exit, but I think Adam Blair gathered up what was a very small moment there. Now, we did see briefly a penalty coming up for car number 46. The team manager was asked to come towards race control. The penalty for car number 46, which was Autotech, was for the car exited the pit lane with a red light at the end of it. So those 2-lap penalties have now been applied, and that now means that Autotech, who've had a bit of a sorry day anyway, find themselves down in 37th position at the wheel of the number 46 car. That's the car that was upside down in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend earlier on in the day. And the driver behind the wheel of it now is William Sherwood, who must have driven out of the pit lane under red lights. And he was also the driver that was, I think, behind the wheel of the car when it went upside down into the gravel trap, if memory serves me correctly. So this is 390 laps now about to be completed. We should get to 400 fairly easily. We'll be hovering around about, as I say, 415 laps was what I think we might get to. With that extra safety car period that we've had, we might just fall slightly short of that, so we'll have to wait and see. I think we might be, hovering around maybe 414 laps now because of that safety car period. So, but that is still going to be the second largest distance that we've ever had in the EnduroKAs of the 4 years that it's been run. Say already the date's confirmed for 2023 as being the 28th and 29th of October. It's the first time we'll have had a race in October in EnduroKA. I think this is the latest we've ever had a race, so let's have a quick look. What's the date today? The 20th, is it today? The date? No, last year's was a day later. It's the 21st of November last year when we had it. But yeah, next year will be the earliest that we've ever had it now. For our race leader, Adam Blair, of course, that safety car now means that himself and Chris Wetherell have got clear track to accelerate into again. So those two cars can really press on for the lead of the race. And as things stand, looking through the times that were done last time through, quickest car out there at the moment is still car number 736, Lee Deegan. He's the only car that is lapping in the 1-minute 3s at the moment. So a 1-minute 3.781 from the 5th place number 736 car last time through. And this time through, it's a 1-minute 3.5. So Lee Deegan, quicker than anybody out there at the moment. The frustrating thing for him, I suppose, is that whilst he's in 5th position, he is a lap adrift of the car in 4th place and also has a lap in hand over the car behind him. So he's sort of in no man's land in that respect. You can have all the pace, but with 25, 26 minutes to go, you're never going to gain a position. But what you can be sure of is that Lee Deegan is going to keep pushing that car until the very, very end. That is absolutely for sure. The race leading pair just turning their way up towards the conclusion of yet another lap. So past the MSV building, out of Clearways and up towards Clark Curve. The car that is in 3rd position, Nick Tandy, is some way adrift of them because, of course, he got the lap back. But then when the safety car came out, it meant he was at the tail end of the train of everybody. The car that's in 3rd place has still got the fastest lap of the race. And at the time, I think the 1-minute 3.198 was Lewis Selby that was driving. I don't think... In fact, no, it was Lewis Selby. Nick Tandy has subsequently gone quicker, hasn't he, in nighttime conditions? Yeah, 1-minute 3.198 being the fastest lap of the race, which is set in the dark by Nick Tandy, which, if memory serves me correctly, that's exactly what he did in 2019, set the fastest lap of the race in darkness as well. So nose to tail, the leading pair still threading their way along the Cooper Straight. Adam Blair leading the way. Chris Wetherell with those 2 green stripes going over the roof of the car, sitting there in 2nd position. Charlie Budd has just set a quick lap as well at the wheel of the 6th place number 154 car. That's the Powerbell Motorsports pristine condition black and day glow yellow machine. 1 minute 3.350, the best lap that Charlie has done. That's also the best lap that that car has done in the race so far, regardless of who's been driving it. So 393 laps now completed. We are heading towards what will be the 400th lap. We are also heading towards, in total, 20,000 racing miles being done, because at the moment we are on 19,600, nearly 19,700 racing miles have been done. So we're nearly knocking on the door of 20,000 miles have been completed in total by every single competitor over the course of just this race. Of course, qualifying yesterday would add to that tally as well. So through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, Napa Racing, Napa-backed rather, IP Racing, Adam Blair still leading the way. The lead advantage was still just 0.2 of a second as they came over the start-finish line last time through. And this time through, they are still absolutely together as they thread their way out of Surtees and McLaren, through Clearways and on towards Clark Curve. 24 minutes remaining, still nothing to choose between the leading pair. It's still the best battle that we've got out there for position as well. There's another good battle that is beginning to form as well that might be worth keeping an eye on, and that will be for 8th and 9th place, and that is number 5, the silver car in the hands of Chris Reed, getting caught by the black and the Dayglow green car from Shine Automotive in the hands of what will be, thank you very much, in the hands of car number 180, who will be driving that one at the moment. It will be Chris Pryor that is driving that one. New fastest lap of the race has just come in. Joe Ferguson has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 2.993 for the car that's 7th overall in the race. That's car number 734. That's the car with the pink bonnet. Not that you can probably see it in this one, but it's got the normal headlamps, but it's got the single big spot lamp all the way across the front of the bonnet. So that has just now set what is the fastest lap of the race that we have seen so far, as the lead battle again comes over the start-finish line. And this time, as they come through, they are going to complete what will be lap number 395 this time through. The lead advantage, I think, has just grown a shade that lap. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's gone out by half a second almost that time through, 0.4 of a second at least. So it's up to 0.6 of a second in first to second position. So another lap completed by the leading pair. Squabbles further back we'll keep an eye on, which do include the fact that Chris Pryor has now caught the number 5 car in the hands of Chris Reed, and I think Chris Reed that time through responded to the fact that he'd got caught from the car behind and had sped back up again, so the gap that was down to 0.4 of a second has opened up to nearly 2 seconds again that time through, so that must have been traffic related as well, one would have thought. So 22 minutes remaining of this race. Next few cars that come over the start-finish line are going to bring us ever closer towards that 20,000 racing mile target. The number 22 car moves out of harm's way to allow the race leaders to go through. So that's AKF Racing, Tim Parsons, Nick Berg, Natalie Knowles and Nick Creed sharing that car. It's Nick Creed that's behind the wheel of it. Doesn't want to get involved in this brilliant battle for the lead of the race, which is still absolutely together. And that time through, Axiometric's Chris Wetherill set the best lap that he has done in the race so far, and the best lap that the car has done in the race so far. It's still about 0.4 second of the new fastest lap we had a few laps ago from Joe Ferguson, but conditions clearly conducive to quick lap times out there at the moment. We thought that we were going to end up with a damp track, but whilst it's chilly out there, it's clearly dry enough at the moment that the Toyo tyres are still working beautifully well. Now this is lap number 397 that we are now on again, nose to tail in towards the braking area for McLaren and Clearways corner. Still IP Racing's Adam Blair leading the way at this stage. Still Chris Wetherill sitting with him. Now we have got certainly this fantastic fight just sitting there, brewing away. Adam Blair has driven faultlessly so far. There's been no real opportunity for Chris Wetherill to retake the lead of the race for the last few laps, but he's having a nibble this time as they head up towards the braking area for Druids. Nose to tail for the lead. Still the fights go on, and we are now at 19,900 racing miles completed so far.
Absolutely mind-blowing, isn't it? It's and you have to say, down there, you wander around up and down that paddock, everybody's in the garages, glued to the screens, a mixture of the stream and the timing, and the interest is right there all the way through to the end. And
doesn't wane, does it? No,
it doesn't.
No.
It genuinely doesn't. And the excitement, I was getting lynched because we were suddenly speaking when there was changes. The teams were going, right, Doors, get out. Then it changed again. They went, Doors, come back. It was always whatever they wanted. Lawrence Davies down there in good spirits, winding everyone up. He was on the radio to his driver saying, I want another 4 seconds out of you. And then he went, he's not replying. He's not replying.
It's that, you know, they do take it serious, but it's also light-hearted at the same time, and that's why I do like this series. I've enjoyed commentating on it from the very first ever race that they had at Donington Park when I was in the pit lane for that weekend. I enjoyed my first ever race in it, which was here in 2019, and even in 2020 and 2021 when I was spinning both plates, so I was commentating on the race. I was heading down to do my qualifying session in the car and come back up to commentate on all the rest of the support races, and the same on the Sunday. Commentate on the race, go down, do your 2-hour stint in the car, straight back up and into the commentary box. I've enjoyed all of them.
Yeah, it is mad. And how incredible is this, that we're sat there with the lead 2 cars absolutely glued together there after 8 hours and 1 minute of racing already.
I'm not surprised. I'm genuinely not surprised, because this is what continually happens in EnduroKA. You look across the course of this season. Last time out, we're at Alton Park, 5-hour race, 2.5 seconds separated first from second. OK, Snetterton, the longer 9-hour race, there was a full lap, and even at Anglesey, the 24-hour race, there were a couple of laps. At Cadwell Park, there was a full lap between them, but we opened the season at Donington Park, and again, seconds separating first from second. We have had some really close racing over the years in EnduroKA. And as all of the drivers have said, you know, it's good fun. It puts a smile on your face. You get to race alongside some very, very good drivers. And when you look at even those very, very good drivers, you know, the likes of British touring car drivers, the likes of Le Mans winners, as I said earlier on today, and I'll keep alluding to it, they still struggle to keep with the pace of some of the more experienced KA drivers, just going to show how competitive it is.
Although it's funny, not only the interview with Tristan Judge from the 555 car there, is that even speaking off air, he was like going, it's just not fair, it's not fair, they should have another penalty. Obviously doing it still light-hearted, but he was definitely saying it. And because it was incredibly close, but the fact that all of a sudden, as we all just got another little look towards the lead, is looking towards the outside goes the number 18, not possible there, but when it counted, he was able to suddenly pull something extra out of the bag, and yet he's still not the quickest. I mean, that 102 by Ferguson is incredible.
And I think one of the reasons that we'll keep an eye on what's going on for the lead of the race as they go nose to tail through there, but we'll certainly chop away from what I'm about to say if things get even tighter. I don't think there are many sports that you can be a total novice, which some of these drivers are on the grid. A lot break there from Chris Wetherall, will just lose a bit of time coming out of Graham Hill Bend, where you're a total novice and you can go and ply your sport that you love on a circuit that has had Grand Prix, that has had the top level of motorsport. So it could be Donington, it could be Brands Hatch, it could be Silverstone. Name me another sport where, as a novice, as an amateur football player, you can go and play at Wembley or Old Trafford or the equivalent. You can't do it if it's football. But also, can you go and play at Wembley and Old Trafford when you're playing against some of the top level football players? No, you can't.
See if you could mention any of the names there.
I'll only have Arsenal players to mind.
Mr. Gubbins, was that his name?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But you can't do it. You can't do it as an amateur football player. You can't go and play at Wembley against the best players in the world.
Absolutely.
When it comes to motor racing, you can, and this is that. This is exactly that.
Yeah, no, and he did agree to that when we put that to him, and he does love that one. And he was also saying his teammate that a complete novice, and he's only like half a second off of Tristan Judge and his teammate. It just goes to show that you can bring those novices through fairly quickly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So we've got now 16 minutes of this race still to go. Adam Blair still leading the way by just 3/4 of a second from Chris Wetherall, who seems to have taken a little bit of a breather over the course of the last lap. We are now about to chalk lap number 402 into the book, and we have now surpassed 20,000 racing miles.
Fabulous. I mean, that gap there with Chris Wetherall just dropping back, that was that tiny little mistake that you spotted that he made, and it just scrubbed off all that momentum, and it's just lost him. And then you get the double whammy that, of course, suddenly Adam Blair doesn't need to pay any attention to his mirrors anymore, doesn't need to think about defending. He's able to take the fastest race in line, and that will then just stretch him a little bit further away again. He's managed to put a back marker between himself and the chasing Chris Wetherall in the number 18, and it just makes sense. Get those back markers in between to just enable him to eke further ahead, stretch his legs a little bit each lap, and then he's just relieving that pressure. Is he going to get that over a second this time round?
Well, we'll wait and see as to whether he can just open the advantage that little bit more. We've got traffic that they're going to have to try and work their way through, so it's going to be a busy part of the lap for them. Once they've got past this next batch of traffic, things get slightly easier for them. So over the start-finish line will come our race leader, and where is he going to get past the final couple of back markers? He's going to have at least one of them on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend, so dives very decisively up the inside, does Adam Blair. The lead advantage does stretch, and it stretches by another 0.6 of a second that time through, so it's now up to 1.5 seconds from first to second place. So Adam Blair appears to be dealing with the traffic at this stage of the race more efficiently than Chris Wetherall can do. It's just meeting in the wrong place, I think, Chris, more than anything.
Yeah, and I mean, you see that Adams was being very sensible there as he was heading his way back up towards the hairpin. Not only is he flashing his lights to make sure that the car in front knows I'm a quicker car, and the closing at a quicker speed. You were saying that that is someone of a higher position, but he also indicates to tell him which side of the circuit he's going to be going to. So up there he went, he indicated towards the right, flashed his lights, made it clear that he was going to go towards the inside so that the car that was being lapped knew to just stay to the left-hand side. He's getting through without any real delays, is he?
He is, yeah. He's just meeting the right traffic in the right place. He's dealing with it more efficiently. He's, I think, just flashing his lights, letting the traffic know that he is on his way. And that's another thing that I've done in the past as well. And you can get away with it as well. You flash your lights no matter who it is. You know, if it's a car you're fighting for position with in the races, I know who it is. I'll flash my lights. They think it's a quicker car, and they get out of the way. You can gain a place or two sometimes, even though you're not the race leader. You just pretend that you are in reality. So we are now 13 minutes away from the checkered flag. Whoever's doing the podium will be signing off on our stream. So are you going to go and do the podiums and then sign it off when we get there, so I can run through all the results? And off, and I'm afraid, oh dear, it's the number 64 car for Autotech Sports. That's the car that had problems earlier on, did it not, where the radiator went? Well, this time it's gone off into the gravel trap, and looking at the steam that's coming from the front, do you think that might be another rad that's gone on the car?
It's not looking good, is it? But I thought for a second it'd roll, but that was earlier damage, wasn't it? So it's just off of the circuit. There's going to be another safety car, which is bad news because Blair had got that over a second, the margin for the lead. It's gone.
It will be, yeah. The lights are on the safety car, and it is already positioning itself ready to head out onto circuit to pick up our race leader. A race leader is just heading up towards Druids at the moment. I think there's about another 3 cars maybe to come past the safety car before the race leader will get picked up. So Adam Blair just turning his way out of Druids and descending downhill in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. There is our BMW safety car ready to scoop up the race leader once more. So through goes the last of the slower cars, and in fact that time through, now I think what they've done is they're going to do one further lap before the safety car comes out, because I think the race leader has already snuck through, has it not?
Yeah,
yes.
I think so.
Yeah, so it'll be another lap before the safety car comes out to join the queue.
Yeah, it's tricky. It was in the middle of a whole group of
it was,
there,
yeah, not easy to pick out, no.
Yeah, that car, although I think the leader is at the head of that gaggle, so it was probably just a little bit unfortunate because you can just tell from the yellow hue on the bar light across the bonnet, across the line he comes, so he's going to be at the front. Of course, it's now going to be at a reduced pace because the safety car boards are out. The car might not be in front of them, but the safety car boards are definitely out, so they'll just reduce that pace. When they get onto the Cooper Straight, the safety car will be able to greet them. There's only one car that's a fair bit ahead of them that they'll be able to let go with the blue lights along the pillar. As soon as that gets past, then the safety car will make its way onto the circuit, I'm sure.
Yep, so we'll wait and see, of course, because, again, as we've seen with the likes of K and F Racing, who also deposited their car into the gravel trap within the last hour of the race, the same fate will fall in the direction of the number 64 Autotech car. So with 10 minutes to go, they're in the gravel. They'll get towed out, of course, because we need to make sure that the circuit is safe, but they won't be allowed to head back out onto circuit. So
heartbreaking.
It is, yep.
With 10.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, Luca Stacchini is unfortunately the driver of that car. They were running inside the top 20, weren't they? So they've now dropped to something like 23rd position. Well, we're running just outside of the top 20, let's say. They've now dropped to 23rd position, but they will tumble down through the order as everybody in the final 10 minutes clocks up some laps. But how many more racing laps we're going to get is a bit of a moot point, because it shouldn't take long to clear the car, Chris. But by the time we've got the car out of harm's way and the safety car back in, what we're going to get, 6-7 minutes of racing? Yeah, which, you know, what's that going to give us? 4 or 5 laps probably, but the front two are going to be absolutely glued together. I haven't clocked whether they are absolutely line astern at the moment. We'll see when they come through. Whether there's a back marker between the pair of them or not. I think they are, you know. Let's have a look. We haven't as yet got the... no, there's a back marker between the pair of them. Yeah. And that looks like, I'm just having a quick look, that it's a very coloured roof to it. But if it's green on one side and pink on the other, which it is, that's going to be the number 1 car. So that will be, oh, crumbs, what's it called now? Can't remember. I've only been at this for 8 hours. Burton Power Racing. Burton Power Racing will be the second car that is in the queue, and that's a car that has, again, had a rather troubled day, to say the least, of Burton Power. Yes, because it's not, you can't see it so much now, really, can you? But it's not the prettiest front end on that number 1 car anymore, is it? No, it's a rather crunched corner. But it does have very pretty lights. I do like that. I do like that. Yes, I do like that. Although I've just noticed it's one of those unfair ones, is that it's one colour on one side and another on the other. Yeah, it's green on one side, pink on the other, and it's white down the centre. Yes. So, thanks, guys. And it's the white bit that you can see that is very clear on the roof of that car. So lights are still on the safety car. We can see that the recovery crew are on the scene, ready to ensure that the stricken Luca Stacchini Autotech Motorsport number 64 car is moved out of harm's way. 8.5 minutes remain on the clock. What we don't want is to end behind safety car. That would be such an anticlimax, really, for what we are expecting to be a brilliant, brilliant battle. We don't want to finish behind safety car. So our marshals and officials and race control officials won't want that either. So they'll be trying to clear this incident as quickly as they can. Thankfully, I don't think there's any damage to the 64 car. It's just plopped itself in the gravel trap. So hopefully a quick shove by some marshals, or a quick hitch it up with the tow rope and get it out of harm's way, drag it into the centre of the circuit, into pit lane, and then I think, yeah, we might get, maybe now that we've got this extra lap behind the safety car, we might be down to what, maybe 7 minutes? No, we're down to 8 minutes now, so we might be down to sort of 4 or 5 minutes potentially of racing. Yeah, it's not going to be a lot, is it? It's going to be a quick sprint, a quick dash towards the finish, but I'm sure they'll allow them to have that, even if it's just 1 or 2 laps, give them that full pace finish, which I know we want, don't we, Mark? Let's be honest. Absolutely, yeah. I want to see this to be the closest ever finish we've had in an EnduroKA Indy 500 race, and I think we're probably going to be there anyway, because we've seen for the last, hour really, Axiometrics, Chris Wetherall and Adam Blair just so evenly matched, nothing to choose between them. So the telehandler is just in the process of attaching the strops to the front of the number 64 car. With 7 minutes remaining, we're now going to get that car that was in the gravel trap moved out of harm's way, but I think it might take another lap or so for that to fully take place. So again, as I say, you know what we're going to get. We might get, it might only be 2 or 3 racing laps that we can get done. It's going to be nip and tuck as to exactly how many we can get, but I do hope, as we say, we don't finish up behind safety car at the end of this race, because that would be such a shame. So we feel that, but the 36 car probably doesn't. No, Adam Blair will be quite happy for that to happen. That would be the best possible end to the race for him. No, he'll want to keep racing to the end. He'll want to keep racing to the end. He had subject to the outcome. He felt as though he'd had a tough day yesterday, and today is probably the right medicine to put him mentally in the right place compared to what he was yesterday. Yeah, agreed, absolutely, and the team are down there absolutely glued to it, really ready to go. Right, the good news is that car has been hoiked out of the gravel. It's been dragged across towards the pit in, and we're not going to be getting the racing underway this time, but
we might be lucky that just one more lap behind the safety car, he says, hopefully.
Yeah, they're not quite going to get the course vehicles cleared of the circuit in time, so the telehandler is just almost at pit lane entry, but the course car is already at clearways and heading round towards pit lane entry, so we're not quite going to do it. There'll be one further lap behind the safety car. The safety car will speed up over the course of this lap, so the last lap and the last few laps that the safety car have done have been around 2 minutes to do a lap, but now that they've heard from race control that the course is clear, the instruction will be given, right, you're in this lap, crack on, speed up a little bit, and then as he comes over the start-finish line now, there are 5.5 minutes to go, and that lap behind the safety car only took 1.5 minutes. So,
as did the last one, to be fair. So yeah, the last two consecutive, they've given it their all, aren't they?
4 racing laps, do you think?
I don't think it's going to be quite that, because we're talking over a minute per lap anyway, aren't we?
Yeah.
So it's going to probably be 3, I reckon.
Yeah.
Which is enough.
It's enough
to get a race underway.
It is absolutely enough, and let's wait and see. All bets are off then. Axiometrics second. We've had 2 race wins so far this year. IP Racing are leading the way. They've had 2 race wins so far this year. Who is going to come out on top in the IndyCar 500, or might the unthinkable happen and they trip over each other? We just won't know.
This is where the unfortunate thing with a back marker sat in there is that our race leader, he's gone now, hasn't he? And of course, the frustrated Wetherell's just got to sit there waiting as our race leader disappears off. I'm sure that the Burton Power car is there going, oh, I didn't really want to be in this position. Just being caught napping a little bit as our race leader scampers off into the distance. And it does mean that the gap is going to be quite significant already. Now the 18 car can go.
Yeah, so that's Stephen Gilbert that was behind the wheel of the Burton Power car. He'll have been pedalling as quickly as he possibly could, but of course Chris Wetherell did the right thing. He did not overtake until they got to the control line, so there are now 2.3 seconds between Adam Blair and the IP Racing number 36 car and the Axiometrics car of Chris Wetherell, who sits there in second place. So they work their way out of Druids for the 412th time down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill. Ben, Chris Wetherell will be driving the wheels off this thing to do anything that he can to try and close the deficit that exists between himself and Adam Blair. But the flip side of that is Adam Blair will know that that back marker car that sat there between himself and Chris Wetherell was exactly what he needed to gain the advantage. So he's going to be pushing as hard as he can for the win.
Yeah, it's a real shame, isn't it, in reality, because you look and that Burton Power car is, only because of the issues it's had, it's the last running car at the moment, and it would be going, oh, couldn't you have come into the pits? It's like, well, why? It's trying to complete as many laps as it can.
I know.
It's got every right to be there.
You look at Formula One, you don't necessarily have to obey the rules. You can make it up as you go along and change the ultimate result, as happened last year at Yas Marina. Anyway, we'll move on. Adam Blair leads the way at 2.3 seconds to go. 2.3 seconds between the pair of them with 3 minutes to go.
It is. So we're down to the last couple of laps, and that margin is bigger than it was before we went to that safety car period. So although you might have thought that Adam Blair was there going, oh, that's it, it's a nightmare, it's brought him right in, but by doing the right thing on that restart, just getting himself cleared up down the distance, just backed off enough to allow the safety car to go, so that by the time he got floored, he'd be at full chat, but the safety car would have disappeared into the pit lane by the time it got to that safety car line.
That'd be enormously frustrating. We've got, 8 minutes before the curfew, so in 8 minutes' time we'll be stopping the circuit PA and we'll just be continuing on the stream. So apologise if the circuit PA gets cut mid-sentence, because we'll still continue to talk. We won't know at which point Trevor flicks the switch over there, but we are well aware that if you're here at the circuit, we might get cut off mid-sentence. So over the start-finish line, 2 minutes to go. Adam Blair leads the way by 1.8 seconds now from Chris Wetherell, who is back in the 1:03. So Chris Wetherell is pushing. He has not as yet given up in this race.
No, we look as they head up towards Druids, towards us. The bright lights, the yellow hue on that middle bar tells us the race leader. There's the 18 with the green roof bars lights. So we can tell the difference between the cars from the distance, plunging back down the hill. Oh, we've obviously had a bit of a moment there, or there was a car going steady coming out of clearways, but thankfully it hasn't stopped, so they're able to keep going, as is the race for the lead.
Yeah, so the race for the lead will be working its way through clearways at the moment. There is Adam Blair through clearways up towards McLaren. Up from Surtees up towards McLaren and on towards clearways. Still continuing to lead the way. Chris Wetherill looks as though he might have brought the gap down a shade more even on this lap. So I think he's not leaving much on the table, is Chris Wetherill. And this time as they come over the start-finish line, they will be heading on to their final lap of the race. 8 hours and 20 minutes to go over the start. 8 hours and 20 minutes gone over the start-finish line, and they go with just 1.4 seconds remaining. And Mr. Parkin looks rather excited. They're bouncing up and down in the garage.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? And it is very, very close down to that. What do we get? It's less than a second and a half. But it's still enough for Adam Blair to just keep it metronomic, just keep it going. He doesn't need to blaze a trail now. You just keep it there, because even if the Wetherill car closes, and it's still closing all the way down towards Graham Hill Bend, onto the Cooper Straight the pair go, he's certainly getting closer, but it's not going to be quite close enough, surely, as they go towards the left-hander of Surtees for the final time.
Yep, so up towards the left-hander at Surtees for the final time. It looks as though IP Racing have just about done enough. They missed out on pole position by 1/10 of a second, and having started from the outside of the front row of the grid, the pairing of Scott Parkin, Daniel Sylvester and Adam Blair are going to come through to win the 4th ever IndyCar 500 race here at Brands Hatch. It's a win for IP Racing. They come through to grab the win in what is the closest ever finish we've had, just over half a second, 0.590 of a second from Axiometrics, who finish in second place with Chris Wetherill, Dominic Jackson and Chris Duval having done all of the hard work. And then we wait the arrival of the 3rd place car to come through, a former winner at Napa Racing UK when it was badged as JTR a few years ago, but they will come through and finish in 3rd place. Elliot Mason, Lewis Selby and Nick Tandy back on the podium here at Brands Hatch. 4th place goes the way of 555 Subaru Racing. 5th place was 736, which was Ferguson Motorsport, and completing the top 6 is number 154 Powerbell Motorsport, pristine condition, and Charlie Budd. But IP Racing look very happy there in their garage. You can see they've got the heater on. They're looking rather chilly, to say the least. But there we go, bouncing up and down, looking very pleased with what was a hard fought race from them. And hats off to everybody as well. Hats off to every single competitor that jumped behind the wheel of one of these EnduroKAs. They have provided us some brilliant racing over the course of the last 8 hours and 20 minutes. And we also ought to say a huge amount of thanks to the Orange Army as well. They have given their all for our motorsport in 2022. They do it all because of the love for the sport that they have, giving up their free time so that we can enjoy motorsport and keeping all of the drivers safe out there as well. So to all of the officials, to all of the organisers, to all of the rescue crews and the medical crews and the breakdown crews and everybody that's involved, not just here at Brands Hatch for this weekend, but week in, week out, up and down the country, whether it be car racing, rallying, karting, it doesn't matter. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts to every single marshal official that has been involved in motorsport throughout the course of this year. So the cars are making their way in towards the paddock area and the pit lane area. I think some of the cars are being ushered in towards Parc Fermé, so there might be a slight delay before we can get towards the podium. In fact, they're all being shoved in towards Parc Fermé is the information that I'm receiving, so it will be a while before the drivers then head down towards the podium to chat to Chris Dawes, who will be conducting the podium celebrations. But before all of that, we have got probably a fairly large set of results to try and get through for you as well. If you're here at the circuit, then we are just 3 minutes away from curfew, so we will say thank you to everybody at the circuit. Safe journey home if you are travelling home here at Brands Hatch. And remember, keep your eye on the circuit website, brandshatch.co.uk, for all of the information regarding the very busy calendar we've got in 2023 here at Brands Hatch. But just to confirm the results for you, we should just be able to work our way through the results. IP Racing claimed the win by just 0.6 of a second in the end from Axiometrics, and then in 3rd place it was Napa Racing. Subaru were there in 4th, head of Ferguson Motorsport, with Powerbell Motorsports completing the top 6. Ferguson Motorsport's 2nd car comes through in 7th place, with Shine Automotive in 8th, and then it was Wolf Motorsport and Three Amigos, who had a great run from 30th at one point to complete the top 10. In 11th position, it was M&D Racing with LDR Performance Racing and Performance Tuning there. Number 49 car to come through in 12th place. Climactic were 13th, head of Wolf Motorsport, and KPR who wrapped up the top 15. It was DKMS and LDR Performance who were there in 16th, head of Carmel Racing, and the number 172 Misty Racing car was 18th, head of Race Logic, and last year's winners, GM Performance, who completed the top 20. Just outside of the top 20 in 21st position was TTL Racing, ahead of Row Rage Racing, who were 27th, and then it was 22nd, and then it was Semprini Racing from Wingat Racing and Castrol Racing. In 26th place, it was another one of the LDR Performance tuning cars, ahead of MSVT Racing, who finished in 27th place. Autotech were 28th, head of Touring Car, and Purple Sector Racing, who completed the top 30. In 31st place was Chameleon with turn 7 in 32nd, then it was K&F, Covershaw, and then from there on, we saw the cars that were certainly having several problems out there. VPEX with their issues, the role for Auto Technic Motorsport, who never gave up, so hats off to them. In 37th place were Misty Racing, out of AFK, Graves Motorsport and Semprini Juniors. And once you get down to the last few cars, all of those cars outside of the top 40 would all have been cars that had problems and retired from the race, and that includes Burton Power, who did actually take the checkered flag, but they were way down. Octane Junkies, we know of their problems. IP Racing, Hard and Enthusiastic, Mauricio Motorsport suffered head gasket failure, and K&M accident damage put them out very early on indeed. So that's the results of our final IndyCar in 500 race here at Brands Hatch, the last round of the EnduroKA. From everybody here that's at the circuit, we will say goodbye to you now. Thank you for joining us. But for everybody that's watching on the stream, continue to watch, continue to listen, because we will be bringing you some reaction from the podium and our drivers who will be heading up there very shortly. And of course, that will include the driver pairings from all of those that were in the top 3. So for IP Racing, we will see Scott Parkin, Adam Blair and Daniel Sylvester head onto the podium. For the number 18 car of Axiometrics, we'll see Chris Wetherill, Dominic Jackson and Chris Duvel head to the podium. And for the car that finished in 3rd position, Elliot Mason, Lewis Selby and Nick Tandy will also make their way towards the podium. And that will happen very shortly. So all of the cars that were brought in towards Parc Fermé have now had their drivers extracted from them. The cars will remain there for all of the requisite technical checks that just need doing after what was a brilliant 500-minute race. 8 hours and 20 minutes of racing here at Brands Hatch. We can see the teams and the crews are walking their way down from the Parc Fermé area, which is right the way at pit lane entry here at Brands Hatch, whereas the podium is at pit lane exit end. So everybody's having to trundle their way all the way down towards the very bottom of the pit lane. And as I look out at the commentary box windows and from the pictures that we can see as well down below us, I can see that, yeah, the drivers are making their way down towards the podium. And it will be the Grand Prix podium that is utilised here at Brands Hatch. So the drivers will make their way through the inner workings of the Brands Hatch building and be introduced by Chris Dawes out onto the podium. And in traditional fashion, as has been the case for each running of the IndyCar 500 races, we have it here at Brands Hatch, and following the tradition of what is the main true Indy 500 out in America, they will be drinking some milk that's there on the podium. You see the bottles of milk are ready for them, as well as some fine-looking trophies as well. And that's a nice little touch that was introduced by Brands Hatch when they first ran this race. It was very clever thinking from the Brands Hatch marketing team to, yes, not only because it's called, it is a Ford KA, but it's also pronounced car as well, and it's on the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch, and it's a 500-minute race, to call it the IndyCar 500, and the fact that they have also followed that little tradition as you would get out there at Indianapolis at the Brickyard, and having the winners not only with their trophies, but no champagne, just pints of milk for them to drink. And it's great to see. It is great to see. And it sort of sums up that sort of, you know, light-hearted approach that you have. Yes, it's very serious, but the light-hearted approach that we have got with the EnduroKAs. So I think a few more of the drivers wandering their way down towards Parc Fermé. It'll just take them a while to present themselves up onto the podium. Hopefully our cameraman Jonathan, who's up there on the roof as well, is going to be able to zoom in sufficiently to pick up what's going on the podium as well. Or maybe we might get the RF camera down on the pit wall. I'm not quite sure how we're going to work out which shots will best allow us to show what's going on for the podium. But just because the race has finished, the hard work doesn't finish for the teams. They'll be preparing for next year. And preparing for a podium is Chris Dawes.
Well, now I'm out here up on the podium, and these are well deserved. The atmosphere back there in the holding room is absolutely electric. I need to, before we get the top three out, is we're going to not present it here, but I can announce that the winner of the Dagenham Dustbin is the 555 car of Subaru Racing. Absolutely deserved. They had a wonderful job. They were on the podium for a while. They finished in fourth, so they've got themselves that particular Dagenham Dustbin. I'm going to make sure that everybody is ready. Right. And I'm going to sort of like have to be careful here, because I'm going to need to shout so that the guys here actually hear me, as well as it being on the TV side. So in third position, you ready, gents? Here we go. In third position, it's the 128 Napa Racing, Elliot Mason, Lewis Selby, Nick Tandy. Well done. That's it. Careful of the milk bottles, guys. They are engraved with 3, 2 and 1 on them as well. Of course it has to be milk, doesn't it? It's the IndyCar 500. In second position, it's the number 18 Axiometrics, Chris Wetherall, Dom Jackson and Chris Dovell. Well done, gents. Up you get, up onto the second step. Careful of that milk. Well done, guys. There's not much room for you, is there, now, with the milk there as well, guys? But the victors there for the 2022 version of the IndyCar 500, it's the number 36 IP Racing, Scott Parkin, Adam Blair, Daniel Sylvester. Well done, gents. Up you get, up onto the top step. Well done. Up you get, go on. Watch the milk, get yourself up there. And you'd. So up they go on this floodlit podium. Smile to the cameraman down there, guys. Look forward, smile for the cameras down there. They need the still photos as well as the stream that we've obviously got up here. What a motley crew for the 2022 IndyCar 500. Absolutely wonderful bunch there. Everybody posing with their trophies. They can't look because they're getting blinded. I'm going to dive in now and I'm going to grab a few words. Adam, you brought that home at the end there. I mean, what an incredible race.
It was an incredible race. It was probably one of the most stressful drives of my life, I would say. We had to bring it back from a lap down, which was really unfortunate because I thought we could easily have got out in front of the safety car, which would have meant we were in the lead. So, but it was a massive challenge, and every time we got a safety car, we just had less and less cars between us and Axia. And then I had a little play with Nick. I actually decided to let him through because I couldn't get past Chris. They had a tiny bit, little bit more straight line speed than us, so I just couldn't quite get close enough to do a move. So I thought I'd let Nick have a go because he looked like he had less to lose, and it worked perfectly. Nick got through to unlap himself, and then I basically followed through. And then it was just a question of keeping Chris behind, which was really, really difficult. And then we kind of got a really good start off the last 2 safety cars, and that's what really won it for us.
Wow, it was a great job. Scott, I haven't even spoken to you on a mic today. Congratulations. You were in there trying to cool, calm and collected, but and telling me off every time I did interviews.
Yeah, I didn't do cool, calm and collected in the car, though. I nearly crashed it a couple of times. So, yeah, I think Adam might not have had as big a fight if I'd have done the job properly, but supposed to be consistent, and I was inconsistent. But, yeah, it happens. We've got the results, so we can forget about all that. And I'm hoping I can delete the footage before anybody gets hold of it as well.
No, you're not going to get that deleted. Everybody wants to know. I mean, Daniel, we did speak to you earlier when it was there, and you were playing it cool, but that was a tense close.
Yeah, it was tough at the end. It was exciting. I mean, I've done this 3 times now, 3rd time. Previous twice, come second to these 2. So, it's good to get the win on the last day. But,
well, congratulations, guys. Great win. Chris, the safety car we thought was going to play to your advantage, but in the end it didn't, but you were still closing at the end.
Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, to be fair, I said to Adam, when he came around me for the lead, fair play, it was a real ballsy move, and I have to take my hat off to him. But then we just had a great battle at the end. I mean, so close together, nothing in it. Last safety car, he just got the jump with one more person behind us, and that was the end of it. But fair play. It's been great. I think all season long it's been us 2 nip and tuck with each other. So I think fitting to be 0.59. Just shame I was the other side of that one, if only. So we just need to weight penalise him to get the weights equal, I think.
I mean, Dom, you said it when I interviewed you, is that you knew it was going to be the 2 of you again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been that all season, apart from the first race, when we it was our first race as well. We were leading, then a wheel fell off, then we ran out of fuel. So yeah, but no, since all season it's been really competitive, and it's been great. Good hard racing. Fair, but we this time round we're on the wrong end. But do you know what? We've been really enjoying it. Really good fun.
Well, you're quietly stood there in the background, but there was nothing quiet. And when you were out on track,
no, it was a great stint. But safety cars helped us, I think, early on in the race, and then hindered us towards the end. And that's the rough and smooth of it. Congratulations to these guys. Great race as always. Half a second after 8 hours 20 minutes. It's not bad, is it?
It's all right. It's all right. We enjoyed that. And in 3rd place, who have we got? I can't even see now. Right, so we've got Elliot. Yes. That's you, Elliot. Come round here so that you're in the light, so that the cameras can catch you from down there. I mean, you are putting in some absolute belters in your stint there.
Well, it didn't feel like it in the car, to be honest, because with the rain and stuff like that, it was, it felt slow and greasy and but I suppose everything's relative, and you don't know what everyone else is up to at the time. So, true. But yeah, it was okay, hopefully.
And I guess it's like, in all honesty, the different penalties that you had during the course of that race, to be stood on the podium is one heck of an achievement.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with the result. But yeah, 2-lap penalty and then a mechanical failure as well.
It was a lot of bad luck, but you did well. Congratulations. And of course, we've got, before I go to Nick Tandy, because I have spoken to him as well, Lewis, congratulations. I mean, it just had literally everything for you guys, I think, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race, very enjoyable. Shame about the penalty. If it wasn't for that, we might have given these guys a good run for the money, but very enjoyable event, and thanks to EnduroKA and Brands actually putting it on.
Well done, Nick. Come on through here so that you're. Oh, sorry, mate. So that you're in the light as well. Nick, I heard you say it in the background is that you didn't make it easy for yourself, you guys, but it almost as if you did it deliberate to make it soap opera, I reckon.
Well, this was it. It gave us something to chase for the last couple of hours, really. Yeah, and I think it's probably the only part that I've never changed since that car. We got that car.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a 10p light bulb, and it's. Yeah, it ended up costing us a chance of going for it.
Sell them, by the way.
But yeah, luckily, I probably should have gone to Napa Auto Parts and and got some spares. But
it made it entertaining as well.
It was a good race. It was a good race. We enjoyed it.
Guys, absolutely amazing job. Congratulations to the top three here for the 2022 version of the IndyCar 500. I think that means that we're wrapping up down here. Mark's already done his sign off, as far as I'm aware. Apologies if I'm wrong on that, but let me just assume that is the case. From Mark Werrell, who's up that sort of direction, myself, Chris Dawes, it's been an absolute pleasure to cover this event. I hope you've enjoyed it on the stream. Congratulations to Alpha Live for doing an awesome job. The camera crew all around in these cold conditions. The drivers are putting on for some wonderful entertainment. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to the marshals, the officials, the medical crews, everybody that's made everything possible. But from us here, that rounds out the motor racing action from Brands Hatch here for 2022. Have a very good evening. Good night.